A burst of laughter erupted. Within the classroom, all eyes turned curiously towards the back row by the window. Could it be that the pressure of the martial arts examination had driven another to madness? I have transcended. At this moment, Suyu was filled with exhilaration. In his previous life, he had succumbed to a terminal illness at the tender age of 18, battling late-stage cancer as the malignant cells spread throughout his body, awaiting death in despair upon a hospital bed. However, after succumbing to an overdose of painkillers and drifting into a deep slumber, he awoke to find himself in a magnificent martial arts world. From his memories, Suyu learned that martial arts thrived in this realm, accompanied by advanced technology. Mythical occurrences were commonplace, with individuals capable of cleaving the heavens with swords and shattering mountains with their fists. Suyu, what are you laughing at? Daydreaming in class. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhou He, entered the room, casting a peculiar glance at Suyu. What have you done yesterday? You look suddenly so gaunt. As his words settled, all eyes turned to Suyu with an odd expression. The chubby boy in front of him, with a sheepish grin, remarked, "Brother you, once the catheter is in, it's just bliss. Get lost." When did I? Mid-sentence, Suyu's expression abruptly shifted. No way. He immediately sat down, as if a certain possibility struck him, and promptly activated his phone's front camera. Damn. With just one glance at his familiar pallid complexion, Suyu's spirits plummeted from great heights to the depths of despair. The good news: he had transcended just before succumbing to late-stage cancer. The bad news: he had transmigrated in body. Heaven's mercy, was this merely a change of scenery for his demise? Why was it that others transmigrated as souls or reborn, while he bore the burden of a dying body? On the podium, Zhou He raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar state of Suyu, as he began assembling a highly technological device. Ahem, today's lesson is rather special. I trust you have all completed the assigned preparatory work? Zhou He cleared his throat and retrieved the teaching materials. The spiritual assessment is of utmost importance. Those who awaken martial spirits can directly enter the elite class and participate in the intercollegiate competition a month from now. Having said that, he scanned the students before him. Teacher Zhou, we have completed the preparatory work. Very well. Zhou He nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to Suyu. This boy, since Zhou's entry into the classroom, had transformed from a vibrant demeanor to one resembling a bitter melon, exuding an aura of gloom. Could it be that my striking appearance has made this child feel inferior? Zhou He rubbed his stubble, dismissing thoughts of Suyu, and resumed his explanation. During the spiritual assessment, a stream of spiritual energy will circulate through your bodies, traversing the meridians and limbs. If one possesses a spiritual constitution, it will be activated. Since the beginning of the mountain and sea era, there have been 108 types of spiritual constitutions. The first 8 are known as sacred bodies and are categorized separately, while the rest are referred to as king bodies. Martial arts are peerless. However, possessing any king body guarantees a minimum starting point of a master. Yet, for an ordinary person to awaken even a hint of martial spirit is exceedingly rare. Having a trace of martial spirit may not guarantee future accomplishments, but it allows entry into the elite class established by the school, which not only provides substantial monthly scholarships, but also significantly increases the chances of admission to martial arts universities. Zhou He spoke slowly, his rhythm captivating the audience, who felt an overwhelming desire to commence the spiritual assessment immediately. Teacher, we can find information on king bodies, but sacred body details require special permissions. Could you enlighten us about what a sacred body is? Someone could not help but voice their curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhou He smiled faintly. I anticipated your curiosity. However, this knowledge merely satisfies your inquisitiveness. The chance of awakening a sacred body is lower than winning the lottery. In the next moment, he unfurled the teaching materials, projecting a luminous screen before the students. That on the screen, a simple introduction to the 8 sacred bodies was vividly displayed. This, as the light flickered, it captured Suyu's attention, and he found himself unable to divert his gaze. Pure yang body. Those with this constitution develop rapidly, brimming with yang energy, and possess a towering physique. Drawback: excessive yang energy leads to irritability and extreme aggression. Pure yin body. Exclusively female, those endowed with this constitution possess breathtaking beauty and excel in cultivating feminine techniques. Drawback: influx of yin energy can hinder cognitive development. Immaculate body. Immunized against all poisons, indestructible, capable of refining and absorbing any elixir. If sufficient elixirs are available, one could ascend to martial arts mastery in a day. Drawback: overpowering purification can damage skin and organs, leading to visible red lesions. What the hell? Suyu's gaze rapidly scanned the initial descriptions of the sacred bodies. Unlike the envious and jealous expressions of others, he felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Pure yang body, isn't that akin to hypermasculinity? Immense strength paired with high aggression. Pure yin body, is that not simply hyperfemininity? A beautiful fool. And that immaculate body, isn't it just lupus caused by extreme immunity? Thus, all those perplexing ailments on Earth have transformed into sacred bodies upon arrival on Blue Star. Su Yu's skin twitched as he silently scoffed, while a flicker of hope arose within him. These ailments corresponded to specific constitutions. What about his cancer? Could it also be a unique constitution? With this thought in mind, Su Yu continued to peruse the descriptions of other constitutions. Heavenly heart body. My heart is the heavenly heart. Those with this constitution possess the power to disrupt the balance of yin and yang. I think, therefore I exist. Drawback. Severe forgetfulness necessitates complex guidance to harness this constitution's power. Senility. Having read halfway through, Su Yu discerned the essence of the heavenly heart body. No wonder he once saw a news story about a blind elderly man suffering from dementia who, upon forgetting his blindness, suddenly regained sight. Was this the manifestation of the heavenly heart body's power? Su Yu shook his head slightly, continuing to examine other constitutions. There was the transformative spirit body corresponding to schizophrenia, and the heavenly mechanism body associated with hyperthymesia. However, he could not find a sacred body corresponding to cancer. Finally, just as despair began to engulf him, the last introduction on the luminous screen jolted him awake. Sacred demon body. With a thought, one can become a saint or a demon. The possessor of this constitution boasts unparalleled physique and limitless potential, manifesting wondrous abilities at the peak of physical development. Drawback. Prone to losing control. Once the sacred demon body spirals out of control, the demonic essence will spread throughout the body, inevitably leading to catastrophe. Having long been acquainted with the essence of his illness, Su Yu was now certain that this so-called sacred demon body was precisely his cancer. In his previous life, a theory had been proposed. Ordinary cells have a limit to their division, and upon reaching that limit, the human body deteriorates and ultimately succumbs to death. Cancer cells, however, are not bound by such limitations. They possess the trait of infinite division, but their drawback is an inability to perform the functions of normal cells. Cancer does not directly cause death. Cancer patients either suffocate or starve. To put it simply, these cells resemble lazy individuals who only consume and divide without contributing. As they proliferate excessively, they encroach upon the survival space of other cells, leading to the body's functional decline and eventual death, causing catastrophe. After thoroughly examining the description of the sacred demon body, Su Yu glanced at his own ailing form. Given his current state, what further catastrophes could he possibly bring about? Does the death at home cause a decline in the property prices of the community? Teacher Zhou, I am quite intrigued by the Shinmo tea. Could you elaborate on it in detail? Instantly, Su Yu revitalized his spirit and directed his focus towards Zhou He, brimming with renewed vigor. Indeed, it seems that donning this attire serves a purpose. The Shinmo tea appears formidable, suggesting that my pursuit of martial arts to defy destiny is assured. The Shinmo tea? There is little to discuss regarding this constitution. None among you are likely to awaken such a physique. Why is that? Su Yu inquired, bewildered. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou He replied, the traits of the Shinmo tea manifest at birth. There is no possibility of awakening it later. Moreover, a Shinmo tea that awakens postnatally is not deemed a Shinmo tea. It is merely an ordinary MOT. The demonic essence cannot be suppressed later on and will rapidly pervade the entire being, transforming one into a great demon. The emergence of a great demon heralds calamity for an entire province, necessitating intervention from significant sects to avert disaster. Thus, even if someone among you were to awaken the Shinmo tea, I would promptly contact the law enforcement department for immediate humane annihilation. Zhou He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, do you have any further questions? No, none. Su Yu felt an unsettling dryness in his throat, awkwardly chuckling as he swallowed his myriad of inquiries. So this is how it is to be played. Let alone the possibility of awakening. I am on the brink of becoming a MOT myself. Am I not destined to transform into that so-called great demon in just a few days? Had I known, I would have preferred to perish in the hospital rather than traverse here to wreak havoc. The flickering hope that had ignited within me has now dissipated into mere illusion. Dejectedly, Su Yu slumped back into his seat. I am weary. Let it all be destroyed. At that moment, Zhou He had already retracted the luminous screen and activated the detection device. Now, come up one by one for spiritual detection. First, Su Yu. Su Yu abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Zhou He's piercing gaze, sharp as that of an eagle. Has he sensed something? Su Yu's legs trembled, his complexion paling. Yet, in the next moment, it was as if he had caught sight of something amusing, a smile emerging on his face as he slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 2 Binding Selection System. Clever as I am, why do you approach me instead of fleeing immediately? Upon seeing Suyu rise, Zhou subtly shifted his body, his internal energy and blood in a state of heightened awareness. The moment he entered the classroom, he sensed the peculiarity emanating from Suyu. It is known that certain exotic beasts excel in mimicking the appearance of adults, and Suyu's recent unusual reaction is indeed suspicious. Now what choice will you make? Suyu? Ding. The martial arts selection system has been successfully activated. A luminous screen, visible only to Suyu, appeared before him. Soon, 3 options manifested. Option 1. Kneel and plead with Zhou to allow you to be the last one. Completion reward, blood chi scatter. Title, soft-shelled shrimp. Effect, increases the opponent's favorability when kneeling. Option 2. Remain silent and let the other party guess. Completion reward, pig bloodgrass. Option 3. Place your hand on the detection device to dispel Zhou's suspicions. Completion reward, randomly activate a chakra. Indeed, a traverser is equipped with a golden finger. Upon hearing the system's voice, Suyu felt as if he had heard celestial music, his tension easing significantly. After observing for a moment, Suyu swiftly dismissed options 1 and 2. Given that Zhou had begun to harbor doubts about him, both delaying and remaining silent would likely deepen his suspicions. However, if he proceeded with the spiritual detection, would that not lead to the same demise? Zhou had explicitly stated that the moment the sacred demon body manifested would likely be his end. Wait. Suyu's gaze fixated on option 3 once more. After a thorough scan, he resolutely stepped forward. The renowned philosopher Vashti once remarked that I merely linger outside without entering. As Zhou noticed Suyu approaching, his expression gradually tightened, his textbook crumpled in his grasp. The once vibrant atmosphere in the classroom instantly turned frigid. The others watched the two with puzzled expressions. Why was the spiritual detection so tense? It felt akin to a confrontation between a rightful partner and a mistress in a hotel. Finally, as Suyu placed his hand on the spiritual detection device, Zhou's tense body abruptly relaxed. He quietly exhaled, relieved that his initial suspicions were unfounded. The detection device could only be used by humans, and since Suyu had activated it, he should be in the clear. After all, as long as he was human, everything would be fine. Buzz. In the next moment, the spiritual detection device began to tremble violently. A blinding white light erupted from it, illuminating the entire classroom. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Why was there so much light? Awakening an ordinary martial arts spiritual root would not produce such an effect. Could it be that he was about to awaken the exceedingly rare royal body? Ha ha, I am indeed a genius. Suddenly, Suyu threw his head back and laughed wildly before abruptly withdrawing his hand. Sizzle. Why did he pull it out so quickly? Put it back. Zhou stared wide-eyed. It's all right, I'm rather swift. In an instant, the frail sensation that had enveloped Suyu vanished, replaced by an intensely penetrating gaze. Clenching his fists, he panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Teacher, I have completed the test. As Suyu turned around, everyone gaped, their eyes fixed on his forehead. Celestial chakra? Zhou's expression shifted, his lips trembling slightly, before he incredulously exclaimed, with such a commotion, I do believe you awakened a sacred body. Yet it's merely a celestial chakra. Not that celestial chakra is insignificant. The 4 realms of martial arts involve activating chakras, and the celestial chakra is the most challenging to activate. Once activated, a warrior can engage in spiritual cultivation, significantly enhancing cognitive processing speed. One might say that activating the celestial chakra is tantamount to securing a place in the 6th realm of martial arts. With one more step, one becomes a 7th realm master. However, compared to the royal body, or even the sacred body, the celestial chakra seems rather trivial. Why not test again? Zhou asked, somewhat unwilling. Could it be that the rapid testing led to insufficient awakening? I'll leave the opportunity for other classmates. I am already quite satisfied with activating the celestial chakra. Suyu shrugged, hastening to his seat before Zhou could say more. Once seated, he inconspicuously tucked his right hand into his desk, in a place unseen by others. His right hand was already charred black. Though his body ached, it was far less tormenting than his previous battles with illness. In fact, it felt somewhat pleasant. The options merely required him to place his hand on the detection device and did not stipulate that he needed to complete the entire spiritual detection. Thus, halfway through the detection, he forcefully interrupted it. Coupled with the system's assistance in activating the celestial chakra, he successfully executed a clever ruse. As clever as I am. Though Suyu was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, a faint smile remained on his face. No one possessed a stronger will to survive than he. It was a resilient spirit forged from countless prayers through dark nights and numerous setbacks during treatments. He glanced at Su Yu, then at the detection device, ultimately sighing in resignation as he took out his notebook to record. Su Yu, on March 2026, activated the celestial chakra. Next, Wei Zitong. From the crowd, an eager individual rushed forward, while the others looked at Su Yu with expressions of envy and jealousy. Unlike Zhou's disappointment, their highest expectations were merely to possess innate bone quenching. As for activating chakras, that was a dream they dared not entertain. Possessing a celestial chakra guarantees a spot in the elite class, and with a little effort, one could be snatched up by martial arts universities. Such potential stocks drew even the most sought-after individuals in the class closer. This previously inconspicuous student was now set to soar. At this moment, however, Su Yu was oblivious to the classroom dynamics, engrossed in studying his system panel. Name: Su Yu. Blood Chi value: 80 calories. Martial arts realm: body quenching. Stage 1 mental strength: 1 Hz. Cultivation method: none. Visualization method: none. Combat skills: none. Mental combat skills: none. Physique: sacred demon body. In a state of instability, the panel was quite succinct, yet it revealed a wealth of information. First and foremost, Su Yu's affliction was indeed the sacred demon body. Moreover, it was indeed in a state of instability. He needed to find a solution promptly. Otherwise, not only would he perish, but he would also drag down at least half of the southwest province with him. Su Yu touched his brow. Fortunately, he had activated the celestial chakra, and with the system by his side, managing the sacred demon body was merely a matter of time. Opening the front camera on his phone, Su Yu saw a silver vertical mark in the center of his forehead, resembling a celestial eye. I am clad in it. Previously, my blood chi value was likely below 10 calories. I did not expect the benefits brought by activating the celestial chakra to be so plentiful. Ordinary individuals, prior to practicing martial arts, typically hover around 20 calories. In Su Yu's condition, having 10 calories was already commendable. After activating the celestial chakra, the chakra responded to his physical body, replenishing his depleted state. Not only that, but with the activation of the celestial chakra, he also gained 1 Hz of mental strength. Though this number may seem small, Su Yu's mental strength now surpassed that of over 90% of warriors below the 6th rank. Even those born into martial families, raised on visualization diagrams, could not reach single-digit mental strength before activating the celestial chakra. A score of 0-1 was indeed a prodigious talent. Su Yu, did you not send me a love letter before? I can now offer you a chance to pursue me. As Su Yu just retracted the panel, a melodious and crisp voice reached his ears. Curious, he looked up to see a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a blue dress, approaching him. It seemed that the original owner had engaged in such affairs 2 years prior. However, after 2 years of servitude, the original owner finally comprehended that others merely viewed him as a gullible cash dispenser. Just as Su Yu contemplated dismissing her, 3 choices appeared before him. He promptly fell silent and focused on the options. Chapter 3. The Class Teacher's Transaction Request. $1 million visualization method. Option 1. Accept Lin Xiaoxue's favor and become her loyal admirer. Reward: a vial of blood of the war wolf. Option 2. Temporarily agree, allowing her to understand who truly is the fish in the pond. Reward: title: Scumbag, which increases female favorability when worn. Option 3. Reject Lin Xiaoxue and bellow get lost. Reward: talent: inner vision. Su Yu swiftly scanned the 3 options before him. However, due to the angle, Lin Xiaoxue mistakenly believed that Su Yu was ogling her. With a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, Lin Xiaoxue thought, Su Yu, don't stare. I am a slow-to-warm person. You should know that even with a celestial aperture, I could never directly accept your pursuit. How about this? Let us draft a pursuit agreement where you transfer 20,000 yuan to me each month, along with a weekly supply of chi blood powder. Before she could finish, a thunderous shout erupted, directly confronting Lin Xiaoxue and causing her to faint on the spot. The overwhelming roar startled everyone in the classroom, with some blushingly fleeing to the restroom. The remaining female classmates, previously eager, were now pale with fear, hesitant to approach further. Is she really that fragile? Su Yu looked at the fainted Lin Xiaoxue on the desk, thinking she was merely seeking attention. She wasn't acting, it was your spiritual force at play. Zhou approached with a twitching mouth, rubbing his ears. Your celestial aperture has just opened, and your spiritual power is prone to leakage. Be mindful of that. After checking Lin Xiaoxue's condition and confirming she was fine, he surveyed the room. You all conduct your spiritual assessments. He then turned to Su Yu and said sternly, You, come with me to the office. All right, Su Yu replied, following Zhou out. In the classroom, a crowd gathered around Lin Xiaoxue, expressing concern while occasionally casting hostile glances at Su Yu. However, he remained unconcerned, He bore no psychological burden for having frightened her into unconsciousness. In the office, Zhou sat on a chair, staring intently at Su Yu, silent and frowning, his expression troubled. His hands gripped tightly above his knees, yet remarkably, his trousers exhibited no wrinkles, as if they concealed something other than flesh. Meanwhile, Su Yu appeared drained, his eyes rolling back as he placed a hand on his chest, struggling even to breathe. What are you doing? Zhou rushed over to support Su Yu, astonished. Didn't you just open your celestial aperture? This should be when your vitality is at its peak. Why are you suddenly unwell? Teacher, I'm fine. I accidentally activated my inner vision ability and was a bit startled. Su Yu raised his left hand to wipe away sweat, still shaken. After Zhou summoned him to the office without explanation, he decided to test his newly acquired inner vision talent, nearly scaring himself to death in the process. Upon activating inner vision, the images that appeared were entirely different from what Su Yu had envisioned. The cells resembled stars, and the blood flowing through the vessels appeared like a rushing galaxy, the sound reverberating painfully in his head. Especially the cancer cells, grotesquely reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors, were indescribably terrifying, causing his sanity to plummet. What did you say? Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. You can use inner vision? Su Yu awkwardly chuckled. Yes. To him, the ability of inner vision seemed insignificant for a martial artist, with no need for concealment. However, Zhou's reaction was considerably intense, even more so than his initial response to Su Yu opening his celestial aperture. The celestial aperture can be disclosed, but do not mention inner vision to anyone else. Zhou gazed at Su Yu, taking a deep breath to calm himself. If the celestial aperture can secure your progression to the 6th realm, inner vision will guarantee your entry into the 7th realm as a master. Really? Su Yu's eyes widened slightly. Inner vision merely allowed one to see internal structures. Could it truly be that powerful? Considering the entire southwest province, with a population of billions, there were fewer than 10 visible masters of the 6th realm. Hearing Su Yu's remark, Zhou leaped up and kicked him. Su Yu yelped in pain, clutching his rear, but was careful not to open his right hand. Humph. Returning what I taught you, are you? Zhou scoffed, but proceeded to explain. You can control the movement of your limbs, open and close your mouth, and blink your eyes. But can you control the flow rate of your blood? Can you dictate your heart's rhythm? Can you regulate how much adrenaline your adrenal glands secrete? Zhou's questions left Su Yu speechless. Zhou was satisfied with Su Yu's reaction. Now do you understand how extraordinary inner vision is? With this talent, not only can you manipulate your body to ensure you are always at peak condition during combat, but you can also precisely control your vital energy to nurture injured areas after sustaining wounds. More importantly, you need not seek any visualization diagrams. You can enhance your mental power directly through visualizing yourself. The greatest challenge in reaching the 7th realm is the unification of self, and you are already on a shortcut. As Zhou spoke, a hint of envy glimmered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a complete mechanical prosthetic limb. Teacher, what are you doing? Su Yu was taken aback, wondering why he was revealing his leg mid-discussion. Teacher, I do not have such inclinations, Su Yu stammered. Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? He detached the prosthetic limb, retrieving a white jade box from within. Then, he handed the box to Su Yu. This is called a visualization method, which can only be cultivated after opening the celestial aperture at the 6th realm. However, since you have successfully activated your celestial aperture, you are now qualified to cultivate it. Teacher, I cannot accept this. Su Yu frowned, refusing without hesitation. He understood the immense value of a technique exclusive to 6th realm warriors and did not wish to accept such a significant favor. Zhou shook his head, his expression grave. This item is worth millions and is priceless. Combined with your inner vision, reaching the peak of the 6th realm and advancing to master level will be effortless. However, this is not a gift without strings attached. Zhou's eyes flashed with intensity as he tapped the mechanical prosthetic limb. This was obtained by trading my leg. Accept it, and you must agree to one condition. Su Yu fell silent, contemplating. Just as he was about to say something, two choices appeared before him. Option 1. Accept Zhou's gift. The S-level visualization method Huangquan Shizue Jing. Reward, 10 premium Qi blood powders. Option 2. Decline Zhou's transaction. Remain uninvolved. Reward, title, cold-blooded creature. Effect, 10 increase in cultivation speed. Chapter 4. Cultivation, frantic leveling up. Go ahead, what is the condition? Without hesitation, Su Yu chose to place the jade box into his bag. Simultaneously, 10 premium Qi blood powders appeared out of thin air in the system space. For him, the allure of this visualization technique was simply overwhelming. An S-class visualization technique would surely make even a master of the 7th realm envious. No wonder Lao Ban was willing to pay such a hefty price for it back then. Moreover, without this visualization technique, one could say that his Tian Xiao was as good as unopened. Additionally, by choosing to accept this deal, he would also acquire a substantial amount of qi blood pills. At present, the Sheng Mot was consuming vast quantities of his qi blood every moment. Thus, qi blood pills were nothing short of a lifesaver for him. For Su Yu, not seizing any opportunity to rapidly grow stronger was out of the question. Seeing Su Yu's decisiveness, Zhou He's face lit up with joy, prompting him to retrieve 2 additional qi blood pills and a mental combat technique to hand over to Su Yu. Your current task is to diligently cultivate and prepare for the Elite League competition. Ideally, you should secure a spot in Tianjin Wudao University, where my adversary resides. However, you need not rush into action. He severed my martial path 20 years ago and is now a master of the 7th realm. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until you yourself achieve mastery before confronting him. After saying this, Zhou He reiterated a few cautions to Su Yu, advising him not to reveal his internal sight ability and to refrain from displaying any hostility toward that individual until his strength was sufficient. To err on the side of caution, Zhou He didn't even disclose that person's name to Su Yu. According to him, a master of the 7th realm possessed strength akin to a terrestrial deity, and merely uttering their name within a certain range would elicit a faint response from them. Understood. Teacher, Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He thought to himself, not only would he not shy away from a master of the 7th realm, but he would also welcome even an 18th realm master. The benefits must be secured first. As for future matters, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. All right, you should return home to rest. Report to the elite class tomorrow morning. After packing the items Zhou He had given him, Su Yu also discreetly took a copy of the National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Method before heading straight towards the school gate. Zhou He stood by the window, watching Su Yu depart. It hasn't been easy, Lao Zhou. After 20 years, this visualization technique has finally been entrusted to someone. Just then, a tall and robust figure appeared in the office as if teleporting. Principal Xia, are you here to mock me? Zhou He turned around with a half-smile. Not at all. Principal Xia shook his head slightly. Your situation was widely discussed back then. If it were merely a typical martial arts rivalry, it would be one thing. However, that person resorted to despicable means, even kidnapping your wife in the mountains. Enough. Principal, I do not wish to revisit the past. Zhou He interrupted before Principal Xia could finish. Sighing, Principal Xia looked at Zhou He with a hint of pity. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary teacher was once a paragon among the elite of Tianwu? Very well, let us not dwell on the past. Let us talk about this student. Principal Xia shook his head slightly, gesturing outside the school gate. This little fellow, I have high hopes for him. His gaze reminds me of my own youth. 20 years ago, weren't you someone else's subordinate back then? Zhou He responded with a peculiar expression. Ahem, don't mind the details. I like this kid. I've already arranged for him to be the class leader of the elite class. Is that a foregone conclusion? Will the other kids have objections? Zhou He's expression shifted, realizing that this was a favor Principal Xia was doing for him. If they have objections, that would be perfect. The martial arts world is about nurturing the strong and weeding out the weak. Those who are strong advance, while the weak are eliminated. They can just deal with it. Principal Xia declared with an air of authority. Heh, Zhou He chuckled awkwardly. Old Zhou, if your class produces a dark horse, should he successfully enter Tianwu, you could very well be the next vice principal. Principal Xia patted Zhou He on the shoulder. Rest assured, I won't let you bear the burden alone. If that kid can secure the position of class leader tomorrow, I'll personally fund him with 50,000 as a scholarship. Then your private savings might not survive. Meanwhile, after leaving the school, Su Yu hurried home without delay. After all, he was now carrying a fortune, and there was no room for complacency. Furthermore, he had an urgent matter to attend to. Although the original body was somewhat inconspicuous, it still had a martial arts realm of body refinement stage 3. Earlier, in the office, Zhou He had offered to help Su Yu assess his qi blood and martial arts realm, but Su Yu had declined. How ridiculous. Right now, he barely understood the concept of martial arts, let alone what body refinement entailed. Although the memories had merged, the original body was still somewhat inept, nearly returning the body refinement method to Zhou He. Thus, he needed to elevate his martial arts realm to at least stage 2 within a day to avoid exposing himself. Upon returning home, Su Yu quickly rummaged through the refrigerator for some food before settling down cross-legged in the living room. Fortunately, he and the original body shared a similar background as orphans, which spared him the need to hide upon arriving home, a rather exhausting endeavor. Su Yu began to extract items from the system space. Soon, the Huangquan Shizue visualization method, the National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Method, the mental combat technique Lion's Roar, along with 10 premium Qi blood pills and 2 ordinary Qi blood pills were neatly arranged before him. At that moment, Suyu activated his internal sight to assess his condition. With mental preparation, the experience of activating internal sight for the second time felt much more comfortable. Suyu regulated his breathing, and under the control of his will, he gradually brought the condition of each part of his body into focus. All over his body, countless cancer cells were like parasites, incessantly draining his energy. The cancer cells continued to proliferate. Perhaps he could find a solution through martial arts techniques. Suyu exhaled deeply. The half-hour journey from school to home had already reduced his Qi blood value by 5 calories. At this rate, it would take less than 2 days before he returned to a state of near collapse. With a sense of urgency, Suyu opened the National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Method. Martial arts is about seizing the essence of heaven and earth for oneself, refining the body, undergoing transformation, and transcending into the sacred. It is one of humanity's greatest inventions. This method is divided into 3 parts, corresponding to body refinement stages 1 to 3, stages 3 to 6, and stages 6 to 9. The content elaborates on how to mobilize Qi blood to refine human muscles. Stages 1 to 3 focus on refining lower body muscles, the glutes, thighs, and calves. Stages 3 to 6 target upper body muscles, the arms, shoulders, and fingers. Stages 6 to 9 are dedicated to refining core muscles, the chest, back, and abdomen. Once the muscles of the entire body are refined, Qi blood can surge like a tide, forming a vortex of Qi blood. When the Qi blood vortex successfully condenses, one transcends ordinary humans and becomes a first-realm martial artist. A first-realm martial artist possesses over 1,000 Qi blood. A single punch can unleash a thunderous roar, capable of breaking bones with a casual strike. It seems rather simple, doesn't it? After a cursory read, Suyu closed the body refinement method. The essence of the body refinement method is to mobilize Qi blood into the muscles, continuously causing muscle destruction and rebirth, thereby increasing muscle strength. For the average person, the challenge lies in accurately transporting Qi blood. Without internal sight, it is easy for ordinary individuals to misplace their focus during body refinement, potentially damaging internal organs, which could lead to severe injury or even death. However, for Suyu, who possessed internal sight, this was hardly a concern. Suyu stood up, spreading his legs apart. Lifting his left leg while leaning his body slightly forward, arms extended to the sides, resembling an eagle in flight. Utilizing the advantage of internal sight, he quickly adjusted his stance without even needing a mirror, and then swallowed an ordinary Qi blood pill. Boom. As dozens of pills resembling Lu Wei Di Huang Wan entered his stomach, Suyu's complexion instantly became ruddy. Simultaneously, a massive wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen. With closed eyes, Suyu activated internal sight and was immediately met with a tumultuous sea of blood before him. This is the energy and vitality he gained from consuming the Qishuasan. Upon a cursory glance, it amounts to over 100 calories of vitality. Generally, due to poor absorption efficiency and losses during transport, the refining effect of 100 calories might dwindle down to a mere single digit. However, Suyu faces no such dilemma. He effortlessly achieves a utilization rate of 99. In the next moment, a mental force of 1 hertz begins to reverberate, easily transporting the torrent of vitality to his right leg, initiating the refinement of his thigh muscles. Instantly, Suyu's right leg appears visibly thicker, rhythmically rising and falling with each breath, a truly wondrous sight. Within mere minutes, the effects of an ordinary Qishuasan dissipate entirely. Without pause, Suyu consumes a second ordinary Qishuasan, its medicinal properties swiftly taking effect. After the full effects of both Qishuasans are realized, the refinement progress of his right leg reaches an impressive 60. Observing this, Suyu promptly unwraps a premium Qishuasan and swallows it whole. Boom. A surge of vitality, several times more potent than that of an ordinary Qishuasan, spreads throughout his body. Half an hour passes. Suyu's right leg returns to its normal size. Yet a mere casual movement reveals the robust muscles beneath his skin, akin to steel cables. After 35 minutes, the refinement of his right leg is complete. For an ordinary person, refining a single body part would typically require 10 to 15 days, but with the efficiency provided by the premium Qishuasan, it is nothing short of terrifying. Suyu immediately directs his gaze to the system panel. Vitality value, 160 calories. Upon completing the refinement of his right leg, not only has he replenished his depleted vitality, but he has also increased his upper limit by an additional 10 calories. The vitality value for an average adult hovers around 150 calories, and during the body refinement phase, refining each body part raises the upper limit by 7 to 10 calories. With his introspective ability, the effects of the refinement are maximized, barring any unforeseen circumstances, after 9 rounds of body refinement. He could theoretically reach the ultimate limit of 240 calories. Suyu rushes into the bathroom for a cold shower, then immediately drains half of the water from the dispenser. Refreshing. Soon, he embarks on a new round of refinement, targeting his left leg, glutes, and calves. Time flies, and before long, night descends. The Chishua sands laid before Suyu have dwindled to just 1 remaining. At this moment, he supports himself with his right hand, performing a handstand. With each breath, his right arm swells and expands like a mythical beast. As the refinement of his right arm commences, beads of sweat pour down his body. Finally, after several minutes, his right hand rapidly shrinks, taking on a sleek appearance, devoid of any bulkiness. Suyu lands gracefully, releasing his handstand posture and exhaling deeply. The arm refinement is complete. Checking the time, it is now 8 o'clock in the evening. Since 10 in the morning, Suyu has devoted a full 10 hours, expending 9 premium Chishua sands and 2 ordinary ones, along with 4 bottles of mineral water, to complete the refinement of his glutes, thighs, calves, upper arms, and fingers. Now, only his shoulders, chest, back, and abdomen remain unrefined. Such an intense refinement method would be utterly detrimental to others. Yet for Suyu, it poses no adverse effects. In fact, the results are even more remarkable. He can directly use vitality to precisely repair his muscle groups. Unlike ordinary individuals who must patiently await the restorative powers of sleep. No wonder old Joe remarked that the introspective ability is formidable. It is truly extraordinary. A radiant smile graces Suyu's face as he casually throws a punch. Bang! A crisp sound resonates, accompanied by a faint rumble akin to thunder, reminiscent of a tiger's roar amidst the mountains. With a body refinement at the 5th stage, his punch is as fierce as a tiger's roar. Suyu nods in deep satisfaction before carefully storing the last Chishua sand in his system space. His remarkable ascent to the 5th stage of body refinement in a single day is not solely attributed to his introspective talent. A significant portion of the credit goes to the premium Chishua sand. Each premium Chishua sand contains over 400 calories of vitality, 4 times that of an ordinary one. Had resources not been abundant, even with his introspective ability, such rapid progress would have been impossible. The cost of an ordinary Chishua sand hovers around 3,000 xia coins, while the price of a premium one is undoubtedly not less than 20,000. Thus, in a single day, he has expended at least 180,000 coins. This amount is equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for 2 years. It is no wonder they say the poor excel in literature while the wealthy excel in martial arts. Suyu sighs, though he feels no regret. No matter how high the value of these resources, they pale in comparison to his own life. He casually flips open the book on mental combat techniques. The Lion's Roar. An F-grade mental combat technique, utilizes sound and mental force to impact surrounding enemies. Suyu quickly peruses the material, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The principle of the Lion's Roar resembles his earlier experience of startling Lin Xiaoxua with a shout. It employs sound to transmit mental force and deliver a powerful impact to adversaries. This F-grade mental technique is straightforward, even those without an open spiritual aperture, possessing over 0.05 hertz of mental force, can barely execute it. Understanding the principle, Suyu quickly grasps the basics of the Lion's Roar. After resting his eyes for a moment, he retrieves the Huangquan Shizue Jing from the ground. The moment he opens it, an overwhelming mental pressure assaults him. Suyu's gaze sharpens, his face flushing instantly, as he perceives a roaring yellow river before him, filled with countless wailing specters, instilling fear and dizziness. This force is such that even he finds it somewhat challenging to endure. Goodness, without an open spiritual aperture, this could easily be fatal. Suyu takes a deep breath, leveraging his formidable mental power to disregard this pressure, focusing intently on the contents of the Huangquan Shizue Jing. This visualization method requires the accompanying abandonment of the Abyss or Sun Luo Ghost Realm visualization diagrams for practice. During cultivation, practitioners must envision the yellow springs, immersing their mind within to cleanse and eliminate distractions, achieving clarity of spirit. Subsequently, they must steadfastly maintain their true intentions against the rushing waters of the yellow springs and the onslaught of myriad ghosts. The more he reads, the more excited Suyu becomes. The corresponding abandonment of Hell and Sun Luo Ghost Realm visualization diagrams are tucked within the last page of the Huangquan Shizue Jing. However, Suyu does not intend to utilize these diagrams. After activating his introspection, the terrifying imagery within his own body surpasses anything those diagrams could offer. With this thought in mind, Suyu thoroughly reads through the Huangquan Shizue Jing several times until he confirms he has grasped the key. He slowly closes his eyes and activates his introspection. Boom. A deafening roar fills his ears, the sound of blood surging through his veins. Crimson flesh fills Suyu's vision. And within the intertwining blood vessels, fascia, and nerves, countless dark and grotesque entities navigate, continuously intercepting energy from the blood. These are the cancer cells within Suyu's body, the vile entities of the Zhou River mouth. Huangquan washes away sins, the heart's mirror reflects itself. The river of the underworld calms, illuminating the true self. The sea of the heart is clear, the spirit's light shines. Cleansing away the superficial, the spirit wanders through the void. Suyu whispers, reciting the accompanying text of the Huangquan Shizue Jing. Once, twice. The enchanting whispers resonate within Suyu's body. Gradually, his blood vessels and muscles seem to melt away, merging with fat and organs into an unceasing flow of the yellow springs. Meanwhile, the cancer cells transform into malevolent spirits, merging with the yellow springs and rushing towards Suyu. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the yellow springs, Suyu feels not fear but joy, eagerly immersing his mental force within. Boom. An even more intense roar reverberates in Suyu's mind, accompanied by countless disquieting whispers. It is as if he truly finds himself within the yellow springs, where boundless yellow water surges and innumerable vengeful spirits howl, their anguished cries flooding Suyu's consciousness, threatening to tear apart his soul and consume his flesh. However, in the face of such extreme agony, Suyu exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He had previously endured a similar torment for a total of 386 days, a relentless suffering that showed no respite, where every second was sufficient to drive an ordinary person to despair. In comparison to that anguish, the present discomfort was hardly significant. Soon, the haunting voices that lingered in his ears began to fade away. His will was inherently pure. The waters of Huangquan could not wash away any impurities. Time passed unmeasured. Suyu gradually opened his eyes, emerging from a state of contemplation. He gazed at his bed, where the dawn was breaking, with the first rays of sunlight piercing through the darkness and illuminating his face. He rose slowly, stretching luxuriously. It had been more than a year since he had experienced such a restful slumber. Name: Suyu Vitality. 130 calories. Peak: 200 calories. Martial Realm. Body Refinement Stage 5. Mental Strength. 11 Hz Cultivation Method. National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Technique. Combat Skills. None. Mental Combat Skill. Lion's Roar. Beginner 60. Visualization Method. Huangquan washes away Sin Sutra Physique. Holy Demon Body. In a state of instability, casting a glance at the system panel, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Suyu's mouth. A day had passed, and his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. It is worth noting that within his school, the strongest individual was merely at Body Refinement Stage 8. At this pace, Suyu was confident he would become a martial artist before the National Martial Arts Examination. Nevertheless, his primary concern remained the Holy Demon Body. Since martial artists could manipulate vitality, could they also manipulate cancer cells? Suyu's eyes flickered as he began his experimentation. Upon activating his inner vision, all the cancer cells within his body were laid bare, vividly appearing before his eyes. He possessed approximately 80 trillion cells in total, of which over 50 trillion were normal cells, while more than 30 trillion were cancerous. Moreover, as time progressed, the cancer cells continued to proliferate. At this rate, within a month, they would entirely encroach upon the living space of the normal cells. Eventually, Suyu's body would begin an uncontrollable collapse, leading to his demise. Move! Suyu roared, channeling his mental strength as if manipulating vitality, and commenced the attempt to dislodge the malignant entities within him. Is it this effortless? To his astonishment, the manipulation of the cancer cells proved remarkably easy, far more manageable than that of vitality. This was likely due to the intrinsic nature of cancer cells, which were solely driven by consumption and division, requiring little exertion. Suyu murmured to himself. He then swiftly relocated some of the cancer cells from his organs, concentrating them in his right hand. The organs were vital. The cessation of any one of them would spell his end. Thus, he had to eliminate the excess cancer cells. In an instant, the charred area on Suyu's right hand began to undergo a transformation. Dark, twisted flesh buds emerged, resembling a decaying and tainted flower of corruption. A wave of revulsion washed over Suyu, sending chills down his spine. Yet, he suppressed his nausea and retrieved a kitchen knife. After stuffing a towel into his mouth, Suyu gritted his teeth and decisively severed the aberrant tissue at its root with the knife. The intense pain caused him to break into a sweat. Nevertheless, Suyu did not relent. He meticulously excised all the distorted flesh buds until the blackened blood ceased, and the blood flowing from his palm returned to normal before he finally stopped. Suyu exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. utterly drained of even the strength to move his fingers. Yet, a look of relief graced his face. This endeavor had successfully eliminated approximately 10% of the cancer cells within him, granting Suyu a sensation akin to having cast off shackles. However, his brow furrowed once more, sensing something amiss. Although the manipulation of cancer cells had been effortless, the aftermath felt unusually overwhelming. He quickly recognized the issue. Mere pain could not render him this weak. Upon examining the system panel, he confirmed his suspicion. Mental strength, 105 Hz. While the manipulation of cancer cells was easy, they not only consumed his vitality, but also devoured his mental strength. In that moment, Suyu comprehended why cancer was referred to as the holy demon body. In this martial world, not only could he progress through cultivation, but the infinitely dividing and all-consuming cancer cells were capable of boundless evolution. No wonder Zhou He had previously remarked that the holy demon body awakened postnatally possessed only the demon aspect, devoid of the holy. Had Suyu been a native of Blue Star, raised amidst the absorption of spiritual energy, his cancer cells would have grown to an incomprehensibly formidable extent. Fortunately, he was merely a human from Earth, thus granting him the opportunity to control the holy demon body. This was a race, a competition between Suyu and the cancer cells. As long as he could gain mastery over them before they matured, he would attain the status of a true holy body. The greatest flaw of cancer cells was their lack of the functions inherent to normal cells. It appeared that he must devise a means to induce movement within them. Upon breaking through the martial artist threshold, he could create a force core known as a vitality vortex within his body. Given that vitality could be manipulated and cancer cells could also be moved, was it possible to merge the two and create a demonic vortex? Suyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The more he contemplated, the more promising it seemed. It appeared that to entirely resolve the instability of the holy demon body, he must first become a martial artist. Utilizing mental strength to manipulate cancer cells was merely a temporary solution, which would ultimately strengthen the remaining cancer cells within his body. Suyu shook his head slightly, deciding to postpone his attempts until he became a martial artist. Stepping outside, he reminded himself that the most crucial aspect for a cancer patient was to maintain a cheerful disposition. With a smile on his face, he jogged towards the school, greeting every passerby with warmth. The lush scenery along the way, bathed in the morning sun, radiated vitality. Despite a sleepless night, Suyu felt no fatigue. The visualization method effectively replaced sleep and proved even more beneficial. As he neared the school gate, he suddenly halted. Before him stood a group of familiar faces. Lin Xiaoxue, whom he had scolded the previous day, was now being interviewed by a reporter, tearfully recounting her grievances. Upon spotting Suyu, she glared at him as if he were her nemesis, pointing and unleashing a torrent of accusations. Suyu, you have shattered my martial spirit. You must provide me with an explanation today, she shouted, advancing towards him with a throng of supporters in tow. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Martial spirit? Did she possess such a thing? I don't care. You shouted at me, and now I cannot focus on my body refinement. With the martial examination approaching, you must compensate for my losses. Lin Xiaoxue, disheveled and shouting, pointed her finger at Suyu as if she were a haranguing street vendor. Behind her, a dozen boys glared at Suyu with indignation. You maliciously ruined a classmate's future. This is evident to all. How dare you deny it now? Yes, exactly. We all witnessed it yesterday. Xiaoxue even gave you a chance to pursue her, yet you did not cherish it, repaying kindness with malice and undermining her martial aspirations. This is utterly despicable. Do you think that just because you entered the elite class, you can act with impunity? The group expressed their outrage. At the same time, a cameraman turned the lens towards Suyu, while a reporter extended a microphone towards him. Classmate, your behavior is extremely reprehensible. As a civil mediator, I strongly advise you to compensate this young lady for her losses. Suyu's smile vanished, and his gaze grew increasingly frigid. What? Do you dare to lay hands on me in public? A chill swept through the crowd as Suyu's gaze passed over them, eliciting a shiver down their spines. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. We are all classmates here. Apologize sincerely to Xiaoxue, and we shall not pursue the matter further. Humph. Suyu, setting aside previous matters. Your demeanor towards young ladies should not be so lacking in respect. Option 1. Kneel and apologize to Lin Xiaoxue, compensating her with a bottle of the exceptional Qi blood powder. Reward upon completion. Title: King of Simps. Effect: increases facial defense by 30. Option 2. Suppress violently, showcasing the prowess of the 5th stage of body refinement to subdue all. Reward upon completion: a modest amount of Qi blood power. Option 3. Defeat magic with magic, employing intellect to vanquish foes. Reward upon completion. Title: The Sage Who Does Not Fall in Love. Effect: permanently increases mental strength by 10 while single. The three options materialized before Suyu. After a cursory glance, he slowly relaxed his clenched fist. A permanent increase of 10 to mental strength? After all, he had opened his heavenly aperture and could not afford to act so barbarically. Suyu gazed at Lin Xiaoshui and the others, softly commanding, "Silence." Boom. The mere utterance of those two words rendered the scene utterly silent. Everyone turned crimson, yet not a single sound could escape their lips. Suyu smiled with satisfaction. This was another application of the lioness roar, utilizing sound and mental force to implant subconscious suggestions in his adversaries. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances were greatly intimidated, believing Suyu had employed some mystical power. "Are you saying I shouted at you?" Suyu inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Xiaoshui. Her face turned the color of pig liver as she nodded furiously. "Huh." Suyu chuckled derisively, retrieving his phone and commencing a loud recitation of the chat history between himself and Lin Xiaoshui from 2 years prior. "Suyu, if you truly like me, then show me your sincerity. I know the school distributes chi blood powder to impoverished students monthly. All I desire is a sign of your intent. You profess to love me, yet the birthday gift was merely a handbag worth 2,000? Suyu, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Suyu, I accidentally broke my phone today. Suyu, I accidentally broke my backpack today. Suyu, I accidentally ruined my clothes today." As Suyu recounted these moments, the crowd's animated gestures gradually ceased. A dozen boys exchanged glances, their faces growing increasingly flushed, their noses reddening. "No way, these words sound so familiar." Unanimously, they opened their phones, navigating to the pinned messages, confronting the verbatim words, and fell into a prolonged silence. "So we are all mere jesters? Just fish raised in Lin Xiaoshui's pond, utilized to withdraw gold coins? Suyu, we apologize, we have wronged you. Thank you, my friend. I have decided to find my way back. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a simp." Lin Xiaoshui, how could you? Once Suyu's silence-inducing effect lifted, the school in trance erupted in chaos. Some awakened from their simping state to become lone wolves. Others demanded compensation from Lin Xiaoshui, while some simply sealed their hearts as they entered the school. At this moment, Lin Xiaoshui found herself the target of collective disdain, her face etched with despair. Had she known, she would have refrained from provoking Suyu. Now her extortion had failed, and her source of income had departed, leaving her bereft of both husband and soldiers. Is it truly appropriate for you to publicly disclose another's privacy? Just as the situation was poised to tip in Suyu's favor, a mediator finally intervened. Holding a microphone, her voice was sharp, regardless of the situation. "She is still a girl. How can you expect her to live with your actions? She is just a child. Can you not show a little tolerance? Setting aside the facts, your fault is greater." At this moment, Lin Xiaoshui appeared to find a savior and clasped hands with the mediator, united in their condemnation of Suyu. "If you refuse to be reasonable, do not blame me for abandoning reason as well." Yet Suyu was not ensnared by her rhetoric. He produced his phone, executed a series of operations, and fixed his gaze upon the mediator. Planting his feet firmly, he twisted his waist and delivered a perfectly executed slap. Smack! The mediator was propelled backward, spinning twice in the air before collapsing to the ground. "You dare strike me?" she exclaimed, clutching her swollen face in disbelief, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. If Suyu resorted to violence, then even if her side lacked justification, they would possess the moral high ground. Immediately, the mediator's spirit soared, and she rushed towards Suyu with the cameraman in tow. However, at that moment, Suyu turned and strode back into the school. "Stop!" The mediator, now frantic, quickened her pace to catch up with him. Yet, just as she reached for him, a voice interjected, "Madam, I believe you ought not to hold a grudge against a child." Suddenly, over 20 mediators surrounded her. "He is only 18, still a child. As a mediator, you ought to know that showing tolerance to others is a form of redemption for oneself. Do you wish to ruin that child's life over a moment of anger?" The words echoed like a haunting melody, causing both the mediator and Lin Xiaoshui to wear expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 7. The Privileges of the Elite Class. Paid challenge with the class leader indeed. One must use magic to defeat magic. Observing the scene reminiscent of Shaolin monks collectively exorcising a great demon, Suyu departed with satisfaction. Buzz. A line of text only visible to him appeared above his head. The sage who does not fall in love. In the next moment, Suyu felt a surge of clarity as his mental strength soared from 105 Hz to 115 Hz, exhilarating. Unable to contain his laughter, he reveled in the title's effect, which offered more than a mere 0.1 Hz increase. Once his mental strength reached 100, it would yield a staggering 10 Hz boost. After transferring the mediator's rewards one by one, Suyu made his way to the back mountain of the school. In the clearing at the foot of the mountain, 5 students awaited him beneath the shade of trees. A teacher, dark-skinned and as sturdy as a lighthouse, stood straight under the sun, evoking memories of soldiers from the Great Xia in Su Yu's past life. Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered a few dogs along the way. Su Yu expressed with genuine regret. No worries. Your arrival is quite timely, the tall teacher replied, seemingly unperturbed. Su Yu was taken aback, judging by the teacher's appearance. He had anticipated a reprimand followed by a punishment of standing at attention, yet the teacher seemed rather gentle. All right, everyone, gather round. The tall teacher beckoned Su Yu to stand beside him, calling forth all present. Is this the Su Yu from class 4? I heard he has opened his heavenly aperture. But he doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. While the heavenly aperture is renowned in the realm of martial arts, it can only manifest its true potential after one reaches the third realm of martial arts. What could his limited mental strength accomplish? Even if he mastered the lioness roar, he could at best stun someone at the 8th stage of body refinement for just a second. Indeed, this fellow was late on his first day. Perhaps he thinks that having opened his heavenly aperture makes him invincible. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Beneath the shade, the 5 students lazily rose, whispering amongst themselves. Shortly thereafter, 3 more emerged from the depths of the back mountain, including Su Yu. A total of 9 now stood in the clearing. All right, the elite class is now assembled. I will inform you of the training schedule for the next 3 months. My name is Zhang Qingyan, a practitioner of the third realm of martial arts, a graduate of the Great Xia Military Academy. 15 years ago, I was discharged after sustaining an injury to my knee and have since taken a position at Qingcheng No. 1 High School. You may refer to me as Teacher Zhang. Zhang Qingyan endeavored to display a warm smile, yet his scarred visage rendered his attempts rather unsettling. The elite class, as the name implies, comprises the finest students selected from tens of thousands of senior students at Qingcheng No. 1 High School. You are the guarantee of our school's admission rates, so each of you must set lofty goals. The minimum must be Southwest Military University. Zhang Qingyan surveyed each individual, his deep, husky voice resonating in the open space, stirring the hearts of everyone present. An involuntary surge of vitality coursed through the crowd. The martial path is one of relentless competition. The upcoming intercollegiate tournament next month represents a shortcut, a path that bypasses the need for martial examinations. In this month, you must spare no effort to break through to the martial artist realm and become true warriors. Only by achieving this can you aspire to secure a commendable position in the tournament and gain early admission to advanced studies. Do you understand? The crowd nodded in unison. A first realm martial artist. For ordinary students, even reaching the first realm of martial arts is an insurmountable challenge, akin to a distant dream. Yet now, this serves merely as the threshold for participating in the intercollegiate tournament. Now, I will guide you through the back mountain. Zhang Qingyan maintained his smile as he led the group, pausing at each area to provide explanations. This is the combat arena, equipped with the most advanced medical facilities, allowing you to engage in practical combat without concern, exerting your full strength. The gravity chamber, outfitted with a vitality nebulizer, enables you to inhale the mist of vitality during body refinement, significantly enhancing the refining effect. The martial arts training room appears similar on the surface to that of the ordinary class, yet in reality, the disparity is vast. The ordinary martial arts classroom spans merely 200 square meters, crammed with dozens of students, and the equipment is rather outdated, lacking in benefits. In contrast, the elite class enjoys exclusive access to a dedicated training base. Moreover, all facilities are state-of-the-art, even allowing for remote consultations with high-level martial artists for one-on-one guidance on techniques and combat skills. Such resources are utterly unimaginable for students in the ordinary martial arts class. Su Yu quietly listened from the side, his expression mirroring the radiant smiles of the other 8. With these resources at their disposal, he was confident he could achieve a breakthrough in less than a week. After touring the back mountain base, Zhang Qingyan turned to the 9, a broad smile gracing his face. Are these resources not excellent? Yes, the crowd chorused in response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyan's smile grew even more pronounced. Indeed, it is good. The maintenance of these facilities requires a substantial annual investment from the school. Hence, each use of the gravity chamber incurs a fee of 5,000 Xia coins. Utilizing the combat training room costs 3,000 Xia coins. Of course, sparring with me is free of charge. However, should you become the class leader, not only will these fees be waived, but you will also receive a daily supply of vitality nebulizers. As Zhang Qingyan concluded, the smiles on everyone's faces faded. 5,000. This is outright extortion. With the addition of the vitality nebulizer, a single session of body refinement could cost nearly 10,000. While the gravity chamber does provide excellent refining effects, it is truly exorbitant. What? Do you find it expensive? A few responded instinctively. Zhang Qingyan raised his eyebrows, scoffing. Expensive? Let me inform you. In the realm of martial arts, such material expenditures are trivial. You must understand that only by diligently enhancing your strength can you acquire more resources. Otherwise, you might as well withdraw and prepare for the ordinary college entrance examination. Zhang Qingyan's merciless provocation ignited the tempers of all present. At 18, a time of youthful vigor and ambition, how could they possibly bow their heads? Among them, a youth clad in white, with an ancient sword slung on his back, stepped forward and inquired, Teacher Zhang, you mentioned that the class leader enjoys full exemptions, correct? So, how does one become the class leader? Is it through election? Or must one defeat everyone to claim the position? As he spoke, the white-clad youth cast a disdainful and challenging glance at the others. His name is Li Tsongyu, a body refinement practitioner at the 8th stage, with a rudimentary understanding of sword techniques, priding himself on being the strongest at Qingqing No. 1 High School. Heh, Li Tsongyu, do you think you are formidable? I recall your sword techniques are merely at the introductory level. Would you care to test my adept knife techniques? A girl beside him, with a tang dao at her waist, remarked dismissively. Li Tsongyu retorted arrogantly, Lu Yinyan, I may only be a beginner, but you are merely at the 7th stage of body refinement, not my match. Humph, how can one know without a fight? While the two engaged in a heated exchange, Zhang Qingyan looked at Su Yu with a complex expression. The class leader rotates every week, and this term's leader has already been determined to be Su Yu. As soon as this was announced, everyone turned their attention to Su Yu, their expressions shifting to one of amusement. A mere 3-stage body refinement practitioner prior to awakening his innate abilities, how could he possibly qualify to be class leader? Although his strength is weak, his background is formidable, he has been directly appointed as class leader. Su Yu, I advise you to relinquish the position, or these next 3 months may become quite arduous for you. A group of students regarded Su Yu with mockery. Zhang Qingyan not only refrained from intervening, but also fanned the flames, suggesting that those wishing to challenge the rotation could apply for an early challenge, requiring a payment of 10,000 Xia coins. Victory would grant the privileges of class leader, while failure would see the fee transferred to the current leader. Naturally, if the leader chooses not to accept, they may pay 10,000 Xia coins to refuse the challenge. With that, he calmly closed his eyes, displaying the payment code on his chest. I wish to challenge Su Yu. The next moment, the 8 called out in unison, their voices resounding thunderously. Ding! The martial arts treasure successfully received a payment of 10,000 coins. At that moment, a notification of successful payment echoed from Zhang Qingyan's device. The crowd was taken aback, chiding themselves for their slow reaction. The payment code was already displayed. What was the point of mere words? Among them, a tall figure with a bushy beard grinned lewdly. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. Song Qingshu was elated, akin to winning a lottery, though he was only at the 5th stage of body refinement. Handling Su Yu, who was at most at the 4th stage, would be a cinch. Humph, once I become class leader, I will simply pay to refuse the challenge. At worst, I will use the gravity chamber a few more times, and I will recoup everything. The next moment, Zhang Qingyan opened his eyes and coldly regarded Su Yu, stating, Song Qingshu has applied for an early challenge for the class leader position. Su Yu, do you accept the challenge? As a person with a military background, he could not condone Su Yu's underhanded methods, yet his 15 years of professional experience had dulled his edges. Even if he found it distasteful, he would not voice it. Option 1. Pay 10,000 to refuse the challenge. Completion reward, 10 ordinary vitality nebulizers. Option 2. Accept the challenge and successfully defeat the challenger. Completion reward, 5 premium vitality nebulizers. Under the intense scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Su Yu nodded without hesitation. Although he did not understand why he had been chosen as class leader, he quickly accepted this unexpected fortune that had fallen from the sky. He could not afford the cultivation fees. The class leader position was a must. Accept? Why not? Someone is offering me money. Should I not be pleased? Chapter 8. An unimagined path. Can the lion's roar be used this way? Arrogance. Song Qingshu was infuriated by Su Yu's words, questioning what he meant by offering money. Did he look down on him so? Was it merely because of Su Yu's recently activated innate abilities? Humph, who among those in the elite class lacks some martial talent? My sword is certainly not without merit. Soon, Su Yu and Song Qingshu were arranged by Zhang Qingyan to enter the combat arena one after the other. The arena was vast, covering several hundred square meters, resembling a small playground. Numerous standard weapons were displayed at the corners of the arena, available for students to choose freely. To ensure fairness, all weapons were crafted from common iron and possessed no special abilities. Before long, Song Qingshu selected a long staff as his weapon. Zhang Qingyan nodded slightly. For lower-tier martial artists, The principle of the longer the weapon, the greater the strength holds true. In stark contrast, everyone was taken aback when Su Yu chose a longsword. Li Tsongyu furrowed his brows immediately. As a scion of a renowned Kendo lineage, he discerned not the slightest trace of swordsmanship in Su Yu. This signified that it was highly plausible this individual wielded a sword for the very first time. Why did you choose the sword? Li Tsongyu could not help but inquire, pondering whether this fellow was unaware that the sword is one of the most formidable weapons. Without the rigorous honing of sword techniques, wielding such an instrument would be less effective than a mere iron rod. To brandish a sword without the mastery of swordsmanship is to commit an affront to the blade. Did Su Yu possess any swordplay skills? Zhang Qinyan shared this skepticism. Having researched Su Yu's martial achievements, he was aware that Su Yu had previously practiced only some rudimentary boxing techniques. Thus, he surmised that Su Yu ought to have opted for a weapon such as the Tang Dao, which allows for a more straightforward approach, even without proficiency in blade techniques. One could at least manage a few moves. For someone like Su Yu, who lacks sword techniques, that sword was merely an ornamental toy. Enough shouting. The combat arena has soundproofing, and they cannot hear the outside world. Zhang Qinyan shook his head, activated the combat arena, and strode to the center. Although the arena was equipped with medical provisions, his cooperation was necessary. As a referee, he would only intervene once one party was utterly defeated. The rules of engagement were simple. There were no rules. One must employ any means necessary to vanquish their opponent. With Zhang Qinyan announcing the commencement of the challenge, the anticipation of the onlookers heightened as they leaned over the edge of the arena to observe intently. Although they could not hear any sounds, they could at least ascertain the outcome promptly. Su Yu, do not lose. Save your defeat for when I challenge you. Alas, if I had known, I would have transferred funds sooner. While the crowd whispered among themselves, Song Qingshu had already made his move. His right hand suddenly radiated a luminous glow as he activated his martial spirit, brandishing a 2-meter-long iron rod and charging at Su Yu with a sweeping strike. Empowered by the characteristics of the second realm of martial arts, the strike unleashed a thunderous sound as it hurtled towards Su Yu's legs. Should it connect, even a body tempered to the 9th stage would be rendered ineffective, and his leg bones would surely shatter. Naturally, Su Yu opted not to withstand the blow. He swiftly retreated while evading Song Qingshu's assault and pulled out his phone. What does this fellow intend to do? Is he going to smash his phone on Song Qingshu? Not only the 7 spectators, but even Zhang Qinyan found himself at a loss. Upon witnessing Su Yu's actions, an ominous premonition inexplicably arose within Song Qingshu. He dared not hesitate and swung the iron rod at Su Yu with renewed ferocity. As the distance between them diminished, Su Yu quickly typed a few words into the search bar. A splendid afternoon spent with my classmate's mother. He then donned his Bluetooth headset and began to recite in harmony with the voice emanating from his ear. It was a splendid afternoon. I spent an unforgettable day with Aunt Mei Jiao, my classmate's mother. Su Yu's voice, though softly spoken, reverberated throughout the arena, enveloping Song Qingshu and Zhang Qinyan in a 3-dimensional auditory experience. Moreover, with each word he uttered, the surrounding air seemed to escalate in temperature by several degrees. This rendered Song Qingshu momentarily flushed, frozen in place. Despicable. Song Qingshu tossed aside his weapon, attempting to cover his ears, but this was utterly futile. The lion's roar, a technique of mental force, could not be resisted by mere ear covering. Can anyone explain what is happening? Why has Song Qingshu ceased his pursuit? The 7 onlookers were bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend why Song Qingshu had suddenly stopped, his face flushed as though he had sustained an internal injury. Could it be some form of mental combat technique? How could it exert such power to control him for so long? Goodness, is this even possible? This lad is truly a genius. I have lived for so long and never thought of using the lion's roar in such a manner. Zhang Qinyan, acting as the referee, was equally astonished. He had never witnessed anyone employing the lion's roar to recite prose. Each of Su Yu's words was articulated in the style of the lion's roar, forcibly implanting those blush-inducing phrases into Song Qingshu's mind. Furthermore, due to the influence of mental force, Song Qingshu's brain was stimulated, deeply comprehending the implications of those words. For an 18-year-old, brimming with youthful vigor and sporting a face full of stubble, this was an utterly irresistible means of control. Stop reading. Please, stop. As Su Yu approached closer, terror flickered across Song Qingshu's face. He was desperately trying to suppress the second brother, otherwise, he feared he would be humiliated in front of everyone. Yet, Su Yu clearly had no intention of granting him such ease. With a graceful flourish, Su Yu thrust his sword forward, reaching Song Qingshu in the blink of an eye. I concede. In the critical moment, Song Qingshu slammed his palm against his thigh, a crystalline tear cascading down the corner of his eye. He shivered involuntarily. Suyu, just you wait. Next time, I will finish my preparation before challenging you. Huh. Your right hand's martial spirit cannot be activated in this manner, can it? Suyu casually remarked, causing Song Qingshu to stagger, nearly losing his balance. Regardless, I refuse to accept this. Just you wait. After uttering this fierce declaration, Song Qingshu turned and exited, ignoring the inquiries of the others, not uttering a single word. Hey, why are his pants a bit damp? Lu Yinyan queried, puzzled. Cough, cough, do not mind him. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge Suyu? Zhang Qingyan's face flushed crimson as he hastily shifted the topic, rescuing Song Qingshu from further embarrassment, fearing the young man might carry this psychological trauma for a lifetime. Suyu's tactics were simply remarkable. He shook his head slightly, offering a wry smile, and then cast an appreciative glance at Suyu. After all, he had stated from the outset that in the martial arts arena, victory was paramount. The means employed were irrelevant, and only the victor deserved respect. The ability to adeptly harness his skills within a single day indicated that Suyu was no ordinary individual. It appeared that during the upcoming Southwest Province University competition in a month, Qingqing No. 1 High School might indeed have a fighting chance. Let me handle it. I've already transferred the funds, Lu Yinyan declared, waving her phone. Upon sensing a shift in the battle's tide, she had proactively completed the transfer. So soon? The others cast envious glances at her. Although they were unaware of how Song Qingshu had been defeated, facing Lu Yinyan, who had reached the 7th stage of body tempering and had mastered blade techniques, it seemed that no matter how cunning Suyu's methods might be, they would ultimately prove futile. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome myriad techniques. Even if he had mastered a technique of mental force, Lu Yinyan could utilize her blade intent to counter it. So long as she successfully blocked the initial strike, she would undoubtedly be able to eliminate Suyu in an instant. Very well, Zhang Qingyan nodded, exhaling deeply as he turned to Suyu. Suyu, do you accept Lu Yinyan's challenge? After a moment's contemplation, he added, you may take your time to consider, as you have already participated in one match today. There's no obligation to accept the challenge. Option 1. Refuse Lu Yinyan's challenge. Completion reward, 10 ordinary Qi blood pills. Option 2. Accept the challenge and successfully defeat Lu Yinyan. Completion reward, 7 premium Qi blood pills. Without hesitation, Suyu glanced at the 5 premium Qi blood pills in his system space and the soon-to-be-acquired 7, decisively choosing to accept the challenge. Are you ready? Zhang Qingyan inquired, directing his gaze at Suyu. After all, he had just fought a match. If he needed a moment to recuperate, that would be understandable. Yes, we may begin, Teacher Zhang. Suyu nodded slightly, making no intention to change the weapon in his hand. He currently harbors no intention of engaging in close combat with this group of talented youths. After all, he has yet to cultivate any combat techniques and lags significantly in martial arts mastery. How could he possibly compete in a genuine confrontation? As Suyu cast a disdainful glance at those who regarded him as easy prey, he thought grimly to himself, Humph, you may boast for a few more days. But once I elevate my martial arts realm and learn a combat technique, you will face dire consequences. All right, let the battle commence. With a decisive motion, Zhang Qingyan signaled the start. Kill. Armed with a finely crafted Tang Dao, Lu Yinyan was the first to charge at Suyu. Her right eye transformed into a fierce crimson, radiating overwhelming murderous intent. The intensity of this aura even caused Li Tsongyu, standing outside the arena, to furrow his brow, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The Rakshasa Eye. At the edge of the stage, Zhang Qingyan's expression shifted, his previously relaxed demeanor now taut with tension. The Rakshasa Eye, akin to Tianxiao in martial arts spirituality, ranks just below the royal physique. Once activated, the murderous intent intensifies, and a warrior possessing the Rakshasa Eye sees their combat prowess continually augmenting during battle. However, the downside is that after a certain threshold, the overwhelming intent can lead to a loss of one's true self. Thus, Zhang Qingyan had to remain ever vigilant to provide assistance. Otherwise, if Suyu were to falter, Lu Yinyan would not rest until she had reduced him to mere fragments. This red-eye curse. Suyu, however, was not swayed by the murderous aura. The celestial aperture on his forehead flickered, effortlessly repelling the malevolent energy. You think you can control me with that murderous intent? Huh. With a cold chuckle, Suyu retrieved his phone once more. Noticing his action, Lu Yinyan's countenance changed, and she halted her forward momentum, beginning to dart side to side in an attempt to evade the impending assault. After witnessing Suyu's battle against Song Qingshu, Lu Yinyan deduced that Suyu possessed a mental technique requiring a phone to unleash, and its potency was formidable enough to maintain control over Song Qingshu for nearly 20 seconds. Thus, upon observing Suyu's familiar gesture of pulling out his phone, she instinctively began to evade, unwilling to repeat her previous folly. Not charging in. All the better. Seeing Lu Yinyan's movements. Suyu smirked and began typing into the search bar. The story after the rain. The campus heartthrob with 8-pack abs comes to stay at my house. In the next instant, his voice, imbued with an enchanting allure, echoed forth. In the downpour, he slowly approached me, broad shoulders exuding strength, and a body sculpted with chiseled 8-pack abs. The warmth of his breath enveloped my neck, igniting a sensation I could not resist. The fervent words intertwined with mental energy pierced through the murderous aura surrounding Lu Yinyan, forcefully embedding themselves into her mind. What on earth are you saying? How embarrassing. Lu Yinyan's face flushed instantly, steam practically rising from her head. She could not help but clamp her legs together. Suyu's voice was irresistibly captivating, conjuring vivid imagery in her mind. Her face reddened further. So that was the mental technique that struck Song Qingshu. Suyu, you shameless scoundrel. She scolded, yet found her legs trembling uncontrollably. Ugh, she whimpered, on the verge of madness. Who fights like this? Having grown up immersed in the classics of ancient martial arts, she had never encountered such a scenario. Those lewd words were utterly unbearable. I concede the challenge. As Suyu approached her, Lu Yinyan finally could not withstand the pressure and turned to Zhang Qingyan, choosing to forfeit. Ahem, all right, Suyu, please stop. Zhang Qingyan coughed lightly before speaking. Suyu pouted, stowing his phone away, and met Lu Yinyan's watery gaze with an innocent shrug. What can I do, young lady? This is my most formidable tactic. You can't expect me to refrain from using it, can you? With that, the match concluded with Suyu's victory. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Zhang Qingyan opened the arena, announcing the outcome. What? Even Lu Yinyan fell for it? Impossible. Could the Rakshasa I not resist? What level of mental technique is that? Terrifying. I see Song Qingshu and Lu Yinyan both flushed. It must be a technique imbued with fiery power. Beneath the stage, whispers filled the air, and the crowd regarded Suyu with trepidation. Furthermore, upon exiting the arena, both Song Qingshu and Lu Yinyan rushed to the restroom. Had they been reduced to tears? Did this mental technique possess the power to shatter one's resolve? With this thought, fear crept into the gazes directed at Suyu. A mere defeat is trivial, but shattering one's martial heart would be an irreplaceable loss. In no time, no one dared to challenge Suyu again. Zhang Qingyan scanned the surroundings, waiting for a few minutes before declaring, well, since no one wishes to challenge, I hereby announce this week's champion. I shall challenge you, teacher. At that moment, Li Tsongyu emerged from the restroom, his face contorted with rage, raising his hand unsteadily. He coldly sneered at Suyu. Suyu, I have seen through your tricks. That little ploy of yours is useless against me now. He had just returned from the restroom after finding Song Qingshu and spending 1,000 yuan to acquire intelligence. He had even accomplished something significant in the restroom stall. After that, Suyu's tactics would no longer affect him. You didn't. Suyu's mouth fell agape as he stared at Li Tsongyu, astonished. Who would have thought this fellow could be so ruthless? Shut up. Li Tsongyu interrupted hastily, but his expression suddenly shifted to force a friendly smile. Don't say a word. Okay. After a moment of silence, Suyu nodded, also displaying a congenial smile as he turned to Zhang Qingyan. Teacher, I won't fight anymore. All right. You've already fought twice, so you are exempt from challenges for the next 2 days. Zhang Qingyan's gaze flitted between Li Tsongyu and Suyu, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress laughter. Suyu, you are cursed. Upon hearing their exchange, Li Tsongyu felt as though the sky had collapsed. Not fighting anymore. I have been celibate for 3 years, just to have this match with you, even breaking my vow multiple times for good measure. My vitality has dropped by 6 points, and you say you won't fight anymore? What gives? Don't you know how to address the class leader? How rude. Suyu shot Li Tsongyu a glare. Hearing this, Li Tsongyu nearly spat blood in rage. Are you even a man? If you're not a coward, then fight me. Humph. Whether I am a coward is debatable, but your cowardice is certain. If you keep talking nonsense, I will reveal what you just did. With that, Suyu turned to stride toward the gravity chamber, completely ignoring the enraged Li Tsongyu behind him. He intended to utilize the gravity chamber to absorb the 12 superb vitality elixirs he had just acquired, unbothered by the antics of this clown. Curse it. Had I known, I wouldn't have done that. Li Tsongyu was seething with rage, but he dared not utter another harsh word to Suyu, for the latter could genuinely expose his recent actions. Suyu, wait for me. Chapter 10. Body Tempering. Let me temper my body fiercely, Teacher Zhang. I wish to use the gravity chamber. Suyu approached Zhang Qingyan politely. All right. How many times the gravity do you wish to set? Generally, it is safest to use double gravity for the first entry into the gravity chamber, while 5 times is the maximum for body tempering. Zhang Qingyan had completely discarded his prejudices regarding Suyu's advantages and inquired with genuine enthusiasm. just as Suyu was about to respond. 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Inform the other party that this is my first time using it, so double gravity will suffice. Completion reward. A slight increase in shoulder tempering progress. Option 2. Utilize triple gravity for training. Completion reward. Substantial progress in shoulder tempering. Option 3. Inform the other party that I wish to train under quintuple gravity. Completion reward. Acquire the title. Does the little brother not feel pressure? Where effect, the greater the pressure, the faster the training speed. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Quintuple gravity. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? That level was the limit for someone at the 9th stage of body tempering. Wouldn't choosing this lead to being crushed? The first time I would be flattened like this? Yet, despite the apprehension, Suyu found himself uttering his desire for quintuple gravity. What? Zhang Qingyan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh, teacher. You're currently at the 5th stage of body tempering. Your limit is merely 2.5 times that. Fine, then let it be 25 times. Suyu did not refute but smiled and nodded in acceptance. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed a title appearing above his head. He chuckled softly. He merely had to inform the other party and was not truly going to endure quintuple gravity. Am I foolish? To earn an exquisite title with just a phrase? Only a fool would not choose it. With a smirk, Suyu strode into the gravity chamber. Following Zhang Qingyan's guidance, he placed 2 portions of exquisite qi and blood powder into the specially designed groove. The gravity chamber's door slowly closed. Buzz. With a violent tremor. The qi and blood powder in the groove was instantly vaporized, transforming into a dense red mist that filled the entire gravity chamber. In the next moment, Suyu felt as if he had been suddenly run over by a dump truck, uncontrollably half kneeling on the ground. A sharp intake of breath echoed as Suyu was drenched in sweat. The sensation was akin to every cell in his body being weighed down by dumbbells, rendering him immensely heavy. Although 25 times gravity did not sound excessive, only after experiencing it did one grasp its true implications. Determined not to waste time, Suyu struggled to stand upright. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking resonated incessantly. With each step, the friction between his joints elicited a wince. Reaching the edge of the gravity chamber, Suyu shifted to support himself with his hands, exerting slight force beneath his feet to push up into an inverted position. Gradually, his feet detached from the wall. The moment he formed the stance, his shoulders ignited with a burning ache. Suyu inhaled deeply, commencing the circulation of qi and blood to temper his shoulders. Instantly, his shoulders swelled, resembling 2 basketballs. Under the effect of the title, Suyu's already rapid training speed accelerated further. Such dense qi and blood. Had he directly thrown in 10 portions of qi and blood powder? Where did this kid obtain such funds? Zhang Qingyan crossed his arms, suspicion etched on his face, but suddenly seemed to recall something, sighing with apparent regret. It must have been given to him by old Zhou, but this kid is wasting it a bit too much, isn't he? Absorbing 10 portions of qi and blood. Could he even transport that much? Though he felt some regret, Zhang Qingyan did not intervene. After all, with Suyu's celestial acupoints, utilizing mental energy to transport qi and blood was indeed a dimensional strike. However, while moving it was one thing, accurately positioning it was another. Teacher, I also wish to use the gravity chamber. At this moment, Lu Yanyan and a few others approached, eager to utilize the chamber for training. All right, how many times do you wish to set? Zhang Qingyan replied nonchalantly. 35 times, Lu Yanyan responded after some consideration. Twice, Song Qingshu stated, his complexion pale. I want 4 times. Li Tsonyu ground his teeth, casting a glare towards the gravity chamber where Suyu was located. Very well. Zhang Qingyan raised the QR code, and after each paid, he activated the gravity chambers for them. However, just as they were about to enter, the door of the gravity chamber where Suyu was located suddenly opened with a hiss, accompanied by a rush of steam. Huh, why is it opening? Zhang Qingyan was puzzled. It had barely been 5 minutes. Could the gravity chamber be malfunctioning? Teacher, I'm going to take a shower and return. No need to close the door. Suyu emerged from the gravity chamber, his upper body bare, calling out as he stretched, cracking his joints. This kid. Zhang Qingyan looked at Suyu, astonishment evident in his gaze. Did this boy just smoothly break through? Humph, even if he has broken through. It's only to the 6th stage, just posturing. Li Tsonyu scoffed, though his fists clenched tighter as he was the first to step into the gravity chamber. Lu Yanyan, Song Qingshu, and the others felt varying degrees of crisis. Initially believing he was at the 3rd stage, they were shocked to discover he was at the 5th stage. And now he had broken through to the 6th. Lu Yanyan, at the 7th stage, felt relatively unfazed, but Song Qingshu and the other 6th stage students felt immense pressure. Having already been wary of Suyu's mysterious mental prowess, The fact that he was now catching up in martial realms left them feeling quite unsettled. Consequently, they all steeled themselves and began their arduous training. Not long after Suyu left, Zhang Qingyin's communicator rang. Picking it up, he expressed mild surprise. Principal? I'm in class. What do you need? On the other end, Principal Xia's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Old Zhang, how did Suyu perform today? Suyu? Zhang Qingyin chuckled softly. Principal, I admire your insight. This child is quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Principal Xia's pupils constricted. The implication of those words suggested that Suyu had managed to handle those three troublemakers: Li Tsongyu, Lu Yanyan, and Song Qingshu. These three were second-generation martial artists, raised with silver spoons that stimulated their martial spirits. To think that this impoverished boy, Suyu, could manage to pacify them all. Principal Xia's breath quickened as he glanced at Zhou He, exclaiming in admiration, I never expected that after 20 years, you, the jade-faced tiger Zhou He, still possessed such keen insight. Let us not dwell on the past, Zhou He replied, shaking his head slightly before snatching the phone from Principal Xia's hand. In a week, Tianwu Mo Jinshin will come to Qingcheng to hunt down the fleeing members of the Shanghai Society. He will take the time to guide the 9 elite class students in breaking through the martial barrier. Make sure to arrange it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyin swallowed hard, understanding the implications. After ending the call, he could not conceal the turbulence within and looked at Suyu with a more complex expression. How could those from Tianwu possibly waste time on a bunch of youngsters without reason? The guidance for the elite class was merely a pretense. The true purpose was to assist Suyu in breaking through the martial barrier. Zhang Qingyin was astonished that Zhou He had humbled himself to utilize his former connections within Tianwu for Suyu. Did he truly believe that within a week, Suyu could reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body tempering? Zhang Qingyin's brow furrowed deeply. Even if Suyu had the celestial acupoints to aid in transporting qi and blood, this speed seemed utterly ludicrous. Even at Dachau Military Academy, a typical student would take 3 months to progress from the 5th to the 9th stage. Breaking through to martial artist status would take at least 6 months. To progress from the initial 3rd stage to the 9th stage within a week was utterly implausible. Teacher Zhang, I'm ready. Please activate the gravity chamber again for me. This time, I wish to train under 4 times gravity. Suyu approached Zhang Qingyin, his eyes brimming with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue. At this point, he had taken a shower and eaten a hearty meal, elevating his state to its peak. Upon re-entering the gravity chamber, his goal was the 7th stage of body tempering. The thought of breaking through and being just 2 steps away from becoming a martial artist filled Suyu with exhilaration. 4 times gravity? Would that be feasible? Upon meeting those star-like, radiant eyes, Zhang Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, but then vigorously nodded. Although he intended to advise Suyu to take a more cautious approach, the words caught in his throat as he silently stepped forward to prepare the gravity chamber. Once Suyu entered, he activated the chamber. Gazing at the figure within the gravity chamber, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Ah, such a glorious age. He fervently wished for Suyu's success. The youth must swim against the current, shattering all impossibilities. Zhang Qingyin's heart raced, and the long-dormant fervor within him seemed to reignite at that very moment. Chapter 11. The 7th stage of body tempering. Please, do not overexert yourself. We are terrified. With a resounding boom, under 4 times the normal gravity, Suyu was forced to the ground, his muscles instantly bulging, his skin turning as red as a lobster. This hue signified ruptured capillaries, blood forming a thin, alarming film on his surface. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists, his bones cracking audibly. In the next instant, a thick, impenetrable red mist seeped from the seams of the gravity chamber walls. This time, Suyu poured his resources into the endeavor, utilizing 5 portions of superior qi and blood elixir. Upon entering the 3rd stage of body tempering, the focus shifted to refining the muscles of the torso. The muscle density in the chest, back, and abdomen far exceeded that of the limbs. Notably, the muscle mass in the back was 5 times that of the arms. Thus, Suyu deemed 5 portions of the superior qi and blood elixir essential to advance into the 7th stage of body tempering. As the red mist enveloped the gravity chamber, Suyu's expression shifted slightly. He chose not to rise but maintained his bent position, extending both his hip and knee joints. Once his toes grazed the ground, he inhaled deeply, positioning himself akin to a plank. The moment he stabilized, his core felt as though it were being seared by flames, an unbearable ache coursing through him. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, yet his expression remained stoic, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. He resembled a finely tuned instrument, channeling qi and blood to refine his abdomen. The waist and abdomen, referred to as the core of the human body, serve a crucial role in connecting the upper and lower body. To deliver powerful punches, one must harness the lower body's strength through the core. Therefore, Suyu placed great emphasis on refining this area, as he launched his assault on the 7th stage of body tempering. The others who had previously entered the gravity chamber concluded their training and emerged. I am utterly exhausted. The effects of the gravity chamber are remarkable, but it is torturous. I feel I need at least 3 days to recover before attempting another session, lamented a youth at the 5th stage of body tempering, utterly drained. Pathetic, scoffed Lee Seongyu, his eyes gleaming with vigor, his expensive athletic attire drenched in sweat. After expending 10 portions of qi and blood elixir and training for half an hour in the gravity chamber, he had made significant progress towards the 8th stage, and he anticipated breaking into the 9th stage in just a few days. With this thought, he provocatively glanced at Liu Yinyan. Your progress is too slow. In a few days, even if you master the Luosha Tong perfectly, you will still be no match for me. Liu Yinyan raised an eyebrow, her voice icy. Do you think you are the only one making progress? Tomorrow, I shall attempt to break through to the 7th stage, and then we can spar in the arena. Upon hearing this, the others winced in discomfort. Could you two refrain from being so competitive? It's one thing to awaken your martial spirit. But do you have to train so relentlessly? Is there no respite for us? Tomorrow, you will reach the 8th stage? Liu Yinyan's assertion made Li Songyu's lips twitch. Her rapid advancement was alarming. If she truly broke through, the gap in their qi and blood would be bridged. Yet, with her mastery of martial techniques coupled with the Luosha Tong's enhancement, she would undoubtedly dominate him in actual combat. We'll see about tomorrow when it comes. Li Songyu's face darkened as he shook his head, turning to depart, intending to refine his sword skills in the combat training room. Just as he took 2 steps, his body froze, abruptly turning his head, his pupils dilating. The door to the first gravity chamber slowly creaked open. Then, a tremendous surge of qi and blood erupted from the chamber like a volcanic explosion, shaking the very air. Enveloped in a pink mist, Suyu gradually emerged from the gravity chamber. His skin glowed crimson, his muscles taut like steel cables, each step he took eliciting a powerful visual impact. At that moment, he exuded a transformed essence, a stark contrast to his previous frail appearance. So striking, Liu Yinyan blushed, her gaze drawn to the bare-chested Suyu. Memories of his earlier bold declarations in the arena flooding her mind. What is so handsome about him? He is merely a shameless rogue, squandering his good looks. She quickly averted her gaze, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. What is happening with him? Li Songyu's eyes widened, fixated on Suyu. He sensed the change. That aura seemed to subtly suppress him. What is going on? How could his qi and blood have suddenly surged so dramatically? Did he break through again? 2 stages in a single day? By the heavens! What sort of monster is this? Not only Li Songyu, but everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Suyu. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in a single day was utterly unfathomable. You all should take note. Initially, they had mocked Li Songyu and Liu Yinyan for their competitiveness, only to realize that Suyu was the true heavyweight in this race. Song Qingshu felt despair wash over him. Suyu, who had previously been 1 stage below him, had now surpassed him in mere hours. This grudge would be difficult to repay. Teacher, I will refrain from using the gravity chamber for now. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Suyu exhaled slowly after a moment of adjustment, his skin gradually returning to normal. I thought you would soar to the 9th stage in a single day, Zhang Qingyan remarked with a smile, brimming with admiration. This young man's growth rate was astonishing. Presently, Suyu, without reliance on spiritual combat techniques, could likely defeat Song Qingshu head-on. I wish I could, but my body is struggling to keep up, Suyu replied, shaking his head with evident regret. He still had 5 portions of the superior qi and blood elixir left, more than sufficient to complete the refinement of his chest muscles. However, after consecutive breakthroughs, his internal organs and bones had sustained minor injuries, and the cancer cells within him had begun to stir. Forcing his way into the 8th stage could lead to unpredictable consequences, making it a risk not worth taking. Thus, Suyu resolved to pause his progress in body tempering, opting instead to train in a combat technique while allowing his body to recuperate. As he strode away, the 8 members of the elite class exchanged glances. Damn it! They simultaneously turned and re-entered the gravity chamber for further training. There was no choice. If they did not keep pace, they risked being left far behind by Suyu. Was this the so-called genius effect spoken of by old Zhou? The rise of a genius could elevate their peers to heights they had never imagined. Zhang Qingyan watched the scene with a smile, feeling rejuvenated. After a moment's reflection, he opened another gravity chamber and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in the elite class cafeteria, Suyu embarked on a fervent feast before him. As the class leader, he enjoyed complimentary meals at the back mountain base. As time passed, the cancer cells within him grew stronger, consuming more qi and blood. Relying solely on the elixirs would surely lead him to poverty. Therefore, Su Yu wisely opted to conserve his elixirs, replenishing his qi with these less potent foods. After all, he could utilize internal vision in conjunction with his spiritual energy to swiftly digest and absorb the nourishment. He spent a full 2 hours devouring his meal, leaving the kitchen staff drenched in sweat. Fortunately, just before they collapsed from exhaustion, Su Yu finally ceased his eating. Burp. He released a satisfied belch and strode out of the cafeteria. It was now late at night, the moon shining brightly amidst the sparse stars. At this moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 12. Be a person? Martial arts choices. Option 1. Eat to your heart's content and then return home to sleep. Completion reward. Earn the title of lazy glutton, with effects 20 increase in appetite and 20 improvement in sleep quality. Option 2. Randomly find a spot at the back mountain base to practice visualization techniques. Completion reward. A slight increase in back muscle training progress. Option 3. Practice visualization techniques beneath Li Songyu's residence while conveniently taking advantage of his gathering formation. Completion reward. 5 portions of premium qi and blood powder. Returning home was certainly not an option. After all, being alone, what difference did it make where he spent the night? Spending a night outside could yield benefits. So why not? After pondering over the 3 options, Su Yu changed direction and walked towards Li Songyu's residence. This fellow was a second-generation martial artist. Learning that Li Songyu was to participate in elite class training, his father had directly paid a hefty sum to rent a high-level training room at the back mountain base for a month. Such high-level training rooms were generally reserved for martial artists, as those in the body refinement stage could not absorb spiritual energy. However, others had ample funds. The wealthy even breathed different air. Second-generation individuals were indeed extraordinary. Their accommodations could rival a martial arts hotel, charging 10,000 per night. So you took a deep breath, inhaling the spiritual energy flooding the room, feeling a tickle in his lungs. He casually found a corner to sit down, adopting the 5 hearts toward heaven posture, initiating internal vision and contemplating himself. Gradually, Su Yu's mind sank into the yellow springs, his mental energy beginning to be constantly shaken and purified. As an S-rank visualization technique, the Huangquan Washsin Sutra not only enhanced mental energy, but also eliminated impurities during visualization. Buzzing. At this moment, those impurities were expelled from Su Yu's body, coalescing into wisps of black smoke above his head before slowly merging into the wall. Meanwhile, Li Songyu had finally concluded a day's training, dragging his weary body back to his residence. Damn Su Yu, this guy is simply disgusting. How could anyone possibly advance 2 levels in a single day? And what about Lu Yinyan? Why could she awaken the Rakshasa while I awakened the inferior sword bone? Li Songyu flung his sword onto the bed, eagerly lying down and closing his eyes to prepare for sleep. Previously, he would bath and burn incense before practicing visualization techniques, but today, he was too disheartened to do anything. However, not long after entering the realm of dreams, he began to suffer from nightmares. In his dream, he found himself in the legendary underworld, confronted by an immensely vast yellow springs. Countless grotesque and fearsome monsters charged toward him, and the most terrifying part was that they all bore Su Yu's face. Don't come any closer. Bang, bang, bang. Li Songyu struggled desperately on the bed, seemingly attempting to awaken from the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was unsuccessful, spending the entire night engulfed in terror. At dawn, Li Songyu jolted awake, drenched in sweat. This sleep not only failed to restore his energy, but left him feeling even more fatigued. Not only does reality torment me, but even in dreams, you linger like a specter. Hearing movement from upstairs, Su Yu gradually exited his visualization state. Was the morning grumpiness so intense? Shaking his head, he slowly rose. Name: Su Yu Qi and blood value: 150 calories, peak 220 calories, martial arts realm, 7th stage of body refinement mental energy, 126 Hz cultivation method, national primary and secondary school body, refinement method combat skills, none mental combat skills, lion's roar, entry 60, visualization technique, Huangquan Wash Sin Sutra physique, holy demon body, out of control, after a night. He consumed 70 calories of qi and blood. Su Yu glanced at his panel, slightly frowning. The evolution speed of the cancer cells within him seemed to have accelerated. However, after a day of training, his martial arts realm had successfully advanced 2 stages, and his mental energy had increased by 0.11 Hz. His speed was also commendable. After breakfast, Zhang Qingyan gathered the 9 members of the elite class. Lu Yinyan, 7th stage of body refinement, with a small mastery of sword techniques, mental energy of 0.008 Hz, and martial arts talent, Rakshasa I. After speaking, Zhang Qingyan nodded slightly, acknowledging, your data is quite impressive, Both your martial arts realm and practical abilities are exceptional. Thank you for the praise, teacher. Lu Yinyan replied modestly with a slight nod. At this moment, however, Zhang Qinyan shook his head. Yet, your shortcomings are equally evident. Your inherently gentle nature prevents you from unleashing the dominance of your sword techniques and the lethality of the Rakshasa eye. What? She's gentle? Hearing this, Li Tsongyu was incredulous. This woman was anything but gentle when she argued with me yesterday. She was merely putting on an act. Zhang Qinyan maintained a calm demeanor, shaking his head slightly as he approached Lu Yinyan, presenting his analysis and suggestions for her future development. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yinyan accepted the documents with a complex expression. Pondering her thoughts, I will only formulate a simple plan based on your current circumstances. This is my duty. Whether you choose to heed it is entirely up to you. Zhang Qinyan stated coolly, then turned to Li Tsongyu. Your issues are somewhat similar. They stem from your character, arrogance, and a sense of superiority. Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not cling to the scenery seen from your parents' shoulders. With that, he handed a neatly bound future plan to Li Tsongyu. Thank you, teacher. Li Tsongyu's expression fluctuated between blue and red, but he chose to accept the plan. Finally, Zhang Qinyan approached Su Yu with empty hands. Teacher, what about my future plan? Su Yu inquired curiously. Your future has already been planned by old Zhou. Saying this, Zhang Qinyan produced a cloth bag from within his robe, filled with numerous portions of qi and blood powder, along with some medicinal remedies for injuries. Here, these are what old Zhou instructed me to deliver to you. It seems there are even provisions from the principal, as he apparently lost a bet to your teacher. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and accepted the bag. Subsequently, Zhang Qinyan gazed into Su Yu's eyes, slowly articulating, your character is commendable. It complements the celestial aperture perfectly. Your martial arts progress is also steady. And you possess sharp intellect and combat acumen. However, I must caution you. While martial arts can allow for shortcuts at times, they cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Zhang Qinyan's expression grew serious as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a chest marred by numerous alarming scars. These scars were indicative of wounds that modern medicine could not heal, illustrating the severity of his injuries. Intelligence can certainly assist you in overcoming most challenges. Yet, when faced with predicaments that intellect and strength cannot resolve, only the will of martial arts can help you break free. Zhang Qinyan earnestly advised. And the will of martial arts must be tempered through blood and fire. What he handed to Su Yu was not a future plan, but a thick notebook filled with detailed insights on combat skills and understandings of battle. Thank you, teacher. I will remember this diligently. Su Yu nodded solemnly as he accepted the notebook. It seemed his previous 2 shortcuts had led teacher Zhang to misinterpret his avoidance of direct combat. It appeared he needed to quickly find an entry-level combat skill to demonstrate what it meant to be a battle fanatic. If any of you have questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask me, Zhang Qinyan stated gravely. He then announced the dismissal, allowing everyone to arrange their training as they saw fit. Lu Yinyan immediately turned toward the gravity room, while Li Tsongyu discreetly cast a glance at Su Yu, fearing this guy might turn into a malevolent spirit and attack him like last night. What are you looking at? Do I have money on my face? When Su Yu met with a fierce glare from Li Tsongyu, an inexplicable anxiety surged within him, soon replaced by a wave of indignation. Why should he be intimidated by this fellow? So what if his martial arts realm had rapidly ascended? He possessed no combat skills in a true confrontation. With just a few preemptive strikes, he would undoubtedly prove superior. Su Yu, just you wait. As soon as the time arrives tomorrow, I shall challenge you for the position of class leader. With that, he hurriedly retreated into the gravity chamber. Fool, Su Yu mused, perplexed, clutching a notebook as he made his way to the combat training room. The space within the training room was considerably larger than that of the gravity chamber, adorned with an array of weapons upon the walls. Su Yu chose not to select any weapon but instead approached a display screen, opting to review hand-to-hand combat techniques. Possessing the sacred demon body, he deemed it unnecessary to learn the intricacies of weapon usage. His own body was the finest weapon of all. Exercising his authority as class leader, he quickly accessed hundreds of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Snake-style grip, unranked D level, a technique for the body tempering stage. It can activate acupoints in the palm through a special method of channeling energy, unleashing formidable power. Rat Shadow Step, unranked C level, a technique for the body tempering stage. Inspired by the Shadow Rat, once mastered, one moves like the wind, evading with sharp agility. Boar Charge, unranked D level, a technique for the body tempering stage. Modeled after the earth-shaking boar, it utilizes tremendous momentum to send enemies flying. Feeling unimpressed, Su Yu furrowed his brow and sighed after reviewing the entirety of the hand-to-hand techniques. Such techniques were inherently scarce, as most martial artists preferred to master a weapon. After all, even when one becomes a martial artist. A single cut can still lead to grievous wounds. Thus, the rarity of purely hand-to-hand techniques was exacerbated, generally pursued only by martial artists of the third realm, who had thoroughly completed the body tempering process. The techniques available at the body tempering stage were too feeble. It would be more effective to wield a sword against an opponent. Just as Suyu contemplated whether to first train in a weapon-based technique, 3 options appeared before him. Chapter 13. The small accomplishment of the myriad forms combat art. I hear someone desires practical combat. Option 1. Choose to cultivate the boar charge. Completion reward, 5 premium blood chi pills. Option 2. First cultivate a sword technique and switch later. Completion reward, a slight increase in back muscle refinement progress. Option 3. I am the king of beasts. Integrate all combat techniques to create the most suitable technique for myself. Upon selection, gain combat technique seed. After feeding it a certain number of techniques, the seed will generate the most suitable technique for the host. Suyu's gaze swept over the 3 options, and he found himself captivated by the third one. A combat technique seed? One that could birth the most suitable technique for him. What was there to hesitate about? Select. Though there were no additional completion rewards, what more could one desire? With a hum, as Suyu made his decision, he suddenly shivered, feeling something being infused into his body. Activating his inner vision, he perceived a small, milky white orb resting within his dantian, 3 inches above his navel. Is this the combat technique seed? His expression shifted subtly. He could distinctly sense that this seemingly unremarkable orb contained immense energy. It would record all the techniques he had observed, and once the collection reached a sufficient quantity, the techniques nurtured within the seed would emerge. Furthermore, he would not need to painstakingly comprehend and cultivate them. They would directly attain a small level of proficiency. The proficiency of a technique is categorized as uninitiated, initiated, small accomplishment, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each increase in proficiency exponentially enhances the technique's effectiveness. However, even for techniques at the body tempering stage, achieving small accomplishment typically requires at least 3 months of dedication. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu began to open each technique in order from the first row. As he focused, the essential details and intricacies of each technique became vividly clear in his mind. After finishing one, he proceeded to the next. He was so engrossed that even when hunger struck, he hesitated to step away, reluctantly consuming blood chi pills to replenish his energy. Thus, these invaluable techniques were diligently transformed into nourishment for the combat technique seed. Fortunately, as class leader, he had the privilege of viewing all unranked techniques for free. This saved him at least 2 million daxia coins. What a worthwhile endeavor this class leader role has been, Suyu thought, beaming with delight. As he absorbed more techniques, the combat technique seed within his dantian solidified further. Finally, after completing an exhaustive review of all 360 hand-to-hand combat techniques, the combat technique seed had grown from the size of an egg to that of a basketball. Crack. It was unclear how much time had passed when the combat technique seed began to fissure, releasing an indescribable aura. Suyu braced himself, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. Boom. Ultimately, the combat technique seed exploded, transforming into a torrent that surged through Suyu's limbs and bones. In an instant, he felt as though he had experienced countless battles. His body felt invigorated, as if he could effortlessly unleash a myriad of techniques. Concurrently, a deluge of information flooded his mind. The fierce beast volume of the Myriad Forms Combat Art. This was an SSS-level combat technique named Myriad Forms Combat Art. A formidable technique synthesized from the strengths of 360 fierce beasts. Though still unranked, this technique possessed tremendous potential for growth, allowing Suyu to continue refining it after each breakthrough. At this moment, images of the 360 fierce beasts materialized in his mind. They roared ferociously, claws bared, each distinct and commanding. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, while the phoenix danced amidst the azure skies, a unique presence in the realm. Suyu's gaze sharpened as he stepped into the center of the combat training room, reciting the foundational principles of the Myriad Forms Combat Art. The fierce bird treads the cloud ladder, the black tiger howls in the spirit realm, the myriad forms flow, combat intense surges like a tide, piercing the heavens. The mantis palm rends the void, the serpent step dances in the abyss, the shark engulfs the tidal waves, the giant antelope leaps to the mountain peaks, with boundless mysteries. The colossal elephant shakes the mountains, the lion king howls skyward, the cheetah chases the moon's shadow, the hawk spreads its wings to soar, the myriad forms shine bright. As the last word fell, the phantom of the giant antelope flashed behind him, and Suyu's figure suddenly leapt forth. In a single bound, he covered 15 meters, landing steadily before the training dummy. As he approached, Su Yu's body expanded like a great ape striking the heavens, arms raised high as he brought them crashing down. Boom. The training dummy trembled, a massive dent forming in its head. Beep beep beep. Maximum leap height, 12 meters. Fastest sprint speed, 100 meters in 5 seconds. Punching power, 950 kilograms. The screen displayed the detailed statistics of Su Yu's strike, eliciting a joyful expression from him. Goodness, a single strike of 950 kilograms. One must understand that even the limit for a body-tempering 9th Dan practitioner hovers around 860 kilograms. Indeed, this SSS-level technique was remarkable. Although its power did not yet surpass that of a martial artist, it had already exceeded the limits achievable by an ordinary 9th Dan practitioner in body tempering. Panting, Su Yu refrained from becoming complacent. Instead, he returned to the screen, continuously reviewing the footage. The hip extension during the giant antelope leap wasn't sufficient. The breathing rhythm during the wind leopard sprint was somewhat chaotic. It should strictly adhere to the prescribed breathing techniques. During the great ape's forceful strike, he was overly hasty, leading to a lack of coordination and significant power loss. Su Yu meticulously analyzed the footage, frequently consulting Zhang Qingyin's notes to absorb insights. Only after correcting all perceived errors did he resume practicing the myriad forms combat art, although he is currently at the beginner stage. This method, akin to enlightenment, merely serves to passively familiarize his body with each technique. For practical application in combat, relentless practice is imperative. Thus, Su Yu became engrossed in the cultivation of martial skills, losing himself in the endeavor. Soon, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Su Yu remained completely immersed in the training room, never stepping outside. Whenever hunger struck, he consumed qi blood powder, and when fatigue set in, he practiced visualization techniques while mentally simulating the myriad combat techniques. Meanwhile, outside, Li Tsongyu and the others were on the verge of madness from the torment. Damn it! Why hasn't he emerged yet? Is he dead in there? Li Tsungyu's mood was restless, fidgeting as he incessantly inquired with Zhang Qinyin about Su Yu's status. He was increasingly anxious, fearing that Su Yu had mastered an even more formidable mental combat technique. The original mental technique had already instilled a deep sense of apprehension in him. If Su Yu were to acquire another, it would be catastrophic. Su Yu, I tell you, even if you hide in there, it's futile. In these days, I have already grasped the fundamentals of the Qingyu sword technique. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, I shall break through with a single strike. Li Tsongyu shouted towards the training room where Su Yu was located. The others, witnessing this scene, had grown accustomed to it. Su Yu seemed to have become Li Tsongyu's inner demon. Every few hours, he would check if Su Yu had emerged. Li Tsongyu, if you're so restless, why not fight me? Ultimately, Lu Yinyin could no longer bear it and raised her weapon, pointing it at Li Tsongyu. Don't think I'm truly afraid of you. Come at me. Li Tsongyu snorted coldly. To preserve his strength against Su Yu, he had refrained from battling anyone over the past few days, maintaining his peak condition. But now, he could no longer hold back. However, just as the two were about to head to the combat arena, the sound of the metal door opening suddenly echoed behind them. I just heard someone wants to engage in combat. Chapter 14. Overwhelming Victory. Terrifying Combat Intelligence. As the door to the training room slowly opened, Su Yu's figure emerged into view. Li Tsongyu raised an eyebrow, a shadow crossing his face. Kid, have you finally decided to come out? As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze abruptly sharpened. Su Yu's qi blood had not changed since 3 days prior, yet the oppressive aura he exuded was even more formidable. It felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Li Tsongyu instinctively took a step back, his face paling, suddenly hesitant. What kind of martial techniques has Su Yu been practicing these 3 days to radiate such a terrifying presence? Su Yu, Li Tsongyu challenges you to a match as class leader. Do you accept? At that moment, Zhang Qinyin suddenly spoke up, asking loudly. Option 1. Decline the challenge and continue with physical refinement. Completion reward. 2 portions of top-grade qi blood powder. Option 2. Accept and defeat Li Tsongyu within 1 minute. Completion reward. Title, Fast Man. Effect. A 20 speed boost during the first minute of combat. Accept. Without hesitation, Su Yu agreed. Seeing Su Yu nod, Zhang Qinyin smiled and turned to Li Tsongyu, saying, Come on, weren't you eager to challenge Su Yu? For the past 3 days, Li Tsongyu had nearly driven him mad, asking 8 times a day if Su Yu had emerged, yet now, at the crucial moment, he wanted to back out? Not a chance. Well, given the circumstances, Li Tsongyu could only grit his teeth and nod. Moreover, he did not believe that Su Yu could truly break through his minor accomplishment in the Qingyu sword technique. Good luck. At that moment, the other 8, having set aside their previous disdain, cast looks of sympathy toward him. Although they were not martial artists, they could see the sharp aura radiating from Su Yu. This clearly indicated a burgeoning martial will. That relentless momentum was sufficient for Su Yu to easily overcome a minor adversary. In contrast, Li Tsongyu, having nearly succumbed to madness over the past few days, appeared haggard. With sunken eyes and pronounced cheekbones, looking utterly depleted. Given his current state, how could he possibly contend with Su Yu? Gentlemen, once you are ready, I will seal the arena. Zhang Qingyan reminded them, then stepped back to the edge of the arena, soaring into the air. Li Tsongyu selected a finely forged iron sword from the weapon rack, while Su Yu opted to fight unarmed. Huh, you're not using a weapon against me? Seeing this, Li Tsongyu displayed surprise. No need for one. Let us finish this quickly. I cannot afford to waste too much training time for a mere 10,000. Su Yu's expression remained calm as he boldly approached Li Tsongyu. Arrogant. Today, I shall make you understand the disparity between us. Li Tsongyu gritted his teeth, wielding the iron sword. As he shifted his stance, he moved like a swift fish, instantly closing the distance to Su Yu. Flowing blue waves. His speed was astonishing. And with a flick of his arm, the sword tip lightly tapped, resembling a fish gliding through water, swiftly aiming for Su Yu's throat. Yet, to Li Tsongyu's astonishment, even as the blade approached within 3 inches of Su Yu, he did not employ the strange move he had anticipated. Could it be that his attack's speed surpassed Su Yu's expectations? As his thoughts raced, the sword tip was now merely half a foot from Su Yu's neck. Kill. But just at that critical moment, a metallic clang echoed. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Su Yu's left palm extended, firmly pinching the sword tip, his fingers gripping it like steel pincers, refusing to relent. Li Tsongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-force strike had been single-handedly blocked by Su Yu. Moreover, did he just see Su Yu transform into a mantis? Mantis blade palm. You learned this in 3 days? A crow flying an airplane. Before Li Tsongyu could collect his thoughts, Su Yu's thunderous roar, imbued with mental force, rendered his mind blank. Oh no, I completely forgot about his mental combat technique. Li Tsongyu's heart raced with alarm, but at that moment, he was overwhelmed by the lion's roar and could only watch in horror. Su Yu leaped into the air, pausing at 15 meters for a second. The eagle descends. In midair, Su Yu unleashed another lion's roar, unleashing a fierce mental assault. Mantis blade palm, dark crow cloud, eagle and cheetah, 3 combat techniques mastered in 3 days? In Li Tsongyu's terrified gaze, Su Yu's right leg arched like a bow, and he descended like a cannonball. The sight was reminiscent of an eagle swooping down to hunt. Bang! Li Tsongyu was effortlessly sent flying by a kick. Immediately thereafter, a chilling crack echoed through the air. Devil! You are a devil! Li Tsongyu collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. His clothes were shredded, his body drenched in blood, a ghastly sight. With his chest caved in and several ribs broken, not only was his body severely injured, but his spirit was utterly shattered by Su Yu. If he could not overcome this inner demon, he might struggle to even become a martial artist. Hiss! Gasps echoed around, as everyone stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Holy hell! Catching a sword with one hand and kicking Li Tsongyu away with one leg. This guy is simply too extraordinary. It must be noted that merely 4 days ago, he was just a weakling at the 5th stage of body refinement. You are definitely not human. A human cannot progress at this rate. Li Tsongyu spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Su Yu. He had anticipated his defeat, but never imagined it would be so swift and thorough. You are no human. If you cannot stand, then kneel and accept your fate. With that swordplay of yours, it's barely even first tier. It would take effort to even clean an old lady's teeth. Su Yu stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene as if defeating Li Tsongyu was merely a trivial matter. With a sudden outburst, Li Tsongyu spat blood and fainted from the shock of Su Yu's words. Li Tsongyu's challenge to Su Yu ended in failure. Zhang Qingyan announced the result with an impassive expression, though he could not suppress a triumphant smile. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Li Tsongyu's defeat brought him immense satisfaction. Had it been during his recent discharge from the military, he might have personally taken the initiative to teach that young brat a lesson. Even Lu Yinyin could not help but applaud at this scene. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Su Yu's hidden hand, sharp enough to detect a hint of blood. So that was it. Teacher Zhang, may I request the recording of this battle for further study? Certainly. Zhang Qingyan replied with a smile and a nod. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Lu Yinyin's face lit up with joy. What is it, Lu Yinyin? Is there any research value left in their battle? Indeed. Was it not a simple matter of a swift defeat? The onlookers were puzzled. You are only seeing the surface. Lu Yinyin gently shook her head, exclaiming, Su Yu's mastery over the timing of battle is simply impeccable. He first exerted pressure through his imposing presence, then deliberately took a blow from a sword. Although he sustained considerable injury, he utterly shattered Li Songyu's fighting spirit. Once the spirit was broken, Su Yu's mental prowess allowed him to easily control Li Songyu, leading to a decisive victory. The battle had commenced long before they stepped onto the stage. While Su Yu's combat skills were indeed formidable, Li Songyu's entry-level A-rank sword technique was not to be underestimated. Had it not been for the intricately linked tactics that yielded such unexpected results, Li Songyu would not have been so easily defeated. Lu Yinyan sighed. This fellow Su Yu is truly terrifying. Is this what they call Tian Xiao? Such battle intelligence is utterly spine-chilling. After hearing Lu Yinyan's analysis, all present fell into a thoughtful silence. Goodness! Who would have imagined that beneath the seemingly ruthless onslaught lay such intricate strategies? 10 minutes later, both Su Yu and Li Songyu had their injuries treated and emerged from the arena, Li Songyu looking defeated and disheartened, while Su Yu radiated vitality and sharpness. Su Yu, I wish to challenge you to a duel. Lu Yinyan hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him, extending another invitation for battle. Apologies, but I do not engage in rematches with those who have been defeated. Su Yu shook his head, dismissing Lu Yinyan's request with nonchalance. His desire now fixated on the gravity chamber for a more exhilarating experience. Ah, very well then. I shall pay again tomorrow to fight you. Lu Yinyan pouted. Despite her reluctance, the rules dictated that one could only challenge once a day. With Su Yu's refusal, she had no choice but to relent. Teacher Zhang, please set the gravity to 4 times normal. Thank you. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Su Yu slowly entered the gravity chamber. Once he emerged again, it was likely that no one present would stand a chance against him. Chapter 15, Body Refinement Level 9. Perfect Advancement to Warrior. Upon entering the gravity chamber, Su Yu cast aside all the premium chi blood elixirs he possessed, along with the ordinary ones given by Zhou He, into the receptacle. After mastering the Wanxiang battle technique to a minor degree, he seemed to enter a profound state. Now, he intended to utilize this state to refine both his chest and back simultaneously. Boom. As the hatch closed, a tremendous weight descended upon him. Su Yu let out a muffled groan, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Under 4 times the normal gravity, his capillaries ruptured, and crimson blood seeped from beneath his skin. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreat. With determination in his gaze, Su Yu positioned his feet shoulder-width apart and slightly lowered his body. He brought his hands together before his chest, closed his eyes, and turned his focus inward to sense the flow of qi and blood within. The technique for refining the back is known as Baitian Zhuang. However, having practiced the Wanxiang battle technique, Su Yu developed a unique understanding of back refinement. As the dense red mist filled the gravity chamber, he inhaled deeply, tensing the muscles in his back, straightening his spine like that of a dragon, and tilting his head back slightly, as if the dragon's head were raised, gazing down upon the world. With a powerful exhale, a roar akin to that of a dragon escaped his lips. Long spine by Tian Zhuang, success. At this moment, his heart thundered violently, echoing like thunder, the pulsating force continually impacting every inch of muscle in his back, causing them to expand and contract as if breathing. Outside the gravity chamber, those who had planned to practice separately were stunned by Su Yu's display. The dragon's roar had been so vivid, as if echoing from the depths of antiquity, leaving them incredulous. I have never witnessed such a stance. Zhang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the red mist. Despite the seemingly unimpressive name of the National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Method, this technique was co-created by 12 great sects of the Great Xia and is the most suitable foundation for human cultivation. Logically, the effects of this method should be optimal, yet what Su Yu is demonstrating seems to surpass even that. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide in anticipation as they focused on the gravity chamber's door. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded once more. The red mist within the gravity chamber churned violently, and a colossal red dragon soared into the sky. As the dragon's roar faded, tranquility returned to the gravity chamber. Dimly, Su Yu's back could be seen, shrouded in the red mist. Hiss! Has he already reached body refinement level 8? Witnessing this scene, the crowd wore expressions of mixed emotions. What an alarming rate of improvement. How could his breakthrough be so effortless? Enough. I cannot watch any longer. Teacher Zhang, open the gravity chamber for me. I wish to train. Just as several individuals prepared to pay and begin their training, a tiger's roar erupted, shaking the very earth. The 8 members of the elite class turned in unison to glance at Su Yu's gravity chamber, unable to restrain their exclamations of disbelief. This is simply monstrous. With dragon roars and tiger howls, is he aiming to reach complete body refinement in a single day? No more. No more. The group tacitly departed from this disheartening scene, fearing that their martial aspirations would shatter if they continued to watch. Meanwhile, inside the gravity chamber, Suyu's limbs were pressed against the ground, his chest proudly elevated. His pectoral muscles rounded and full like basketballs. His breath was remarkably elongated, averaging 1 breath per minute, each exhalation accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. Around him, the red mist swirled, transforming into countless fiery red serpents, dancing and coiling around him. His cheeks flushed with blood, his entire being radiated vitality to its peak. Finally, after several hours, his breathing gradually calmed, and his skin returned to its fair complexion. Success! Suyu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the clock on the wall of the gravity chamber. This training session lasted a total of 12 hours. His martial realm successfully advanced to body refinement level 9. However, because he had initially placed 2 mini chi blood elixirs in the receptacle, the red mist lingered in the gravity chamber even after Suyu's chest refinement was completed. This red mist enveloped Suyu, seemingly reluctant to depart. Since it had come, it should not go to waste. Let me think. Suyu pondered what other muscles he could refine. Gradually, he lowered his head. No, this seems to be spongy tissue, not muscle. If I ruin it, it would be disastrous. Suyu shook his head. The small head won't do. But the larger one seems feasible? Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes brightening with realization. The muscles in the head are substantial. However, the inherent dangers are considerable. A moment's lapse in attention could lead to a loss of control over one's vital energy, potentially impacting the brain and rendering one foolish. Consequently, few dare to refine the musculature of the head during the body tempering phase. Yet, for Suyu, there is no distinction between refining the head and other parts of the body. With the aid of inner vision and mental strength to manipulate his vital energy, he can maintain an error margin as fine as 1 micron. Thus, he proceeded with determination, activating his inner vision and confirming his plan. Suyu settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes. The remaining mist of vital energy in the gravity chamber was swiftly absorbed by him, subsequently transported to the surface of his skull under the forceful binding of his mental energy. Soon, the muscles closest to the torso, the masseter, were fully refined. Testing the results, Suyu discovered that his bite force had doubled. Success! Elated, he quickly moved on to refine the other muscles, the temporalis, the medial pterygoid, the zygomaticus major, the occipitalis, and the frontalis. An hour and a half later, over 30 types of small muscles had been completely refined by Suyu. At this moment, he marveled at his newfound control over his cranial muscles, occasionally making his ears twitch or adopting peculiar expressions. Suddenly, his entire body quivered. In the next instant, his vital energy began to circulate autonomously within him. Surprised, Suyu promptly activated his inner vision. After a brief observation, he retracted his inner vision, his expression one of uncertainty. After refining his head, had his vital energy truly begun to operate on its own? Wasn't this characteristic only observed after forming a vital energy vortex? Could it be that a complete body tempering naturally leads to this? But since most do not refine their heads, they require the creation of a vital energy vortex to initiate circulation. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. These muscles, typically overlooked, yielded unexpected benefits after refinement. Not only did his vital energy accelerate, but his mental strength also quickened. As if undergoing a transformation, his vital energy surged, 240, 241, 242. As time passed, his vital energy continuously approached the threshold of 1,000. This indicated that Suyu need not create a vital energy vortex. He merely had to await his vital energy to reach 1,000 calories. And once his energy permeated his bones, he would seamlessly become a first-tier martial artist. This, perhaps, was the perfect method for ascending to martial prowess. Unlike those who relied on breathing techniques to form a vortex, flawed, Suyu narrowed his eyes. Yet, this flawless method had significant limitations. It required a substantial amount of mental energy from the Tianxiao and the gift of inner vision, both of which were indispensable. Perhaps Suyu was the only one capable of achieving this in the entirety of Daxia. Just as he began to revel in his thoughts, a sudden, sharp pain gripped his abdomen. Hurriedly, Suyu activated his inner vision. To his shock, he discovered that he had neglected the cancer cells in his body, and his small intestine was now severely necrotic. The normal intestinal cells had been nearly obliterated by the cancer cells. Suyu's expression darkened. The small intestine is crucial for digestion and absorption. If it ceased to function entirely, it would mean that Suyu could only survive by absorbing vital energy through his stomach. He needed to find a method to completely control the Xingma body. Taking several deep breaths, Suyu summoned a fragment of mental energy, relocating some cancer cells away from the small intestine. With the cancer cells not yet consuming his mental strength, he quickly withdrew his mental energy. After relocating some cancer cells, the pain in his abdomen significantly lessened. However, this was merely a temporary fix. Through his inner vision, Suyu could clearly sense that the cancer cells within him were growing stronger in tandem with his martial realm advancement. If he failed to find a solution, not only would he perish, but many innocents would suffer alongside him. Just then, Suyu noticed a familiar figure outside the gravity chamber through the glass. Zhou He was conversing with Zhang Qingyan, and, upon noticing Suyu, smiled and waved. Suyu's expression shifted slightly as he focused his mental energy, consolidating his dispersed vital energy before stepping out of the gravity chamber. Now, with his enhanced physique, he could easily withstand 4 times the gravitational force as if it were a mere stroll in the park. "Teacher, did you call for me?" Suyu asked as he stepped through the door of the gravity chamber, quickly acclimating to the sensation of gravity's pull. "Indeed. What is your current mental energy level? How many segments have you refined?" Zhou He inquired, gazing at Suyu with a hint of astonishment. He understood that the combination of inner vision and Tian Xiao would expedite one's training, but he hadn't expected it to reach a level beyond his comprehension. Having once been at the 6th realm of martial arts and possessing the Tianyin, he had fallen to the 3rd realm. Yet discerning the progress of a novice should have been a simple task. Name: Suyu. Vital energy, 229 calories. Peak 250 calories. Martial realm. Body tempering 9th segment. In progress. Mental energy, 152 Hz technique. National Middle and Primary School Body Tempering Method Combat Skill. Wanxiang Combat Technique. Ferocious Beast Edition. Minor Success 20. Mental Combat Skill. Lion's Roar. Entry 80. Visualization Method. Yellow Springs. Sin Washing Scripture Physique. Shima Body. Out of control. So you glanced at the system panel before responding. My mental energy is currently at 15 Hz, and my martial realm is at the 9th segment of body tempering. Upon hearing this, even Zhou He and Zhang Qingyan, seasoned individuals who had witnessed countless challenges, were taken aback. 15 Hz. Zhou He regarded Suyu with the eyes of a monster. Since the closure of his Tian Xiao, his mental energy had dwindled to a mere 14 Hz, one less than Suyu. No wonder he could not see through Suyu's capabilities. Moreover, in just 6 days, Suyu had reached the 9th segment of body tempering. Zhou He had anticipated that during this period, Suyu would have digested the vital energy he had given him and would be around the 7th segment of body tempering. At that point, with a little guidance from Mo Jinshin from Tianwu, it would be a simple matter for Suyu to become a martial artist within half a month. Yet, he had not expected Suyu to be so resilient. In merely 6 days, he had directly achieved complete body tempering. Excellent. Tomorrow, when Mo Jinshin arrives in Qingcheng, I will have him guide you on how to break through to the martial artist threshold. He is one of the top 10 in the first year of Tianwu and possesses a unique breathing technique that can help you progress further, Zhou He said. His brow furrowed in contemplation. The University League is 3 weeks away, but you need not feel pressured. I have already made arrangements within Tianwu. As long as you participate, you will secure a guaranteed spot. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by Zhou He's words. His teacher seemed to have been quite an impressive figure in the past, capable of securing a place for him in such a prestigious institution as Tianwu. However, as Suyu was about to speak, 2 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Accept Zhou He's gift and follow the shortcut he has arranged. Reward. Obtain the title I love taking shortcuts, with an effect of increasing charm by 20. Option 2. Refuse Zhou He's arrangement and forge your own path. Reward. Obtain the title Aura of the Strong, with an effect of increasing presence by 20. Suyu casually glanced at the 2 options before stating, Teacher, I can manage the martial artist threshold on my own. Moreover, I am confident in achieving a commendable position in the University League. With a soft sigh, Suyu reflected on his 2 lifetimes. He had always traversed his path alone and found it uncomfortable to be arranged for. He understood that Zhou He meant well, but he felt uneasy, disinclined to owe anyone anything. Moreover, he has indeed embarked on the most righteous path, requiring no guidance from others. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Zhou He was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he did not anticipate that Suyu would reject his arrangement. With the opportunity for one-on-one instruction from a genius of Tianwu, along with the prospect of being guaranteed admission to Tianjing Wuda, how could this young man refuse? Were it anyone else, even the likes of Li Tsongyu would likely bow in eager submission. Are you certain? Zhou He raised an eyebrow, inquiring earnestly. Suyu nodded solemnly. Teacher, you have already provided me with ample support. There is no need for further offerings. I will certainly fulfill that task you entrusted to me. Their gazes locked, and Suyu's eyes radiated determination, exuding an exceptionally formidable aura. Excellent. Zhou He suddenly laughed, a sound of relief escaping him. Principal Xia was indeed correct. His discernment remained as sharp as ever. Had Suyu grovelled before him and accepted these advantages without hesitation, Zhou might have regarded him with diminished esteem. Yet now, his admiration for Su Yu only deepened. Such fortitude at such a young age promised great potential in time. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to do anything. Zhou bellowed with hearty laughter. I am the defeated. If you were to conform entirely to my wishes, your future would not fare much better. Very well, take charge of your own life. However, I have already paid the price. Imo Jinshin will arrive tomorrow, and it is up to you whether or not to attend his class. With those words, Zhou turned and strode away with a lightness in his step. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Su Yu bowed deeply to Zhou's retreating figure. He then turned to Zhang Qinyan. Teacher Zhang, may I pose a question? Zhang Qinyan, still absorbed in the surprise of Su Yu's refusal of the Tianwu admission, looked up in confusion upon hearing his name. Teacher Zhang, I would like to inquire about the realms of martial arts. How many are there, and what are their characteristics? Huh. Zhang Qinyan blinked in astonishment. You are not even clear on the classification of martial prowess? I forgot, Su Yu replied, shaking his head. His memories of this subject were exceedingly vague, as the original owner of this body had likely deemed the attainment of martial arts too arduous to commit to memory. Zhang Qinyan's lips twitched slightly. How could such a vital matter be forgotten? Nevertheless, he patiently explained to Su Yu, martial arts are divided into 11 realms. The lower 3 realms involve bone tempering, while the middle 3 focus on refining the internal organs, connecting the internal and external aspects of the body, and activating the spiritual faculties. As for the upper 3 realms, my knowledge is limited. They pertain to the level of terrestrial immortals, with each individual having their unique cultivation methods. Regarding the final king and emperor realms, all I know are their names. With a wry smile, Zhang Qinyan added, please do not think poorly of my limited knowledge. I would not, Su Yu shook his head. Zhang Qinyan continued, the path of martial arts emphasizes gradual progression, beginning with body tempering to establish a solid foundation. Your foundation is already sufficiently robust. The primary challenge now lies in entering the Tao. This step is crucial, so I suggest you engage with that genius from Tianwu tomorrow. Teacher, I understand. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with insight. The direction of martial arts as described by Zhang Qinyan was akin to opening the door to a new world. Martial arts represent a continuous process of developing the human body. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. Anything within the human body can be cultivated into something extraordinary. Now, how might I develop my cancer cells? A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Su Yu's mind. He had an inkling that he was not far from mastering the holy demon body. Teacher Zhang, I shall go cultivate now. Su Yu eagerly dove into the training chamber. Observing Su Yu's retreating figure, Zhang Qinyan felt that he had not fully grasped the essence of his words. It appeared that he would not show up tomorrow. Sigh. Perhaps this is the nature of youth. With Mo Jinshin's guidance, after his breakthrough, he would undoubtedly be at least 10% stronger than an ordinary martial artist. Zhang Qinyan sighed, shaking his head. Youthful arrogance is a hallmark of adolescence. I can only hope that Su Yu will not later regret his choices. Chapter 17. The Method to Tame Cancer Cells. The path of martial arts progresses from the outside in, gradually refining the body. However, this path is not suitable for me. The number of cancer cells within my body is excessive. If I were to follow that route, I would likely perish after merely completing the lower 3 realms. Therefore, I must forge a new path starting from the first realm. Sitting cross-legged in the training chamber, Su Yu gazed at the anatomical diagram displayed on the large screen. Having self-studied medicine for a year in his past life, he was not unfamiliar with this image. Fortunately, the internal structures of the 2 worlds were quite similar. Cancer gradually leads to the deterioration of my bodily functions. Thus, I should use the 11 major systems of the human body as my foundation, progressively replacing normal cells with cancer cells to achieve the full realization of the holy demon body. Gradually, the flicker of inspiration in Su Yu's mind became increasingly vivid. He immediately rose and began sketching on the anatomical diagram displayed on the large screen. The muscular system, digestive system, respiratory system, circulatory system, urinary system, reproductive system, endocrine system, immune system, nervous system, sensory system, and integumentary system. Soon, the 11 pathways became distinct. However, Su Yu did not detail all these pathways. He selected only one to refine. His primary concern at present was energy acquisition, particularly since the digestive system was on the verge of collapse. Should the stomach and intestines cease to function, no amount of vitality would spare him from death. Thus, his first task was to regard the entire digestive system as a cohesive entity and find ways to ensure the functionality of each component or enhance its strength. Su Yu manipulated the large screen, concealing all but the digestive system. Beginning with the oral cavity, the pathway comprised teeth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum, anus, liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. These 10 organs formed the human digestive system. If a whirlpool of vitality could allow for the autonomous circulation of energy, could I not employ this concept to allow cancer cells to completely occupy the digestive system, transforming it into a secret chamber for digestion and compelling the cancer cells to work for my body? The brilliance in Su Yu's gaze shimmered. After thorough confirmation, he concluded that his thought process was sound. He was unaware of how other holy demon bodies in this world controlled their cancer cells. But he had little interest in others. Achieving a similar effect for himself was sufficient. The most pressing matter now was to acquire a substantial amount of breathing techniques. Alas, it seems the time has come to spend. Su Yu sighed, exiting the anatomical diagram interface to access the technique selection screen. Breathing techniques belonged to the advanced methods and were not within the class monitor's authority, thus requiring him to purchase them independently. Washing Law, first tier A grade. Description: by inhaling the power of moonlight, the generated whirlpool of vitality possesses lunar characteristics. Price: 200,000. Fengling Ji Shi, first tier C grade. Description: by sensing the flow of wind, this technique enhances bodily agility and reaction speed, ideal for training in windy environments. Price: 100,000. Zhenmai Yongdong, first tier F grade. Description: by perceiving the growth of plant roots, this technique embodies the circulation of life force during breathing, suitable for practice in forests. Price: 200. To his astonishment, the variety of breathing techniques was so vast, with prices varying greatly. Su Yu did not require an exceptionally powerful breathing method. He merely sought to observe numerous techniques for cultivating vitality whirlpools to spark inspiration. Even so, the most basic F-grade breathing technique still cost at least 2,000. How impoverished I am. Su Yu sighed deeply. Principal Xia wagered and lost 50,000 to Teacher Zhou, yet Teacher Zhou did not keep all the money for himself. Instead, he exchanged 30,000 of it for Qi blood powder. Coupled with the 30,000 earned from the class leaders challenge, he now possessed merely 60,000. After the exchange, Su Yu slightly shook his head and directly acquired 20 volumes of F-grade breathing techniques. These techniques detailed the methods to condense Qi blood vortices. While fundamentally similar, each possessed unique characteristics. The condensed Qi blood vortices varied remarkably in form. As the celestial aperture in Su Yu's forehead glowed, his mind began to operate swiftly, immersing itself in the reading. So engrossed was he that he subconsciously began to employ certain breathing techniques. However, upon realization, he promptly ceased. At present, he did not intend to cultivate the breathing techniques. His cultivation sequence diverged from that of ordinary martial artists. He would practice the breathing techniques later when constructing the secret repository of breath. Thus, it became clear why they were called Qi blood vortices rather than Qi blood cores. Finally, after 2 hours, Su Yu thoroughly comprehended the principle behind the construction of Qi blood vortices using breathing techniques. Although they appeared to operate autonomously, they indeed required a source of power. This power was breath. The human body breathes continuously. With each inhalation, the Qi blood vortex would rotate once. The spiritual energy in the air is drawn into the lungs, gradually sinking into the body, where it is transformed into Qi blood and disseminated throughout. This is the operational principle of the Qi blood vortex. With this understanding, I can utilize breath as a source of power to create a mechanism that triggers a chain reaction throughout the body. However, since every organ in the digestive system functions differently, I would need to design 10 distinct operational mechanisms. How, then, should these mechanisms be crafted? Su Yu fell into deep contemplation. Cancer cells can consume both Qi blood and spiritual energy, exhibiting an indiscriminate nature. Merely transporting the cancer cells would deplete a significant amount of his spiritual energy. How could he compel them to obey? This quandary troubled not only Su Yu but also individuals across both the Blue Star and Earth. Frustrated, Su Yu tugged at his hair. Damn cancer cells. Don't you realize that you too will perish once I am gone? Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes widened, and he slapped his thigh decisively. I have a solution. Chapter 18. Constructing 768 production lines to reforge oral organs with cancer cells. Cancer cells do not wish for my demise. They are part of my body. However, they currently lack any form of intelligence, so I must find a way to tame them. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. The structure and function of all the organs within the oral cavity materialized in his mind. With the assistance of the celestial aperture, he swiftly consolidated them into a complete system. Then, Su Yu closed his eyes and initiated inner vision. Within this state, trillions of cancer cells scattered throughout his body in a terrifying radial pattern. At that moment, these cancer cells seemed to respond to a call, converging towards a specific direction. It worked. Elated, Suyu did not employ his spiritual energy to actively transport the cancer cells. Rather, he chose to draw most of his energy towards his head. At that instant, his head felt as if it were swelling, resembling a large-headed doll. The evolved cancer cells, possessing a certain instinct, instinctively fled from their original positions and gathered towards Suyu's oral cavity. The previously normal oral cells were crushed, resulting in widespread death. He could not delay. He must attempt to reforge his oral cavity using the cancer cells. With a firm resolve, Suyu prepared to take the plunge. In an instant, all the healthy cells in his mouth vanished, entirely replaced by cancer cells. He could not suppress a low roar. His face contorted in pain as cold sweat poured down his forehead. His entire oral cavity, including teeth, tongue, and lips, underwent unimaginable transformations. The area below his nose morphed into indescribable tumors that even writhed. One side of his face had entirely deformed, with his features twisted together in a ghastly manner. Disgusting. Despite Suyu's unwavering will, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, nearly causing him to retch. Yet, he quickly suppressed his discomfort and embarked on the most critical step. The energy that had gathered in his head was redirected back into his torso. In an instant, the cancer cells congregated in his mouth attempted to withdraw as well. However, while it was easy to arrive, leaving was another matter entirely. Suyu's gaze turned fierce as he raised his right hand, decisively slicing his own neck. In that moment, all the cancer cells were left bewildered. What? When we came? Everything was fine, why can't we leave now? Except for a few that sprinted away quickly and those that were too slow to reach the head. 70% of the cancer cells in his body were intercepted in his mouth. His spiritual energy surged along his spine, effectively sealing the blood vessels at the incision point, leaving only one artery for blood supply and one vein for blood return. Subsequently, the spiritual energy transformed into a filtering net, firmly sealing the vein to prevent the cancer cells from flowing back with the blood. At this moment, Suyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Hold on. Hold on. His desire for life surged to an extreme. Since heaven had granted him an opportunity, Suyu would not let it pass. The prayers of over 300 days and nights now coalesced into a single obsession. I must live. To fulfill this obsession, he could only evolve relentlessly, without restraint. Buzzing. The celestial aperture radiated brilliant light, and Suyu's spiritual energy surged to its zenith. In the next moment, the energy contained within his skull was forcibly extracted. Even the energy supplying his brain was taken. At this time, Suyu's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Within his head, only a wisp of spiritual energy contained a meager amount of energy remained. This energy served as a beacon in the darkness, driving all the cancer cells into a frenzy. They surged towards that flicker of spiritual energy like a tidal wave. Yet, midway, they were annihilated by the spiritual energy Suyu had left behind. This spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible framework of the oral cavity at the hollow of his jaw. Any cancer cells passing through would be indiscriminately slaughtered. As time passed and energy dwindled, all the cancer cells grew anxious. If they did not consume quickly, they would not only fail to divide, but would soon perish entirely. At that moment, a turning point emerged. Some cancer cells successfully navigated through the spiritual energy framework and obtained a sliver of energy. Upon witnessing this, the remaining cancer cells immediately emulated the successful ones, engaging in complex maneuvers to ultimately acquire a trace of energy. If any earthling were to stand witness, they would undoubtedly find this scene eerily familiar. Wasn't this a factory assembly line? Precisely. Suyu had utilized spiritual energy to establish hundreds of production lines directly within his oral cavity. The intelligence of cancer cells was limited. They were incapable of orchestrating complex tasks to replace the myriad types of cells within the mouth, making such an endeavor nearly impossible. However, by deconstructing this impossible task into dozens of simpler components, its difficulty diminished significantly by segmenting the tasks into single functions and completing them in batches before reassembling. The process became far more manageable. First, he established a facial nerve production line, wherein the cancer cells were merely responsible for receiving and transmitting signals, akin to sorting packages in a delivery service. Subsequently, a grand framework was erected, and the mandible assembly line was born in an instant. The cancer cells, inherently possessing the characteristics of intangible division, executed their tasks with remarkable ease upon completing the original functions of the bone marrow. Meanwhile, the aged cells that had undergone division were pushed to the outer layers of the bones, serving as inorganic fillers for the exterior of the mandible. Following this model, the maxilla was swiftly reforged by the cancer cells. Soon after, the cancer cells continued to flow through the 36 orifices in the upper and lower jaws, pouring into the dental assembly line. At this juncture, the cancer cells further differentiated into 3 distinct assembly lines, each tasked with the production of dental pulp cells, dentin cells, and enamel cells. Once the skeletal framework was established, the pharyngeal assembly line commenced as cancer cells continuously reconstructed the masticatory muscles, perioral muscles, and buccinator muscles. The tongue assembly line was initiated, with a multitude of cancer cells flooding in, replacing the functions of the intrinsic and extrinsic muscles of the tongue, thereby allowing Suyu to control the movements of his tongue, aiding in mastication, swallowing, and phonation. After this step was completed, Suyu's oral cavity, which had initially resembled an irregular sarcoma, finally began to take shape. However, this was not the end, as layers of skeletal muscle enveloped the bones. Assembly lines for the stratum corneum, melanin, sweat glands, and fibroblasts rapidly filled with an abundance of cancer cells. Gradually, a layer of exquisitely fair and delicate skin began to emerge from Suyu's face. Not only that, but his severed neck also started to heal at this moment. Streams of vital energy surged back into his skull. Nevertheless, with the influx of energy, the cancer cells remained orderly and focused on their tasks, avoiding any descent into chaos. A mere moment of negligence could result in spiritual energy extinguishing the lethargic cancer cells. If you refuse to work, there are plenty of cancer cells willing to take your place. Would the assembly line cease to function due to the absence of a single cancer cell? With this approach, after several rounds of division, only the diligent cancer cells remained. Moreover, Suyu occasionally provided extra energy to the most industrious cancer cells, spurring the others to work even harder on his behalf. Alas, what the cancer cells lost was merely life, while Suyu had far more to contemplate. Chapter 19. Tianwu Mo Jinshin. Where is Suyu? Summon him to kneel in respect. It was unclear how much time had passed when Suyu slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. He touched his chin. The texture is quite satisfactory, the skin in a state so delicate it could be pierced by a gentle breeze. He opened his mouth and bit down heavily. Crack! The violent clash of his upper and lower teeth produced a resounding noise, causing the training room to tremble. Excellent. I can now be considered as having iron teeth and bronze fangs, right? Suyu beamed with joy as he extracted a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. In less than a second, this military-grade biscuit, as hard as iron, was reduced to crumbs, most of which were absorbed by the newly reconstructed oral mucosa. By the time these fragments passed through the esophagus, very little remained. Stomach. Where's the food? What happened to what you just swallowed? With exceptional bite force, formidable chewing and digestive capabilities, and highly corrosive secretions from the salivary glands, Suyu continued to test the new oral cavity crafted by the cancer cells, meticulously organizing the data in his mind. Then, he activated the front camera on his phone, adjusted the lighting, and gradually fine-tuned the color of his chin until it matched his original complexion, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as he stood up. Name: Suyu Vital Energy, 157 calories, peak 271 calories, martial arts realm, body refinement 9th stage, in progression, mental power, 153 Hz technique, national middle and primary school body refinement method combat technique, 10,000 forms battle technique, fierce beast chapter, minor achievement 20, mental combat technique, lion's roar. Entry 80, visualization method, Huangquan washes away since sutra physique, sacred demon body, under control, demonized organ, oral cavity. Gazing at the system panel, it was evident that the sacred demon body was now under preliminary control. Although the remaining cancer cells within his body continued to vie for energy, the urgency of the situation had diminished significantly. Suyu estimated that, at the very least, for the next month, the cancer cells would not pose a threat to his life. The lips, teeth, throat, and tongue required for the lion's roar technique had not yet undergone demonization. What would happen if I practiced the lion's roar now? Suyu's expression shifted as he extracted the lion's roar mental combat technique. He had a premonition that perhaps the greatest benefit of demonizing the oral cavity would manifest in this particular combat technique. Just as Suyu entered a state of cultivation once more, Qingqing No. 1 High School was adorned with festive decorations, with all teachers and students gathered at the school gate, raising banners in a lively atmosphere. Principal Xia stood at the forefront of the crowd, holding flowers, his face radiant with anticipation. Today marked the arrival of the prodigious youth from Tianwu, Mo Jinshin. It is worth noting that there were only 2 superlative martial arts universities in the entire Great Xia, namely Tianjin Martial Arts University and Modu Martial Arts University. Within these elite institutions, being ranked among the top 10 as a first-year student speaks volumes about Mo Jinshin's innate talent. The presence of such a remarkable individual at Qingqing No. 1 High School would undoubtedly elevate the school's prestige. Old Zhou, You have greatly contributed to the school this time. Principal Xia could hardly contain his excitement. Even after waiting under the scorching sun for 2 hours without any sign of Mo Jianxin, he remained patient and full of expectation. However, Zhou He, standing nearby, did not share his enthusiasm and instead frowned repeatedly. 22 years ago, I saved Mo Jianxin's father's life. And now having him come to Qingqing No. 1 High School to instruct is a repayment for that life-saving grace. How could he be an hour and a half late for such an important matter? Alas, he is not here specifically to guide our students. What if he was delayed on the way? Principal Xia waved his hand, suggesting they wait a little longer. Just as his words fell, the sky suddenly brightened. Countless petals rained down as 2 martial artists in front scattered holy water to clear the path, and the long-awaited Tianwu Mo Jianxin made his grand entrance. Dressed in white, with a black sword on his back and tousled hair billowing in the wind, he strode forward confidently, flanked by several young martial artists of the second realm. Principal Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly approached. Ha ha ha, Student Mo, welcome to Qingqing No. 1 High School to provide guidance. In response, Mo Jianxin merely nodded slightly without any further acknowledgement. At such a young age, possessing the strength of the third realm in martial arts, could this truly be the one who ranks among the top 10 first-year students at Tianwu? How handsome! That domineering aura nearly left me breathless. A throng of people lined the sides of the road, all fervently adoring him, including even some faculty members who rushed over to flatter him. Mo Jianxin wore a proud expression, as if he were accustomed to such treatment. Sauntering toward the school gate with an unhurried demeanor. Mo Jianxin, wasn't it agreed upon to arrive at noon? Why are you so late? As they reached the school gate, Zhou He stepped forward, frowning. In his view, Mo Jianxin was akin to family, being the son of an old friend. Hence his tone carried a hint of reprimand typical of an elder addressing a junior. Bang! However, as soon as his words fell, Zhou He felt an overwhelming force strike his chest. Completely unprepared for Mo Jianxin's attack, he was sent flying, spitting blood and wearing a look of disbelief. Zhou He could hardly fathom that he had been assaulted. A wave of intense anger and confusion surged within him, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, the previously lively atmosphere froze instantly. The smile on Principal Xia's face faded into an icy expression. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Mo Jianxin, speaking in a solemn tone. Student Mo, what is the meaning of this? Zhou He, regardless of the circumstances, is indeed the savior of your father. Is this how the Mo family repays a life-saving grace? Mo Jianxin cast a cold glance at Zhou He, stating that he had erred, and under normal circumstances, he should have perished. However, due to his past kindness towards the Mo family, he was spared from death. A life for a life. How can this not be considered a repayment of a life-saving grace? Mo Jianxin's words instantly stirred an uproar among those present. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly cultured Mo Jianxin would utter such domineering and arrogant remarks. Huh, old fool. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Do you think you are worthy of directly addressing the illustrious Mo Gongzi? You are merely a useless cripple, yet you dare to seek recompense? Indeed, old fool. It is already a tremendous grace that our Mo Gongzi has spared you. You ought to come forth and kneel in gratitude. At this moment, the companions accompanying Mo Jianxin began to unleash a torrent of insults, wholly disregarding Zhou He. Tangingjia, how could you possibly be allied with Mo Jianxin? No wonder. Just then, Principal Xia discerned a clue. Among those brought by Mo Jianxin was none other than the elite class ace from Jiangcheng Yizhong, Tangingjia. No wonder Mo Jianxin had come in with such authority. It turns out that the neighboring school had anticipated this advantageous alliance. Sigh. Very well, Mo Jianxin, you may leave. We at Qingqing Yizhong do not require your guidance. Principal Xia, casting aside the bouquet in his hand, struggled to suppress his rising fury. Zhou, his old friend of 20 years, would have long since acted had it not been for the other's status. Haha, Principal Xia, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? It is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send one away. Mo Jianxin smirked disdainfully. Since you invited me to guide that elite class, let them come forth and kneel in greeting. I have heard that Zhou, the cripple, has taken in a Tian Xiao awakening practitioner. Let him come as well. Conveniently, Tang Yingjia is also a Tian Xiao awakening practitioner, allowing them to exchange insights. Chapter 20. Mo's sword against the rock. Combat techniques in the army. Insulting without revealing vulnerabilities. Mo Jianxin repeatedly referred to Zhou He as the cripple, causing Zhou He's expression to darken to an extreme. Struggling, he picked up the prosthetic limb that had fallen beside him, clutching it in hand to support himself, and gazed intensely at Mo Jianxin. Speaking slowly and deliberately, I never imagined that the life I saved would turn out to be a white-eyed wolf. Youngster, if you depart now, our grievances will be settled. Otherwise, or else what? Old cripple, you couldn't even protect your own wife back then. How can you hope to safeguard that little brat now? Mo Jianxin interrupted scornfully. At his words, Zhou trembled slightly, a flicker of grief and indignation crossing his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Gritting his teeth, why must you involve my student in our enmity? Is Wang Bei intent on annihilating all? Upon hearing that name, Mo Jianxin's brow furrowed sharply. How dare you directly address the name of the Grandmaster? You, a dying dog, do not drag me down with you. Though the Grandmaster has long forgotten you, there are always those who seek to bring you before him for accolades. Mo Jianxin scoffed, then, accompanied by his group, strode directly into the school gate. Halt! You! Principal Xia attempted to intervene, but was swiftly sent flying by one of the group with a single palm strike. A clang echoed as his right arm detached, revealing it too to be a metallic prosthetic. Blood seeped from the corner of Principal Xia's mouth, staining his graying beard red. Alas, the two of us, being disabled, seemed powerless to accomplish anything. He retrieved his prosthetic limb, brushed off the dust from his attire, and then helped his old friend to his feet. Can the elderly still manage to eat? Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then smiled nonchalantly. As long as we do not fall, no one can harm our students. At this moment, the numerous students within the campus were ignited by Mo Jianxin's domineering actions, resolutely standing in the path leading to the back mountain. You dare to block me? You think you are worthy? Gazing at the crowd before him, Mo Jianxin's eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of danger. He stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming presence. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Jianxin resembled a war god, his vitality surging as he directly sent all obstacles flying before him. Subsequently, amidst the cries of despair, he and his companions rushed towards the back mountain base. Trouble is brewing. Within the back mountain base, Zhang Qingyin's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed towards the school. Just a moment ago, the principal had called him to inform him of Mo Jianxin's forceful intrusion into the school. You all, retreat to the back mountain and find a place to hide. Although this fellow is not after you, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, it's best to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, the 8 individuals behind Zhang Qingyin exchanged glances. Li Tsongyu and Song Qingshu, without hesitation, dashed into the depths of the forest. Why aren't you running? That guy is coming to cripple your martial path. Lu Yinyin, are you not afraid? Zhang Qingyin asked in astonishment, noticing that only one person remained behind. Lu Yinyin's expression was resolute. She shook her head and replied, since the school has nurtured me, I cannot retreat in such a dire moment. One must share both fortune and misfortune. To flee in times of crisis is the act of a coward. My martial way is upright. I cannot commit the act of fleeing in battle. Zhang Qingyin was taken aback momentarily, then sighed. He did not attempt to dissuade Lu Yinyin, for if she were to flee now, she would likely carry that regret for life. He also did not blame Li Tsongyu and the others. Seeking safety is human nature. What about Suyu? Is he still in seclusion? Perhaps we should let him leave first while we cover the rear? Lu Yinyin scanned her surroundings, realizing that Suyu was nowhere to be found, and inquired curiously. No need. That lad should be breaking through right now. If we wake him rashly, it may lead to a setback. Zhang Qingyin shook his head, his gaze fixed on the foot of the mountain as he slowly unbuttoned his jacket. After years without fighting, he wondered if his old bones could still hold up. Swish. At that moment, a dark silhouette rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Come on, Zhang Qingyin bellowed, his muscles rippling as his already dark skin transformed into a pitch black, as if hardened by the relentless pounding of the sea over countless years. Boom. In the next instant, their fists met, and Zhang Qingyin was violently thrust back several dozen steps, barely managing to maintain his stance. Is this the caliber of the top 10 in Tianwu University? Zhang Qingyin gasped heavily, striving to quell the turbulent blood within him. Fortunately, influenced by Suyu earlier, he had managed to circulate his blood a little. Otherwise, he might truly have been unable to contend with the second realm Mo Jianxin. It is said that every individual emerging from Tianwu possesses the combat prowess to rival high-level martial artists. It seems this reputation is well-deserved. Indeed, this small Qingqing harbors hidden talents. Mo Jianxin, surprised that a single strike did not subdue Zhang Qingyin, remarked, a third-realm martial artist. Practicing the black stone bone refinement method and the rock combat technique. Did you descend from the military? Clang. Without waiting for Zhang Qingyin to respond, Mo Jianxin's black sword suddenly unsheathed. The sword's heart illuminated. Mo's blade slashed through the air. Swish. This black sword seemed forged from ink, exuding a strong scent of ink. The pitch-black blade shimmered ominously, its cold glint manifesting. Flash. Accompanied by Mo Jianxin's low command, His wrist twisted, and the black sword cleaved downward. Rock blocks the sky. Observing this, Zhang Qinyan's expression became gravely serious as he hastily evolved the rock combat technique to its utmost limit. His skin transformed from black to indigo, then to deep gray. An aura of immovable resolve emanated from his being. Though the rock combat technique is merely a common third-tier C-class technique in the military, through a lifetime of refinement, he had remarkably achieved perfection. Clang! Zhang Qinyan crossed his arms, colliding head-on with Mo Jianxin's sword. A thunderous explosion reverberated. The clash between flesh and the black sword produced the sound akin to metal striking metal. Boom! The ground cracked inch by inch, forming a spiderweb of fissures as a terrifying shockwave surged forth. Zhang Qinyan's feet trembled as he retreated step by step, astonishment flickering in his eyes. His formidable defensive technique, Pan Shizhuatian, had failed to block the opponent's sword. Could it truly withstand the might of Mo Jianxin's blade? Impressive indeed. Perhaps he could be persuaded to become my subordinate. Mo Jianxin's eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Get lost. Zhang Qinyan retorted fiercely. If it's a battle you seek, then let it be so. I have traversed the battlefield for decades and have never feared anyone. A cold snort escaped his lips, his eyes turning a deeper shade of crimson, a palpable aura of malice enveloping him. He broke from his usual demeanor, abandoning defense. The latent ferocity within him was on the verge of ignition. Lu Yinyan looked at Zhang Qinyan in disbelief. She never anticipated that this seemingly honest and simple teacher could exude such lethal intent, fiercer than her own Rakshasa gaze. A moment of realization struck her. Anyone who survived the battlefield of Shanghai could hardly be a pushover. The two faced each other, neither willing to strike first. Even Mo Jianxin's expression grew grave. While the military's combat techniques may be crude, their effectiveness in life-or-death scenarios was unparalleled. As a top-tier talent of Tianwu with a promising future ahead, he could not afford to let this man drag him down with him. What is happening outside? A perplexed voice echoed from afar as the door to the cultivation chamber creaked open. Suyu emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes, appearing as if he had not rested well. Are you Suyu? The last hope of Zhoukezi? Mo Jianxin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. He longed to cleave Suyu with his sword. Yet his pride restrained him from attacking a mere weakling who lacked martial prowess. Consider yourself fortunate. My sword does not strike the weak. He shook his head slightly, retracting his imposing aura. Tang Yingjia, a ninth-tier body-tempering expert and a wielder of the Tianxiao awakening, he remarked. Indeed, young Master Mo, Tang Yingjia replied, nodding excitedly. Then turned to Suyu with a challenging gaze. I heard you are also a wielder of the Tianxiao awakening? Today, allow me to witness who truly stands superior. At that moment, three options appeared before Suyu. Option 1. Kneel and apologize to the opponent, severing your martial foundation. Completion reward, title coward. Effect, increases knee defense by 50. Option 2. Unite your combat strength and engage in a free-for-all with the opponent. Completion reward, 10 portions of premium blood essence. Option 3. Face the adversary alone and teach them a lesson, driving the outsiders from Qing Chung Yizhong. Completion reward, acquire the talent to defend the homeland, granting a 20 boost to overall combat power within national borders. After a brief glance, Suyu resolutely chose the third option. Are you here to provoke? He narrowed his eyes, noticing the bloodstains on Zhang Qinyan's arm. The arrogant demeanor of Mo Jianxin and Tang Yingjia left him deeply displeased. Since they dared to come forth and challenge him, he could not hold back his ruthless intent. Suyu, wait. At that moment, Principal Xia and Zhou Heshan arrived late. Teacher Zhou, Principal Xia, are you injured? Upon seeing the blood-soaked duo, Suyu's fury intensified, pointing at Mo Jianxin. Was it that guy in funeral attire who attacked you? With a chuckle, Lu Yinyan nearly burst out laughing. Mo Jianxin's white attire did indeed resemble mourning clothes. Suyu, I kindly offered you a way out, yet you insist on seeking death. Mo Jianxin's face darkened, murder in his eyes. And you? Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Mo in such a manner? Tang Yingjia shouted, his voice laced with formidable mental strength. Instantly, the entire back mountain trembled. Zhou He frowned as he and Principal Xia swiftly positioned themselves beside Suyu. Tang Yingjia, 9th tier body tempering, 16 hertz of mental strength. Trained in 2 mental combat techniques, you are no match for him. Do not fall for their provocations. Zhou He affirmed. They have come to obstruct your martial path, intending to plant a seed of doubt within your mind. So retreat now. With a deep breath, Zhou He pulled Principal Xia and Zhang Qinyan to shield Suyu. Today, I shall not allow my student to suffer even the slightest harm. Zhou He declared, his tone resolute. 3 against 1. Where does your confidence come from? Mo Jianxin, losing patience, shouted furiously. Step aside and let them fight, or else, whoever barks like a dog, be silent. A thunderous voice erupted from behind Zhou He. The sheer volume of the proclamation drowned out Mo Jianxin's words, leaving Tang Yingjie and the others clutching their ears in discomfort. Zhou He, Zhang Qingyan, and Principal Xia turned in disbelief to face Su Yu, gazing at him as if he were a monster. Did that mental combat technique just now come from this lad? 17 hertz of mental strength. No wonder Zhou He placed his bets on you. Mo Jianxin's expression shifted as the sonic wave rattled him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Tang Yingjie, on the other hand, collapsed, his body convulsing, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. Su Yu stepped forward, calmly stating, "You three can rest for now. I will teach that brat a lesson." The trio exchanged glances, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. He intends to challenge Mo Jianxin to take on someone in the top 10 of Tianwu while still an apprentice? Mastery of the lion's roar? Or has it reached perfection? At that moment, Tang Yingjie finally regained composure, staring at Su Yu with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. How could someone his age have cultivated the lion's roar to such an extent? Moreover, his mental strength surpassed mine by 0.1 hertz. I have practiced visualization since I was 6. Could it be that Su Yu began in the womb? Shut your mouth, mutt. This is no place for pets to speak. Su Yu roared, his lips parting to unleash a formidable sound wave infused with mental power, sending Tang Yingjie flying. Mid-air, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. He defeated him in an instant? Despite their comparable realms and mental strengths, Su Yu had dispatched his opponent in a heartbeat. Mastery of the lion's roar. Mo Jianxin's brow furrowed at the sight. Initially, he intended for Tang Yingjie to face Su Yu to block his martial journey, yet it seemed Tang Yingjie was the one destined to be haunted by doubt. You wish to challenge me? Mo Jianxin ignored the unconscious Tang Yingjie, looking down at Su Yu with an expression akin to disdain, as if he were gazing upon a mere insect. Your teacher is but a pitiful creature before me. You, a mere weakling who isn't even a martial artist, dare to issue a challenge? In an instant, the oppressive pressure of a peak second realm martial artist surged forth, an overwhelming aura akin to a tidal wave crashing down, instilling a profound sense of dread. Su Yu maintained his composure, impervious to the tempest surrounding him. How can this fellow be so strong? Is this the true caliber of someone from Tianwu? Such a lack of respect for their elders. I beg to differ. I believe Mo Jianxin embodies the true essence of a strong man, for should not the weak be trampled underfoot by the strong? The vicinity of the back mountain began to fill with onlookers, not only students and teachers from Qingcheng Yizhong, but also members of the enforcement team. Yet, none dared to step forward, for they were well aware of the prowess of Tianwu's prodigies. I believe you may have misunderstood a certain matter. Su Yu's expression was indifferent, devoid of any trepidation, as he nonchalantly remarked, "You have voluntarily ventured into my territory seeking trouble. Therefore, recognize your position. You are the challenger." Upon hearing this, Mo Jianxin, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. Little trash, confidence is commendable, but arrogance leads to one's downfall. With that, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him and unleashed a powerful punch. Instantly, a surge of vitality erupted, manifesting as a formidable blood fist imprint that surged towards Su Yu. However, Su Yu did not engage. Instead, he swiftly evaded the blow, darting towards Zhou He and his companions, whispering something to them. Is this feasible? Will we win? Rest assured, victory is assured, Su Yu affirmed with a nod. Little trash. What are you hiding from? You boast greatly, yet where is your strength? In a flash, the glint of a sword flickered, and Su Yu's instincts blared alarmingly. He sharply tilted his head just as a sword energy severed several strands of hair and embedded itself into the rocks behind him. Second realm, is he truly this powerful? Su Yu's heart raced. He narrowly escaped decapitation despite the considerable distance separating them. In a direct confrontation, unless he inexplicably faltered and allowed Su Yu to strike, he would likely be reduced to smithereens. Su Yu shook his head slightly. He had no intention of confronting Mo Jianxin head-on. Despite possessing the myriad combat techniques and the enhanced capabilities of his transformed mouth, it was implausible for him to triumph over a genius of the Tianwu realm while being 2 major realms apart. Currently, his most formidable technique was the perfected lion's roar combined with the power of his transformed mouth. Students of the worthless are themselves worthless. Accept your fate. Just as Mo Jianxin prepared to attack again, Su Yu inhaled deeply, channeling both his vitality and spiritual energy, releasing a thunderous roar. Fool. This outburst left Mo Jianxin momentarily stunned, as he felt his mind assaulted, nearly losing grip on his sword. In his life, he had never been subjected to such vulgar insults. You, what about me? You're merely a fool who talks nonsense. I what? You are nothing but a bag of urea. How can you contain so much? Be quiet, you vulgar wretch. What? You are the most delicate. The fastest man in all of Dexiao, right? Your mother truly has a sense of humor, giving birth to a joke like you. And you call yourself Mo Jinshin of the Tianwu? They say one's name reflects their deficiencies. It seems you lack wit. Had it not been for my teacher saving your father, you would not even exist as a fertilized egg. Your family is worse than ferocious beasts. Truly a case of a dog giving birth to a pup. Mo Jinshin's lips parted to retort, yet Suyu was always a step ahead. His tongue was exceptionally agile, each word skillfully employing the techniques of the perfected lion's roar, amplified by his formidable spiritual energy of 17 hertz, effectively immobilizing Mo Jinshin in place. Every time he attempted to strike Suyu, he was repelled by the force of the lion's roar. After all, he lacked the Tianxiao. With his total spiritual energy merely at 0.05 hertz, had it not been for his overwhelming vitality compared to Suyu, he would have fainted from the force of the roar. However, Mo Jinshin was not faring well either. The deafening insults pierced his mind like daggers, causing him immense suffering. His complexion shifting from red to black, then to purple. Not only he, but even his subordinates rolling on the ground were reduced to tears by Su Yu's relentless taunts. Yet, this was not the end. Zhou He approached Su Yu, handing him a microphone. Chapter 22. This is hell. What kind of fighting style is this? A shrew scolding in the streets? Ah, you are unaware. Su Yu employs a 5th-tier F-grade battle technique, the lion's roar. Wow. The lion's roar can be used in such a manner? Today has been enlightening. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this will inspire many imitators. Will future battles among high-level warriors devolve into verbal duels? Outside the back mountain, everyone marveled at Su Yu's ingenuity. By employing a unique approach, he managed to elevate a B-grade battle technique to an S-grade experience. Even Mo Jinshin inadvertently suffered a significant setback. Many raised their phones, realizing that if this video reached Tianwu, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Now listen closely. At that moment, Su Yu took a deep breath, brought the microphone to his lips, and unleashed a ferocious roar. Oh, the sound pierced through the air, striking at the very core of one's being, capable of breaking through the strongest defenses of the heart. In that instant, everyone present felt an excruciating pain that resonated to their very bones. It hurts. It hurts so much. What has he experienced to produce such a sound? No, I can't endure this. I must retreat. Even the onlookers a kilometer away were affected by the agonizing scream, crouching on the ground, their faces contorted in agony, as if constipated for a decade. As for Mo Jinshin, he could no longer withstand the assault and fell to his knees. However, the more he suffered, the more exhilarated he became. This is futile. You merely serve to sharpen my resolve. His eyes narrowed, his aura sharpened like a drawn sword, and he clenched his teeth, steadfastly enduring the tearing pain. Jinshin, his martial spirit, is the sword heart. The more he is honed, the sharper he becomes. Ha! Su Yu, I confess I underestimated your abilities. Yet, you remain too weak. Weakness is the original sin. Your hidden cards will only serve as my whetstone. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce brilliance erupting from him. Not good. Zhou He exclaimed. Su Yu, stop. He intends to use your spiritual pressure to break through to the third realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yu fell silent, astonished. Is this the genius level? He can actually break through mid-battle? Not continuing? Mo Jinshin wore a triumphant smile. If you persist with your spiritual techniques, I will leverage that momentum to break through. Once I reach the third realm, I can forcibly resist your spiritual pressure. If you refrain from using your techniques, a single strike from me will suffice to end you. What will your choice be? Mo Jinshin approached Su Yu with a leisurely yet menacing demeanor, while his subordinates rose, laughing heartily. Indeed, as expected of young Master Mo. Such audacity is rare in this world. He thinks he can defeat young Master Mo in such a manner. It is merely a fool's dream. Such underhanded tactics are destined for failure. Does he truly believe he can enter the gates of Tianwu? He should wake up. Option 1. Kneel and beg for mercy. Seeking to become Mo Jinshin's servant. Reward. A hard turtle shell. Option 2. Fight him head-on. Better to stand and die than kneel and live. Reward. A chance to freely choose a reincarnation identity. Option 3. Find a way to prevent Mo Jinshin's breakthrough while defeating him. Reward. A first-tier SS-grade treasure, the Thunderous Horn. What will be your choice? There is no need to ask. Su Yu met Mo Jinshin's gaze without flinching. Then, amidst the peculiar expressions of Lu Yanyan, Li Tsongyu, and others, he donned his headphones, activated his phone, and typed a few words into the search bar. Male, fiery romance, one-on-one, explicit. Next, Su Yu replaced the names of the protagonists with Mo Jinshin and Tang Yingjia. The moment Su Yu's devilish voice echoed, The expressions of everyone in the arena changed dramatically. Mo Jianxin strode purposefully towards Tang Jie, his complexion flushed as he swiftly encircled Tang Jie's waist with a firm grip. Before Tang Jie could react, warm lips pressed against his, teasingly brushing against his tongue. The vivid imagery conveyed by the words, likely sourced from some novel book, was overwhelmingly potent. Coupled with the influence of mental energy, everyone present found themselves conjuring that rather scandalous scene in their minds. The gazes directed toward the two male protagonists shifted, as if they had truly engaged in such acts. The sensation of teeth being nudged was both painful and somewhat exhilarating. Su's deep voice permeated the air, and despite Fanxin covering his ears, he could not escape its effects. Furthermore, due to his elevated martial arts level and an active mind, the images he imagined were astonishingly vivid. How could a person commit such acts? His face reddened, and his pupils widened in shock at Su's insidious tactics. Silence. Please, just be quiet. In such a scenario, no matter how perceptive Mo Jianxin was, it was impossible for him to break through while grappling with those images. Suddenly, Mo Jianxin's expression changed dramatically as cracks appeared on his sword heart. Under Su's haunting voice, he found himself increasingly drawn to Tang Jie, and if he remained in this state, disaster was imminent. Damn it, you've won. I will remember you. At this moment, Mo Jianxin could no longer think of anything else and had to abandon the idea of using Su as a sharpening stone for his breakthrough. However, having forced a cessation, he would need at least a month to reforge his mental state. He felt an intense hatred. He was on the brink of advancing to the third realm, aiming for a top 3 ranking at the end of his freshman year, yet he was thwarted by, leaving him utterly frustrated. With a thunderous stomp, Mo Jianxin fled the scene. Su, this is your own doing. Just wait. Even if you win the championship at the Southwest University League, the Tianwu recommendation quota will not fall to you. I will sever all your paths. Sever my paths? Su scoffed, forcibly wrenching a large tooth from his mouth and clutching it tightly. As he gazed at Fan's retreating figure, a faint glow emanated from his brow. He then twisted his body sharply, muscles rippling, and, using his mental energy as a slingshot, hurled his tooth with ferocity. No one can obstruct my path. As long as I desire to walk, the road lies beneath my feet. Chapter 23. Should good people be pointed at with guns? With a resounding bang, that tooth erupted with a sonic boom, striking Mo Jianxin's backside like a meteor. Ouch! A cry of pain echoed, accompanied by a series of expletives from afar. Witnessing this scene, everyone fell silent. This guy was undeniably ruthless. Who would use their own tooth as a weapon? This was truly preposterous. In an instant, everyone concluded that they must not provoke Su. When he was ruthless, he would go all out. Mo Gongzu, wait for us. At that moment, several of Mo Jianxin's followers and Tang Jie hastily fled towards the school gate. Their speed was frantic as they began their desperate escape. But did I allow you to leave? Su snorted coldly, suddenly producing a large megaphone, reminiscent of those used by fruit vendors on the street. This was a reward for defeating Mo Jianxin, despite its unassuming appearance. It was far superior to the speakers on the back mountain. Su aimed the megaphone at Tang Jie and the others, took a deep breath, and bellowed, "Stop." The ferocious sound waves cascaded like a flood, engulfing the group in an instant. Tang Yingjie felt as though he were swept into a deluge, the might of nature tearing at him, leaving his clothes in tatters. The teachers and students of Qingqizhong collectively swallowed hard. Had they ever heard a lion's roar amplified by a megaphone? Go inform Jiangxing Yizhong to bring money for the ransom. Su bound the group with ropes and tossed them onto the playground. A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Tang Yingjie shouted indignantly. He was supposed to be the foremost figure of Jiangxing, yet now he found himself stripped and bound on the playground for all to see. Huh. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak, Su scoffed, pulling out his phone to search for terrifying stories, beginning his merciless torment. You can't sleep at night, feeling a pair of eyes staring at you from outside your window. The next day, you discover your neighbor hanging from a tree, his eyes fixed directly on your window. You wake up thirsty at night, looking in the mirror and finding yourself exceptionally handsome, posing triumphantly. The next morning, you realize it was merely a frame, devoid of a mirror. You stay at a splendid hotel while traveling, particularly enamored with a portrait of a beautiful woman on the wall. The next morning, you find there's no painting, only a window. The deep, dark voice seemed to evoke the deepest fears within. As one chilling tale after another was recounted, even the stalwart Deng Qingyan was covered in goosebumps. Isn't this enough, Shu? What you're doing is no different from them. At this moment, Lu Yanyan could no longer contain herself. She understood that he aimed to obliterate their martial spirit through fear, planting a heart demon that would render them paralyzed with terror at the mere sight of him. However, martial arts should embody honor and integrity, should it not? Having been raised with the values of benevolence and morality, She could not comprehend his actions. Upon hearing Lian Yan's words, Tang Yingjia and the others felt as though they had found a savior. Yes, Su, be cautious. You might lose your way. Lose my way, huh? Su shook his head, chuckling. If a heart demon truly existed, the expression on its face would undoubtedly be most entertaining once it entered his being. Lian Yan, your question is quite insightful. Su temporarily halted his torment of the group and turned to regard each individual earnestly. Apart from Lian Yan, many younger students cast sympathetic glances at Tang Yingjia, while the older teachers appeared quite amused, even helping Su find more terrifying tales. What distinguishes me from them? Ultimately, Su's gaze fixed on Lian Yan, locking onto her eyes as he declared, I am human, and they are human too. Thus, why should there be a distinction? This left the Lian Yan momentarily speechless, attempting to refute him, but finding her worldview inadequate to answer his query. Indeed, we are all human. Why categorize ourselves into hierarchies? Yet, isn't upholding benevolence and morality a noble pursuit? But you are a good person, Su. They are the villains. Villains will undoubtedly resort to malicious tactics. But you are different from them. Su, let them go. They have already received their due punishment, haven't they? Besides, you are unharmed now, aren't you? Lian Yan began to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Fu. Huh, what a good person. Others actively infringe upon me, seeking to obstruct my path in martial arts, even threatening my life. If they succeeded, what would become of me? Su approached Tang Yingjia, seizing his head and lifting him to meet his gaze. His eyes were icy, questioning why he should be constrained by morality when repaying harm with harm. Is this the world's malice toward good people? Must good people always suffer persecution? If that is the case, then I shall no longer be a good person. From now on, please refer to me as a demon. Having spoken, Su directly pierced his spiritual energy into Tang Yingjia's forehead and commenced the operation of his visualization technique. In the next moment, Tang Yingjia's expression morphed into one of profound terror, as if he had witnessed the most horrific sight imaginable. You wish to plant a heart demon within me. Do not be surprised if I reciprocate, Su scoffed, retracting his hand. At that moment, Tang Yingjia collapsed backward, his eyes reflecting a vast expanse of the Yellow Springs. Chapter 24. Amidst wind and rain, I stand unmoved at this juncture. Tang Yingjia deeply regretted his decision to enter Qingqing No. 1 High School. Initially, he had intended merely to eliminate a potential rival, yet he found himself ensnared instead. Once a heart demon was implanted, unless he could defeat Su directly in the future, he could never again harbor animosity towards him. This signified that wherever Su was present, he would be unable to lift his head in pride. However, no amount of regret could alter the situation. Shortly thereafter, several teachers from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, their faces darkened, escorted a few individuals who were completely unclothed away, leaving behind a substantial ransom after the persuasion or coercion of Principal Xia and Zhou He. The sum amounted to a staggering 300,000 daxia coins, along with 20 high-grade qi and blood elixirs, and a spiritual energy resonator. Su, Principal Xia, and Zhou He each expressed their opinions on this unexpected fortune, ultimately resulting in Su acquiring 100,000 daxia coins and the resonator capable of enhancing his spiritual energy. With money and resources in hand, Su plunged once more into the training chamber. After all, the digestion of the secret cache had yet to be fully completed, and the recent excessive use of his spiritual energy had rendered the oral production line he had established somewhat unstable, with the cancer cells within growing restless and requiring immediate suppression. Teacher Zhang, have the ideologies I learned since childhood all been erroneous? Lu Yinyan stood in place, her eyes filled with confusion. Although Su appeared to have only implanted heart demons in 5 individuals, the truth was that there were 6. Even now, Lu Yinyan remained ensnared by the few words Su had uttered. Zhang Qingyan smiled and shook his head, stating that the world was not merely black and white. No ideology possessed absolute correctness or error, only differing stances. If you are to uphold benevolence and righteousness, then restrain yourself accordingly. However, if you impose your beliefs upon others, that is incorrect. Do not advise others to do good without having experienced their suffering. Cease acts of unwarranted generosity towards others. I understand, teacher. Thank you for enlightening me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan seemed to grasp something and nodded emphatically. Indeed, it was Su who had suffered persecution. What right did she have to demand that he forgive those individuals? Upon realizing this, a wave of guilt surged within her. I must find a way to make amends with Su. Lowering her head, she seemed to have a thought, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, in a mountainside villa at the center of Qingqing, furious roars akin to that of a wild beast reverberated, shaking the entire villa district. Yet, no one dared approach to confront the source of the noise, for the owner of the villa was Mo Jinshin. Suyu oh Suyu. Mo Jinshin's face was a mask of fury. His backside had been injured by Suyu's bite, leading to infection at the wound site, rendering him unable to stand or lie down comfortably. He could only maintain an awkward posture, leaning against the wall with his rear protruding. This position, however, inexplicably reminded him of a novel recited by Suyu, filling him with a mix of shame and rage. As a prominent scion of the Mo family, ranked among the top 10 in the Tianwu University, how could he have been reduced to such a state by a mere youth? How would he face the world if this were to become known? Damn Suyu, you will pay for this. And that old cripple Zhou, he must die as well. After which I will scatter your ashes to the pigsty. Mo Jinshin trembled with rage, his hands shaking violently. Maintaining his position, he extracted his phone and began to mobilize his resources. Soon, after sending out dozens, if not hundreds, of messages, he finally wore a satisfied smile. This time, not only Tianwu, but even lower-tier martial arts universities like Linya Wudao would no longer be able to grant Suyu an exemption. Who goes there? Just then, Mo Jinshin sensed a chilling presence behind him. Whirling around, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld a grotesque entity resembling a pool of black liquid, exuding a foul stench, its sides adorned with tentacles and teeth, a truly terrifying sight. Devil spawn. In an instant, Mo Jinshin seemed to realize something. His face contorted with disbelief. How could there be a devil spawn born from an uncontrolled sacred demon body in Qingqing? Was it the Shanghai Society? As this thought surged in his mind, the abomination suddenly opened its gaping maw and lunged towards him. Mo Jinshin, alarmed, attempted to flee, only to feel a sharp pain in his rear, paralyzing his movements. In that moment, he appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression one of sheer terror. Frantically, Mo Jinshin opened his phone, intending to relay this shocking news. Suyu is the sacred demon body in a state of chaos. Unfortunately, he realized too late that he had not activated the voice function. Oh, the next moment, his pitiable cries abruptly ceased. The devil spawn, having consumed Mo Jinshin, slowly sank into the ground and vanished without a trace. Soon after, two men clad in black robes appeared within the villa, meticulously cleaning up the remnants left by the devil spawn. Once their task was complete, one of the figures spoke into a communicator. Mo Jinshin confirmed dead, absorbed by the devil spawn. Before his demise, he appeared to have deduced the true identity of the sacred demon body. However, we dared not approach the devil spawn too closely, so we could not discern the name he mentioned. Very well, once you finish the cleanup, return. Beneath Qingqing, in the labyrinthine depths of the sewer, a man adorned with a yellow scarf and clad in burlap slowly rose to his feet, a radiant smile gracing his face. First, he had fortuitously discovered the devil spawn within the city, and then he had stumbled upon the lethargic Mo Jinshin. Through a series of cunning maneuvers, this heavyweight genius had been unwittingly led to his demise. Once this monumental achievement was reported upward, his position within the Shanghai Society would surely experience a meteoric rise. How intriguing! Who could this uncontrolled sacred demon body be? It has managed to endure for so long without being consumed by the devil spawn. He chuckled to himself. It seems I cannot allow the devil spawn too much freedom. Should its existence become exposed and attract the attention of a master, it would spell disaster. I shall cast it outside the city to develop further. It will provide the candidates participating in the martial examination with quite the surprise. At that moment, in the rear mountain base, Suyu, who was refining the oral production line, suddenly opened his eyes. This sensation, his brows furrowed, disbelief flickering in his gaze. Mo Jinshin is dead. The once mighty Tianwu genius had perished. The cancer cells within his teeth were painstakingly cultivated entities, capable of resonating with his spiritual energy, allowing him to sense their state even from afar. Suyu had deliberately broken a tooth to strike his opponent, enabling him to constantly locate Mo Jinshin's whereabouts and prevent any ambush. Yet now, the cancer cells within Mo Jinshin's body clearly sensed that his life force had extinguished. From the final fluctuations transmitted by the cancer cells, it appeared that a massive entity had simultaneously consumed both Mo Jinshin and his cancer cells before swiftly retreating beyond the range of his perception. Strangely, this creature that devoured Mo Jinshin felt oddly familiar. Qingqing seems poised for turmoil. Suyu shook his head slightly. With the martial examination approaching, this time of year always witnessed a surge in violent incidents and horrific attacks. Daxia Kingdom is beset not only by numerous external foes, but also harbors a sinister cult organization known as Shanghai Shi. This malevolent sect has committed countless atrocities, even inciting riots at the Shanghai Rift beyond the city, resulting in the annihilation of several cities. As Suyu pondered these matters, three options gradually materialized before him. Option 1. cease cultivation, and embark on a quest to uncover the truth behind Mo Jinshin's death, tracing the whereabouts of Shanhai Shi members. Completion reward: 5 exceptional blood pills. Option 2. Continue cultivating, disregarding the storms of the outside world, and focus on completing the construction of the secret repository, striving for an early ascension to a martial artist. Completion reward: 5 exceptional blood pills. Indeed, Shanhai Shi was at play. After scanning the 2 options, Suyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never mind. When the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. I shall continue my cultivation. Chapter 25. Breakthrough to the First Realm. As Suyu closed his eyes and initiated internal vision, 5 exceptional blood pills materialized within the system space. These items are exclusive cultivation resources for First Realm martial artists, with the vitality content of a single blood pill equivalent to 5 portions of vitality powder. Thus, the value of these 5 exceptional blood pills amounts to a staggering 250,000 daxia coins. Suyu took 1 blood pill and held it in his mouth, then exchanged all his cash for a lower-tier breathing technique. While observing the breathing technique, he contemplated deeply. His most pressing concern was to complete the construction of the secret repository in one breath, ensuring it could operate autonomously without his interference. It was impractical for Suyu to maintain the operation of the organ assembly line using his mental energy indefinitely. Thus, he needed to devise a method to transition from manual to automated operation. Taking a deep breath, Suyu prepared to initiate the magical transformation of the esophagus. After spending a considerable amount of time, the cancer cells within him continued to proliferate, spreading throughout various parts of his body. Suyu employed his previous strategy, utilizing his mental energy to extract the energy within, transferring it entirely to the esophagus. The entire length of the esophagus is approximately 25 centimeters, serving the purpose of transporting chewed food from the oral cavity to the stomach. Should the quality of the esophagus falter, there is a significant risk that food may escape back into the mouth. Hence, Suyu did not underestimate any organ and proceeded with meticulous care in the construction process. Mucosal layer, assembly line, submucosal layer, assembly line, muscular layer, assembly line. As each workstation was created, Suyu began to drive the cancer cells into these positions, replacing the ordinary cells. The vitality within his body was continuously compressed, interspersed among the assembly lines, alleviating the pressure on his mental energy. However, relying solely on vitality would result in it being consumed by the cancer cells. Thus, Suyu devised a strategy to compress the vitality further, solidifying it. This way, the cancer cells would be unable to consume the vitality within a short time frame. Before long, the transformation of the esophagus was complete. Suyu immediately turned his attention to the stomach, his heartbeat quickening slightly. The stomach is the core organ of the digestive system, responsible for storing, mixing, and initially digesting food, as well as secreting digestive enzymes and hormones, playing a crucial role in the entire digestive process. Once the stomach is transformed, he would possess 3 magical organs simultaneously. Suyu had an inkling that his body would likely undergo some transformation at that time. After operating the visualization method for a brief hour, he elevated his mental state to its peak. He mentally reviewed all the functions of the stomach. Subsequently, he initiated internal vision, focusing all his attention on the stomach. As the cancer cells continued to gather, the normal stomach cells began to perish one by one. An excruciating pain pierced through him, causing Suyu to break into a cold sweat, yet his expression remained calm. Neural connections, smooth muscle assembly line set up. The stomach taking shape, secretion assembly line set up, capable of secreting concentrated gastric acid, mucosal assembly line set up, protecting the stomach from acid corrosion gradually. Akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, the entire stomach was meticulously reconstructed by Suyu from a mass of tissue into a super digestive organ. 3 days later, just as the transformation of the stomach was nearing completion, a rumble erupted. The vitality within Suyu began to surge uncontrollably. Furthermore, it started to coalesce towards the stomach. What is happening? Suyu felt a hint of panic, but upon observing that the cancer cells within showed no unusual activity, he relaxed slightly. It seems like this might be a good sign. The vitality flooding into the stomach began to compress autonomously, transforming from a gaseous form into a liquid state. Liquid vitality. Suyu observed this transformation closely when suddenly an idea struck him. Have I reached the level of a first-realm martial artist? Suyu opened his eyes, astonished. Ordinary martial artists, upon practicing the breathing technique and constructing a vitality vortex, experience a breakthrough when their vitality surpasses its limits, ascending to new heights. When the total vitality reaches 1,000 calories, the liquefaction of vitality occurs, marking the characteristic of a martial artist. Upon reaching this stage, one can be deemed a first-realm martial artist. However, for an ordinary person, achieving the liquefaction of vitality is no simple feat. Otherwise, this stage would not be referred to as the martial artist's Great Barrier. Yet, for Suyu, this step appeared to be remarkably simple. He had done nothing but transform the stomach, and he had directly broken through? It felt akin to experiencing a swift release after consuming Huailai Earth. It seems that ascending to a martial artist does not necessitate the complete construction of the secret repository during the body tempering stage. Like an ordinary first-realm martial artist, I only need to complete the magical transformation of the core organs to ascend. However, ordinary first-realm martial artists undergo bone tempering. While I am gradually perfecting the digestive secret repository, Suyu nodded slightly, his thoughts shifting as he opened the attribute interface. Name: Suyu Vitality Value, 1. 540 calories, Peak 1. 650 calories, Magical Martial Way. First Realm Mental Energy, 21 Hz Cultivation Technique, National Middle and Primary School Body Tempering Method Combat Skill, Myriad Forms Battle Technique. Fierce Beast Edition, Minor Completion 20, Mental Combat Skill, Lion's Roar, Major Completion 30, Visualization Method, Yellow Springs Cleansing Sutra Physique, Sacred Demon Body, Mastering, Secret Repository, Digestive Secret Repository, Completion 30, Titles, The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. Does bro not feel pressure? Fast Boy, Aura of the Strong, Defender of the Nation. The vitality value is surprisingly high. Suyu raised an eyebrow. After breaking into the first realm, his overall strength underwent a phenomenal transformation. The upper limit of his vitality value is approximately 16 times that of an ordinary martial artist. It is worth noting that even utilizing an S-grade breathing technique to break through only brings a martial artist close to the limit of 1,000 vitality value. Yet, Suyu has directly exceeded this limit by a staggering 650 calories. Is this the uniqueness of the new method? A smirk crept across Suyu's lips. It is important to note that he had merely just broken through. If he were to reach the peak of the first realm, wouldn't his vitality value surged to 3,000 or 4,000. After exiting the cultivation chamber, Suyu relished a hearty meal and took a cold shower. As he emerged from the bathroom bare-chested, he was confronted by Lu Yanyan blocking the doorway. Hey, Suyu, I have a book here. Would you be interested in appreciating it? Lu Yanyan said, somewhat shyly, as this was her first time speaking to a boy outside of combat. Appreciate a book? Suyu frowned, wondering if this girl had opened a new world after hearing him read the Huang book earlier. I'll pass on that. Oh, alright then. It seems my A-grade breathing technique is still too lacking. Breathing technique? That might still be worth appreciating. Chapter 26. Completion of the Digestive Secret Repository. The 10 Halls of Digestive Kings Within. Indeed, the A-grade breathing technique is undoubtedly more sophisticated than the F-grade techniques I have encountered before. The breathing technique known as Longzhan Yuyi generates a vortex of vital energy infused with combat intent, along with a subtle effect of refining mental strength, making it exceedingly formidable. After swiftly perusing its contents, Suyu committed the information to memory, preparing to retreat to the training room to thoroughly digest it. Grateful, he returned the technique to Lu Yanyan and made to leave. Are you just going to leave like that? Lu Yanyan asked, bewildered. This breathing technique, after all, comprised no less than 100,000 words, and he had only glanced over it once before memorizing it. Upon reflection, it seemed that this fellow possessed a celestial aperture, making his intellect somewhat more adept than average. What else would I do here? Suyu replied, nonchalantly drying his damp hair with a towel. I apologize, Suyu, for the words I spoke earlier. Lu Yanyan took a deep breath and bowed deeply to him. Suyu frowned slightly. You are exposed. Lu Yanyan hastily covered her neckline, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stood awkwardly. It's fine. You need not apologize to me or bow to anyone. Suyu shook his head earnestly. As a fellow student, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. His right fist clenched before him as he gazed into Lu Yanyan's eyes, articulating each word with precision. There exist countless perspectives in this world, all of which can logically coexist. Thus, the notion of one perspective being superior to another is unfounded. When the arguments of all parties fail to persuade one another, there remains one force that can bridge that gap. With that, Suyu unleashed his tightly clenched fist with great force. A thunderous sound erupted as the air exploded under the pressure. The men's bathroom's wall crumbled, revealing several bare behinds within. Damn, who was so reckless? Did they not realize there were others bathing inside? Li Tsongyu emerged, his hair laden with shampoo. Upon spotting Suyu, his eyes widened in shock. What? How could it be? After Suyu's punch, the vital energy that had been concealed was completely released, and it was perceptible to several onlookers. A martial artist. This fellow has become a martial artist. Damn, in just a few days apart, We were still fretting over the vortex of vital energy. And he has directly become a martial artist? The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and beast. Indeed, as long as your strength is formidable enough, even the illogical can become logical. Observing the fear-stricken expressions of Li Tsongyu and the others, Su Yu chuckled lightly, disregarding how much Lu Yin had comprehended, and simply turned to depart. Lu Yin remained rooted to the spot, a glimmer of realization illuminating her eyes. So that is how it is. But when did he break through to become a martial artist? The vitality is so robust. No wonder he was unconcerned about my family's breathing technique. In the following period, Su Yu immersed himself entirely in an intensive training regimen. After grasping the intricacies of Long Zhan Yi, his speed in establishing organ production lines accelerated. Simultaneously, under the influence of the mental force oscillator, his mental strength gradually increased. During this time, Lu Yin sought to spar with Su Yu, but he flatly declined. It would be absurd. Although he had now become a martial artist, he fundamentally relied on mental strength to propel his digestive system, limiting his ability to unleash significant power. At present, Su Yu's sole focus was on completing the construction of the digestive secret repository, casting aside all else. As night fell, Su Yu consumed a blood pill, opting to substitute vitality for mental strength, liberating his mental power first. Soon, under the compression of his mental energy, the previously liquid vitality was solidified, gradually replacing the production lines of his mental strength, until the pathways of mental energy within the mouth, esophagus, and stomach were fully replaced. Su Yu finally liberated his mental strength, enabling him to proceed with the construction of the small and large intestines. Daytime was for training, while evenings were reserved for meditation. Hunger merely led him to the cafeteria for indulgence. Thus, over the course of more than half a month, the small intestine, large intestine, rectum, and anus, along with the liver, gallbladder, and pancreas, were all completely replaced by cancer cells. The capabilities of these organs were replicated by the cancer cells, elevating their limits by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, the outlines of the production lines constructed from vitality lacked the intensity of those formed from mental strength, resulting in some awkwardness in the operation of the digestive secret repository. Su Yu was not surprised, rather. A smile graced his face as he retrieved 2 yellowing tomes, Das Kapital and Exploitation and Oppression. These relics of a bygone era had been unearthed from the library's archives. Though the philosophies within were antiquated, they might prove remarkably effective in managing the less astute cancer cells. Hours later, as he perused Das Kapital, Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at the ideas presented. It was difficult to fathom that these concepts were conceived by humans. The malice humans harbored towards one another was astounding in the absence of foreign entities. An hour later, Su Yu closed the book, inhaled deeply, and murmured, "Redirect the contradictions. Allowing cancer cells to govern cancer cells, adopt a wolfish culture with an elimination system, and perhaps even implement some loans." However, complete autonomy could not be granted to the cancer cells. Perhaps, establishing a general manager within each organ to liaise with me would be prudent. Some concepts from the Yellow Springs of Sin Washing Sutra seemed applicable. Moments later, clarity began to dawn in Su Yu's mind. He consumed the last 2 blood pills and initiated internal vision. The surging vital energy within his body coalesced into multiple production lines under the influence of his mental strength. Ultimately, the mental pathways of the large and small intestines were liberated. Thus, the preliminary construction of the entire digestive secret repository was accomplished. Afterward, Su Yu's mental energy radiated, enveloping the entirety of the digestive secret repository. He began to fine-tune each production line, ensuring that the most industrious cancer cell on any line would receive an additional energy supply. Furthermore, it would possess a degree of autonomy, enabling it to navigate freely within the production line and manage any rebellious cancer cells. By allowing cancer cells to manage their own kind, the conflict between Su Yu and the cancer cells transformed into a conflict among the cancer cells themselves. Moreover, after establishing the position of production line leader, he also appointed line leaders within functionally identical production lines, wherein one line leader would oversee 10 production line leaders. Above them, he instituted a managerial position, assigning one manager to supervise 10 line leaders. At the pinnacle was the general manager, responsible for the governance of an entire organ, and it would receive the most energy supply, with its intelligence maximized. Perhaps some philosophies from the Yellow Springs of Sin Washing Sutra could be utilized as well. As another day elapsed, small tumors sprouted atop the 10 organs within Su Yu's digestive system. The 10 kings of digestion report. With a tremor of mental energy, the 10 small tumors quivered simultaneously. The palace of the word spirit, king of the oral cavity, present. The palace of the esophagus, king of the esophagus, present. The Palace of the Stomach, King of the Stomach, present. Chapter 27. Has he always been this uncanny? Very well. Observing the astute expressions of the 10 kings of digestion, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. These 10 super cancer cells were not left to their own devices. He had assigned each of them performance tasks, evaluating the productivity of the 10 organs in the digestive secret repository weekly. Depending on their performance, they would receive varying rewards or penalties. Thus, the 10 kings of digestion would be preoccupied with internal competition and strife, leaving them little time to conspire against him. Name: Suyu Vitality. 2,845 cards. Peak 2999 cards. Demonic Martial Arts. First Realm Peak Mental Power. 32 Hz Cultivation Techniques. National Primary and Secondary School Body. Refinement Method. Demonic Martial Arts. Digestion Secret Collection. Battle Skills. Myriad Forms Battle Technique. Ferocious Beast Chapter. Minor Completion 20. Mental Battle Skill. Lion's Roar. Major Completion 30. Visualization Method. Yellow Springs Purification Sutra Physique. Sacred Demonic Body. In Control. Secret. Collection. Digestion Secret Collection Titles. The Wise Do Not Enter Love's Waters. Does Little Brother Not Feel Pressure? Fast Male. Aura of the Strong. Defender of Home and Country. The Digestion Secret Collection has been initially constructed, and now it awaits the complete development of the cancer cells. Suyu's breathing grew slightly labored as he furrowed his brow, pondering that after his body strengthened, his respiratory system was gradually unable to keep pace. The next secret collection would focus on the respiratory system. He wondered if the cancer cells could cultivate breathing techniques. If each cancer cell could autonomously cultivate and generate vitality, would not his cultivation speed soar like a rocket? Perhaps, if they could also practice visualization methods, he could harness the cancer cells to generate energy, augmenting his mental power. While Suyu stroked his chin, contemplating how to exploit the cancer cells, a knock resonated at the door of the training room. The voice of Lu Yin came from outside. Suyu, are you still cultivating? Tomorrow marks the commencement of the University League, and the teacher sent me to remind you. All right, I understand, Suyu nodded. However, Lu Yin lingered, hesitating before adding. Suyu, could you provide me with some guidance on my practical combat? Don't worry, I will offer appropriate compensation. In the next moment, the door to the training room swung open, and Suyu stepped out slowly. For practical combat, wouldn't it be better to consult Teacher Zhang? Lu Yin shook her head slightly. Teacher Zhang said my fundamentals are sound. The main issue lies here. She poked her chest with her finger. Is it too large? Affecting my center of gravity? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Hey, what are you looking at? Lu Yan's cheeks flushed as she retorted. What you said previously made a lot of sense, so I hope you can engage in practical combat with me to hone my skills. Teacher Zhang is not my peer. The effectiveness of our sparring is rather limited. As Lu Yan's words fell, 3 options suddenly appeared before Suyu. Option 1. Agree to Lu Yan's invitation for practical combat. Completion reward. Mental power increases by 1 Hz. Option 2. Reject Lu Yan's request and tell her to leave. Completion reward. Vitality increases by 20 cards. Well then, let's arrange a match for 10,000. Suyu agreed with a smile. During this period, he had exhausted his savings in pursuit of breakthroughs and was worried about where to earn money for blood pills. Now, Lu Yin, the little heiress, had come to his aid. As soon as he spoke, a refreshing sensation coursed through the back of his head, and his mental power surged abruptly. This is the taste of having an advantage, he thought. All right, it's settled. Lu Yin rejoiced, and together they proceeded to the practical combat arena. Teacher Zhang, I appreciate your assistance, Suyu addressed politely. It's a small matter, it's my duty. Zhang Qinyin waved his hand, his eyes lighting up. He has indeed succeeded in breaking through on his own. In his eyes, Suyu's vitality was immense, far surpassing that of an ordinary first-realm martial artist. Even at the peak of the first realm, vitality would typically max out at around 2,000 cards. Yet this young man seemed to be approaching 3,000 cards. Remarkable, it appears he was confident in refusing Mo Jinshin's guidance. Are you both ready? I'm all right. I declare the battle begins. With Zhang Qinyan's proclamation, in an instant, Lu Yan's right eye glowed crimson. Simultaneously, her right hand shimmered, vitality surging forth and infusing into her long knife. Is this the combat style of an ordinary martial artist? Suyu was not surprised. Lu Yan's breakthrough was anticipated. His gaze focused on the bones of her right hand, for he had yet to experience the combat power enhancement brought by bone refinement. This was an excellent opportunity to discern the differences between his techniques and those of traditional martial artists. Great Antelope leaps the mountain peak, Suyu shouted, advancing rather than retreating, charging headlong at Lu Yin. Want to get close? Not a chance. Lu Yin smirked, planting her feet firmly, halting his advance, and swung her long knife, unleashing a torrent of blade energy towards Suyu. she was aware that apart from his mental power, Suyu had only practiced a few hand-to-hand combat techniques, thus she would not allow him to close the distance. Cat turns, cat wags tail. However, the seemingly impenetrable blade energy appeared to have vast openings before Suyu, and with a few nimble leaps, he effortlessly evaded the attacks, closing the distance between them once more. Another new battle technique? This isn't a new technique. He has only practiced one battle skill. This was an all-encompassing battle method. Lu Yanyan's expression shifted as she summoned all her strength to strike again. A crimson blade energy surged towards Suyu's face. Lu Yanyan's lips curled slightly. At this distance, no matter how skillful Suyu's footwork, he cannot dodge. Yet, in the next moment, Suyu's actions stunned everyone. Goodness! He made no attempt to evade, instead opening his mouth wide and swallowing the blade energy whole. With a few crunches, he chewed it up and swallowed. What? Is a first-realm martial artist not supposed to have refined hands? How is he refining his teeth? In that instant, everyone, including Zhang Qinyan, was left in shock. Teeth, such a location on the skull, should only be refined by sixth-realm martial artists. Yet this young man was astonishingly extraordinary. Black Tiger breaks neck. Suyu paid no heed to the stunned reactions around him, swiftly maneuvering to Lu Yanyan's side and forcefully grasping her neck. Akin to a tiger pressing its claw upon its prey, Lu Yanyan, caught off guard, found herself pinned to the ground. Oh no! Lu Yanyan's face paled as her entire visage was pressed against the arena, realizing she had lost without even forcing out his mental power battle skill. The victor is Suyu, Zhang Qinyan announced with astonishment, marking the end of the battle. Not only was it the outrageous strength of his teeth, but the techniques he employed were strikingly familiar to him, resembling a fusion of all hand-to-hand combat skills from the body refinement stage, culminating in an ultimate hand-to-hand combat technique. Moreover, he could see that the potential of this technique had not yet been fully realized. This was a skill potent enough to be utilized in the third realm of martial arts. What is the name of this technique? Zhang Qinyan inquired curiously. Myriad Forms Battle Technique, Suyu replied without reservation. A splendid name. All-encompassing, Myriad Forms Battle Technique. Zhang Qinyan's eyes sparkled. Would you be interested in engaging in a match with me? Upon hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow, feeling tempted. Zhang Qinyan's combat notes had greatly benefited him. Battling the man himself would undoubtedly accumulate further combat experience. Suyu, let's battle. I also wish to see where your limits lie. At that moment, Lu Yan had also risen from the ground, her expression filled with resentment. Had I known this guy was so strong, I would have given him a heads up to take it easy. Being instantly defeated is quite embarrassing. Option 1. Decline the opponent's battle invitation and continue to dominate weaker foes. Completion reward. Earn the title Soft Tofu Master. Equipped effect. Attack power increases by 20 when battling those weaker than oneself. Option 2. Accept the battle invitation. Exerting full effort to hone one's combat abilities. Completion reward. Earn the title Braver with each battle. Equipped effect. Attack power increases by 20 when battling those stronger than oneself. Suyu scanned the two options and chose to accept Zhang Qinyan's invitation. Very well, let us begin. As his words fell, a shadow of a leopard darted past him, rapidly charging towards Zhang Qinyan. This speed far surpassed that of an ordinary first-realm martial artist, leaving even Zhang Qinyan secretly astounded. Truly, he was a prodigy praised repeatedly by Zhou He. Yet, such prowess was still insufficient. Zhang Qinyan scoffed, his body emanating a dark glow, as he crossed his arms defensively before him. With a resounding thud, Suyu's grasp failed to budge him an inch. Such formidable defense. Suyu's pupils contracted. Although the leopard style could not unleash its full power, that single grab had not even grazed his skin. Ha! Observing this, Zhang Qinyan burst into laughter, declaring, "Boy, if you can make me move today, I shall reward you with a blood dan." With that, he provocatively beckoned Suyu with a finger. "Very well, teacher, I shall not hold back." Suyu grinned, his form suddenly accelerating, akin to a wraith, closing in on Zhang Qinyan in the blink of an eye. Then, a barrage of relentless attacks ensued. Mantis God Fist, Black Tiger's Heart Claw, Flying Dragon in the Sky, and Cobra Dance. Suyu's entire being was shrouded in afterimages, yet he still could not compel Zhang Qinyan to shift an inch. "Boy, you still need practice." Roar. At that moment, as Zhang Qinyan's rock-solid combat technique completed its cycle, Suyu seized the opportunity to unleash a point-blank lion's roar. In an instant, the smile on Zhang Qinyan's face froze, and the darkness enveloping his form began to wane. Just then, Suyu opened his mouth and bit down on his arm. "Damn, are you a dog?" Zhang Qinyan's body jolted, letting out a muffled grunt. This bite tore through his flesh. His defense was indeed formidable. But in the presence of Suyu's demonic maw, it paled in comparison. cancerous cells continuously divided, only to be relentlessly compressed by Su Yu, reaching a terrifying strength. Haha, Teacher Zhang, I am grateful. Su Yu laughed heartily, drenched in sweat. No wonder Lu Yanyan was reluctant to spar with Zhang Qingyan. The old man was as stubborn and tough as a rock in a latrine. Even for himself, only a sneak attack could provoke a reaction. Chapter 28. Arrival in Jiangqing. The competition begins. Alas, one cannot resist the passage of time. Zhang Qingyan shook his head with a rueful smile, admiring the wound on his arm. Your bite force is truly comparable to that of an adult storm tiger. Here, a blood dan arced through the air, landing precisely in Su Yu's grasp. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, Su Yu expressed his gratitude. He understood that this was a concession from Zhang Qingyan. Had he been earnest, with Zhang Qingyan's perfected rock-solid combat technique, Su Yu would never have been able to close in and bite him, tossing the dan into his mouth. He chewed it symbolically a couple of times before it was instantly absorbed by his digestive secret store. The rich vitality coursed through his body for 2.5 cycles before fully flowing into the digestive secret store, reinforcing his vitality production line. Currently, although the digestive secret store had been constructed, Su Yu had yet to fully unlock its potential. The extraordinary capacity for consumption and digestion was merely the most rudimentary ability of the secret store. Perhaps I should select more suitable sustenance to enhance its strength? Su Yu mused. A single blood dan could not even reach the small intestine. It was completely absorbed in the stomach. Su Yu even contemplated gnawing on some more. Your manifold combat techniques are commendable, but be mindful of the flow of vitality during each move transition. Moreover, since you have ascended to the realm of martial artists, consider employing your vitality for mid-range attacks during combat. Having lost to his student, Zhang Qingyan was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he incisively pointed out Su Yu's shortcomings in utilizing the manifold combat techniques and offered his unique insights, greatly benefiting Su Yu. Lu Yanyan beside them nodded repeatedly, absorbing Zhang Qingyan's wisdom. As a veteran who had stepped down from the battlefield, Zhang Qingyan's experience, though perhaps not esoteric, was undeniably practical. Before long, Su Yu engaged in practical training with Lu Yanyan again. The sight of his iron teeth and steel resolve instilled fear in all onlookers. The fine iron long knife appeared to Su Yu as mere snack food. The remarkable fact was that he not only chewed but also swallowed. It truly raised questions regarding the robustness of his digestive system. Is Xiao Ju coming out? Thus, the night before the competition was spent in continuous training and review. Su Yu and Lu Yanyan absorbed knowledge from Zhang Qingyan like two sponges soaking up water. Just as Su Yu and the others were engrossed in their fierce battle, the atmosphere within Jiangqing No. 1 High School grew somewhat tense. The director of education scrutinized the elite class, his brow furrowed with worry. This year's intercollegiate competition would be challenging. Below, more than a dozen students were all first-realm martial artists, yet he felt no confidence whatsoever. This was due to the emergence of a dark horse from Qingqing No. 1 High School, comparable to their Jiangqing No. 1 High School's ace, Tang Yingjie. This individual was also a Heaven's Aperture Awakener, yet he was far more powerful than Tang Yingjie. Not only could he easily defeat Tang Yingjie, but he had also repelled Mo Jinshin. Though this outcome was aided by geographical advantages and Mo Jinshin's desire for a complete victory, it was nonetheless astonishing. It is worth noting that Mo Jinshin was at the pinnacle of the second realm, a peak second realm martial artist from Tianwu, capable of contending against ordinary third realm martial artists. Yet, he was still defeated and had not resurfaced for over half a month. Clearly, this had dealt him a significant blow. However, no one outside worried about his safety. After all, he was a student of Tianwu. Defeating him was inconsequential, but killing him would be a grave matter. Director, I fear the champion of this competition is already a foregone conclusion. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yingjie spoke slowly. In the entire southwest province, there were 12 cities, and contestants from 10 of those cities were no match for him. It could be said that before Su Yu's emergence, he was the most formidable of his generation in the senior class. Yet now, even he displayed a stark disparity compared to Su Yu, let alone others. You speak the truth. The director of education's expression was complex. However, this year's competition is of utmost importance. It is said that a nomination for direct admission to Tianwu will be given out. If all goes according to plan, it will be awarded to the first place. A direct admission to Tianwu? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Tianjin Martial Arts University is the foremost martial arts institution in the Great Xia, unparalleled. Even the Magic City Martial Arts University pales in comparison in terms of heritage. Now, with the prospect of direct admission to Tianwu, the students who had initially lost their fighting spirit were reignited with fervor. Yet, it was not long before their enthusiasm waned once more. Director, even with our determination, can we truly contend against that monster? Someone whispered. Indeed, That is a being that even Mo Jinshin was driven away by. The director of education's expression shifted, lowering his voice suddenly. I have made adjustments on the arena. When you face him, approach the side with scratches. There, I have buried a mental energy shield, preventing mental attacks from leaving the body. The allure of direct admission to Tianwu was too great. If a student from the school were to gain entry, it would elevate the status of everyone associated. Upon hearing the director's words, the expressions of all present became somewhat peculiar. Some felt uneasy and wanted to voice their objections. Yet they could not resist the temptation of direct admission to Tianwu, choosing instead to remain silent. At that moment, the director suddenly smiled and looked at one individual. Lu Peng, now you understand my good intentions in having you practice close combat techniques? All eyes turned to a burly man with broad shoulders and a sturdy frame. Lu Peng, in the late stage of the first realm of martial arts, has completed the refinement of his arms, achieving mastery in Luhan Quan, coupled with his martial spirit. He possesses a body of copper and iron. Once he closes the distance, even adept swordsmen find it challenging to withstand him, not to mention the purely mental combat practitioner. Suyu. The crowd gazed at Lu Peng with envy, as if the coveted spot for the Tianwu school's admission had already been secured by him. Fear not. That fellow merely possesses a slightly stronger mental force. When the time comes, simply approach him and corner him into an area shielded from mental attacks. Once close, victory will be swift. Thank you, Director. This battle is bound to be a triumph. Lu Peng exclaimed, patting his formidable chest with enthusiasm. The Tianwu admission spot is undoubtedly mine. If I cannot defeat Suyu under these circumstances, I shall plunge my head into a toilet, shall I not? The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Qingyan led the elite class of 9 onto the floating warship bound for Jiangqing. Between Qingqing and Jiangsheng lies an expanse of 800 miles of wilderness, fraught with various ferocious beasts, and the unfortunate may encounter intelligent exotic creatures. Therefore, he chose not to take the inexpensive spiritual energy high-speed train, but instead opted for the costly floating warship, which the school would reimburse. The journey was uneventful. As they sailed above the clouds, the group witnessed countless flocks of pterosaurs and massive birds towering over 100 meters. After several hours, the 10 finally arrived at Jiangqing. As the venue for this year's Southwest Province College League, Jiangqing No. 1 High School had constructed a colossal arena spanning 7,000 square meters. Even before entering Jiangqing No. 1, one could catch a glimpse of the arena's corners. This structure seemed far too grand for a mere brawl among low-level martial artists. It exuded an air of magnificence. Is this truly the first high school in the provincial capital? How extravagant! As the group entered the school gates, they marveled at the gigantic arena on the playground, unable to suppress their astonishment. Despite their confidence, a hint of nervousness crept in, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. However, upon entering the school, Suyu and his companions were quickly met with an impenetrable wall of bodies. It appeared that all the students of Jiangqing No. 1 were gathered here, with over 10,000 orderly queuing without a clear purpose. What is happening? Zhang Qingyan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The College League requires not only online registration, but also on-site check-ins before commencement. Failing to arrive within the time limit would result in disqualification. Fellow students, what are you doing? Could you let us in first? Zhang Qingyan politely inquired of the students blocking their path. Sorry, we are in line for free spiritual rice. If you wish to receive some, please queue behind us, the students replied indifferently, dismissing Zhang Qingyan's request to cut in line. Receiving spiritual rice at a time like this? What kind of nonsense is Jiangqing No. 1 up to? Zhang Qingyan's face darkened further at their response. He leaped forward, fixing his gaze at the front. Sure enough, 2 teachers were stationed at the entrance of the college check-in, leisurely distributing spiritual rice to the students. Upon seeing Zhang Qingyan, they exchanged mocking smiles. Well. I see you know you cannot win, so you resort to such tricks? Trying to prevent us from signing in and thus automatically disqualifying us. Damn it. Do you think a bunch of ordinary students can stop me? Zhang Qingyan seethed, his anger surging, pushing the students ahead aside forcefully. Let us go. I want to see who can stop us today. With that, he charged into the crowd, determined to carve a path for Suyu and the others. Who dares to act violently in school? At that moment, several powerful auras rapidly approached. An elderly man and a burly figure descended swiftly before Zhang Qingyan. Blocking his path, Zhang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, surveying the two. Principal Luo, Teacher Lu, is this how you conduct the league? If you continue this way, what value will the college league hold? The champion will surely be the face of the organizers. Come now, Teacher Zhang, what are you saying? It's your Qingqing No. 1 that insisted on arriving at the last moment. Look at other schools. Why can they check in normally while you cannot? Teacher Lu chimed in. Exactly, Teacher Zhang. You are supposed to set an example for your students. You dare to bully them? I see your years in the military have been for naught. Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Qinyan waved his hand, his anger intensifying. I have no time to waste with you two. Step aside, or I will take you down as well. With that, he resumed his advance. Young man, your temper is too fierce. Such actions are bound to have consequences. With your martial prowess at the third realm, engaging students in combat, do you think the repercussions will be trivial? Indeed, Teacher Zhang, your Qingqing number 1 is at fault here. If you dare to cause trouble at Jiangqing number 1, your teaching career could very well come to an abrupt end. Principal Luo and Teacher Lu exchanged sinister smiles. Hearing this, Zhang Qinyan halted, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Indeed, they were employing an overt scheme. If he were to act, even if merely using his vitality to push the students aside, he would undoubtedly bear the label of inciting unrest. Should those two then manipulate public opinion online, his career could be jeopardized. After years of military service and teaching, he was on the brink of retirement. To lose his career over such a trivial matter would be a thunderbolt from a clear sky for anyone. Ha ha, Zhang. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Why haven't you made a move? Weren't you just so arrogant? Why not give it a try? Lu Wushou reveled in his triumph, having concocted this scheme after a sleepless night. By enrolling Su Yu and his companions, Zhang Qinyan would pay a heavy price. If he chose silence, Jiangqing number 1 would triumph without a fight. The greatest threat in the college league was Su Yu, as long as he did not compete. Victory would be theirs. You bunch of scoundrels, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lu Yinyan's brows furrowed in anger. In the next moment, she drew her tang knife, a chilling aura emanating from her right eye. Stop. If you act now, you will be disqualified from the competition. Leave this to me, and you can follow behind me later. Zhang Qinyan maintained a calm demeanor. I will clear the path for you. Lu Yinyan was taken aback, tears shimmering in her eyes. Was Teacher Zhang willing to sacrifice his career for them? Li Tsongyu and Song Qingshu wore complex expressions as well. Meanwhile, Su Yu, having entered the school gates, was scanning his surroundings. His mind was racing with thoughts, the celestial aperture on his forehead flickering with luminescence. Teacher Zhang, you must consider carefully, Principal Luo warned solemnly. Humph, what does it matter if I sacrifice my future for my students? Zhang Qinyan disregarded him, leading the group forward. Seeing this, Principal Luo and Teacher Lu ceased their words, stabilizing their cameras, intending to capture the upcoming events as evidence to ensure Zhang Qinyan paid a heavy price. At the moment Zhang Qinyan took a step, 3 options suddenly appeared before Su Yu. Option 1. Allow Zhang Qinyan to clear the path ahead, watching him face the consequences. Reward for completion, 1 first-tier exotic beast Qingfeng snake egg. Option 2. Take the initiative and confront 10,000 opponents head-on, forging a path through sheer force. Reward. Acquire the title of Reckless, with effects granting a 10 increase in intelligence and a 15 increase in strength. Option 3. Without utilizing vitality or mental energy. Employ cunning to compel the multitude before me to disperse willingly. Reward. A randomly acquired S-class breathing technique. As Su Yu scanned the 3 options before him, a sudden brilliance flickered in his eyes. Wait, Teacher Zhang, allow me. In the next moment, he swiftly stepped forward to block Zhang Qinyan's path. Zhang Qinyan forced a smile, shaking his head. It's all right, Su Yu. This intercollegiate competition is too important for you all. Sacrificing myself is inconsequential. Teacher, I have a better plan, Su Yu declared resolutely. Please observe from the sidelines. If my strategy fails, you can take us to sign in afterward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinyan ceased his insistence and stepped aside. Who is this brash young lad, speaking so boldly? TSK, your teacher couldn't handle it, and you dare to seek the limelight? Are you not afraid of the consequences? Do you even dare to act? Do you still wish to compete after causing a ruckus beneath the arena? Utilizing mental techniques counts as an attack on ordinary students. So don't think you can evade the rules. As Su Yu appeared, the elite class from Jiangqing number 1 high school emerged one after another from Principal Luo's side. Alas, I was reluctant to resort to such tactics, but you leave me no choice. Despite the mockery directed at him, Su Yu displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he regarded them with a look of pity. To him, their verbal jabs were mere childish play. As a master of the lioness roar, he felt it necessary to demonstrate the true power of language. Clearing his throat, Su Yu handed a bundle of plastic bags to Lu Yinyan, instructing her to distribute them among the others. Lu Yinyan appeared bewildered but complied nonetheless. Next, Su Yu unexpectedly produced a megaphone, positioning it at his lips. Did you think that without mental energy or vitality, you could escape unscathed? Naive. Chapter 30. Ugh. Someone make him stop talking. Principal, should we intervene? Teacher Lu's expression fluctuated, gesturing for dismissal. Principal Luo waved his hand dismissively. I want to see what this kid is capable of. He was skeptical that Suyu could disperse thousands with mere words. This is your final warning. If you do not leave, do not blame me later. Suyu, brandishing the megaphone, wore a smile that belied the coldness of his voice. The playground fell into a stifling silence, as students exchanged glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. Though they felt a sense of unease, the lack of response from the principal and the director led them to dismiss their apprehension. Very well, Suyu nodded, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. Within it were tales that even he struggled to recount. Notably, even when Mo Jianxin infiltrated Qing Chung No. 1 High School, he had refrained from revealing this. Dear classmates, since you refuse to leave, allow me to share a few stories. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, as if suppressing something within. Then his clear, magnetic voice resonated through the megaphone, reaching every ear. I recently witnessed an individual aboard a floating battleship who felt nauseated. The flight attendant provided him with a vomit bag. After a while, he requested another, and upon the attendant's return, noticing his pallor, she inquired about his condition. The individual replied that he had vomited excessively, and fearing overflow, he took a sip from the bag. The conclusion of this tale plunged the crowd into a profound silence. Ugh! Immediately, retching sounds erupted in chorus. Even without any mental energy enhancement, Suyu's narrative provoked a visceral response, causing stomachs to churn. How utterly repulsive! Especially with the pervasive sound painting vivid images that lingered in their minds, even evoking the scent of sourness in their nostrils. It appears my stories are quite well received, as not a single person has left. A smirk played at the corners of Suyu's mouth. Thus, he decided to escalate the intensity. A young lady, enjoying her milk tea, suddenly discovered her straw was clogged. With all her might, she took a sip, only to draw forth tiny, bitter tapioca pearls. Upon opening the lid, she was horrified to find a bloated cockroach inside. A beggar entered a restaurant seeking leftovers, and the owner led him to the refuse bin. Inside lay an assortment of vile substances, including phlegm and vomit. The owner promised the beggar a free meal if he drank just one sip. The beggar complied, guzzling until the very last drop. When asked why he finished so quickly, he replied, the phlegm was too sticky to chew. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As Suyu concluded these two grotesque tales, chaos erupted across Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's playground. The sounds of vomiting and screams intertwined as everyone frantically fled the scene, desperate to escape this horrific place. They could not comprehend why this man's words wielded such potent impact. The images conjured in their minds clung to them like a nightmare. Even a student who had attempted to block their ears found it futile against Suyu's voice. Though devoid of mental energy assistance, his words, amplified by the megaphone, possessed unparalleled clarity. How do you all feel? Would you like to hear more? No. Please, stop. The moment Suyu opened his mouth, the atmosphere thickened with terror, pushing the crowd to the brink of madness. Principal Luo stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief, as if sculpted from stone. Behind him, Director Lu was paralyzed with fear, trembling so violently that he nearly expelled the undigested contents of his stomach. Dear heavens, is this even a thought a human can conjure? Ugh! At this moment, Principal Luo could no longer contain himself, retching against the wall while muttering in a panic. He realized he had gravely underestimated Suyu. Even without a modicum of vitality or mental energy, this young man could repel thousands. The scene had spiraled completely out of control. Everywhere one looked, there was a sea of vomit, with some students tripping over the mess, screaming as if driven mad. Suyu, you truly possess a talent, Zhang Qingyan exclaimed, pinching his nose while giving Suyu a thumbs up. Yet, even with his ironclad resolve, he found it increasingly difficult to endure, his lips parched and his complexion pale. Behind him, Lu Yanyan and the others had filled the plastic bags Suyu had provided earlier. Ugh! Suyu, how on earth did you come up with these stories? They are revolting. Lu Yanyan finally understood the purpose of the plastic bags, but upon seeing them filled to the brim, she recalled the first story, causing her stomach to churn once more, leading to additional dry heaves. Devil! This fellow must be a devil. Fear permeated the gazes directed at Suyu, as they experienced the true power of language for the first time. Amidst the terrified stares of thousands, Suyu strode confidently at the forefront, wielding a broom to clear the way. Upon reaching the sign-in area, he disregarded the staff member who had fainted from nausea and swiftly inscribed his name in the register. Simultaneously, an S-class breathing technique, radiating golden light, materialized within the system's space. Ingren Lu Guang, after a brief glance, Suyu redirected his focus. The competition was about to commence, leaving no time for further contemplation. An hour later, Principal Luo, his expression ashen, sat rigidly at the judge's table. The playground had been thoroughly cleansed of filth, and the multitude of students that had once gathered had vanished without a trace. Instead, It was a throng of reporters armed with long guns and short cannons, accompanied by the elite classes from a total of 12 universities in the entire Southwest province. Is there a strange odor? One reporter sniffed the air. A look of suspicion etched on his face. Beside him, a fellow journalist, brimming with excitement, nudged his shoulder, urging him not to overthink. It was probably just a sewage leak. No need to dwell on it. Just focus on preparation. I heard there's a dark horse this year. Even Tianwu Mojiangson has suffered setbacks at his hands. Chapter 31. A new spirit power combat technique. Soon after the draw ceremony concluded, all universities had drawn their opponents. Qingcheng Yizhong faced off against the mid-tier Chuanhai Yizhong. The competition was a one-on-one format, where the victor could choose to rest or continue fighting. There would be 5 matches in total, with a best-of-5 format, allowing any registered participant to compete. The competition commenced swiftly. This annual event garnered immense popularity in the Southwest province, as the participants were the creme de la creme from various cities, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation's combat prowess. However, Suyu found little interest in the matches on the stage. The martial arts realms of these individuals were generally at the initial stage of the first realm, and their awakened martial spirits held no particular distinction. Watching was merely a waste of time. At that moment, he concentrated all his attention on digesting within the secret chamber. Xiaoko, you know I value you the most. Suyu coalesced his spirit power into a large hand, gently caressing the organ resembling a tonsil, which was Xiaoko. The organ responded with immense pleasure, pressing against Suyu's spiritual hand. Before long, Suyu's spirit power was consumed by this creature, amounting to 0. Witnessing this, Suyu felt an ache in his heart and promptly ceased his actions. I've fed you. You must study hard and not disappoint me. Xiaoko wriggled excitedly. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, intending to cultivate Xiaoko and, in conjunction with its characteristics, develop a technique it could practice. This way, his cultivation speed might double. If the 10 kings within the secret chamber could cultivate autonomously, that would mean a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed. Such a rate would surely drive the entire Dixia's geniuses into a frenzy, wouldn't it? Suyu shook his head, temporarily casting aside these thoughts. After scanning the secret chamber with his spirit power and confirming all was well, he withdrew from his introspection. Senior brother, it's our school's turn to compete. Came Lu Yinyan's voice from beside him. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. When did he become the senior brother? But it mattered not. Just as Suyu was about to speak, 2 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Continue to observe, allowing others to take the stage. Completion reward, 2 blood pills. Option 2. Win 3 consecutive matches within 3 minutes. Completion reward, obtain the spirit power combat technique Thunder Shock. Suyu's gaze swept over the 2 options before he decisively chose the second. I'll go first. With that, he leaped onto the stage. Flash, flash, flash. The cameras erupted into a frenzy. Is he the dark horse from Qingcheng who repelled Mojiangson? Truly impressive. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Even if he does, what of it? In martial arts, one must compete. If I win, isn't it enough to defeat his girlfriend? Is that the point? Suyu ignored the commotion outside the stage, fixing his gaze on his opponent, clasping his hands in greeting. Qingcheng Yizhong, Suyu. The boy across from him glanced over. Responding nonchalantly, Chuanhai Yizhong, Li Zhe. The 2 stood firm, around 20 meters apart. Please guide me. Please guide me. Upon finishing his words, Li Zhe suddenly charged forth, his fists slicing through the air towards Suyu. Simultaneously, his leg bones emitted a glow, accelerating mid-stride, as if teleporting right in front of Suyu. Clearly, this fellow understood Suyu's proficiency in spirit power combat techniques and intended to close the distance immediately, unleashing his full strength from the very start. Impressive. Li Zhe was actually at the late stage of the first realm, having refined both of his leg bones. His technique, called Iron Leg Power, was said to have reached great mastery, capable of explosive speed. Could Suyu withstand it? The onlookers were transfixed, their discussions echoing around the arena. Retreat. Just as Li Zhe's fist was about to connect with Suyu's face, Suyu calmly uttered a word. Li Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Suyu's mouth. The next moment, he was propelled backward at double the speed he had approached. How is that possible? Before losing consciousness, Li Zhe was filled with shock. Although he had practiced visualization techniques for a short time, he had specifically trained against spirit power combat techniques. Even when facing Tang Yingjia, who had 1/6 of spirit power, he could withstand the opponent for a few seconds. Yet now, with just a single word from Suyu, he was defeated. Could it be that this guy's lion's roar had reached perfection? Damn, Li Zhe was taken out in an instant. Suyu is astonishingly fast. It seems if we don't find a way to counter spirit power combat techniques, The championship trophy will likely go to Qingqing Yizhong. Su Yu's spirit power must have reached at least 2 he. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be possible? The principals seated at the judging table stared intently at Su Yu, their lips quivering as they murmured, "Is this fellow a monster?" Achieving over 2 he of spirit power at the first realm. One must know that spirit power cannot be infinitely elevated. 2 he is the limit that a second realm martial artist's body can withstand. Su Yu reaching such heights at the first realm indicates his physical strength must be extraordinarily high. But why Haven T? I sensed his bone-refining progress. One principal furrowed his brow. Indeed, at the first realm, one can choose to refine 2 of their limbs, but it appears Su Yu's limbs have not undergone any refinement. Another principal remarked, perplexed. How could any of you perceive anything? Does anyone here possess spirit power exceeding his? At that moment, Principal Xia, seated at the center of the judging table, suddenly spoke. This statement silenced the other principals. The highest realm present was Principal Luo, from Jiangxing Yizhong. Yet he was merely at the 4th realm of martial arts and far from accessing the opening of the heavenly orifices. His spirit power was at best 0. 9 he. Humph, so your student has opened the heavenly orifices, and that makes him remarkable? Several principals shot him glances before returning their focus to the competition. On the stage, the unconscious Li Zhe was carried off. The judges turned to Su Yu and asked, "Do you choose to continue the competition?" "Yes," Su Yu nodded. Soon, the next opponent stepped onto the stage, looking apprehensive. "Chuanhai Yizhong, Zhao Dezhu, please guide me." Bang. Merely responding with a slight hum. Zhao Dezhu rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground, twitching. The teachers from Chuanhai Yizhong watched Su Yu with immense frustration, lamenting their bad luck in drawing this calamity. Even facing Jiangxing Yizhong would have been preferable. At least we could accumulate some battle experience. What is happening now? Are the students here for combat or merely to treat insomnia in unison? Anyone else willing to go? The classmates uniformly shook their heads. Well, I suppose we've instilled a psychological shadow. The leading teacher from Chuanhai Yizhong sighed, directly expressing forfeit to the judges, before leading the students to the audience seats. The result of this match, the victor, Qingqing Yizhong. As the judge announced the outcome, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Meanwhile, Su Yu, the center of attention, calmly descended from the stage and settled into a corner, retrieving a book to read with great interest. Those with keen eyes among the principals quickly identified the title of the book, Thunder Shock. What an extraordinary spectacle. Yet another mental prowess combat technique. This fellow demonstrates a lack of martial ethics. The formidable Great Achievement Lion's roar has already caused considerable distress among all participants, and now he presents yet another challenge? Chapter 32, Initiation. My goodness. Practitioners resonate their mental energy with the thunderous forces of nature, thereby summoning lightning to incapacitate their adversaries. When perfected, Thunderous Shock can harness natural lightning during a storm to vanquish foes. So, it is essentially a technique for generating electricity using mental power. After carefully perusing Thunderous Shock, Su Yu closed the book and fell into deep contemplation. The difficulty of mastering this technique far exceeds that of the lion's roar, and its lethality is quite impressive. However, the training is exceptionally arduous, requiring prolonged communion with the elemental forces of thunder that drift in the cosmos. Should one merely achieve initiation or minor mastery, the discharged current would only momentarily incapacitate an opponent. Perhaps this technique harbors alternative methods of application. Although my mental power can only support a few discharges, it seems there may be potential. Su Yu's expression shifted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Glancing at the arena, he noted that the first round had concluded. With an hour's respite before the second match commenced, an hour was ample time for initiation into Thunderous Shock. The celestial aperture on his forehead flickered softly as he sank into a profound state of cultivation. His mental energy unfurled, instantly perceiving the restless thunder elements in the atmosphere. These elements were not merely drifting in the air. They seemed to be drawn towards Su Yu's position. What a dedicated practitioner. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yinyin could not help but exclaim. She had intended to discuss the order of appearance for the semifinals with Su Yu, but it appeared he was determined to immerse himself in training until the match began. The other members of Qingsheng No. 1 High School exchanged glances. While the prospect of an easy victory was appealing, would it not be too cowardly if they did not participate at all? Rather than resting adequately, he chose to train? Has he lost his mind? With such limited time, what results could he possibly achieve? Isn't he merely squandering his mental energy? Isn't this precisely what he desires? When his mental power runs low, the opportunity will present itself. Outside the arena, participants from various esteemed institutions began to murmur about Su Yu's state. Most believed he was being overly hasty, engaging in the arduous training of a mental prowess technique, which yields no immediate results. is better reserved for regular practice. Even Principal Xia displayed a look of concern. Although those awakened from celestial apertures possess techniques that deliver dimensional strikes, the drawbacks are apparent. Once mental energy is exhausted, one becomes vulnerable to defeat. After 3 consecutive battles, shouldn't Suyu be resting to recover? Nevertheless, Suyu paid no heed to the surrounding commentary and fully immersed himself in the understanding of thunderous shock. His mental energy coalesced into a single point, spreading outward like an invisible net, enveloping every trace of thunder element in the air. Gradually, arcs of electricity surged around him, crackling audibly. As time passed, just before the second round commenced, faint streaks of lightning began to flicker above Suyu's head. Look, how astonishingly swift. He has seemingly grasped the initiation of a mental prowess technique with such ease. How can this be? Mental prowess techniques are notoriously challenging to master. How can his speed be so remarkable? The spectators at the edge of the arena were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld Suyu, who appeared as if descending from the heavens, enveloped in arcs of electricity, creating an almost unbearable brilliance. Indeed, this young man possesses extraordinary perceptiveness, even without a celestial aperture. He would not fall short. A principal's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, "Principal Xia, your Qingqing No. 1 high school has struck gold." Principal Xia cleared his throat, intending to offer a modest response, but at that moment, Principal Luo from Jiangqing No. 1 high school interjected, "So what if he is perceptive? I see this young man is overly impulsive. With the competition about to begin, rather than conserving his energy, he squanders it on mastering a technique. Even if he achieves initiation, what difference does it make? It would be more beneficial for him to unleash the lion's roar again." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other principals varied. Although they recognized that Principal Luo's comments stemmed from envy, they could not deny that there was a modicum of truth in his words. "Enough. I declare the competition to commence." Principal Xia, feeling exasperated by the remarks, impatiently instructed the judges to begin the match. Suddenly, the central arena sprang to life. Meanwhile, 2 options materialized before Suyu. Option 1. Allow the others to take the stage and rest first. Completion reward, 2 supreme blood pills. Option 2. Test the new skill. Using thunderous shock to win the first match. Completion reward, title of Thunder King, effect, 30 increase in affinity for thunder elements, 30 enhancement in thunder-based skills. Thunder King? This is splendid. Suyu regarded the 2 options, a wicked smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. In the semifinals, the first match pits Qingqing No. 1 high school against Fengqing No. 1 high school. As the referee's voice faded, Suyu leaped onto the stage. Arcs of electricity still crackled around him, creating a strikingly impressive appearance. "Class leader, are you not going to rest?" Upon seeing Suyu ascend the stage, Lu Yanyan hurriedly inquired. "You should afford us a chance to compete as well." "Fear not. I shall secure a victory and then allow you to participate," Suyu replied with a calm smile. He was eager to test the efficacy of thunderous shock. "Very well, then I shall warm up first." Hearing this, Lu Yanyan began to stretch and prepare, anxious that the combat might conclude too swiftly for her to be ready. Observing this, the competitor from Fengqing No. 1 high school could no longer contain himself. "I must ask, are you so confident I will be defeated instantly?" Zhang Feng, perplexed, felt a twinge of indignation. Did these individuals truly underestimate him? Did they believe he would be dispatched as easily as the weaklings from Chuanhai No. 1 high school? "Suyu, your arrogance will be your downfall. I shall make you taste the bitterness of defeat." Zhang Feng smirked, donning a helmet before stepping onto the stage. This protective gear, designed to resist mental attacks, was initially intended for Jiangqing No. 1 high school's Tangyingjia, but now it seemed it might provide Suyu with an unexpected surprise. This is underhanded. Referee, is the use of magical artifacts not prohibited in the league? Upon seeing the helmet, Zhang Qingyan promptly protested to the referee. However, the referee shook his head, explaining that the helmet was merely made of a special material and not a manufactured magical artifact. At most, it was just a unique type of iron. But as the words left his mouth, Zhang Qingyan found himself at a loss. Indeed, it was iron, but it was enchanted iron capable of blocking mental energy. Allowing this item in the match is not targeting Suyu? This is unjust. Principal Xia slammed the table and stood up, shouting in anger. Where lies the injustice in adhering to established rules? Principal Luo promptly rose in response, and the 2 locked gazes, neither willing to yield. "Principal, Teacher Zhang, let it go." At that moment, Suyu stepped forward, signaling that he could handle the situation. After Principal Xia confirmed with him several times through glances, he begrudgingly returned to his seat, grumbling. The referee, meanwhile, shrugged in exasperation, accustomed to the antics of these seasoned figures during the annual interscholastic competitions. "All right, I declare the match to begin. With a command, the competition commenced in an instant. However, neither contestant made a hasty move. Ironhead, I suggest you remove that helmet. Suyu observed Zhang Feng with an odd expression, genuinely advising him. Are you afraid? Submit if you're afraid. Stop dawdling with me. Zhang Feng sneered, inwardly acknowledging the utility of his helmet. While others crumbled under pressure, he found himself unaffected after hearing just a single sentence. I fear I might inadvertently shock you. Suyu replied, shaking his head. However, since you insist, I shall not force you. In the next moment, Suyu's right hand formed a fist, and arcs of electricity flickered within his palm. Soon, these arcs coalesced into a sphere of lightning. Suyu grasped the lightning sphere and hurled it at Zhang Feng with tremendous force. In a flash, Zhang Feng's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly dodged, narrowly escaping the strike by sidestepping. That was a close call. Yet, just as he smugly glanced at Suyu, the lightning sphere veered back and struck him squarely on the head. Bang! Zhang Feng's body convulsed momentarily, and he opened his mouth to concede. However, after a brief numbness, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he appeared to be unharmed. Zhang Feng's gaze towards Suyu shifted to one of intrigue. Was this merely a flashy technique with no real potency? He had assumed it was formidable. I knew it. Just a rudimentary thunder shock. What impact could it truly have? It seems victory is mine. Principal Luo observed with satisfaction, while the other principals shook their heads, casting doubt on Suyu. They were baffled by the capabilities of Fengcheng No. 1 High School's remarkable talent, capable of resisting mental attacks. Thus, Suyu appeared to have no chance of winning. How could this be? Just then, Zhang Feng let out a wail, his body inexplicably convulsing. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. What just happened? What did Suyu do? Why has Zhang Feng suddenly faltered? Wait, he didn't even move. As the crowd murmured in confusion, a slight smirk appeared on Suyu's lips. He slowly pulled out his phone and played a cheerful tune titled Learning to Oink Like a Pig. Let us all learn to oink together. Hum hum hum. As the buoyant music played, Zhang Feng's body began to move rhythmically, as if dancing to the beat. The scene was utterly bizarre. Chapter 33. Cancer cells. I do not know if I am human, but this fellow certainly is not. Is this some sort of possession? What mental combat skill can withstand such a prolonged assault? Zhang Feng had been convulsing for nearly 3 minutes. Incredible. How can every technique in Suyu's hands seem to morph? A simple thunder shock should have merely caused a brief reaction, yet Zhang Feng could not stop. I suspect this is not thunder shock at all. It must be a curse placed upon Zhang Feng. After a full 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Zhang Feng finally ceased his convulsions, froth at his mouth as the referee carried him away. Even as he was escorted to the infirmary, he dared not glance at Suyu, clearly terrified, likely left with a psychological scar. After all, having a seizure in front of thousands of spectators is an embarrassing ordeal that could haunt him for life. Seems the effect was quite remarkable. At that moment, Suyu descended from the stage with a radiant smile, thoroughly satisfied. Can you discern how he accomplished this? Principal Luo's brows were furrowed, casting a deep gaze at Suyu before turning to the other principals and asking, how could a mere first-realm individual sustain the effects of a mental combat skill for 3 minutes? Upon hearing this, the other principals were equally perplexed. If you ask us, who should we inquire? The intricacies of mental power are often elusive even to 7th realm masters, let alone us seasoned individuals of the 3rd and 4th realms. Let us not dwell on that. Focus on the match. They observed, Lao Xia, your Qingcheng No. 1 high school truly is blessed with talent. Just as one prodigy departs, another emerges. As the second match was about to commence, the principals suppressed their doubts and turned their attention to the battle between Lu Yanyan and her opponent. Lu Yanyan's eyes glowed with intensity as she unleashed the 8 trigrams cutter, exuding an aura of lethal intent that put her opponent from Fengcheng No. 1 high school in peril. However, her adversary was no slouch. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure and began to leverage his superior physical prowess and agility to turn the tide. Ultimately, after a prolonged standoff, Lu Yan managed to secure a narrow victory. Qingcheng No. 1 High School scored another point. Seeing the tide turn, Fengcheng No. 1 High School relinquished any ambition of claiming the championship, opting to field substitutes in the 3rd match to conserve energy for a potential 4th-place battle. Soon, Li Tsongyu stepped onto the stage, effortlessly defeating his opponent with 2 swift strikes. As expected, Qingcheng No. 1 High School secured a spot in the finals. Teacher Zhang, I have not let you down. Yet, just as he stepped off the stage, his joy was swiftly replaced by the sight of Suyu seated cross-legged on the ground, his smile vanishing. Brother, can you at least take a break? Your talent is formidable enough without your tireless efforts. How can I ever surpass you? In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The victorious team of Chingchungno, one high school, did not choose to celebrate, but instead began to meditate in place. This left all the watching students feeling a wave of shame. No wonder they won so easily. There was a reason behind it. Even the competitors from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School felt immense pressure, as their opponents were constantly growing stronger. At the edge of the stage, Su Yu exhaled deeply, his body crackling with residual lightning. Indeed, while my cancer cells cannot cultivate autonomously, they serve as a disposable resource to amplify the power of mental combat skills. Su Yu's eyes sparkled. His current mental power could not sustain prolonged output. However, he could store the lightning generated by his mental combat techniques within the cancer cells. These cancer cells consumed everything and possessed formidable growth capabilities. Thus, when Su Yu hurled some cancer cells at Zhang Feng, the mutated lightning cancer cells began to rapidly divide, continuously discharging lightning. This was the source of Zhang Feng's prolonged suffering for over 3 minutes. Moreover, once the cancer cells left Su Yu's body, they would swiftly perish, dissipating into ashes after discharging their energy, leaving no trace behind. I feel I should learn some self-destructing combat skills in future fights. I could toss out cancer cells as bombs. Su Yu mused, stroking his chin, his eyes growing brighter. However, this notion carried considerable risk, as a misstep could endanger his life. For now, he set this plan aside and adopted a meditative posture, beginning to focus inward. Having engaged in 4 consecutive battles and learned a mental combat skill, he had exhausted a considerable amount of mental energy and needed to recuperate. At that moment, the second match concluded. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School emerged victorious, securing a spot in the finals. As the host, this outcome was entirely expected. Before long, the third match concluded, with Wucheng No. 1 High School claiming victory. As one of the most formidable cities in the southwest, their strength was not to be underestimated. However, the lead teacher from Wucheng No. 1 High School wore a bittersweet smile after advancing. The reason was simple: they lacked means to counter mental combat techniques. Both Qingcheng No. 1 High School and Jiangcheng No. 1 High School had an awakened individual among their ranks. Thus, during the draw for finals, the leading teacher opted to forfeit the chance of a potential second-place finish in exchange for a friendly match with both prestigious schools. Following the main event, the students of Wucheng No. 1 High School would engage in a grand melee with the 2 renowned institutions. Naturally, both prestigious schools welcomed this arrangement, as a random draw could leave their opponents resting unnecessarily. As time passed, the intermission drew to a close. The exhilarating and intense finals have commenced. The number of spectators at Jiangxing Yizhong has surpassed 100,000, while the viewers on television and mobile devices have reached over 10 million. On either side of the arena, more than a dozen individuals from Jiangxing Yizhong are nervously fixated on their opponent. The remaining 8 from Qingqing Yizhong have been automatically dismissed from their thoughts. Their gaze is singularly focused on one person, Su Yu. This fellow embodies an overwhelming aura, akin to a dark sorcerer, exuding an immense pressure. Lu Peng's heart races to an alarming degree as he glances at the scars on the arena floor. He realizes that even with deceit, he lacks absolute confidence in defeating Su Yu. With a furious roar, Lu Peng's face flushes red, as if he is trying to mask the tremors within. Lu Peng, you can do this, as long as you force him into that position right from the start. If he is unable to utilize his mental prowess and the battle turns close quarters, victory will surely be yours. With this thought, he points at Su Yu and declares, "Let us not waste time. Su Yu, come up and meet your demise." In that moment, 3 options suddenly appear before Su Yu. Option 1. Decline the challenge and let a teammate test the waters. Completion reward, 10 blood pills. Option 2. Accept the challenge and defeat the opponent. Completion reward, 5 premium blood pills. Option 3. Achieve 3 consecutive victories, defeating opponents in their areas of expertise, and gain the S-level breathing technique Metal Tide. Chapter 34. Who on earth claims he is weak in close combat? Who gave you the audacity to utter such words? In response to Lu Peng's challenge, Su Yu's eyes remain as calm as a still pond, and he slowly strides towards the arena. However, with each step he takes, an eerie silence envelopes the venue. It appears as if he is gliding through the air, effortlessly passing by the onlookers. What? He can actually defy gravity. Has he become a master? Everyone instinctively gasps. Just a few meters away, Su Yu appears to tread upon the void, gliding forward in an ethereal manner. This surreal sight leaves the crowd in stunned silence. Even the 12 principals are taken aback. Damn, he has condensed his mental energy beneath his feet, creating the illusion of levitation. Yet soon, a keen-eyed principal discerns the truth and cannot help but curse. Upon hearing this, the other 11 principals finally grasp the situation and display expressions of realization. This impudent brat. Can't he refrain from showing off? Consuming mental energy in a setting like this, truly audacious. On the arena, Lu Peng gasps for breath. Although he has uncovered the truth behind the levitation, the pressure Su Yu exerts remains undiminished. Stop pretending, Su Yu. If you have the courage, face me head-on. Lu Peng strikes his chest vigorously, his sternum glowing red, resembling a sword, emanating a formidable aura. Meanwhile, Su Yu expressionlessly removes his jacket and begins to stretch his limbs. I declare the match to begin. The moment the referee announces the start of the competition, Lu Peng charges at Su Yu like a bear. His arms are crossed, guarding his head closely, ever wary of the impending mental attack. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated mental combat techniques do not materialize. Lu Peng cautiously opens a gap between his arms to look at Su Yu. In that instant, their eyes meet, and Lu Peng feels an overwhelming darkness engulf him. A river of oblivion stretches across his vision, and that man appears as a malevolent spirit rising from the depths, coming to claim his life. In the face of Lu Peng's assault, Su Yu does not retreat, but instead meets him head-on. He dares to engage Lu Peng in close combat. This scene astounds everyone. Throughout the match, Su Yu has demonstrated an unparalleled mastery of mental combat techniques. Yet, at this pivotal moment, he chooses to grapple with Lu Peng, who possesses bloodbone. Not to mention their significant difference in physique, Lu Peng has already tempered his arm bones to perfection. In contrast, none of Su Yu's limbs exhibit any signs of refinement. In an instant, the crowd's tension mounts as they anxiously observe the first clash between the two. Bang! The sound of their bodies colliding sends adrenaline surging. The two figures, one large and one small, collide forcefully, only to be propelled backward simultaneously. Both spit blood, clearly injured. How can this be? Witnessing Lu Peng bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the audience falls into a stunned silence. Su Yu not only possesses extraordinary mental strength, but also a terrifying physical prowess. Indeed, your strength is commendable, but it is still far from sufficient. Su Yu wipes the blood from his lips and speaks calmly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Peng's composure shatters. You bloody bastard. Facing his own strengths against the opponent's weaknesses, he receives merely a commendation? Damn bear-like strength. Lu Peng roars to the heavens. His already robust physique seeming to grow even taller, muscles swelling like iron, exuding an explosive beauty. He swings his fists, each strike reverberating through the air. This time, Lu Peng unleashes his full power, pushing his bare battle technique to its limits, nearing perfection. Su Yu, today I must break your legs. With a furious roar, he lunges forward. Bang, 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 bang. The arena reverberates with deafening thuds, causing the entire platform to tremble. Lu Peng's speed accelerates, resembling a frenzied giant bear, wildly swinging his fists. Slow, too slow. Yet at this moment, Su Yu abandons his previously brutish style, transforming into a dancer upon the knife's edge. Every movement seemingly simple, yet laden with intricacies. Leopard chasing the moon's shadow. Serpent slithering through the maze. Kangaroo leaping across the galaxy. Clumsy donkey kicking the mountain. Twin phoenixes playing with the dragon. He nimbly weaves between Lu Peng's attacks, skillfully exploiting every opening. Each strike he delivers disrupts Lu Peng's rhythm. Though his physique is 3 times smaller than the rampaging Lu Peng, he moves with ease, as if strolling in a garden. Everyone can see the disparity between them. Su Yu is practically toying with his opponent. What is happening? This guy clearly hasn't tempered his limbs, yet his vitality is so formidable. Moreover, his combat techniques are no trifling matter. His battle experience is remarkably seasoned. I even feel as though Lu Peng is fighting against a seasoned veteran. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Not only is his mental combat technique insurmountable, but his close combat ability is also exceptional. Should he seize the opportunity to unleash the lion's roar, Lu Peng might be instantly defeated. On the judges' platform, the principals are left in awe, gazing at Su Yu as if he were a rare treasure. Such talent, even thrown into a gathering of geniuses like Tianwu or Mo, would undoubtedly rank among the upper echelons. Impossible. How can your close combat ability surpass mine? On the arena, Lu Peng is on the brink of collapse. He mechanically swings his fists, his entire body turning a terrifying shade of red, resembling a duck just taken from the oven. Though not a drop of blood has been shed, his muscle tissue has been severely damaged by Su Yu's vitality. Su Yu remains unfazed. Isn't it quite normal for someone weaker than me? Lu Peng's cheeks twitch. Is this even human? He feels utterly humiliated. Su Yu does not regard him as an adversary, but rather as a mere punching bag. This is utterly ridiculous. Wasn't it promised that once he closed in, victory would be assured? The meticulously arranged cheating strategy has been rendered utterly useless, as others need not even employ mental energy to defeat him. Bang! Ultimately, Lu Peng can no longer endure, collapsing in tears upon the ground. His flesh and blood were nearly turned into mush by Su Yu's relentless assault. He simply could not withstand any longer. At this moment, Lu Peng could only ponder one question. Who on earth proclaimed him weak in close combat? As the gravely injured Lu Peng was carried away, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Demon King. Great Demon King. It was unclear who first uttered this nickname, but instantly, the entire arena was ablaze with fervor, countless voices chanting in madness. Their excitement was palpable, their spirits ignited. Su Yu's performance utterly subverted everyone's perception of genius. To the ordinary, he was a rising star. Yet to his peers, he embodied an impending harbinger of world destruction. Standing atop the arena, even amidst the adulation of thousands, Su Yu's gaze remained unruffled, cold yet resolute. Next challenger, please. Chapter 35, A Shocking Turn. An exotic beast appears on the arena. Upon hearing this, the referee was momentarily taken aback, as if the domineering aura had infected him, his voice trembling slightly. In the first match, Qingqing No. 1 High School emerges victorious. Please have Jiangxing No. 1 High School promptly send forth their next contender. At this moment, the expressions of the 10 or so students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School had lost their previous arrogance, replaced with solemnity, sweat beading on many foreheads. Their opponent was nothing short of a monster, devoid of any weaknesses. How could they possibly compete? Ultimately, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and send someone into the fray. Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Song Rintu. I beseech you for guidance. Song Rintu, brandishing a steel staff, wore a face resolute as if embracing death. Qingqing No. 1 High School, Su Yu. Su Yu nodded slightly, then surprisingly retrieved a steel staff from the edge of the arena. How unfortunate. I too possess a modicum of staff technique. Oh, Song Rintu's interest was piqued. What form of staff technique does classmate Su practice? New energy staff technique. Su Yu smiled faintly, his right hand gliding over the staff, a malignant force uniformly enveloping it. In the next moment, a thunderous vibration erupted. The staff shimmered with electric light. Pray tell, have you heard of the title Thunder King? With that, Su Yu charged forward, delivering a strike. Song Rintu's complexion changed dramatically, instinctively raising his staff to block. Clang. Ah! In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, hair standing on end, foam spilling from his mouth. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered. So your staff technique is an electric baton? In the second match, Qingqing No. 1 High School is victorious. The referee shook his head, announcing the result with a sense of helplessness, bringing an end to Song Rintu's suffering. Class leader. At this moment, the students of Jiangxing No. 1 High School gasped. Their eyes filled with expectation as they turned to Tang Yingjie. He was now their last glimmer of hope. I cannot defeat him. The latter shook his head repeatedly. Ever since being haunted by Su Yu's shadow, he had completely lost his will to fight, now only wishing to escape this cursed place, let alone take the initiative to challenge. Seeing this, despair washed over the remaining students. Had they truly prepared so thoroughly, sacrificed so much, only to falter on home turf? Such disgrace was unbearable. Tang Yingjie's expression mirrored the turmoil of his companions. Just then, the director approached him swiftly, pulling him aside, and whispered, Yingjie, for your future, for the honor of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, are you willing to make a small sacrifice? Seeing Tang Yingjie hesitate, Teacher Lu continued, do you wish to live forever in Su Yu's shadow? Upon hearing this, Tang Yingjie trembled, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He abruptly raised his head, gritting his teeth. Teacher, please utilize whatever methods you have. At this, Teacher Lu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he nodded, quietly producing a black pill from his pocket. Moments later, Tang Yingjie emerged from the crowd, stepping onto the arena, his gaze fixed on Su Yu, filled with intense malice and murderous intent. This fellow. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, acutely sensing something amiss. Tang Yingjie now appeared transformed, radiating an aura entirely different from before, his demeanor reminiscent of a venomous serpent, his mental energy imbued with a hint of brutality. Connecting the dots to Tang Yingjie's prior behavior, Su Yu suddenly comprehended. Had he resorted to enhancement? Very well, let him unleash his power. It cannot surpass my own. I declare the match to commence. In the next instant, as the referee waved his hand, the atmosphere in the arena became charged with tension. Hiss! Tang Yingjie's eyes burned red, fingers pressed against his temples as he unleashed a series of fierce roars directed at Su Yu. The sound lacked any regal authority, instead resembling the hissing of a serpent, sharp and grating. Simultaneously, his once handsome visage grotesquely contorted, scales emerging upon his skin, his mouth widening grotesquely, fangs bared, transforming him into a massive serpent nearly 3 meters in length. Boom! In an instant, Tang Yingjie's aura exploded, the surrounding air compressing with a mournful wail. Hiss! At this moment, his pupils morphed into slits, sharp fangs glinting ominously under the lights. The sudden spectacle left the audience dumbfounded, eyes wide with horror. What on earth is this? Has he transformed into a beast? Is this his true form? At the judges' table, 12 principals rose simultaneously. Their gazes fixed intently on Tang Yingjie, their expressions dark as night. Beast transformation pill. Such forbidden substances had long been outlawed by the great Xia over decades ago. Yet here it was again. Those who consumed the beast transformation pill would morph into a beast temporarily, gaining immense strength. However, once the effects wore off, they would revert to their original state, becoming utterly useless and suffering permanent consequences, unable to advance further. Damn it! Who administered the beast transformation pill to Tang Yingjie? I will not rest until I incapacitate him. Principal Luo of Jiangxing No. 1 High School's face turned ashen, his voice laced with fury. Even if they lost the competition, they could always allow the students to participate in martial arts examinations. But with the emergence of the beast transformation pill, the stakes had escalated drastically. Given this incident, his position as principal was now at risk. Open the arena. Halt this battle. Principal Luo immediately commanded the judges. At this point, the match was irrelevant. It was imperative to terminate the situation before it spiraled completely out of control. Principal, the arena barrier cannot be opened. However, the referee's complexion turned grave as he urgently spoke. At this moment, the referee disregarded everything else, rushing forth to stop the now uncontrollable Tang Yingjie. Calm down. Attempt to halt the transformation process. Bang. Yet, as a second-tier martial artist, the referee was sent flying by Tang Yingjie's tail. Stop? Why should I stop? Hearing the referee's plea only fueled Tang Yingjie's fury, the beastly traits multiplying on his body, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying, nearing the third-tier level. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Outside the arena, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot stove, nearly on the brink of collapse. I know you are all anxious, but please hold your horses. Yet, Suyu remained unaffected by the external turmoil. He meticulously observed Tang Yingjie, noting that while he appeared fearsome, he was still incapable of launching an attack against him for the time being. It seemed he must wait until the human aspects of Tang Yingjie vanished entirely to act freely. Currently, it appeared he was wrestling for control over his own body against the beast within. It seemed the situation was evolving into something intriguing. The more perilous the circumstances, the calmer Suyu appeared. Seizing the opportunity, he began to analyze rapidly. The celestial aperture on his brow shimmered slightly, providing a cooling relief to his overheated mind from overthinking. Now, the entire situation has descended into chaos, yet his thoughts remain remarkably clear. There are spies within the school, and Tang Yingjie has been used as a pawn. The elusive Huazhou Dan has long since disappeared, with only a few remaining in the possession of Shanhai Shi. Thus, the traitor from Shanhai Shi must be someone close to Tang Yingjie, and the only one capable of compelling him to willingly consume the Huazhou Dan is you. The director of Jiangcheng Yizhong, Teacher Liu. Suyu swiftly analyzed the situation, then turned his gaze towards the edge of the arena. There, Teacher Liu was looking back at Suyu with an expression of admiration. Indeed, you are incredibly clever, a true talent. Upon hearing this, Principal Luo shouted incredulously, Lu Yaohua. You have hidden yourself well. With that, he charged towards Lu Yaohua. Lu Yaohua smirked, showing no resistance as Principal Luo apprehended him. Even after being thrown to the ground, his eyes remained fixed on the arena. Once Tang Yingjie fully transforms, he will possess the peak strength of the second realm for 3 minutes. I have tampered with the arena's barrier. Once activated, it cannot be deactivated for 5 minutes, and to breach it with force would require at least 5th realm power. Lu Yaohua suddenly burst into laughter, tears of blood welling in his eyes. My worthless life can be exchanged for your genius. It is worth it. Chapter 36, the first in the league. Personal compensation after lying in wait for over a decade. Is it all to eliminate a remarkably gifted student? What kind of intoxicating potion has Shanhai Shi poured into you? Principal Luo was now furiously questioning Lu Yaohua, who lay beneath him. Lu Yaohua, however, remained silent. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he gazed at the arena, seemingly envisioning Suyu's tragic demise at the fangs of a serpent. Damn it, Suyu. You must hold on. Principal Luo kicked Lu Yaohua away and turned to cheer for Suyu. The reason was simple. Allowing a traitor from Shanhai Shi to infiltrate the school was a grave sin, and having one of their own students rendered useless because of it compounded the crime. If Suyu, this extraordinary genius, were to fall as well, Principal Luo feared he would not see the light of another day. I will do my best. Suyu shook his head slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. He not only needed to endure for 3 minutes, but also had to triumph over his opponent in their area of strength. Hold on, Suyu. The teachers and the other 8 members of the elite class, led by Zhang Qinyan, were frantically assaulting the barrier. Principal Xia was likewise engaged, pulling the other principals together in a desperate effort to breach the deadly barrier and rescue Suyu. However, no matter how they attacked, the barrier remained unyielding. Damn it, Luo Pingshan, why did you construct the arena so large? If anything happens to Suyu, I want to let you off the hook. On the arena, Suyu glanced at the teachers and students relentlessly battering the barrier below, took a deep breath, and resolutely turned his head. At this moment, Tang Yingjie had completely transformed. The last remnants of his humanity vanished. Hiss! A vibrant green serpent's tongue flickered from his mouth, and a pair of crimson slit-like eyes were fixated on Suyu. A profound sense of danger began to spread throughout Suyu's body. Boom! In an instant, a beam of emerald light shot from Tang Yingjie's forehead, directly aimed at Suyu. The materialization of mental energy. This fellow's mental energy must be at least 5 hertz. Suyu's eye twitched. If struck directly, he would likely be rendered a fool. In a split second, Suyu shifted his footing, narrowly evading the beam's attack range. Whoosh! Tang Yingjie unleashed another burst of power, sending another beam towards Suyu. There was no escaping it. Suyu's expression shifted. He could clearly see the trajectory of the attack, but his body was simply too slow to evade it. Since evasion was not an option, he decided not to evade at all. Realizing he could not dodge, Suyu opened his mouth wide and swallowed the beam whole. In his mouth. Here comes the action, brothers. In his esophagus. Received. Task of transportation guaranteed. In his stomach. No problem, whatever it is, it won't leave here intact. In his small intestine. Finally, something has arrived for me. In his large intestine. Oh, a rare guest? In his rear. Oop. To the horrified gaze of onlookers, the mental energy surged through Suyu's body at an astonishing speed, completely passing through his digestive system and successfully transforming into a fart. Not bad. Mental energy increased by 0.1 hertz. Is there more? Suyu smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. You truly are not picky. Principal Xia's heart nearly leapt from his throat. He had not anticipated that Suyu could be so ferocious, even consuming a mental energy attack. Could this lad be the reincarnation of a glutton? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, several more mental energy attacks came, all of which Suyu accepted without hesitation. The power of his digestive system was extraordinary. These attacks not only failed to affect him, but also enhanced his mental energy significantly. Bang! Seeing that his mental energy attacks were ineffective, Tang Yingjie immediately swung his serpent tail at Suyu. You can't play tough? Suyu's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly dodged. However, the speed of the incoming attack far exceeded his limits. Even with a premonition, he could barely avoid a fatal blow, yet the serpent's tail still struck his thigh. Bang! Suyu was sent flying through the air. Gagging, he tasted blood in his throat and could not help but spit a mouthful. The peak physicality of the second realm was terrifying. My inner demon, today you must perish. Tang Yingjie grinned, his serpent body arcing through the air as he wrapped around Suyu, intent on finishing this detestable foe in one fell swoop. Damn, this sensation was truly suffocating, akin to a constrictor snake. Suyu cursed under his breath, every bone in his body creaking under immense pressure. Die, die, you must die. Tang Yingjie's face twisted with a cruel smile as his tail tightened further. Suyu's eyes turned red from the blood, yet he remained calm. To defeat his opponent in their area of strength was paramount. The third option flashed in Suyu's mind before the match. What is Tang Yingjie's strength? Is it his mental energy exceeding 5 hertz? Or is it his physical prowess comparable to a peak second realm warrior? No, this fellow's true strength lies in his underhanded tactics and deceit. With that thought, Suyu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to bite down on a molar. He then hurled it towards the arena barrier. Upon impact, the tooth embedded itself into the barrier, its cancerous cells rapidly consuming the barrier's energy. Crack! The seemingly indestructible barrier was corroded, creating a gap. The arena's barrier was already unstable from the assaults of the principals. At this moment, a single tooth became the last straw that broke the camel's back, tearing open the weak point. This is bad. Tang Yingjie's expression changed drastically as he increased his strength, attempting to suffocate Suyu. Too late. Suyu coldly met his slit eyes, and his body suddenly radiated brilliant arcs of electricity. Full power thunderstorm. Crackle. Bolts of lightning erupted from Suyu's body. Zizz. Lightning serpents surged into Tang Yingjie's form. Instantly, Tang Yingjie convulsed violently, unable to continue coiling around Suyu. Principal. Teacher Zhang. This scoundrel has no sense of honor. Let's gang up on him. Free from constraint, Suyu swiftly approached the edge of the arena, joining the principals in a concerted effort to shatter the barrier. However, as the barrier fell, The first to charge towards Tang Yingjia was not Principal Xia, but Principal Luo from Jiangcheng Yizhong. This is outrageous. Who gave you the audacity to consume the Huazhou Dan? Luo Pingshan, consumed by rage, approached and delivered 2 resounding punches that sent Tang Yingjia back to his original form. Subsequently, the crowd surged forward, engaging in a brutal melee, with blood and scales flying everywhere. It wasn't until all sounds ceased that they finally stopped. Tang Yingjia was knocked unconscious, unable to even scream. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yaohua, who lay on the ground, felt his smile vanish entirely, replaced by a furious outburst. Useless. Absolutely useless. You couldn't even kill him after taking the Huazhou Dan. Why don't you just die? And you still dare to yell? Su Yu leaped onto Lu Yaohua's back and unleashed a thorough electric shock therapy. It was only after Lu Yaohua's eyes rolled back and he lost control of his bodily functions that Su Yu begrudgingly ceased his actions. Had it not been for Lu Yaohua's impending interrogation by the Ministry of Justice, Su Yu would have considered electrocution as a more fitting punishment. However, upon reflection, sending him to endure the tortures of the ministry seemed even more gratifying. Judge, please announce the result of the match. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the judge, just regaining consciousness, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Even at this moment, he was still concerned about the match. Yet, seeing the earnestness in Su Yu's eyes, he cleared his throat and declared, the winner of the 3rd match is Su Yu. The champion of this interscholastic league is Qingqing Yizhong. As the judge's words echoed, a slight smile crept onto Su Yu's lips. Another S-grade breathing technique appeared in the system space. Ahem, Su, after handling Tang Yingjia. Luo Pingshan looked at Su Yu with a face full of apology. On behalf of Jiangcheng Yizhong, I apologize for this incident. After a deep bow, he gritted his teeth and produced an antique purple sandalwood box. This is a personal compensation for you. Compensation? Your student nearly took his life. What can you offer that suffices? Hearing Luo Pingshan's words, Principal Xia trembled with anger and snatched the purple sandalwood box. Upon opening it, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Lingxi Yusue? He glanced at it, then quickly closed the box, his expression softening slightly, but his tone remained displeased. You think a piece of Lingxi Yusue can buy my student's life? Is one piece not enough? Luo Pingshan's face twitched. I originally intended to keep this for my grandson. It's a priceless item, and you couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Besides, isn't Su Yu doing just fine now? Upon hearing this, Principal Xia curled his lips, refraining from further discussion with him, and turned his gaze towards Su Yu. Noticing Su Yu's confusion, he quickly explained. Lingxi Yusue is valued at 5 million per piece and is immensely beneficial to martial artists in the top 3 realms. Using this to temper one's bones can produce jade-like bones. However, with only this one piece, it won't have a significant effect. It can merely serve as a luxury. Understood. Principal. Su Yu nodded in comprehension. He stepped forward to take the box, then turned to Luo Pingshan and said, I accept your apology. Since the incident has occurred, it is only prudent to seize the benefits first. What is the point of refusing the apology? Can I really send this old man to prison for a few years? Thank you for your magnanimity, young friend. Relieved that Su Yu held no grudge against him, Luo Pingshan smiled. Su Yu had already demonstrated exceptional talent. His future achievements were bound to be remarkable. Such an individual, once successful, might forget past grievances. Yet, just like Zhou He from Qingqing Yizhong, the principal's indifference did not mean that others who sought to curry favor would be indifferent as well. Luo Pingshan then clasped his fists toward Principal Xia. Brother Xia, let us consider this matter settled for today. I will personally visit Qingqing Yizhong in the future. Huh, Principal Xia scoffed. Visiting is out of the question. Qingqing Yizhong lacks the resources to host you. After delivering this statement, he waved his sleeve and led Su Yu and the others away. Sighing as he watched their departing figures, Luo Pingshan's smile gradually faded. Thankfully, only Tang Yingjia had been incapacitated, and Su Yu did not intend to pursue the matter further. Otherwise, as the principal, he would have been in a dire predicament. Shaking his head, Luo Pingshan withdrew his gaze and looked at the chaotic scene. Everyone, stay put and await the law enforcement's arrival. Departing Jiangcheng, the group boarded a flying warship, embarking on their journey home. As the significant contributor to this league, Principal Xia generously arranged for Su Yu to stay in a presidential suite. The room was luxuriously decorated, resplendent in gold. There was even a gathering spirit formation. Su Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the gathering spirit formation, consuming the healing pills provided by the principal while practicing visualization techniques. Upon activating his internal vision, he accurately directed the medicinal energy of the healing pills to his injured areas. Soon, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Moments later, his wounds were fully healed, his vitality restored, and his mental clarity returned to its peak state. At this point, Su Yu took out the Lingxi Yusue. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed this rare gem worth 5 million. Regardless of its value, nothing was more precious than his own life. Until it could be transformed into power, everything else was ephemeral. Suyu activated his internal vision. The Lingxi Yusue was swiftly digested, with streams of jade-like light merging into his bones. However, Suyu utilized his mental energy to intercept this process. Bone tempering was an operation he intended to perform when constructing his secret vault, since they were destined to be replaced by cancer cells. Initiating bone tempering now would be a waste. Soon, the streams of jade-like light were guided by Suyu into the digestive secret vault, continuously refining and reinforcing the production lines. Moments later, the entire digestive secret vault radiated a faint jade-like glow. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, feeling invigorated. Rising to his feet, he shook his arms, creating a gust of wind. A slight smile curved at the corners of Suyu's mouth. Name: Suyu Vitality, 2,999 calories. Peak: 3,000 calories. Demonic Martial Arts. Peak of the First Realm Mental Power, 41 Hz Techniques. National Middle and Primary School Body Tempering Method. Demonic Martial Arts. Digestive Secret Vault Edition. Combat Skills: Myriad Forms Combat Techniques. Fierce Beast Edition. Minor Achievement: 60. Mental Combat Skill. Lion's Roar. Major Achievement: 60. Visualization Technique. Yellow Springs Atonement Sutra Physique. Sacred Demon Body. In Control. Secret Vault. Digestive Secret Vault Titles. The wise do not fall in love. Does my little brother not feel pressure? Fast Boy. Aura of the Strong. Defender of Home and Country. Lord of Thunder and Lightning. After several rounds of combat, Suyu discovered that his vitality had unknowingly surpassed the limit of 2,999 calories, reaching 3,000 calories. Though it seemed a mere 1 calorie difference, the sensation it brought was worlds apart. Only now had he truly stabilized the digestive secret vault, ensuring it would not collapse due to external injuries. 3,000 calories of vitality was also the pinnacle of the demonic martial arts he had created within the first realm. Upon reaching this limit, Suyu felt a significant increase in his control over vitality, and its quality transformed from a loose state to a solid one. Coupled with the enhancement of his combat skill proficiency, his overall combat power had increased by at least 50%. With the enhancement of his strength, the daily consumption of vitality also surged. Suyu rubbed his belly, realizing that merely a few minutes had passed, and he had already expended 5 calories. Moreover, the cancer cells within him began to stir restlessly. As Suyu's strength increased, the cancer cells began to evolve rapidly. Apart from those already tamed within the digestive secret vault, the remaining cancer cells were close to devouring some of his organs entirely. At this juncture, there is no longer any concern regarding the digestive secret repository. It is time to prepare for the establishment of the respiratory secret repository. Suyu exhaled a breath of impure air slowly. With a crunching sound, he casually retrieved a piece of raw spirit stone from the basket beside him and bit into it, producing a crisp noise akin to that of biting into an apple. Ordinary food could no longer satisfy his digestive secret repository. Only this raw spirit stone, harder than iron, could endure until it reached the large intestine. Given its remarkably low cost, Suyu had procured a batch to serve as his staple food. Notably, its efficacy in replenishing vitality was not inferior to that of blood pills. The championship prize from the league was 1 million. I received 500,000, which is currently sufficient. Upon returning to school, I plan to purchase more respiratory techniques to prepare for the construction of the respiratory secret repository. After pondering for a moment, Suyu's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. If all goes as expected, he would complete the construction of the respiratory secret repository before entering Wu University. At that time, combined with the perfected lion's roar, he would likely be able to vanquish any peer without contest. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Suyu inquired, puzzled. Upon opening the door, he found Principal Xia and Teacher Zhang Qingyan standing outside. Ah, Principal Xia, Teacher Zhang, what brings you here? Principal Xia cleared his throat twice, exchanged a glance with Zhang Qingyan, and both sighed simultaneously before stepping inside. With a serious expression, Principal Xia stated, "It is like this. Did Zhou He inform you about the guaranteed admission quota? Guaranteed admission? Is it for Tianwu?" Suyu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Teacher Zhou had indeed mentioned this matter, stating that if he performed well in the league, he could secure a direct admission to Tianwu. Yes, that was indeed the arrangement. Upon hearing this, Principal Xia sighed once more. But now, it can no longer be guaranteed, can it? Suyu's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance, indicating that the previous Mo Jinshin held considerable influence. Yes, it is somewhat due to him, but the main issue lies with your teacher, Principal Xia said, frowning. Within Tianwu, There exists a master who has had some unpleasant encounters with your teacher, and now that master holds a high position. Tianwu has a history of over 1,000 years. It is quite vast. Do you understand what I mean? Without waiting for Su Yu's response, he shook his head, continuing, perhaps that individual does not intend to target you, but their faction must make a statement. At this point, Su Yu comprehended the situation. Tianwu had existed for too long, much like a towering tree, inevitably harboring some pests. Moreover, the atmosphere there leaned towards conservatism, favoring faction divisions and seniority. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Xia added, however, their stance does not equate to a total rejection of you. The influence of the MO faction is not that significant. It's just, bang. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan could no longer contain himself. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up indignantly, declaring, things were proceeding smoothly, yet the Wang faction insists on causing trouble, demanding that you sign a retention agreement before enrollment. The specifics state that upon graduating from Tianwu, you must remain to teach for 10 years. Isn't this akin to a contract of servitude? I nearly lost my temper then. If it weren't for that person's superior strength, I would have made him fly. Chapter 38. Establishing the Respiratory Secret Repository, the possibility of custodianship for respiratory techniques. Exactly. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyan's words, Principal Xia also slammed his hand on the table. By heavens, is being a teacher at Tianwu such a grand achievement? We are all teachers. Who is superior to whom? Teacher Zhang, Principal Xia, please calm down. Su Yu interjected, persuading them until Zhang Qingyan finally sat back down. It was perplexing how these two, who had come to persuade him, had suddenly reversed roles. Sigh. So this is the current situation. I assume you would not wish to accept Tianwu's conditions, hence your rejection. Principal Xia poured himself a glass of water, then looked at Su Yu with a slight smile. If Tianwu is not feasible, would you be interested in Modu? Modu Martial Arts University? Su Yu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Compared to the long-established Tianwu, the rising Modu indeed exuded a sense of vitality and seemed more suitable for Su Yu's development. Furthermore, the current Tianwu was rife with adversaries for Su Yu. Both the Wang faction and the Mo faction were in opposition to him. Especially when those from the Mo faction discover the news of Mo Jianxin's demise, they would likely hold him accountable. In terms of both sentiment and rationale, Modu emerged as the superior choice. However, to concede so easily was something Su Yu could not bring himself to accept. As this thought crossed Su Yu's mind, 3 options suddenly materialized before him. Option 1. Swallow your pride and sign the contract of servitude to enter Tianwu. Completion reward, S-rank dog collar. Option 2. Avoid enemies and choose guaranteed admission to Modu. Completion reward, 1 S-rank spirit beast egg. Option 3. Reject the guaranteed admission. Participate in the martial examination to enter Tianwu and decisively teach all those harboring hostility towards you a lesson before withdrawing to Modu. Completion reward, 1 SS rank random spirit herb. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Su Yu scanned the 3 options, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned his gaze to the 2 individuals, stating distinctly, I do not require guaranteed admission. I will participate in the martial examination. What? Both Principal Xia and Zhang Qingyan were taken aback. They never anticipated that Su Yu would respond in such a manner. Wasn't direct admission preferable? Why risk participating in the perilous martial examination? It is worth noting that this year's martial examination would take place in the Shanghai Rift. Principal Xia furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Su Yu. After a moment, he slowly asked, are you truly resolute in your decision? Yes, Su Yu affirmed with a nod, and I intend to enter Tianwu first. Huh. Upon hearing this, Principal Xia nearly choked on his water. Young man, are you not walking into the lion's den? Zhang Qingyan frowned repeatedly, advising. I believe Modu would be more suitable for you. Although Tianwu has more resources, the likelihood of them benefiting you is slim, and you would have to constantly guard against others scheming against you. Indeed, I share your perspective, Su Yu nodded, agreeing with both teachers' views. Then why? Principal Xia and Zhang Qingyan scratched their heads, perplexed. Su Yu smiled slightly, explaining, that is why I said I would first go to Tianwu. To teach those despicable individuals a lesson, and then I will withdraw to Modu. The 2 exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bitterness. This was exceedingly audacious. Gaining admission to either institution was a source of immense joy for others. The entire city would celebrate for days. Yet here he was, insisting on taking both paths. Moreover, he intended to cause trouble and then withdraw. Was he certain that Tianwu would not obliterate him in retaliation? Setting Tianwu aside for now, are you certain that Modu will still welcome you afterward? Principal Xia hesitated before asking. Of course, Su Yu replied confidently. If they do not want me, I can always head directly to the front lines. Very well, your life is your own to govern. Principal Xia sighed lightly, feeling for the first time that he was an old fossil. unable to keep pace with the youthful mindset. I will convey your intentions to Modu. There are 2 months until the martial examination. Strive hard, young man. Descending from the floating battleship, Principal Xia led the group back to the school. Upon returning to the rear mountain base, the first thing Suyu did was dive headfirst into the martial arts training room. Others, seemingly inspired, began their respective training as well. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Qingyan smiled with great satisfaction. He could confidently assert that this was undoubtedly the most diligent and exceptional batch he had ever taught. Of course, starting from the next batch, it was likely that he would be lamenting it as the worst group he had ever instructed. Inside the training room, Suyu chewed on the raw spirit stone while perusing the respiratory technique Ingren Lu Guang. As an S-grade breathing technique, Ingren Lu Guang is far more intricate than Longzhan Yuyi. Cultivating this breathing method allows one to condense blade energy within the vortex of vital blood. And upon reaching mastery, one can release countless blade energies with a mere breath, showcasing immense power. After examining Ingren Lu Guang, Suyu took out another S-grade breathing technique, Jin Shu Chao Shi. This technique is a method that integrates the power of the metal element from the 5 elements, sharing a similar essence with Ingren Lu Guang, yet differing significantly in operational mechanics. Observing these 2 breathing techniques broadened Suyu's horizons, leading him to perceive the potential for utilizing cancer cells in his cultivation. Currently, the function of the cancer cells is rather singular, merely performing tasks in a robotic manner. Thus, to enable them to assist him in his cultivation, he must endow them with greater capabilities, Suyu murmured. He now possesses a 90% certainty. Following the completion of the breathing secret repository, he would undoubtedly achieve the feat of allowing cancer cells to cultivate autonomously. However, Suyu did not rush to construct the breathing secret repository. As his strength increased, the cancer cells within him became significantly more intelligent, necessitating extreme caution when replacing ordinary cells with cancer cells. A mishap could lead to considerable trouble. An hour later, Suyu finally adjusted his state to its peak. Then, with his willpower, his mental energy began to drive the cancer cells toward his nasal cavity, akin to whips. This process was exceedingly laborious. The cancer cells within him had become much more astute and robust. Upon sensing danger, they resisted vehemently, refusing to comply even when Suyu cut off their energy supply. This resulted in a severe depletion of his mental energy. Only after consuming 0.2 hertz of mental energy did he manage to gather enough cancer cells to fill about half of his nose, residing within my body, consuming my resources. And now you dare to resist when tasked with work? Xiaoko, charge forward. Anyone who dares to flee shall be dealt with severely. Suyu snorted coldly, commanding Xiaoko to sever the retreat, while he continued to drive the remaining cancer cells toward his head. This process was painstakingly slow, taking a full day and night to meet his requirements. At this moment, Suyu's nose had vanished, replaced by a formless mass of darkness. Now is the time. Xiaoko, Xiaoshi, seal the entrance, let not a single one escape. Suyu bellowed, his focus reaching its zenith. In the next moment, crimson threads began to spread from above Suyu's lips among the cancer cells. These slender threads rapidly formed a framework, constructed from the maximally compressed vital blood and mental energy. With the successful establishment of the assembly line, Suyu began to frantically funnel cancer cells into it. Initially, these cancer cells remained stubborn, preferring starvation over labor. Even when Suyu attempted to eliminate them, they showed no signs of change. Gradually, they seemed to sense the threat, began to fear, and ceased their resistance, obediently crawling toward the assembly line. Some cancer cells even wriggled desperately, attempting to escape. However, as they barely made it out of the nasal cavity, they were fiercely snatched back by Xiaoko, rendering any escape futile. Thus, as the assembly line gradually filled, the cancer cells became immersed in the monotony of daily labor. The functions of the nasal cavity were simultaneously perfected, filtering dust, moisturizing, warming, and olfaction. It is unclear how much time passed. When the construction of the nasal cavity was finally complete, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. Immediately, the vital blood within him began to operate autonomously, as if stimulated. The previously liquid vital blood began to compress on its own, crystallizing and transforming into a solid state. Has he entered the second realm? Chapter 39, Semi-Automatic Cultivation, a Surge of Vital Blood. Has the breakthrough come so easily? A smile spread across Suyu's face, filled with surprise. Previously, he had only advanced after constructing 3 organs, yet now, 1 suffices? Is it due to the fewer organs required in the breathing secret repository? The breathing secret repository only necessitates the replacement of 4 organs, the nasal cavity, throat, trachea, and lungs. However, Each organ within the breathing secret repository is significantly more complex compared to those of the digestive secret repository. Particularly, the construction difficulty of the lungs is comparable to that of 5 organs responsible for digestion. After a brief moment of adjustment, Suyu gritted his teeth and, seizing the momentum from his breakthrough, proceeded to simultaneously undergo the transformation of the throat and trachea. While Suyu was immersed in deep cultivation, the outside world was far from tranquil. What? That lad named Suyu actually rejected the qualification for direct admission to Tianwu? This child is too arrogant. Does he understand what he is doing? Humph. I have encountered many such young fools, lofty in ambition, yet lacking in ability. In the council chamber of Tianjin Martial Arts University, many individuals from various factions were gathered. At the forefront sat a middle-aged man clad in black martial attire. His facial features sharply defined, exuding an air of dominance and authority that deterred direct gazes. This man was none other than the vice president of Tianjin Martial Arts University, a legendary figure in the martial arts realm. Martial arts grandmaster Wang Bei. Wang Bei regarded the crowd and spoke slowly. Indeed, this lad Suyu is somewhat arrogant. However, his strength should not be underestimated. Winning the championship in the Southwest Province University League is sufficient to demonstrate his talent and potential. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. Yet soon after, Wang Bei shifted his tone. However, excessive arrogance in youth is not a virtue. Since he has rejected direct admission and opted to participate in the martial arts examination, let us raise the admission score for Tianwu. After all, Tianwu is not a place for just anyone to enter, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this statement, the expressions of the attendees varied. Some relished in misfortune, while others felt it was inappropriate to target a mere child within the vast Tianwu. Was this not an instance of the strong oppressing the weak? Unfortunately, Wang Bei did not provide these individuals the opportunity to voice their thoughts. Now, let us set aside the matter of Suyu and proceed to the selection of the martial arts examination venue. Within the Great Xia realm, there are a total of 72 mountain abysses and 36 sea abysses. Which mountain sea rift shall we select for this martial arts examination? Wang Bei inquired solemnly. The mountain sea rift is a zone of life-threatening danger and the most perilous place on Blue Star. Countless exotic beasts reside within, necessitating substantial human and material resources for suppression each year. A single misstep could lead to unimaginable disaster. However, the mountain sea rift also harbors opportunities. Each mountain or sea abyss is home to rare herbs, and even relics of ancient great beings may exist. In summary, it is a realm where danger and opportunity coexist. In my opinion, the Qingshan Abyss outside Qingcheng is a commendable choice, a mentor suddenly suggested. That makes sense. The Qingshan Abyss is one of the earliest mountain abysses to appear in Great Xia. The exotic beasts within are generally not formidable. And after over 1,000 years of exploration, its danger level is not as high as that of other mountain sea rifts. Indeed, it is the optimal choice for students with only body refinement or first realm strength. However, it is crucial to note that the Qinggui royal clan within the Qingshan Abyss has yet to be completely eradicated. It is said they possess unfathomable innate abilities. Should one encounter them, casualties are inevitable. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Wang Bei nodded slightly before announcing loudly, compared to other mountain sea rifts, the Qingshan Abyss is indeed the best choice. We shall finalize it. After the meeting concludes, I will contact the Mo Wu and Zhenshi army to prepare for the examination venue at Qingcheng. Meanwhile, at the office of the principal of Modu Martial Arts University, Principal Ji Wentian reclined in his chair, listening with great interest to the report from the admissions office director. You mean he rejected the opportunity for direct admission to Mo Wu and asked us to recruit him a month after the semester begins? Indeed, Principal. The director of the admissions office chuckled wryly and nodded, stating that he wished to first confront the Wang and Mo factions at Tianwu. How intriguing. Did he truly say that? Absolutely. Excellent. Based on this statement, I can grant him special consideration. Ji Wentian stroked his beard, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he said casually, inform him that he may proceed to Tianwu as he pleases. The doors of Mo Wu are always open to him. Huh. The admissions director was taken aback. Allow him to go to Tianwu? In a place like Tianwu, can a mere first-tier child truly make an impact? Nonsense. Hurry and take care of it. By the way, also fetch 2 pieces of Lingxi Yushui from the storeroom to send along as an enrollment gift. 2. Spare me the chatter. Speak another word, and I'll deduct it from your salary. Very well. 10 days later, after being confined in the training room, Suyu finally opened his eyes. The transformation was complete. Although his face bore signs of fatigue, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He stood, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath through his newly transformed nasal passages and oral cavity. In an instant, a tempest swept through the entire training room. And this was just the beginning. As Suyu began to practice his breathing technique, the gale expanded in both range and intensity. The training room, filled with dozens of chairs and bookshelves, swayed precariously, some chairs even toppling over. The fierce wind carried an abundance of spiritual energy, flooding into Suyu's body. Simultaneously, his vital essence began to surge, relentlessly refining the organs that had been replaced by cancerous cells. Typically, the breathing technique would refine the flesh and bones. But under Suyu's adjustments, it would now only refine the digestive secret and the newly formed nasal cavity. For him, every organ in his body would eventually require replacement, rendering the refinement of other areas unnecessary at this stage. The whirlwind lasted several seconds before gradually dissipating, yet Suyu maintained his deep breathing, his complexion flushed. Little nose, little throat, little chi, and little mouth. Do you remember the sensation just now? Suyu inquired. The 4 super cancer cells nodded in unison. Good. You will now continuously practice the breathing technique. With that, Suyu closed his eyes once more, regulating his breath while coordinating with his still untransformed lungs. The nasal cavity, oral cavity, throat, trachea, and lungs began to work in concert. Soon, another tempest erupted around Suyu. Having spent so much time, he was not only completing the transformation of his throat and trachea, but also conceptualizing the automation of his breathing technique. Now, Suyu finally possessed a certain degree of self-training capability. However, as his lungs were not yet fully transformed, it could only be considered semi-automated, requiring his active engagement. Even so, it was already astonishing. After all, an ordinary martial artist could train for a maximum of 2 hours a day, while he could now train for 12 hours. Once his lungs completed the transformation and the breathing secret was fully established, he could maintain uninterrupted training for 24 hours. Heh. Let all those so-called geniuses prepare to bow at my feet. He no longer needed to consume food constantly, as his vital essence could sustain him in peak condition. Name: Suyu Vital Essence. 3,560 calories. Peak 3,560 calories. Transformation level: early stage of second realm mental strength. 46 Hz techniques. National Primary and Secondary School Body Refinement Technique Shadow Blade Flowing Light Metal Tidal Wave Transformation Martial Arts Digestion Secret Transformation Martial Arts Breathing Secret Combat Skills Myriad Forms Combat Technique Ferocious Beast Chapter Small Success 60 Mental Combat Skill Lion's Roar Great Success 60 Visualization Technique Yellow Springs of Atonement Physique Sacred Demon Body Controlling Secret Treasures Digestion Secret Breathing Secret 75 Titles The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. Does Little Brother Not Feel Pressure? Fast Boy Aura of the Strong Patriotism Thunder King. The progress of my combat skills seems to be lagging. Scanning through the system panel, Suyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. His foundational attributes were astonishingly formidable, with his vital essence surpassing that of an ordinary early-stage, second-realm martial artist by over 1,500 calories. However, sheer brute strength was insufficient. The path of martial arts fundamentally hinged on practical experience. Many administrative personnel, despite possessing 5th or 6th realm strength, would be looked down upon by seasoned veterans who have fought on the front lines for years. A battle-hardened 4th realm veteran could easily slaughter these inexperienced 5th realm novices as if they were mere chicks. Suyu slowly rose, determined to find Zhang Qinyan to refine his myriad forms combat technique. Knock, knock, knock. Just as his hand made contact with the doorknob, a sudden rapping echoed from the door of the training room. Chapter 40. The Torment King. The Lion's Roar Achieved. Who is it? Tianwu Law Enforcement Division. We need to ask you a few questions. Suyu yanked the door open. Standing outside were 2 young men clad in martial attire. They appeared to be around 20 years old, handsome, yet bearing a hint of coldness in their eyes. Suyu narrowed his eyes, focusing on the badge emblazoned on their chests, where a character for MO was inscribed in traditional Chinese. Has the Tianwu MO faction finally discovered the death of MO Jinshin? Suyu, when was your last encounter with MO Jinshin? MO Qingfeng asked coldly, devoid of any emotion. About a month and a half ago. What of it? Suyu replied with an indifferent expression. Provide me with a specific time. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed MO Qingfeng's face as he barked, if you cannot provide an accurate time, then you must come with us. With that, both men placed their hands on the swords at their waists, glaring at Suyu with hostility. Option 1. Endure the provocation and comply with their inquiries. Completion reward, 10 blood pills. Option 2. Crush their heads and verbally dismantle their spirits. Completion reward, title of villain. Effect: increases attack power by 20 when cursing and beating enemies. Suyu cast a sweeping glance at the two, a cold smile playing on his lips. They were here to pick a fight. Unfortunately for them, they had kicked a solid wall in their choice to confront him. Just as he pondered where to practice his combat skills, Suyu tilted his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound, and moved his shoulders. It had been half a month since he last fought, and if their heads were to be crushed, they should not blame him. How dare you defy the law enforcement team? Upon hearing Suyu's words, the two were instantly enraged. As students of Tianwu, especially members tasked with managing ordinary students, they were rarely offended. Even the city lord would show them a modicum of respect upon seeing their attire. Yet here was someone who dared to provoke them. Law enforcement team? What authority do you possess to enforce the law here? Suyu retorted bluntly, do you lack a mirror at home? Take a moment to reflect. The school did not grant you that little bit of power to act like tyrants. You are like a chicken with a feather stuck in its backside, thinking yourself a phoenix. Boom. With each word Suyu spoke, the expressions on their faces darkened, as if each phrase were a sharp blade, cutting deep. Kid, I'm going to break your legs today. Mo Shueiwa shouted furiously, stepping forward, his figure lunging towards Suyu, drawing his sword from his waist. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the blade pointed directly at Suyu's left leg. His target was clear. He aimed to severely injure Suyu, thereby affecting his martial examination. With his peak second realm strength, this strike would surely cripple Suyu. Spit. Suyu glanced at him, his lips parting slightly to release an eloquent retort. Bang. The moment the sound echoed, the crowd heard a soft thud, and the once formidable Mo Shueiwa was sent flying, landing 5 meters away. Coughing and clutching his chest, he was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Mo Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. The ability to spit out blade energy? This is a hallmark of mastering the breathing technique. He was horrified, then a realization struck him, causing his face to flush red, as if he had just consumed something foul. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely 18 years old, a master of breathing techniques? Is this a joke? Mo Qingfeng muttered to himself, unable to accept this truth. A frog at the bottom of a well, lacking the capacity to comprehend, dares to act defiantly before me? Are you engaging in some form of performance art? Suyu's words flowed like a machine gun, relentlessly releasing mental energy impacts. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of blade energy, launching a saturated assault on the two adversaries, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers. This was no jest. He practiced the shadow blade flow and metal tide for 12 hours each day, and he had already mastered these two breathing techniques. How is he able to emit so much? The volume is staggering. What breathing technique could produce such terrifying results? Both Mo Shueiwa and Mo Qingfeng were nearly paralyzed with fear. What on earth is happening? Just as they regained their senses from the shock of the lion's roar, they were submerged in a sea of blade shadows. Instantly, a deluge of blood erupted. Looking at the two collapsed figures, barely clinging to life, Suyu scoffed. How pitiful. Still strutting around like a proud rooster despite such weakness. Why not learn from the rooster's crowing? At least that serves a purpose. You, puffed. Having already sustained grave injuries, Mo Shueiwa and Mo Qingfeng were now in a state of utter despair, slipping into unconsciousness. TSK, is this all you have? With a smirk, Suyu seized each of them as if they were mere chicks and headed towards the combat training room. Such high-quality training dummies. How could he let them slip away? Against the backdrop of the evening glow, the title of great villain atop, Suyu's head grew increasingly radiant. For a full 5 hours, Mo Qingfeng and Mo Shueiwa oscillated between the brink of death and battling Suyu. Just as they were about to succumb, Suyu would revive them with healing pills and various emergency measures, forcing them to endure more punishment. Throughout this ordeal, Suyu's combat skill proficiency surged. The benefits of the celestial aperture extended beyond the early cultivation of mental energy. The enhancement of his comprehension was also visibly evident. Exiting the training room, Suyu felt invigorated, every muscle in his body rejuvenated. Welcome to Qingsheng No. 1 High School again, dear guests. Suyu cheerfully addressed the dazed Mo Qingfeng and Mo Shueiwa as he propped them up at the school gate. Ugh at his words, Mo Qingfeng's throat convulsed, and he retched violently, quaking as if seized by a fit. Mo Shueiwa, though conscious, was suffering even more than if he had fainted. I will inform the mentor. I will inform the dean. Just you wait. Leaving behind his threats, Mo Shueiwa struggled to his feet, assisting Mo Qingfeng as they staggered away. Humph, Suyu snickered, turning back to the school. Upon returning to the base on the back mountain, Zhang Qingyan stood at the entrance, looking somewhat concerned. You've seriously offended the Mo clan this time. He had been observing since the two entered the back mountain to confront Suyu. He had intended to intervene, but was astonished to see Suyu handle it so effortlessly. It should be them who have offended me, Suyu corrected Zhang Qingyan with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyan was taken aback, the worry on his face dissipating, replaced by a grin. You are right. It is they who should be concerned about offending you. The great Demon King. As he spoke, Zhang Qingyin's eyes suddenly lit up as he scrutinized Su Yu. To easily defeat two peak second realm practitioners. Have you also ascended to the second realm? Su Yu nodded. Witnessing this, Zhang Qinyin appeared puzzled. Why is it that I did not sense any progress in the refinement of your limbs? Where exactly have you refined after entering the second realm? Typically, martial artists refine the bones of their upper limbs in the first realm, and then the lower limbs upon entering the second realm. Yet Su Yu was an anomaly. Despite possessing a vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary peak second realm practitioner, not a single limb of his had undergone refinement. I take an unconventional path. Consider it as having awakened some special constitution. Su Yu waved his hand, not wishing to elaborate. Changing the subject, he inquired, Teacher Zhang, could you assist me in procuring a batch of breathing techniques? He handed a bank card to Zhang Qinyan. A batch? How many do you require? Zhang Qinyan accepted the card, asking. As long as they are of F grade, the more peculiar the better. Let us start with 200 copies, shall we? Zhang Qinyan. He knew Su Yu's training methods were somewhat eccentric, but 200 breathing techniques? This is truly excessive. Thank you for your help. Su Yu smiled, patting Zhang Qinyan on the shoulder. He had over 400,000 in savings, just enough to cover it. The lungs are not like other organs. During the demonic transformation, Su Yu would be unable to breathe. This meant he had to reconstruct lung function within mere minutes. The difficulty was immense, so he had to amass knowledge rapidly to prevent mishaps during the lung construction. Once he finished reading these 200 breathing techniques, it would likely coincide with the completion of his lung construction. Zhang Qinyan, with a complex expression, took the bank card, harboring some suspicions. This lad cannot be attempting to create a technique, can he? Typically, only those masters preparing to create techniques would engage in such extensive reading. Ordinary martial artists are already challenged by mastering 2 breathing techniques, let alone someone like Su Yu. By the way, Su Yu, there's something I forgot to mention. After taking a few steps, Zhang Qinyan abruptly halted, as if recalling something, and said enviously, You've struck it rich. With that, he produced 2 wooden boxes from his pocket and tossed them to Su Yu. These 2 pieces of Lingxi Jade Essence are the enrollment gifts from the Demon Martial Academy. They arrived a few days ago. I held on to them since you were busy training, but now they are yours. 2 pieces of Lingxi Jade Essence. This is from the Demon Martial Academy? Truly lavish. Chapter 41. Completion of the Breathing Secret Repository. Wild Cancer Cell Labor Force 1, you mean to say? He not only refused to cooperate with the investigation, but also severely injured both of you and tormented you for a full 5 hours. Director, you must take responsibility for us. He not only attacked and insulted us, but also mocked the entire Mo clan, claiming we are all in cahoots. In the office of the department head of the Sword Path at Tianwu, Mo Tianjian sat at his desk, holding a cup of hot tea. His face bore no expression at the moment, but the flicker of malice in his eyes suggested that his mood was rather foul. For Mo Tianjian, the disappearance of his son, Mo Jinshin, had already left him fraught with anxiety. Su Yu's actions were undoubtedly pouring more fuel on the fire. Very well. I will remember that name, Su Yu. Mo Tianjian took a deep breath and coldly commanded, You too, return to Qingqing and continue the investigation. The 2 men exhaled in relief upon hearing this, and quickly exited the office. However, just after they left, Mo Tianjian slammed his palm down, shattering the desk before him. Gritting his teeth as he murmured, What a Su Yu! Since you wish to make a name for yourself in the martial examination, I shall not grant you your desire. With that, he sent out a message. Simultaneously, geniuses across various provinces in the Great Xia, who were granted direct admission to Tianwu, received the same message. Participate in the martial examination and eliminate Su Yu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In the training room at the back mountain of Qingcheng No. 1 High School, Su Yu slowly closed the last book on breathing techniques. After 20 days of diligent effort, he finally felt confident that he could complete the demonic transformation of his lungs. After numerous rehearsals, Su Yu has mastered the construction of the lung framework within a mere 30 seconds. After a brief adjustment, he slowly closes his eyes and activates his inner vision. Unlike other parts of the body, the lungs are a preferred habitat for cancer cells, which saves Su Yu considerable effort. With a slight movement of his mental energy, he promptly drives all the cancer cells in his abdominal cavity into the lungs. In the next moment, a powerful sensation of suffocation engulfs him. In this state of inner vision, Su Yu clearly observes that his entire lung has been completely occupied by cancer cells, transformed into a massive mass of dark tumors. Upon witnessing this, he no longer hesitates and immediately commences the reconstruction of his lungs. Strands of vibrant red threads emerge from the trachea, swiftly weaving into production lines for alveolar epithelial cells, alveolar macrophages, and basal cells. As each production line is completed, Su Yu's tense emotions begin to ease. However, just as all production lines in the lungs are constructed, an intense pain suddenly radiates from his chest throughout his entire body. The cancer cells, which had remained docile in the lungs, unexpectedly go berserk. Hundreds of trillions of cancer cells ravenously devour everything around them, shattering the production lines that Su Yu has just established in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. And now they suddenly go crazy? Su Yu feels as though a roaring inferno has ignited in his chest, causing him immense discomfort. Following this is a dizzying sensation, as if he is about to faint, struggling against the vertigo. Su Yu diligently controls the energy flow within his body and begins to suppress the cancer cells in his lungs with his mental power. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After the 30th second passes, Su Yu suddenly clenches his fist. So it was you causing the chaos. In his inner vision state, he finally identifies the root of the problem. Among the hundreds of trillions of cancer cells in his lungs, a wild supercancer cell has emerged. It possesses a rudimentary self-awareness, akin to a small mouth, and appears to have even developed mental power. Just moments ago, it utilized its mental power to influence the other cancer cells, resulting in the massive outbreak. Small mouth, go teach it a harsh lesson. Su Yu condenses his mental power into a hand and swiftly captures the troublemaking cancer cell, subsequently tossing it to the center of the 10 kings of digestion and the 3 emperors of respiration. Wild cancer cell, esteemed ones, I was wrong. Small mouth, now you realize your mistake? You almost got us all killed. Small food, stand at attention when you're being punished. Brothers, attack. Little chrysanthemum, destroy it. Destroy it. Moments later, with the disruption from the wild cancer cell quelled, Su Yu successfully completes the transformation of his lungs. Thus, the construction of the breathing secret vault is finished. Suha. Su Yu takes a deep breath. In an instant, the cultivation room is drawn into a vacuum state. As he exhales, a tempest ensues, sending chairs and tables flying in all directions. Delightful. Su Yu smiles with satisfaction, not rushing to test the other wonders of the breathing secret vault, but instead focuses his gaze on the wild cancer cell. Enough with the fighting. After stopping Small Mouth and the others, Su Yu carefully examines this wild cancer cell. This creature can actually generate mental power. Does that not imply it can cultivate visualization techniques on its own? Chapter 42. The martial examination begins. Enough with the fighting. Su Yu's mental energy transforms into a gentle hand, separating the 10 kings of digestion and the 3 emperors of respiration, who are still pummeling the wild cancer cell. The newly emerged wild cancer cell trembles in fear. Its form differs slightly from other supercancer cells, appearing to be enveloped in a faint, almost invisible layer of mental energy waves, making it seem more agile, yet increasingly anxious. Little fellow, tell me, what can you do? Su Yu transmits his thoughts with a blend of curiosity and scrutiny. The wild cancer cell conveys a vague wave of emotions tinged with fear and appeasement. I can consume mental energy to grow stronger and assist you. The fragmented thoughts cause Su Yu's eyes to gleam with excitement. Consume mental energy? Grow stronger? Assist? Does this mean it can indeed cultivate the Huangquan Shizue Jing autonomously? Furthermore, in future confrontations, it could directly devour the mental energy of its enemies? Excellent. Su Yu rejoices. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Jing. You are responsible for cultivating my visualization techniques, and you are forbidden from inciting the other cancer cells into revolt without my permission. Understood? Xiao Jing conveys an obedient thought. Su Yu nods in satisfaction, and with a mere thought, he imprints the visualization pathways and key points of the Huangquan Shizue Jing into the core of Xiao Jing's rudimentary consciousness. In the next moment, a wondrous occurrence unfolds. The layer of mental energy waves on Xiao Jing's surface begins to ripple according to some arcane pattern. Although faint, it is indeed operating the Huangquan Shizue Jing autonomously. The surrounding ordinary cancer cells also seem to be influenced by this subtle mental energy field, becoming quieter and more orderly than usual. Indeed, it works. Ha! Su Yu cannot contain his laughter. What does this signify? It means that even when he is not actively cultivating, his mental energy is gradually and imperceptibly growing. Although the speed may not match that of active visualization, the accumulation of small amounts will lead to significant changes, and this advantage is indeed immense. After addressing this minor incident, Su Yu finally directs his full attention back to the recently completed breathing secret vault. He slowly rises, feeling the tumultuous changes within his body. With a subtle thought, without deliberate control, his nasal cavity, throat, trachea, and lungs harmoniously collaborate, naturally initiating the operation of Ingran Liuguang and Jintai Chaoshi. Boom. The cultivation room once again erupts into a violent whirlwind of spiritual energy, fiercer than any prior instance. The protective runes on the walls flicker intensely. emitting a resonating hum under the strain. Spiritual energy from several kilometers around is drawn in, surging toward the back mountain cultivation room, forming an invisible vortex of spiritual energy. With each breath, it absorbs vast quantities of spiritual energy. The breathing secret vault has been realized. Suyu feels the immense influx of spiritual energy entering his body, efficiently transforming into vital energy, refining his newly transformed organs. The sensation of growing stronger every moment is utterly intoxicating. He opens his system panel. Name: Suyu Vital Energy, 3,890 kilocalories. Peak: 3,890 kilocalories. Demonic Martial Arts. Mid-second stage Mental Energy, 51 Hz. Shao Jing Cultivating Autonomously. Technique: Magic Transformation Martial Arts Breathing Secret Vault. Perfected. Secret Vaults. Digestive Secret Vault. Breathing Secret Vault. 100. Title: Great Villain. His vital energy has surged by over 300 kcal, and his realm has consequently advanced to the mid-second stage. Moreover, his mental energy has also increased. Suyu is elated. The enhancements brought by the Breathing Secret Vault are comprehensive. He gently blows a breath. Hiss. An invisible yet remarkably sharp stream of air bursts forth from his mouth, akin to an unparalleled blade unsheathed, effortlessly slicing a high-strength alloy target in the distance into two halves without a sound. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. Breathing becomes a blade, killing without a trace. Is this not the pinnacle of breathing techniques? Suyu marvels. This power rivals even the full strength of some second-grade martial artists. Furthermore, it possesses exceptional stealth, making it nearly impossible to defend against. He attempts to operate the breathing technique with all his might, and immediately, an absolute vacuum of spiritual energy forms around him, draining any energy that approaches him. In combat, he could even deplete the air surrounding his opponent, suffocating them to death, devouring the world, draining the vastness. The Breathing Secret Vault is indeed tyrannical. Suyu fully comprehends the terrifying nature of this secret vault. Just as he familiarizes himself with his newfound power, a knock echoes at the door once more. Zhang Qingyan pushed open the door, his face bearing a serious yet slightly excited expression. Suyu, the specific notice for the martial arts examination has arrived. The examination venue is set at Qingshanuan. Qingshanuan? Suyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of recognition flickering in his mind. Indeed, it was an ancient ravine developed over a millennium, known for its relatively low danger level. However, it was rumored to harbor a peculiar beast clan named Qinggui Wangzu, which possessed bizarre innate abilities and required special caution. Zhang Qingyan handed Suyu a dossier, the latest intelligence regarding Qingshanuan that the school had managed to obtain. Take a look at this quickly. Suyu accepted the dossier and began to skim through it rapidly. Qingshanuan, one of the 72 ravines, had a complex internal environment filled with dense forests and caves. The common beasts included Qingmu wolf and iron-armored rhinoceros, with their strengths generally ranging from the first to second realm. The primary dangers stemmed from toxic terrain and the elusive Qinggui clan. The Qinggui clan resembled apes with indigo skin, adept at stealth, illusions, and mental attacks. Their innate ability, the Qinggui Shixing Curse, was notoriously difficult to defend against, driving those afflicted into madness, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Despite being hunted down repeatedly in recent years, they had never been completely eradicated. Illusions? Mental attacks? A smile crept across Suyu's lips. Perfect. I shall use you to test my new abilities and the quality of my little spirit. He had been lamenting the lack of practical combat for his mental strength. Observing Suyu's eager demeanor, Zhang Qingyan couldn't help but offer a cautionary note. Don't be careless. Additionally, I've received word that the Tianwu Moke faction seems to be making some moves. They might have arranged for several gifted students to participate in this martial examination, and you may very well be their target. Oh, a cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Wang Bei and Mo Tianjian are so eager to provide me with experience packages, just in time, as my cultivation consumes considerable resources. His tone was calm, yet exuded immense confidence and a hint of chilling malice. A few days later, the national martial examination commenced officially. Outside Qingxing, at the grand entrance of Qingshanuan, a throng of people had gathered. Talented martial artists from all over the nation converged here, each brimming with vitality, their gazes sharp and ready for action. Dressed simply in training attire, Suyu stood alone in a corner, appearing rather inconspicuous. However, the occasional glimpse from his eyes, deep and shimmering like a starry sea, along with the faint aura of spiritual energy surrounding him, caused some perceptive talents to feel a quiet alarm. Among the crowd, a few hostile gazes subtly swept over Suyu. Is that him? Suyu? His vitality seems rather ordinary, not as exaggerated as the rumors suggest. Director Mo has issued orders to eliminate him. A reward of 10,000 credits for his defeat within Tianwu. Humph. A so-called genius from a remote town dares to defy the Tianwu Moke faction? He knows not the peril he faces. A group of youths, evidently stronger than their peers and exuding an air of arrogance, exchanged hushed words, having come under Mo Tianjian's directive to target Su Yu. Sensing their intent, Su Yu glanced in their direction, a cold smile playing on his lips. Su Yu? A clear voice called out from beside him. Turning, he saw a girl with a ponytail and bright eyes, looking at him with curiosity. I'm Lin Wei from Qingqing No. 2 High School. The martial examination is dangerous, and I heard there are strange Qinggui in Qingshangyuan. Should we form a team for mutual support? Su Yu assessed her. Her vitality was likely at the peak of the first realm, solid enough, and her eyes were clear, devoid of malice. However, he shook his head, replying calmly, "Thank you. But no, I prefer to work alone. Team up? It wouldn't be good to frighten the kids when things get serious." Moreover, he had grander ambitions to pursue. Lin Wei paused, seemingly taken aback by the abrupt rejection, and could only smile. "All right then, I wish you success in the martial examination." At that moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entrance area. The rules of the martial examination are as follows. Eliminate beasts, obtain beast cores, and score points based on the level and quantity of cores collected. Fighting is permitted within the examination grounds, but fatal actions are prohibited. In the event of unavoidable danger, crush the distress talisman. Now, the martial examination begins. Candidates, enter. Boom. The energy barrier at the entrance activated, revealing the vast, primordial forest teeming with a faint aura of danger. Countless candidates surged into the depths like a tidal wave. Su Yu followed at a leisurely pace at the back of the crowd. As he stepped into Qingshangyuan, the system prompt suddenly resonated. Detected host entering the special environment of Shanghai Liuyuan, triggering hidden options. Option 1. Maintain a low profile during the examination and achieve a passing score. Completion reward, a random C-grade combat technique. Option 2. Sweep through the examination. Seize the title of top scorer and crush all talented individuals targeting you. Completion reward, the title of martial examination butcher, effect, 15 damage enhancement against peers. Option 3. Explore the hidden secrets of Qingshangyuan and uncover the lair of the Qinggui Wangzhu and the source of their innate abilities. Completion reward, special skill cancer cell swarm clone technique, beginner. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the third option. Swarm clone technique. This sounds tailor-made for my army of cancer cells. It seemed that this martial examination would not allow for a low profile after all. He lifted his gaze, peering into the depths of Qingshangyuan, where mist swirled, seemingly concealing endless secrets and perils. Qinggui Wangzhu, Tianwu talents, here I come. With a light chuckle, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest, his speed far surpassing that of his peers. His martial examination was destined to incite a tempest. Chapter 43. The ambitious genius. Upon entering Qingshangyuan, the thick and primordial atmosphere enveloped him. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, casting shadows that rendered the light dim and indistinct. The air was filled with a faint scent of decaying leaves and some peculiar flora, the concentration of spiritual energy noticeably higher than the outside world, yet tinged with an unsettling chill. Su Yu inhaled deeply, activating his hidden breathing technique, functioning like an efficient energy filter, absorbing the pure spiritual energy while crushing and expelling the cold aura. Comfortable. He felt as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. Other candidates had already scattered in various directions, hunting and seeking beast cores. However, Su Yu was unhurried. He closed his eyes, allowing his mental power to expand like mercury. Thanks to the constant, automatic training of his little spirit, both the range and quality of his mental perception had significantly improved. The surroundings within a radius of several hundred meters were vividly reflected in his mind. A Qingmu wolf lay in wait. A seemingly harmless vine trembled slightly, harboring lethal intent. And several candidates formed a small team, cautiously engaging with an iron-armored rhinoceros. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, his mental perception detecting 3 distinct auras about a kilometer behind him, leisurely following his trail. These 3 auras were markedly more refined than those of the surrounding candidates, their vitality surpassing the mid-second realm, radiating unabashed malice. The Moke faction's dogs are swift, Su Yu scoffed, feigning ignorance as he nonchalantly chose a direction, appearing to wander aimlessly. Upon noticing this, the 3 figures immediately quickened their pace, trailing behind him. Soon, Su Yu arrived at a relatively open glade in the forest and halted. "Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Come out." He turned around, speaking lazily. The forest fell silent for a moment before 3 figures emerged, surrounding Su Yu in a triangular formation. They were indeed the Tianwu candidates with hostile expressions from the entrance. Leading them was an arrogant youth wielding a long knife, who sneered, "Suyu, you certainly know how to choose a location. This shall be your burial ground. The scenery is quite nice." Burial ground? Suyu feigned cleaning his ears. "With just the three of you ragtag fools? Is there no one else available for Mo Tianjin? Impudent." Another tall, scrawny individual shouted angrily. "You dare to be defiant even at death's door. Remember, it is I who will cripple you." Before he could finish, Suyu suddenly made his move. Without rushing towards anyone, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. Boom. The secret of breathing absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. In an instant, centered around Suyu, an invisible black hole seemed to materialize. The air surrounding the open ground was instantly siphoned away, forming a fleeting vacuum zone. The grass and trees were violently bent towards Suyu, drawn in by an immense force. The sinister grins on the faces of the three young prodigies froze in an instant, replaced by sheer horror and a sense of suffocation. They felt as though every ounce of air, even the spiritual energy, had been stripped away in an instant. Their chests felt as if they were crushed beneath a gigantic boulder, making it impossible to breathe, let alone mobilize even a shred of their vitality. It was as if someone had seized the very throat of their fate. The lanky one turned purple, his eyes bulging, struggling desperately yet unable to move even a finger. This was the tyranny of the breathing secret. With a single breath, it emptied the surrounding spiritual energy, depriving the enemy of their right to breathe. The strongest among them, despite the circumstances, barely managed to move. He roared in fury, forcibly channeling his vitality, igniting flames upon his long blade, and struck fiercely towards Suyu. Flameblade. The blade's radiance was intense, tearing through the brief vacuum with impressive momentum. However, Suyu merely cast a casual glance in his direction and softly remarked, "How annoying." Swoosh. An invisible and intangible razor-sharp air blade erupted from his mouth, swift as lightning. The breathing secret transformed exhalation into a blade. Crack. The seemingly formidable flame blade was effortlessly sliced apart as if made of paper, followed by the long blade in the youth's hand, which snapped in response. The air blade continued unabated, directly slicing through the youth's right shoulder. An arm, spouting blood, soared into the sky. Ah! The youth emitted a wretched howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the agony and loss of blood causing him to collapse instantly. His complexion as pale as a ghost. The remaining companion, already gasping for air, witnessed this horrifying scene and was so terrified that he fainted on the spot. From the moment Suyu initiated the attack to its conclusion, the entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. Of the three prodigies in the late stage of the second realm, one was injured, one was unconscious, and only the lanky one remained. Struggling desperately while gazing at Suyu with eyes filled with terror, as if looking upon a demon emerging from hell, Suyu slowly approached him. Ceasing the sucking effect of the breathing secret, the lanky one finally gasped for air, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. "Go back and inform Mo Tianjin." Suyu looked down at him, his gaze indifferent. "Send someone decent. This garbage is not even good enough to fill my teeth." After saying this, he did not even glance at the two lying on the ground, one unconscious and the other screaming, and with a sweep of his mental energy, he collected the few first-realm beast cores they had just obtained, considering it as spoils of war. "Oh, right, so you seem to recall something." Revealing a friendly smile towards the lanky one. "The martial examination doesn't seem to permit fatalities, but it doesn't prohibit social death, does it?" The lanky one was taken aback, still trying to comprehend the meaning. Suddenly, a peculiar mental wave flickered in Suyu's eyes, combined with the lion's roar technique. A strange mental command forcibly invaded the lanky one's mind. The basic application of mental control commanded him to act. The lanky one's gaze became vacant in an instant, and then he abruptly stood up, frantically stripping off his clothes. "What have you done to me? No, stop." His consciousness remained aware, feeling everything. Yet he was utterly unable to control his own body, only able to scream in despair while his actions continued unabated. In a blink, his outer coat, inner armor, and pants were stripped away. He dashed out, shouting, "Imosec prodigies, a bunch of trash." After issuing the final command, Suyu nodded in satisfaction and turned away, leaving behind a scene of concealed achievements and renown. Behind him remained a bare figure wailing in despair, racing towards the forest's edge, accompanied by the cries of another with a severed arm and the silence of the unconscious. Chapter 44. The Qinggui clan for the next half-day. Suyu completely transformed into a nightmare for Qin Shunyuan. He did not deliberately seek out the Yishou, but rather unleashed the breathing secret, moving through the forest like a human vacuum cleaner at high speed. Everywhere he passed, the spiritual energy was crazily extracted, creating intense air disturbances. The hidden Yishou could not remain concealed in such an environment, and one by one, they were startled into revealing themselves. What awaited them were the invisible air blades that Suyu casually released. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the Qingmu wolves, iron-armored rhinos, and even the more rare peak second realm Miso, the shadow leopard, fell victim to the sharp air blades that appeared out of nowhere, severing their vital points and leading to their demise. Suyu was even too lazy to dig for the beast cores, using his mental energy to control the air blades to precisely split open the beast's skulls, collecting the cores with incredible efficiency. His points on the martial examination leaderboard skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, quickly advancing into the top 100, then the top 50, and soon the top 20. In the outside world, teachers and dignitaries from various schools, watching the point rankings and some monitoring footage through special artifacts, gradually took notice of this anomalously ascending name. Suyu? Which school is he from? How can he be moving so fast? His kill efficiency is astounding. Almost every few minutes, his points are increasing. Look, he's in the top 10. Meanwhile, within Qing Shanyuan, the prodigies who had initially been full of confidence felt immense pressure and disbelief as they observed the frantically changing name and ranking on their watches. Damn it! Is this Suyu a monster? Where did he come from? Quick, pursue him. We cannot let him claim all the points. Others received different orders. Deep within the dense forest, a youth clad in black armor, exuding a cold and oppressive aura, gazed at Suyu's name on his watch. A flash of cold light crossing his eyes. Suyu, I have found you. Under Mo Shi's orders, you must be rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a ghost, moving with incredible speed, directly heading towards Suyu's active area. At that moment, Suyu was standing in front of a peculiar valley. A faint blue mist enveloped the valley, rendering visibility extremely low. His mental energy probed within, only to encounter an inexplicable barrier and interference, obscuring his perception. What drew his attention even more was the abnormal indigo hue of the plants surrounding the valley. The chilling aura in the air was especially dense here. The magnetic field and mental interference here are quite peculiar. Suyu frowned slightly, activating the breathing secret to refine and expel the intrusive blue mist attempting to enter his body. Just then, a faint yet clear wave of excitement and desire transmitted from the little spirit in his mind. The food here is delicious for the spirit. Suyu's eyes brightened. The little spirit likes the mist here? This mist can enhance mental energy? Intrigued, he stepped forward to explore the valley. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Suyu, your journey ends here. Suyu paused his steps and slowly turned around. He beheld the black-armored youth, who had appeared behind him at some point, wielding a dark long sword, its blade swirling with a heart-stopping black glow. His aura unmistakably reached the peak of the second realm, exuding a heavy murderous intent, a seasoned warrior. Another dog from the Mo sect? Suyu raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining light, though his gaze grew somewhat serious. This opponent was significantly stronger than the previous three. The black-armored youth remained unperturbed, merely regarding Suyu with the gaze of one observing a corpse. Sever your meridians and surrender all your beast cores, and I may spare your life. Otherwise what? Suyu chuckled. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding another nameless corpse to the Qing Shanyuan. The black-armored youth's voice was chilling, his murderous intent unabashed. He held enough confidence as one of the top prodigies of Tianwu this year, having even participated in border training and slain Yiju. Dealing with a prodigy from a remote small city would be child's play. Suyu sighed. Are all of you from Tianwu taught by the same master? Your lines are so cliched. He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds and declared, enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight. I still wish to explore afterwards. The youth clad in black armor glared with cold, menacing eyes, exclaiming, seeking death. He ceased his verbal sparring and, in an instant, his figure blurred, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he thrust his sword towards Suyu's throat. The sword tip glimmered with a dark radiance, exuding an edge capable of rending all asunder. This strike was swift, precise, and ferocious, far surpassing the previous youth wielding the blazing knife. Yet, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Suyu remained unfazed, even taking the opportunity to critique. The speed is decent, but the momentum lacks a certain intensity. He opened his mouth once more. The black-armored youth sneered inwardly, thinking, still attempting that peculiar inhalation and energy blade? I anticipated this move. His vitality surged within, bracing himself against the suction, and he accelerated his sword by an additional third. However, this time, Suyu did not draw in breath. Instead, he roared with a voice reminiscent of an ancient primal lion, erupting from his mouth. Yet, this lion's roar was distinctly different. The sound rang out like a resounding bell, deafening. Intertwined within were countless enticing, soul-degrading melodies that stirred the blood. More terrifying still, A colossal wave of mental energy surged forth like a tsunami, crashing out with the sound waves. The mental combat technique, Lion's Roar, was adapted with elements from the Huangquan Shizue Jing, combined with unspeakable cultural detritus, resulting in this unorthodox martial skill. A dual assault of physical and mental impact accompanied by intense spiritual contamination. Boom. The black-armored youth found himself struck as if by a heavy hammer to the head. His eardrums ruptured, blood gushing forth. Stars exploded in his vision. Even more perilous. Countless grotesque illusions accompanied by eerie whispers invaded his mental realm, violently assaulting his will. This caused his vitality to surge backward, leaving his spirit unguarded, and his sword-wielding hand trembled violently. His forward momentum collapsed in an instant, and he staggered back as if intoxicated, his face revealing a mixture of agony and utter shock. What kind of dark sorcery is this? He gasped, barely stabilizing himself, his eyes wide with horror, blood seeping from his orifices. Suyu grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. What do you think? My exclusive secret technique, the auditory version of late-night reading, has quite the power, doesn't it? He advanced towards the severely wounded black-armored youth, his aura growing dangerously ominous. Now, let me show you something even more formidable. However, just as Suyu was poised to eliminate this nuisance entirely, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The azure mist nearby roiled violently, and several indigo figures, swift as phantoms, lunged silently towards the immobilized, mentally wounded black-armored youth. Their speed was astonishing, claws glimmering with a ghostly light, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual corruption. The Qing Gui clan. They seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The black-armored youth's soul recoiled in terror. He attempted to defend himself, but the dual wounds to his spirit and body rendered his reactions painfully sluggish. No, he screamed in despair. Slish. The sound of claws piercing flesh echoed, blood splattering. The black-armored youth barely caught a glimpse of his assailants before he found himself riddled with deep wounds that exposed bone. Even more horrifying was the chilling, strange mental force surging into his body through these wounds, attempting to erode his sanity. He let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. And unnatural dark blue patterns began to surface on his face. The indigo figures, having successfully struck, wasted no time and immediately turned towards Suyu. Their eyes glinting with greed, bloodlust, and a yearning for the pure vitality and mental energy emanating from him. Suyu furrowed his brow, assessing these unexpected guests. They stood about as tall as a person, resembling monkeys, with indigo skin and sharp claws. Most notably, their eyes lacked pupils, presenting a murky blue hue that radiated chaotic and malevolent mental fluctuations. So, this is the Qing Gui clan? As Suyu sensed their discomforting aura, particularly the spiritual contamination, a flicker of repulsion coursed through the little spirit within his mind. The leader of the Qing Gui clan emitted a piercing screech, and with the other two, they surged forth like 3 bolts of blue lightning towards Suyu. Their claws slashed through the air, accompanied by wails that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of the mind. Suyu's gaze sharpened. Perfect, I shall use you to test my new toy. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, his eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. A skirmish between man and otherworldly beings erupted in this eerie valley in an instant. And deeper within the valley's mist, it seemed that even more murky blue eyes flickered to life silently. Chapter 45. Unexpected gains. Faced with the 3 indigo specters charging at him, Suyu's eyes glinted with sharpness akin to a blade. He not only did not retreat, but inhaled deeply. The secret technique of breathing, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, was initiated once more. Buzz. A terrifying force of suction erupted forth, this time deliberately narrowed to concentrate on a fan-shaped area before him, the pull becoming more focused and violent. The 3 members of the Qing Gui clan, evidently unaccustomed to such tactics, found their assault abruptly hindered, as if they had collided with an invisible wall of air. Their forms uncontrollably drawn towards Suyu. The pale azure mist they emitted was drawn into him, as if rivers converging into the sea. Hiss! The leader of the Qing Gui clan emitted an enraged shriek, a flicker of horror flashing in its murky blue eyes. Their innate abilities heavily depended on this peculiar spiritual contamination mist, yet they were being effortlessly robbed of it. However, the Qing Gui clan was indeed strange and quick to adapt. Realizing their attack was thwarted, they instantly altered their strategy, their claws swinging as they unleashed waves of invisible, spiritually toxic energy ripples. This assault was not merely physical. It contained spiritual erosion, making it nearly impossible for ordinary warriors to defend against. Those struck would succumb to mental chaos, becoming nothing more than mindless killers. Yet, Suyu merely smirked, a display of skill in front of a master craftsman. The little spirit within his mind danced with excitement, transmitting a strong desire for sustenance. This spiritual contaminating energy was poison to others, yet for the little spirit, it was nourishment. Suyu barely bothered to evade. With a thought, the little spirit joyfully released a wave of suction, in tandem with the breathing technique, directly engulfing those waves of spiritual tearing energy. Burp. The little spirit conveyed a sense of satisfaction, and the surface waves of mental energy shimmered brighter. The three members of the Qinggui clan were utterly dumbfounded. Their once invincible innate powers had been consumed by the opponent, without even a sound. In that moment of bewilderment, Suyu struck back. He exhaled softly, no longer unleashing a singular energy blade, but instead a dense barrage of invisible needles. As numerous as raindrops and as fine as cow hair, the breathing technique unleashed a downpour of needle-like energy. This was a variation he had devised after studying hundreds of breathing methods, compressing the overwhelming airflow into countless minute energy needles, specifically designed to penetrate various protective auras and spiritual defenses, covering a vast area and rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Uft, uft, uft. The three members of the Qinggui clan barely had time to react before being pierced by countless energy needles. Their indigo skin erupted with a myriad of blood spots, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Even more terrifying for them was that these energy needles not only inflicted physical harm, but also contained a minuscule, yet exceptionally resilient and sharp spiritual force. Courtesy of the little spirit's contribution, the dual assault of spiritual and physical damage left the Qinggui clan in agony, their movements completely distorted. Suyu approached like a specter. He did not even employ any combat techniques, merely striking directly with his fists and legs. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds resonated, accompanied by the cracking of bones. The three members of the Qinggui clan were sent flying faster than they had arrived, crashing heavily against the valley wall and sliding down limply, clearly unable to survive. The battle concluded with the swiftness of a lightning strike. From the surprise attack by the Qinggui clan to their total annihilation, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. The black-armored youth, convulsing on the ground, was rendered speechless. Momentarily forgetting his own pain, his eyes filled solely with boundless shock and terror. What manner of monster is this? Three members of the Qinggui clan, formidable and elusive as those at the pinnacle of the second realm, have been dispatched with such ease? He could scarcely comprehend what martial techniques Suyu had employed. Suyu shook his hand and approached the lifeless forms of the three Qinggui. To his astonishment, he noticed that the bodies of these otherworldly beings began to dissipate slowly after death, leaving behind three indigo-hued orbs the size of pigeon eggs, within which a mist-like essence swirled. Could this be the beast core of the Qinggui? As Suyu's mental energy swept across them, he sensed the pure and peculiar spiritual energy contained within, far surpassing the quality of the beast cores he had previously acquired, and leaning more towards the realm of spiritual power. Xiao Jing conveyed an intense longing. Suyu collected the three orbs, nodding in satisfaction. They were indeed valuable treasures, promising to serve as delightful snacks later. He then turned his gaze towards the black-armored youth, who was now barely clinging to life. The dark patterns on the youth's face deepened, his eyes becoming increasingly vacant, clearly indicating that the spiritual pollution from the Qinggui was eroding his mind. "Help me," he managed to utter, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. He did not wish to die, nor did he want to transform into a mindless monster. Suyu squatted down, stroking his chin. "Help you? Provide me with a reason. You were just moments away from killing me." The black-armored youth was at a loss for words, despair etched across his face. However, with a shift in tone, Suyu continued, "I am rather benevolent, and cannot bear to see others suffer. Here's the deal. Divulge everything you know about the Mo faction, Wang Bei, and the plans surrounding the Mo Tian sword, and I may consider sparing your life." The black-armored youth, as if clutching at the last thread of hope, abandoned all notions of loyalty and confidentiality, spilling forth all he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that the Mo Tian sword had not only dispatched their group, but had also secretly contacted at least three more formidable candidates, alongside a hidden powerhouse who had already entered the third realm. Their objective was to eliminate Suyu at any cost during the martial examination, ideally ensuring that he would remain forever in the Qingshan abyss. Wang Bei had tacitly approved of this plan, even raising the admission score for Suyu to an impossibly high threshold. Third realm? They truly underestimate me, Suyu scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold determination. The Mo Tian sword and Wang Bei were indeed intent on his destruction. "I have revealed all I know. Please." The black-armored youth's breath grew shallower. Suyu pondered for a moment, extending a finger to press against the youth's forehead. "Xiao Jing, see if you can extract the filth from his mind." Xiao Jing transmitted a hint of reluctance. It preferred the 3 orbs, yet it still allocated a portion of its mental energy to probe into the youth's consciousness. Moments later, wisps of extremely fine indigo mist were painstakingly drawn out and consumed. The dark patterns on the youth's face gradually faded, and a glimmer of clarity returned to his gaze. Though he remained gravely injured, at least the spiritual pollution had been purged. Whether you live or not depends on your own fortune, so you declared, rising and turning his back on the youth, now fully focused on the valley shrouded in azure mist. The black-armored youth gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure, his emotions a tumultuous melange before he finally whispered, "Thank you. Be cautious of Mo Gang. He is of the 3rd realm and very cunning." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Unperturbed, Su Yu's attention was wholly captivated by the valley. With the spiritual pollution cleared, his perception sharpened. Deep within the valley lay an exceptionally pure and vast source of spiritual energy, seemingly beckoning him. Xiao Jing's response grew increasingly excited and urgent. What could be hidden within? Su Yu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He stepped into the pale azure mist. Upon entering the valley, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The light dimmed, and the mist thickened, obstructing vision and distorting mental perception with great intensity. Any ordinary person would surely lose their way in an instant. Yet, with his breath-sealing secret, an unseen filtering field surrounded him, expelling the harmful mist. Additionally, Xiao Jing acted like a compass, continually guiding him toward the source of pure energy. As he ventured deeper, the valley floor began to slope downward, revealing signs of ancient excavation on the surrounding rock walls. Though worn and weathered, it was evident that these formations were not of natural origin. Had someone inhabited this place long ago? Or was it a remnant of some ancient ruins? So you pondered. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce combat and angry shouts reached his ears, mingled with the distinctive shrieks of the Qinggui. Were others ahead of him? So you quickened his pace, stealthily approaching the source of the commotion. Chapter 46. The core of compassionate Su Yu. As he passed through a dense fog, the scene unfolded before him. At the deepest part of the valley lay a vast natural pit. At the bottom of this pit stood a dilapidated ancient altar constructed from massive black stones. Surrounding the altar lay the bodies of a dozen fallen Qinggui. At the altar's center, an extraordinary plant thrived. This plant, entirely jade-like, stood about a foot tall, crowned with a fruit the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, within which azure light seemed to flow. This was the very source of the pure spiritual energy. At this moment, 5 or 6 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle beside the altar. One side consisted of 3 candidates, 2 of whom were grievously injured yet struggling to hold on. Leading them was Lin Wei, the female candidate who had previously sought to team up with Su Yu. Now wielding a long sword, her technique was agile, her vitality surging, demonstrating strength at the mid-level of the 2nd realm. And her sword intent carried a rare, purifying aura that countered the Qinggui to some extent, though she remained on the brink of collapse. Their adversaries included not only 7 or 8 frenzied Qinggui, but also 2 other candidates, dressed in the uniforms of different provinces yet exuding a fierce demeanor. They attacked viciously and cunningly alongside the Qinggui. Damn it! Zhao Kuan, Lu Meng, have you lost your minds? Collaborating with these otherworldly beings, shouted an injured male candidate in fury. Zhao Kuan, the candidate in question, sneered, collaborate? You fool. This Qingyu soul fruit can greatly enhance spiritual power, perhaps even awaken latent spiritual talents. Treasures belong to those worthy of them. Do you think you deserve it? Better to offer it to us. Exactly. Kill you. Then dispose of these filthy Qinggui, and the fruit will be ours. Lu Meng cackled madly, slashing at Lin Wei's vital points. Lin Wei gritted her teeth to parry, but the impact sent her reeling, her complexion paling, eyes brimming with anger and despair. They had finally discovered this place, only to be ambushed by these despicable scoundrels while engaged with the Qinggui. Hiding within the mist, Su Yu assessed the situation, his gaze quickly fixating on the coveted Qingyu soul fruit. What a treasure! He could sense Xiao Jing's yearning for this fruit far exceeded its desire for the earlier Qinggui crystals and mist. Simultaneously, he noted the damaged stone carvings surrounding the altar. These carvings depicted ancient patterns, seemingly chronicling some ritual, with the centerpiece showing a being similar to the Qinggui, yet more noble and majestic, receiving homage. One carving vaguely illustrated the central being cradling a similar fruit. Could it be that the Qinggui once served as guardians? Was this fruit a sacred artifact they once protected? A surge of speculation coursed through Su Yu's mind. Just then, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Frustrated by their inability to secure victory, Zhao Kuan's patience seemed to wane. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he suddenly produced a purple talisman from his robe and activated it with fervor. Let us all die together. Thunder Explosion Talisman. Blinding lightning erupted instantaneously, encompassing a vast area, ensnaring Lin Wei, her companions, and the surrounding Qingue alike. This was indiscriminate destruction. This is bad. Lin Wei's countenance paled, utterly unprepared for the ruthlessness of her adversary, who resorted to such a mutually destructive tactic. The might of the Thunder Explosion Talisman was formidable enough to severely injure or even slay martial artists below the third realm. As the lightning surged violently, it threatened to engulf those present. At that critical moment, a languid voice pierced through the chaos, exclaiming, "How noisy!" In an instant, a figure appeared before the altar as if teleporting, and facing the raging lightning, he merely inhaled sharply. With the secret of breathing that devours heaven and earth, an explosive sound resonated. The ferocious thunder, capable of flattening a significant portion of the pit, was consumed in one gulp as if a great whale were drinking water. All light, sound, and destructive energy vanished without a trace, plunging the pit into an eerie silence. Everyone froze, including the members of the Qingue clan, staring blankly at the figure that had suddenly materialized. Suyu smacked his lips, a wisp of azure smoke escaping his throat as he remarked, "The flavor is decent, though it tingles the tongue a bit." He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Zhao Kun, Liu Mong, and the incredulous Lin Wei, ultimately settling on the jade-green soul fruit at the altar's center. This fruit appeared quite sweet. His tone was indifferent yet exuded an undeniable authority. Zhao Kun and Liu Mong's expressions shifted dramatically, akin to having seen a ghost. "Suyu, what are you doing here? What did you just do? What about the Thunder Explosion Talisman?" Suyu disregarded their queries, focusing instead on the agitated Qingue clan, particularly one larger specimen whose eyes seemed to possess greater intelligence. He pointed at the jade-green soul fruit, then at himself, transmitting a simple thought through his mental energy. "This is mine. Do you have any objections?" Simultaneously, he released a hint of spiritual pressure that, while tinged with Qingue essence, was far purer and more noble. The leading Qingue trembled, its murky eyes revealing an unmistakable blend of reverence, confusion, and a hint of fear. It emitted a low, whimpering sound, and the surrounding Qingue began to retreat slowly, ceasing their aggressive stances. This spectacle left all humans present in stunned silence. Suyu then turned back to Zhao Kun and Liu Mong, offering a seemingly benign smile. "Now, it is our turn to settle accounts." He advanced step by step, his aura intensifying, his vital energy erupting like a primordial beast awakening, instilling a suffocating sense of oppression. Zhao Kun and Liu Mong recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" "The martial examination forbids killing." "Fear not," Suyu responded with a radiant smile. "I am a man of principles. I assure you, you will not perish." Yet, to Zhao Kun and Liu Mong, his smile was 1,000 times more terrifying than the Qingue. Chapter 47. Secrets of the Qingue. Suyu's amiable smile appeared more horrifying to Zhao Kun and Liu Mong than the gaze of an abyssal demon. Their body hair stood on end, cold sweat soaking their backs. "Suyu, this is a misunderstanding." "It was all a misunderstanding," Zhao Kun stammered, attempting to justify. "We were merely jesting." "Yes, jesting. That fruit surely belongs to the strong. Please, after you." He spoke while desperately signaling Liu Mong to retreat. Liu Mong nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yes. What Brother Kun says is true. We will take our leave. We mean no disturbance." "Leave?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, his pace unyielding. "Did I permit your departure?" At the moment his words fell, he vanished like a specter. He did not charge at Zhao Kun and Liu Mong, but instead appeared abruptly before the leading Qingue. The Qingue leader was startled, ready to react, but Suyu merely blew gently at it. A slender yet remarkably concentrated stream of air, akin to a precise surgical blade, grazed the Qingue leader's cheek, silently piercing a small hole in the solid rock behind it. The Qingue leader's body stiffened instantly, its murky eyes brimming with fear. As it lowered its body, emitting a whimper that signified complete submission, it understood that this human possessed the power to annihilate them all in an instant, yet chose to refrain from doing so. Satisfied, Suyu turned back to Zhao Kun and Liu Mong as if he had merely swatted away a fly. "See, even they understand the rules better than you do. On my territory, to seize what I have set my eyes upon, and to consider it a misunderstanding and depart." The hearts of Zhao Kun and Liu Mong sank. They realized that Suyu had no intention of letting them off easily. The martial examination forbids killing? The adversary had countless methods to make their lives a living hell. Just look at the unconscious and stripped-down genius from the Ma clan beside them. "What do you want from us?" Liu Mong shouted, his voice trembling, betraying his inner fear. Suyu stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "I am a fair man," he said slowly. "You utilized that Thunder Explosion Talisman, didn't you?" The energy was quite substantial. It contributed to my meal. Zhao Kuan and Liu Meng momentarily froze, a glimmer of hope rising. Yet, Suyu continued, thus, you may escape the death penalty. The two had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the living penalty cannot be avoided. Suyu's smile twisted into something sinister. Hand over all the beast cores, valuable items, and the information regarding the jade green soul fruit. He paused, his gaze scanning them as if appraising sheep destined for slaughter. Either you knock yourselves out, or I can assist you. My methods might be a bit rough. You. Zhao Kuan's face turned a deep shade of anger, feeling utterly humiliated. They were also the pride of heaven. How had they ever endured such threats? Suyu, do not push your luck. Liu Meng attempted to leverage their background. Whoosh. An invisible blade of air grazed his scalp, severing a strand of hair and leaving a clear mark of blood on his skin. Liu Meng's voice faltered, all remaining bravado choking in his throat, replaced by sheer terror. My patience is limited. Suyu's gaze turned cold. 3 seconds. 3. I'll do it. We'll do it. Zhao Kuan was the first to crack, recognizing the futility of resisting. He hastily tossed out his backpack, the beast cores from his pockets, several vials of elixirs, and even a decent battle knife. Seeing this, Liu Meng could only grit his teeth and follow suit in humiliation. Soon, a small pile of items accumulated before them, including over 20 beast cores, most of which were of the first realm, with a few from the second realm, constituting a considerable fortune. We also have information, Zhao Kuan stammered. We found records about the jade green soul fruit in a fragment of an ancient text, stating it grows in the realm of extreme Yin, guarded by Qinggui, and greatly nourishes the soul. That is all we know. Suyu's spiritual energy swept over the pile of items, confirming there were no hidden treasures. And he nodded in approval. Very well. Now, make your choice. Do it yourself, or shall I assist? Zhao Kuan and Liu Meng exchanged glances, both recognizing the despair and humiliation reflected in each other's eyes. Knock themselves out, if this were to leak out. Yet they dared not let Suyu act. With a steely resolve, they both gritted their teeth, summoned their vital energy, and struck fiercely at their own carotid arteries. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed as darkness enveloped their vision, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. The scene left only Lin Wei and her 2 severely injured companions. Alongside a group of Qinggui sprawled on the ground, too terrified to move. Lin Wei observed this spectacle, her emotions a complex tapestry of relief for their survival. Shock at Suyu's tremendous power and astonishment at his methods intertwining within her. Her 2 companions dared not breathe, gazing at Suyu as if he were a deity or demon. Suyu paid no heed to their intricate emotions, waving his hand to collect the spoils contributed by Zhao Kuan and Liu Meng, before finally directing his gaze towards the jade-hued soul fruit. He approached the altar step by step. As he drew near, the jade-like plant swayed gently, and the jade soul fruit at its apex shimmered alluringly, emanating an enticing spiritual fluctuation. The surrounding Qinggui clan emitted uneasy hisses, yet under the leader's restraint, they dared not act recklessly. Suyu extended his hand, cautiously plucking the fruit from its perch. The fruit felt warm and lifelike in his grasp, its inner azure radiance flowing and releasing an indescribable fragrance. Just a whiff invigorated his spirit, and the little spirit within him conveyed intense longing and excitement. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Suyu sensed that this fruit contained an extraordinary and vast reservoir of spiritual energy, far surpassing any resources he had previously acquired. He did not consume it immediately, but instead took a moment to scrutinize the altar and the ancient stone carvings. The carvings, though aged and fragmentary, depicted a grand sacrificial scene. Numerous beings of varying forms, most resembling the current Qinggui clan, seemed to embody a nobler essence. They prostrated on the ground, worshipping a blurred figure above the altar who held the jade soul fruit in their hands. In another carving, this figure was shown releasing the fruit's power, nourishing the worshippers below, who appeared to grow stronger, some even sprouting ethereal wings behind them. Suyu pondered deeply. The Qinggui clan, in ancient times, did not seem as malevolent and chaotic, but rather resembled a wise race that revered or protected a certain existence. Was the jade soul fruit the source of their power granted by this entity? Or perhaps, the key to maintaining their clarity of mind? He recalled the reverent reaction of the Qinggui clan when confronted with the refined spiritual pressure from the little spirit earlier, and their current chaotic yet protective behavior. Forming a bold conjecture in his heart, perhaps the present Qinggui clan was not their complete form, but had undergone some form of degradation or mutation due to losing the continuous nourishment of the jade soul fruit. Or had that entity vanished, leading to their current state of confusion and spiritual pollution? And the little spirit, by consuming and refining their spiritual corruption, had extracted a fragment of their primordial power. mimicking the essence of the exalted existence they once worshipped? Chapter 48. A surge in spiritual power awaits you. How intriguing. If this conjecture holds true, then the secrets of Qing Shan Yuan and the Qing clan are likely more profound than one can imagine. Su Yu felt as if the world before him was slowly revealing a grander and more intricate aspect. The Shanhai Lai Yuan seemed to be more than just a mere lair for otherworldly beasts. He recorded the contents of the stone carvings and his speculations, which would serve as vital clues for his future explorations. Having completed this, Su Yu finally redirected his attention to the jade soul fruit. He sat cross-legged beside the altar and addressed Lin Wei and the others, asking them to guard him for a while, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Lin Wei came to her senses and eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Of course. Thank you for saving us earlier, Su Yu." Her two companions also struggled to sit up, expressing their gratitude and agreement. Su Yu acknowledged them with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. He did not fully trust these individuals, but he believed they would not dare to act against him while he was in a state of cultivation. Moreover, a group of obedient Qing clan members stood watch nearby. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its optimum level, then inhaled deeply, consuming the jade soul fruit as it transformed into a stream of azure light, which was swallowed into his belly. The moment the fruit touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, morphing into an immense, refreshing torrent of energy that surged directly into his mind, targeting the source of his spiritual power. The little spirit, having long awaited this moment, joyfully embraced the pure spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing it. Su Yu felt as though a clear spring flowed within his mind, accompanied by ethereal melodies, indescribably soothing and enlightening. His spiritual power surged at an unprecedented pace. 47 hertz, 48 hertz, 49 hertz, 50 hertz. The barriers of his spiritual power were effortlessly breached, continuing to ascend. 51 hertz, 52 hertz, 55 hertz. Ultimately, as he approached 58 hertz, the momentum of this growth gradually slowed. The transformation of the little spirit was even more pronounced. Its once ethereal form became significantly more solid, radiating a jade-like luster and exuding stronger, more vibrant spiritual fluctuations. The thoughts it conveyed to Su Yu were clearer, imbued with a sense of satisfaction and fullness. Additionally, a portion of the pristine spiritual energy that the little spirit failed to completely absorb nourished Su Yu's consciousness itself. He felt a remarkable enhancement in his mental agility, perception, and precision in controlling his own power. He could even perceive phenomena at a more microscopic level, such as the active state of cancer cells within his body and the subtle pathways of his qi and blood. What a wondrous sensation! Su Yu reveled in this elevation. However, just as he believed the absorption was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected development occurred. The energy of the jade soul fruit had not been entirely expended, and the last remnant, the most refined essence, as if imbued with some primordial imprint, abruptly escaped the little spirit's absorption range, instinctively surging toward a yet unexplored, deep-seated area within him. This region, located beneath the thoracic cavity and above the abdominal cavity, was thought to be related to emotions, consciousness, and even the fire of the heart. This energy did not violently crash into him. Rather, it bore a gentle yet resolute guiding force, awakening something deep within. Buzz. Su Yu's body trembled violently. He sensed that something deep within that region had been stirred. It felt as if a long-sealed door had been unlocked by this unique key, slowly creaking open a narrow gap. An indescribable heat radiated from that area, instantly enveloping his entire being. His heart raced uncontrollably, blood coursed faster, and his qi became exceptionally lively, even boiling. An intense impulse to explode forth, to battle, to release, surged within him. Yet simultaneously, his mind remained exceptionally clear and calm, acutely aware of every change within his body. Ice and fire intertwined, calmness coexisted with agitation. This contradictory sensation was immensely uncomfortable. Yet he faintly sensed that this region harbored tremendous potential. A profound shock reverberated within Su Yu. As a particular term flashed through his mind, could it be the secret repository of the circulatory system? A repository related to the heart, blood, and emotional explosiveness. He had entertained similar thoughts when conceptualizing human secret repositories before. The circulatory system, especially the heart, serves as the engine of the human body. Once successfully transformed, it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative change in qi and blood and a terrifying enhancement in explosive power. It might even involve more esoteric powers of emotion or the heart's fire. However, he had always struggled to find a safe method to transform such a core organ as the heart. A single misstep could result in instant death. To his surprise, The final remnant of the Jade Soul Fruit's primordial energy had inadvertently triggered the opportunity for him to engage with the secret repository of the circulatory system. Although it had merely opened a crack, far from complete revelation, it had illuminated a path forward and laid the groundwork. Suyu suppressed the heat and boiling qi within his body, his mind racing with thoughts. Circulatory system, heart, blood, explosive power, emotions, how to apply cancer cells. The risk of transforming cancer cells in the heart was exceedingly high and required utmost caution. Yet perhaps he could begin with the blood, utilizing specially controlled cancer cells to replace certain components within the blood, or perhaps initiating the transformation with the vascular system first. The existence of Shao Jing, along with its enhanced spiritual power, may provide more precise internal control. Thoughts collided in his mind as the conception of the next secret treasure gradually became clearer. Just as Suyu immersed himself in this new training approach, Lin Wei, beside him, observed a faint red vapor of vitality suddenly rising from Suyu's body. An external manifestation of his boiling life force, accompanied by a terrifying aura that occasionally leaked out, instilling a sense of awe within her. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved some healing potions from her backpack, offering them to her companions while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. However, she failed to notice the ominous shadow above the pit, which blended seamlessly into the thick fog, its cold, ruthless eyes peering through the misty gaps, fixated on Suyu, who was meditating by the altar below. The shadow's aura was extremely restrained, yet the energy fluctuations it emitted unmistakably indicated that it had reached the third realm. In its hand, a needle as dark as ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, slowly formed, its tip aimed directly at Suyu's brow. A subtle yet lethal intent locked onto Suyu. Mo Gang had arrived. He had been secretly tracking Suyu, witnessing everything that had just transpired, including Suyu devouring the Thunderburst talisman, intimidating the Qinggui tribe, and consuming the soul fruit. He was equally astonished, yet his heart was dominated by cold murderous intent and jealousy. This boy must not be allowed to live. He needed to strike, while Suyu was in this critical moment of cultivation, aiming for a decisive kill. Just as Mo Gang was about to unleash the shadow-absorbing needle containing his lethal strike, Suyu's life force, stirred by the activation of the cyclic secret treasure, surged within him, and his sharpened spiritual awareness, coupled with Shao Jing's innate vigilance against malice, enabled him to abruptly open his eyes at the very instant the killing intent approached. His pupils, a vivid crimson intertwined with clarity, erupted with a terrifying brilliance. Chapter 49, Cyclic Secret Treasure Holding the Emerald Soul Fruit. Suyu reveled in the immense and pure spiritual energy it contained, his heart filled with joy. Yet he remained clear-headed. He understood well the adage that possessing precious items invites calamity. This place was certainly not suitable for lingering, as the earlier commotion had likely attracted other attention. He swiftly placed the fruit into a pre-prepared jade box, sponsored by Zhao Kuan and Lu Meng, sealed it with a talisman to mask its aura, and stowed it in his backpack. He then cast his gaze once more over the ancient stone carvings, forcibly committing the patterns and symbols to memory. Although this information might be incomprehensible now, it could prove invaluable in the future, especially concerning the vague figure that was venerated and the fruit it held. After completing this, Suyu turned to Lin Wei and her companions. Lin Wei had already tended to her teammates' wounds, and upon noticing Suyu's gaze, she promptly stood, sincerely expressing her gratitude once more. "Thank you, Suyu. We truly owe you our lives this time. Just a small favor." Suyu waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. His act of saving them was more a matter of convenience, and his disdain for Zhao Kuan and Lu Meng's despicable behavior than pure benevolence. He assessed the injuries of Lin Wei's two companions, which were not fatal but severe enough to render further participation in the assessment unrealistic. "What are your plans now?" Suyu inquired. Lin Wei sighed. "We plan to shatter the distress talisman to exit the assessment. Their injuries need prompt treatment, and this place is too perilous." She glanced at the still crouching Qinggui tribe members, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, and felt a chill run down her spine. "A wise choice," Suyu nodded. This girl was decisive and not blindly reckless. "Suyu," Lin Wei hesitated before asking, "aren't you coming with us? This place feels increasingly ominous." She sensed that Suyu's acquisition of the fruit might draw even greater trouble. Suyu smiled, confidence and a hint of mischief illuminating his features. "Me? My assessment has only just begun. Moreover, some troubles cannot simply be avoided." His words hinted at the relentless pursuit by the Mo faction, which would not cease simply because he withdrew from the assessment. Furthermore, he had developed a profound interest in Qing Shan Yuan and the secrets of the Qinggui tribe. Lin Wei seemed to grasp his intent and refrained from further persuasion, sincerely stating, "Please take care." If you ever come to Jingcheng, do look for me. The Lin family will surely reward you. She provided an address and contact information. Suyu nodded noncommittally. The Lin family of Jingcheng? He recalled it being a significant martial arts family, but he had no time to dwell on this now. Go on, I'll ensure your safe departure, Suyu said. He needed to guarantee their safety, lest they encounter any beasts or nefarious individuals along the way, rendering his efforts to save them futile. Lin Wei cast a grateful glance at him, no longer hesitating. Supporting each other, she and her teammates shattered the distress talisman. 3 beams of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping them, and with a spatial fluctuation, their figures swiftly faded from view. With Lin Wei and her companions sent off, only Suyu remained in the pit, surrounded by the Qing tribe. Suyu redirected his gaze to the tribe's leader. He attempted to convey his thoughts through spiritual energy. Why do you guard this place? That fruit. He gestured toward the altar. What is it? The Qing leader appeared to struggle to comprehend Suyu's intentions, confusion, struggle, and a hint of deeply buried sorrow flickering in its murky eyes. It intermittently relayed fragmented messages. Guarding the sacred object, the king's blessing, lost in chaos and pain. Light requires light. The information was disjointed, yet, combined with the stone carvings, Suyu largely confirmed his suspicions. The Qing tribe, perhaps they once had another name, was indeed safeguarding a sacred object, the emerald soul fruit, related to their revered king, which could bring light and clarity. After losing the sacred object or the king's blessing, they fell into chaos and suffering. Where's that king? Suyu pressed further. The Qing leader shook its head in greater confusion and pain, emitting a mournful cry. I do not know, vanished into slumber. Unable to extract more critical information, Suyu ceased his inquiries. He gazed at the group, rendered grotesque by chaos yet somewhat pitiable in their instinctive guardianship, and felt a stir of compassion within him. Approaching the altar, he noticed that the jade tree had begun to wither slightly since he had plucked the fruit. Suyu extended his finger, activating both the digestive and respiratory secret treasures within him. Channeling a pure life energy mixed with a trace of spiritual energy imbued with the essence of the Qing tribe into the roots of the jade tree. This was an experiment of his. The digestive secret treasure could transform energy, while the respiratory secret treasure could inhale and exhale spiritual essence. Xiao Jing's spiritual energy possessed certain soothing and nourishing properties. A miracle occurred. The once wilting jade tree halted its decline and even radiated a faint glimmer of life. Although it was insufficient to bear fruit again, it no longer approached death. The Qing tribe members, sensing the energy imbued with a familiar and longed-for essence, raised their heads, their murky eyes revealing a flicker of yearning and a trace of gratitude. They lowered themselves even further, their demeanor becoming more submissive. Suyu understood. It seemed he had unintentionally stumbled upon a method to coexist peacefully with, and perhaps even utilize, these Qing tribe members. If he could continuously provide this energy, could it not purify or control them to some extent? This thought ignited a fervor within him. If he could command a legion of the Qing tribe, would he not be invincible in Qingshan Yuan? Even in the face of a third realm pursuit, he would possess greater confidence. However, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to find a secure location to digest his gains and prepare for the impending crisis. He distinctly sensed a cold, murderous intent swiftly approaching. You all, guard this place. Any intruders shall be dealt with mercilessly, Suyu commanded the Qing leader, simultaneously channeling another pulse of pure energy as a reward. The leader of the Qing emitted a submissive hiss, and the surrounding Qing clan members rose in unison, their eyes glinting with a fierce red light, returning to their savage nature. However, this ferocity was now directed towards the intruders, excluding Suyu. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, his figure flickering as he swiftly departed the pit, vanishing into the thick fog. He did not stray far, instead seeking a concealed crevice nearby, where he suppressed his aura, akin to a crouching cheetah, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Having just devoured the energy of the Lei Bao Fu and consumed the Qingyu Hongua, a surge of energy coursed through him, necessitating time for digestion and absorption to elevate his state to its pinnacle. Simultaneously, he was eager to discern who or what was pursuing him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a vague shadow appeared at the edge of the pit, resembling a specter manifesting silently. Cloaked in a black stealth suit, only a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes were visible, with an aura meticulously restrained. Yet, the occasional leak of energy caused Suyu's pupils to constrict slightly. A third realm warrior. The black-clad figure scanned the interior of the pit cautiously. Upon noticing the altar, where the fruit had vanished, the withered jade tree, the unconscious Zhao Kuan and Lu Meng, as well as the visibly agitated and hostile Qing tribe, A flicker of suspicion and anger flashed in his eyes. The fruit has been taken? By whom? Suyu? His gaze sharpened, sweeping across the scene, quickly identifying traces of battle and clues. Additionally, the presence of those two useless members of the Tianwu enforcement team, unreliable, indeed. The black-clad man scoffed, his voice gravelly and unpleasant. His attention ultimately focused on the snarling Qinghue tribe, a glint of cruelty crossing his eyes. A group of vile beasts dares to obstruct my path? He moved to force his way in for a closer inspection. However, the moment he stepped into the pit, a sharp hiss erupted from the leader of the Qinghue. All the Qinghue responded as if receiving a command, charging wildly towards the black-clad man. Their claws slashed through the air, unleashing a tide of spiritually corrupting attacks. Seeking death, the black-clad man appeared unprepared for the ferocity of the Qinghue, forcing him to retreat a step. A pair of pitch-black short spikes materialized in his hands, moving with astonishing speed, leaving behind an array of afterimages. Poo-poo-poo. The foremost Qinghue were instantaneously pierced through their vital points, collapsing with anguished cries. Yet, more Qinghue, undeterred by death, surged forward. Although their spiritual corruption had little effect on the black-clad man, their frenzied momentum and sheer numbers temporarily hindered his advance. The black-clad man's movements were elusive, weaving deftly amidst the onslaught of Qinghue. Each strike of his short spikes resulted in the fall of a Qinghue, showcasing the formidable prowess of a third-realm warrior and his precise control over the battle. Hidden nearby, Suyu observed the black-clad man's combat style with a calm demeanor. His speed was remarkable, excelling in assassination and lethal strikes, suggesting a shadowy movement style. His attacks seemed to carry a corrosive energy capable of rapidly dismantling an opponent's defenses and vitality, an adversary not to be trifled with. Suyu's mind raced as he analyzed. His apparent weakness lay in prolonged combat, or perhaps he preferred swift resolutions. Suyu noted that while the black-clad man exhibited high lethality, he appeared reluctant to linger in battle, striving for rapid resolutions with each strike, as if conserving strength or concealing something. Was it because this was a martial examination venue, and he dared not create too much commotion? Or was there an issue with his own condition? Suyu speculated. As the number of Qinghue, albeit numerous, began to dwindle under the black-clad man's onslaught, Suyu realized he could wait no longer. Just as the black-clad man forced the leader of the Qinghue to retreat, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, Suyu made his move. He opted against a close-range ambush, instead inhaling deeply, his chest swelling like a bellows. With a deep, penetrating roar, he unleashed his breath, a low yet resonant sound that pierced the air. Unlike the ferocity of a lion's roar, it was more concentrated, akin to an invisible drill, piercing into the black-clad man's eardrums and mental realm. The black-clad man's body stiffened abruptly, his movements momentarily stalling. Although immensely powerful, Suyu's bizarre sound attack, infused with vast spiritual energy, 58 Hz, and vitality, still managed to disturb him. Now was the moment. Suyu's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. However, his target was not the black-clad man himself, but the ground beneath his feet. Boom. His fist slammed fiercely into the earth. The energy from the digestive secret surged, providing overwhelming strength. The breathing secret activated simultaneously, amplifying his power. The ground trembled violently, cracking open. A chaotic gust of wind and shockwave erupted from the point of impact, just as the black-clad man regained his bearings after the dragon's roar. The ground beneath him suddenly lost stability, causing him to stagger. His expression shifted as he desperately attempted to stabilize himself. But Suyu's assault came like a torrential storm. Relentless and unyielding, he exhaled sharply. No longer a single air blade or a fine needle, but a sweeping torrent composed of countless minute air blades, forming a metallic storm. The breathing secret unleashed a myriad of blades. This was a group attack he had developed after studying hundreds of breathing techniques, harmonizing with the properties of metallic tide. Each minute air blade contained the sharpness of iron and an impact of spiritual force, covering an extensive area, impossible to evade. The black-clad man's pupils dilated. He sensed a lethal threat. This was not an attack that a mere second-realm warrior could unleash. He roared in desperation, his third-realm energy surging explosively. The black short spikes swirling into an impenetrable barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Countless air blades collided against the black barrier, creating a cacophony akin to rain striking banana leaves. Sparks flew in every direction. Most of the air blades were deflected, yet a few managed to breach the defense, leaving deep gashes on the black-clad man's body. Even more distressing was the spiritual impact contained within the air blades, incessantly disrupting his mental focus. You brat, you seek death. The black-clad man was both astonished and enraged. never having anticipated being cornered so helplessly by a mere second realm junior. He forcibly steadied himself, his internal techniques operating frantically. The black light on his short spikes intensifying as he prepared for a fierce counterattack. However, Suyu's battle rhythm was suffocatingly fast. Almost simultaneously with the release of the myriad blades, he changed his footwork, his form ghosting around to the black-clad man's flank. Just as the black-clad man was left vulnerable, having exhausted his previous strength, and with his vision obscured by the metallic storm, drawing upon the digestive secret's power of the gluttonous force. Suyu's right arm swelled noticeably, veins beneath his skin bulging like coiling dragons, brimming with explosive power. This was his preliminary attempt to channel the immense energy generated by the digestive secret directly into amplifying his physical attacks. Simple and straightforward, a no-frills straight punch, aimed at the black-clad man's back. The force of his punch tore through the air, producing a thunderous sonic boom. The black-clad man sensed the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and cracking stones approaching from behind, his face paling in horror. He had no time to pivot and block. Shadow escape. In the face of imminent danger, he screamed, his body becoming indistinct, as if merging with the shadows. Yet Suyu's fist was too swift and too fierce. Bang! A sound reverberated with an intensity that shook the very ground. Pooh! Though the black-clad man managed to dissipate some of the force with his uncanny movement, preventing his heart from being obliterated, he was still propelled forward by the sheer force of the punch, blood spraying from his mouth in a tragic arc. He crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before barely coming to a stop, struggling to rise. Yet his back had already caved in, clearly several ribs broken and his internal organs severely injured. He lifted his head, gazing at Suyu, who was slowly retracting his fist, his breath still steady and calm. Filled with disbelief, horror, and a tinge of fear. What manner of monster is this? Mid-second realm? The intensity of vitality, the strength of spirit, the peculiar method of attack, and the seasoned timing in battle. Was this truly the second realm? Suyu slowly approached the severely injured figure in black, his gaze icy. Was this sent by the Mo Tianjian sect? A third realm? Nothing more than this. The black-clad man, upon hearing these words, revealed a glint of ferocity and determination in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, seemingly preparing to unleash a desperate secret technique. Yet, Suyu was swifter. His mental energy was highly concentrated, as a formidable force emanated from his small spirit. The mental shock devoured the soul. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch from afar. This was not a manifestation of vitality, but rather a refined essence of fist intent, striking fiercely at the consciousness of the black-clad man. The vitality and secret technique he had just summoned were instantly shattered. He let out a muffled groan, his gaze once again losing focus. Stepping forward, Suyu brought his right foot down like a battle axe, crushing it onto the chest of the black-clad man. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was excruciating. The black-clad man emitted a piercing scream, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Suyu leaned down, coldly regarding him. Tell me your name, your affiliation with the Mo sect, and all the plans of Mo Tianjian and Wang Baiyi. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience what true suffering is. His voice was calm, yet combined with the terrifying power and ruthless methods he had just displayed, it was more potent than any threat. The black-clad man, gazing into Suyu's emotionless eyes, had no doubt regarding the authenticity of his words. His proud third-realm strength had been obliterated like paper before this opponent. Such a crushing defeat shattered his psychological defenses entirely. I will speak, the black-clad man coughed blood, struggling to respond. I am Mo Gang, a dark guard of the Mo sect, commanded to eliminate you during the martial examination at all costs to ensure your eternal disappearance. Vice Principal Wang tacitly approved. This was roughly consistent with the information Suyu had previously acquired from the black-armored youth, but more detailed and confirming Wang Baiyi's tacit approval. Dark Guard of the Tian Wu, Suyu noted this name. It seemed that the Mo sect's influence within Tian Wu was more entrenched than he had imagined. Besides you, who else? Suyu pressed. There are 2 more teams of Dark Guards and several recommended students who have been promised generous rewards. They should also be searching for you, Mo Gang replied intermittently. Suyu nodded, affirming his expectations. Very well. Suyu slightly relaxed the pressure of his foot, remarking, given your cooperation, I shall grant you a swift end. A glimmer of relief appeared in Mo Gang's eyes, but he soon heard Suyu add, however, it would be a pity to waste your vitality and cultivation. In the face of Mo Gang's terrified and bewildered expression, Suyu extended his hand, pressing it against his dantian. Digestive secret technique. Devour. A terrifying suction force erupted from Suyu's palm. Mo Gang felt as if the vitality and cultivation he had painstakingly amassed over the years were surging uncontrollably toward Su Yu's grasp, like a floodgate opened. What kind of sorcery is this? No. Mo Gang's desperate and fearful screech echoed as he sensed his realm plummeting and his life force swiftly waning. This sheer terror and despair of witnessing one's hard-earned power forcibly seized by another was far worse than death. Su Yu remained expressionless, fully activating the digestive secret technique. To devour the vitality and cultivation of the living sounded indeed malevolent, yet he bore no psychological burden. The opponent had come to kill him, thus they were enemies. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The digestive secret technique could convert all energy into the purest essence, devoid of impurities and backlash concerns. In mere moments, the screams of Mo Gang became increasingly feeble, ultimately fading into silence. He resembled a deflated skin, withered and shriveled, his eyes still reflecting profound terror. Within Su Yu, however, a vast and pure energy surged forth. Although much of the energy dissipated during the transformation process, the remainder was equivalent to months of arduous cultivation. His vitality surged wildly. 3,890 calories, 4,000 calories, 4,100 calories. He directly broke through the mid-stage threshold of the second realm and advanced vigorously toward the late stage. Ultimately, his vitality stabilized around 4,250 calories, an impressive increase of nearly 400 calories. Moreover, the quality of a third realm warrior's vitality far surpassed that of a second realm. And through the purification and transformation of the digestive secret technique, this high-quality vitality further tempered his physique and already demonic organs, solidifying his foundation and enhancing his strength dramatically. Su Yu exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This method of devouring enemies to augment oneself was astonishingly efficient. No wonder such evil techniques persisted despite prohibitions. Of course, he understood that this method should not be employed frequently, as it could lead to dependence, and the targets must be carefully selected. Otherwise, it could provoke the encirclement of true powerhouses. He casually disposed of Mo Gang's corpse and picked up the obsidian short blades along with the storage bag. Delving into the storage bag with his mental energy, he discovered several valuable items. High-grade elixirs, a number of beast cores from third realm creatures, some peculiar hidden weapons, a martial technique titled Shadow Escape, and a black token inscribed with the character for Mo. A satisfying haul indeed. Su Yu nodded in approval. These resources would suffice for quite some time. He glanced at the remaining members of the Qing clan, who looked upon him with newfound respect, then surveyed the direction of the altar, gradually formulating a bolder plan. Did the Mo sect not wish to play? Had they not dispatched numerous individuals to seek him out? Then he would indulge them in their game, transforming this Qing Shan Yuan into their nightmare. Meanwhile, he would seize this opportunity to hunt and seek chances to officially open the recently stirred cycle secret technique. Su Yu's figure vanished into the dense fog, actively seeking his prey. A counter-hunt was about to commence. Deep within Qing Shan Yuan, the secrets surrounding the Qing clan and the ancient altar seemed only to have begun to unveil a sliver of their mystery. What manner of being was the king that was worshipped? Chapter 50. The path of counter-hunting. Su Yu weighed the black token inscribed with the character for Mo in his hand, feeling its icy touch. The material neither metal nor wood, faintly radiating energy. This item was evidently not of ordinary origin. It likely served as an identity verification within the Mo sect, possibly with tracking or communication functions. Slaying monsters and acquiring loot. This was not a loss. He contentedly stored it at the bottom of his storage bag, encasing it with mental energy to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. As for the shadow escape technique, he briefly skimmed through it and found it truly exquisite. A martial art highly adept at stealth and sudden bursts of speed, perfectly complementing his current lack of agility amidst his robust frontal assault. He planned to have his small spirit assist in simulating its application, adjusting his vitality flow in accordance with his breathing secret technique, which should allow him to master it swiftly. Su Yu contemplated inwardly. Having an automatic training aid was delightful, while others toiled away at their cultivation. He could have his small spirit learn ahead, allowing him to gain experience while resting. After handling the spoils, Su Yu turned his gaze toward the remaining Qing clan members, who stared at him with eager eyes. These creatures had lost many during the earlier confrontation with Mo Gang, leaving only 7 or 8, all injured and appearing rather pitiful. Su Yu stroked his chin, pondering. The Qing clan members seemed to possess strength roughly at the initial to mid-stage of the second realm. He could easily crush them individually, but when gathered together, combined with their annoying mental pollution and reckless tenacity, They posed a significant threat to ordinary warriors below the third realm. Moreover, they seemed capable of moving freely within the dense fog, unaffected by visual or mental disturbances. This could prove useful. A spark ignited in Su Yu's eyes as he conceived of a clever maneuver. He approached the injured leader of the Qing clan and once again attempted to communicate using his mental energy. Would you like more of that light from earlier? He transmitted a trace of pure energy, imbued with the essence of the Qing origin, refined by his small spirit. The leader's murky eyes instantly brightened, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting meat, as it nodded vigorously and emitted urgent cries. The other Qing clan members became agitated, filled with longing. Excellent. Su Yu revealed a smile that could bring tears to the eyes of even the most hardened capitalist. Assist me, and I shall grant you illumination. He gestured towards the direction of Mo Gang, instructing, go that way, seek others adorned in similar attire. As he utilized his mental prowess to replicate the characteristics of the Tianwu law enforcement team in the Dark Guards, or locate any humans harboring malicious intent towards me. Once found, do not engage directly. Return promptly to inform me of their whereabouts. He transmitted a small wisp of energy as a form of deposit. Upon absorbing the energy, the leader of the Qing felt a slight improvement in its injuries, letting out a series of excited shrieks before swiftly retreating into the dense fog with its remaining subordinates, their movements considerably more agile than before. Perfect. A workforce equipped with GPS navigation and enemy detection, all for mere energy coins. Su Yu was immensely pleased with his clever maneuver. He even named this hastily assembled reconnaissance team Shaoqing Kwai Song, dedicated to delivering enemy whereabouts right to his doorstep. After arranging for the scouts, Su Yu did not remain idle. He sought a more concealed location to begin digesting and absorbing the vast energy brought by Mo Gang. The elevation of his vitality to 4,250 calories was merely the surface change. More significantly, the vitality of a third-realm warrior is of exceptionally high quality, containing life essence and energy characteristics that unexpectedly catalyzed his envisioned cyclical secret repository. Turning inward, he observed his heart, invigorated by the surge of vitality, beating with renewed strength. Each contraction and relaxation resonated like the rhythm of war drums, propelling blood-rich and potent energy throughout his body. The walls of his blood vessels, nurtured by this high-quality vitality, became more resilient and elastic. The circulatory system, the heart as the pump, the blood vessels as the avenues, and the blood as the vehicle. To achieve wealth, must one not first pave the roads? Su Yu's thoughts began to expand. The risks associated with transforming his heart were too great. A misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Perhaps it would be prudent to begin by enhancing the roads and upgrading the vehicles. Gradually, his plan crystallized. First, he would utilize controllable, specially marked supercancer cells to systematically replace the red and white blood cells in his bloodstream, thus creating a fully obedient fleet of cancer cells for transportation. These novel blood cells would not only transport oxygen and energy more efficiently, but could also carry toxins, release healing factors, and under critical circumstances, transform into explosive vehicles. The second step involved fortifying and transforming the vascular system, making the vessel walls more resilient to withstand greater forces of vitality, capable of actively contracting and expanding to regulate blood pressure and flow rate, in conjunction with the respiratory and digestive repositories to achieve precise energy delivery and explosive output. The final challenge would be the transformation of the heart itself. Once the blood and vessels were modified to endure greater loads, he would gradually replace myocardial cells with supercancer cells, ultimately crafting a heart that functions like a perpetual motion machine. At that point, the speed of vitality recovery, explosive power, and even mastery over his emotions, heart fire, would reach terrifying heights. The plan was set. Su Yu snapped his fingers, reveling in the brilliance of his genius conception. While others trained their muscles and skin, he directly transformed his internal organs and circulatory system, veering further down the path of the inhuman. Of course, such grand ideas required immense energy, precise control, and a wealth of knowledge. His understanding of the circulatory system remained at a high school biology textbook level. Clearly, after the martial arts examination, he would need to find a way to infiltrate a grand library or medical college for further study. Su Yu stroked his chin, feeling the weight of his educational journey ahead. While others traversed worlds with innate healing skills or wise mentors, he found himself needing to catch up on his studies. Just as Su Yu was mapping out his future in medicine and self-enhancement, the leader of Shaoqing Kwai Song returned. It hissed, gesturing with its claws to convey a vague notion. 2 humans with malicious intent were discovered. Such efficiency? Su Yu's spirit lifted, and he promptly rose. Lead the way. Meanwhile, in another part of Qingshan Yuan, Two youths clad in the attire of the Tianwu law enforcement team cautiously navigated the dense fog. One, named Mo Lin, and the other, Mo San, were brothers, both at the pinnacle of the second realm, possessing strength superior to that of the previously subdued Mo Qingfeng. Brother, this cursed place is shrouded in fog. My mental energy cannot extend far. How are we to find that brat? Mo's son complained, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Mo Lin's expression turned serious. Silence. Focus your senses. The aura of Lord Mo Gang last vanished nearby, but there was a sudden surge of powerful energy that flickered away. Something feels amiss. What could be amiss? Do you think that brat could possibly turn the tables on Lord Mo Gang? Mo Sin scoffed. I say Lord Mo Gang has already succeeded and returned to report. Fool. Mo Lin rebuked in a hushed tone. If Lord Mo Gang had succeeded, he would have signaled us to retreat. The silence indicates a likely mishap. That Suyu may be more troublesome than we anticipated. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. This mission was fraught with strangeness. First, the Mo Qingfeng brothers were thrown out like dead dogs, and now even the third realm Lord Mo Gang had gone missing. Who exactly was this Suyu? As the brothers pondered, a sudden rustling sound echoed from the depths of the fog, accompanied by low, threatening growls. Movement. Stay alert. Mo Lin commanded sharply. The brothers instinctively positioned themselves back to back, weapons drawn, eyes fixed on the source of the noise. From the mist emerged several injured Qingue. Their eyes filled with menace, baring their teeth and issuing threatening growls. Damn it, it's the Qingue. What bad luck. Mo Sin cursed, though he remained relatively composed. The second realm Qingue were manageable for them as a duo. However, these Qingue did not charge as expected but instead circled around them, their growls fluctuating in intensity, as if biding their time. Mo Lin's unease intensified. Something's not right. These beasts seem to be waiting for something. We must leave. No sooner had he spoken than a languid voice materialized from behind them. Since you've come, why hurry to leave? The brothers' hair stood on end as they whirled around in shock. Suyu, having appeared silently like a specter, stood a short distance away, grinning widely at them. His gaze akin to that of a predator observing two unsuspecting rabbits trapped in a snare. Suyu. The brothers gasped in unison, their hearts racing. How could he be here? Why weren't the Qingue attacking him? Surprised? Unexpected? Suyu flashed a bright smile, revealing his teeth. Were you searching for Mo Gang? No need to look further. He.S. feeling a bit lonely on the road. And I thought I'd escort you to keep him company. His nonchalant words sent chills down Mo Lin and Mo Sen's spines. Mo Gang had truly been killed by him. How could that be possible? Run. Mo Lin reacted swiftly, shouting as he turned to flee without a second thought. Even abandoning his brother, he realized that someone capable of killing Mo Gang could effortlessly dispatch them. Mo San hesitated for a moment, but fear seized his heart, propelling him to follow suit. Yet, Suyu had no intention of letting them escape. He merely opened his mouth to gently inhale and exhale. The area surrounding the brothers was suddenly deprived of air. The massive pressure differential and suffocating sensation halted their movements abruptly, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Following this, Suyu expelled two silent mental energy spikes, precisely piercing the back of their heads. This was a technique called Jingshin Ci, a skill he acquired after upgrading his mental abilities, allowing him to concentrate mental energy for a precise strike, designed to breach mental defenses and induce instant disorientation. Mo Lin and Mo Sen's bodies stiffened, their eyes growing vacant as they collapsed forward, completely unconscious. Throughout the encounter, they had not even brushed against the hem of Suyu's clothing. Task accomplished. Suyu clapped his hands, stepping forward to expertly search their bodies. Well, the Tianwu law enforcement team is rather affluent. Gazing at the harvest of dozens of beast cores and medicinal pills, Suyu felt a surge of joy. He even discovered a thin booklet titled Ji Chu Jun Fa 2 Jia on Mo Lin's person. Oh, an unexpected find. Suyu's interest was piqued. Formation techniques are indeed invaluable, whether for setting traps, concealing one's presence, or aiding in cultivation. They are immensely useful. Although it is merely foundational knowledge, it is perfectly suited for a novice like him. It seems that the Mo sect truly is my treasure-giving benefactor, Suyu mused, graciously accepting the gift without hesitation. Without delay, he employed the secret technique of digestion to siphon the vitality and cultivation levels from both individuals. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, resulting in a slight increase in his own vitality, edging closer to 4,300 calories. After tidying up the scene, Suyu took out the Ji Chu Jun Fa 2 Jia and began to peruse its contents. With the assistance of Xiao Jing, who was simultaneously learning and deducing alongside him, he grasped the concepts with remarkable speed. So, this is how energy nodes are utilized to form specific circuits. drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to produce varied effects. Suyu found himself absorbed in the material, his mind already crafting ways to integrate formation knowledge into his own combat system. For instance, could he temporarily construct a miniature formation in the air using the airflow from his breathing techniques? Or perhaps directly delineate the formation patterns with his mental energy? His thoughts grew increasingly audacious. While Suyu immersed himself in study, the entire Wu Cao examination arena began to stir due to his reverse hunting tactics. In the Wu Cao's temporary command center, a massive light screen displayed the scores and general distribution of all candidates. Officials from various martial academies and the Zhenshi army were closely monitoring the assessment. This candidate named Suyu is rapidly climbing the rankings. He has already surged into the top 15. Moreover, look at his kill record. Most of his targets are second-tier beasts. And he even has kills from the Qing Gui clan. And this is only the second day? When did Qing Cheng Yizhong produce such a formidable talent? Several examiners took note of Suyu's name, their surprise palpable. Historically, the top candidates in the Wu Cao have predominantly been the progeny of elite high schools and martial families from major base cities. For a candidate from an ordinary prefecture-level city to break into the top 100 is already remarkable, but to leap into the top 15 with such speed is truly extraordinary. Wait, his score just jumped significantly, suddenly remarked an astute examiner. The crowd turned their attention to the light screen, where they indeed observed Suyu's ranking rise once more, his score increasing substantially. Such a leap typically indicates the elimination of multiple beasts or high-value targets. Strange, the energy fluctuations in his area seem a bit unusual. There appeared to be a brief but intense conflict that quickly subsided, observed an officer from the Zhenshi army, furrowing his brow. Perhaps he encountered a small group of beasts? Speculated someone. Yet, some seasoned examiners remained wary, noting that the nature of the energy fluctuations felt more akin to fierce clashes between martial artists than battles with beasts, and the speed at which it concluded raised further suspicions. The expressions of several lead instructors from Tian Wu turned grim as they realized that several of the gifted candidates who had been guaranteed admission had seen their scores stagnate for quite some time. One of them had even lost signal, Mo Gang. Moreover, these individuals seemed to be associated with Vice Principal Wang and the Mo faction. They dared not delve deeper into their thoughts. Within the depths of Qingshan Yuan, other talented individuals striving to hunt beasts and secure their rankings began to notice the rapidly ascending name on the leaderboard. Suyu? Who is that? Which school does he hail from? I've never heard of him before. Damn, he's racking up points at such an astonishing rate. Is he on steroids? Seems like he's from a small place like Qingcheng. A small place? You're joking. His score is climbing faster than those freaks like Huang Fu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui. In another location, a young man clad in resplendent battle armor, exuding an air of arrogance, dispatched a second-tier iron-armored rhino with a single strike of his sword. Glancing at his wristwatch, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Suyu? Where did he come from? Does he intend to compete for first place against me? He was Huang Fu Yunfei, a genius from one of the top families in the capital, one of the leading contenders for the title of champion in this Wu Cao. Elsewhere, a girl dressed in white, with an icy demeanor, flitted through the forest like a butterfly, leaving a trail of frozen beasts in her wake. She cast a glance at the rankings, her expression unaltered, though her speed increased slightly. She was Xianyuan Shui, also hailing from a prestigious family with a history spanning a millennium. An increasing number of talents began to take notice of this dark horse named Suyu, feelings of curiosity, disdain, or rivalry swelling within them. Meanwhile, our dark horse, Suyu, was nestled within a concealed tree hollow, engrossed in the Jichu Zhen Fa2 Jie and Ning Dun Shu, thoroughly enjoying his studies. Xiaojing, could you simulate and optimize the energy output rate for the third node of this concealment formation? It seems the vitality circulation of an Ning Dun conflicts with my breathing technique. Can we use the digestion secret technique for additional energy supply? Oh dear. This question is beyond my current scope. I may need to consult Gao Dengqi Shui Dong Li Shui for answers. Suyu was entirely immersed in the bliss of learning and the empowerment afforded by his auxiliary abilities, temporarily setting aside his grand reverse hunting endeavors. Until the leader of Shaoqing hurriedly approached him once again, conveying the urgent message, "We've detected many hostile humans approaching, and they are quite formidable." Suyu lifted his gaze from the ocean of knowledge, narrowing his eyes. Many? Formidable? It appears that the grand feast from the Mo faction is finally about to be served. He closed the book, rose to his feet, and stretched, the joints in his body cracking audibly. Well then, having acquired new knowledge, it's time to seek out some sparring partners for practical application. Hopefully, this incoming experience pack will be a bit more resilient. Chapter 51, Counterattack, Another Bold Maneuver? The information conveyed by the leader of Shaoqing was somewhat vague, yet the keywords many, formidable, and hostile stirred Su Yu's spirits. At last, something worthwhile? Let us hope it's not just a bunch of misfits wasting my study time. As he grumbled, he skillfully stowed away the 2 extracurricular books he had just finished reading into his storage bag. Knowledge is power, but only through practice can one attain true understanding. This principle was clear to him. He did not rush headlong into confrontation, but instead climbed to the highest ancient tree, utilizing the cover of the thick mist and branches to survey the area. Of course, he primarily relied on his formidable mental perception of 58 hertz. Soon enough, he spotted something. Approximately a kilometer away, a small squad of 5 individuals was advancing swiftly in a tactical formation. They wore standardized combat uniforms, though not of Tian Wu's design, which appeared to be quite expensive, emanating a subtle, luxurious glow. Their movements were synchronized, and their presence was expertly concealed. Had it not been for Su Yu's exceptional mental acuity, they would have been nearly undetectable. Among the 5, 4 were at the pinnacle of the second tier. Their vitality refined, their steps steady, veterans with solid foundations and ample experience. The leader, however, was particularly noteworthy. He appeared to be only slightly older than Su Yu, with a stern visage and sharp, eagle-like eyes. His aura remained restrained, yet the occasional energy fluctuations he emitted unmistakably indicated a third-tier presence. Unlike Mo Gang, who had recently entered the third tier and felt somewhat unstable, this individual exuded a solid and grounded energy. The youth wore a long sword at his waist. Though it remained sheathed, a faint sharpness emanated from it, tightening the skin of those nearby. A luxurious upgraded experience pack, Su Yu mused, feeling not fear, but rather a sense of excitement. A mid-tier, suspected, individual accompanied by 4 elite second-tier fighters. The Mo Tian sword is truly investing heavily in this endeavor against me. With such a configuration, they could likely traverse the edges of a small mountain sea chasm. He noticed that the stern youth held a compass-like artifact, its needle trembling slightly, seemingly pointing toward the general area where he had just been. A tracking artifact? No wonder they were able to find him, Su Yu realized. It appeared that Mo Gang or those previous individuals had been marked with some form of tracking device. This development posed a bit of a challenge, indicating that he would find it difficult to execute ambushes as he had before. Assessing the strength of both sides, Su Yu quickly evaluated the situation. Self, at the late stage of the second realm, with 4,300 vitality and high quality, possessing 58 hertz of mental power. Mastery over the 2 great secret arts of breathing and digestion, along with a myriad of intricate maneuvers and the recently acquired but yet to be practiced techniques of in-shadow escape and basic array formation. Opponent, a steadfast third realm sword cultivator, most likely, supported by 4 highly coordinated and well-equipped peak second realm allies. On paper, I find myself at an absolute disadvantage. The chasm between the third and second realms is substantial, not merely in terms of vitality, but also in the qualitative transformation of energy and the adept application of power. Moreover, my adversary is bolstered by 4 elite companions. Yet, a wicked smile crept across Su Yu's lips. Fighting is not akin to playing cards, who merely relies on superficial statistics. Su Yu thrives on an unconventional approach, specializing in the art of punishing the overly earnest. Shaoqing, Su Yu called softly. The leader of the Qinggui tribe sprang forward, eagerly awaiting his command. Su Yu retrieved several low-grade first-realm beast cores from his storage pouch, enveloping them with the mental power of Shaoqing, slightly simulating the aura of light before tossing them to him. Let your kin over there create some commotion. The louder the better. Be cautious, avoid direct confrontation, just poke and run, understood? Shaoqing, albeit puzzled by the meager reward, felt a surge of excitement upon sensing the faint yet alluring aura of light. He nodded enthusiastically and, accompanied by his subordinates, rushed towards the direction of the small team, hissing in anticipation. Excellent, low-cost cannon fodder is in place. Su Yu clapped his hands and silently descended from the tree, swiftly moving in another direction. While running, his mind raced with ideas. A direct confrontation would be futile, cunning was required. What advantages do I possess? The enemy is aware of me, while I remain concealed. Familiar with the terrain, thanks to Shaoqing's navigation, and my methods are deviously rich. Within the basic array formation diagram, there exists the simplest first-level illusion array known as the ghost wall, designed to utilize energy to disrupt perception, leading individuals to lose their bearings within a defined range. While the principle is simple, the arrangement requires energy nodes and a modicum of time. What if I employ the airflow from my breathing techniques, mingled with mental power, to temporarily construct a simplified version of an energy node? A bold idea emerged. Without hesitation, Su Yu began to implement it while maintaining his rapid pace. He gently exhaled, not dispersing the airflow chaotically, but, under the meticulous control of his mental power, coalescing it into minuscule, nearly invisible vortices, akin to dandelion seeds, silently drifting along his path. Adhering to trees and rocks, these vortices, though unstable and weak in energy, began to resonate with one another in numbers, forming an exceedingly faint field of mental disturbance. Is it working? Suyu sensed that the area behind him had grown slightly sluggish and chaotic in terms of mental perception. Yet, it was insufficient. This level of interference would yield limited effectiveness against martial artists with even a modicum of mental strength. I must enhance it. With determination, Suyu summoned Shaoqing's power. Threads of pure mental power were extracted, akin to delicate filaments, and precisely injected into those micro-vortices. Instantly, the previously feeble vortices surged with newfound vigor. Their stability significantly enhanced, and the interference they emitted multiplied several times. An enhanced version of the simple ghost wall illusion array, covering nearly 100 meters, was completed through this astonishing method while he continued to run. I am truly a genius. Suyu marveled at his own ingenuity. This effectively amounted to carrying a mobile field of disturbance. Although the array was crude, energy consumption was high, primarily exhausting Shaoqing's mental power, and its duration would not be lengthy. It was sufficient for creating opportunities in battle. On the other side, a 5-member team led by a stoic youth advanced rapidly. Lord Mo-ing, the compass indicates our target is just ahead, one team member whispered. Mo-ing, one of the most outstanding young talents of the Mo family, had entered the mid-third realm at the tender age of 19, boasting exceptional swordsmanship and being a direct descendant of Mo Tianjian, the true leader of this mission. He was known for his cold demeanor, taciturn nature, and unwavering faith in his sword. He nodded slightly, his gaze remaining icy. The need to mobilize his Dark-Tooth team to capture or eliminate a second-realm genius from a small city seemed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, this was an imperative order from his master, Mo Tianjian, and he had no choice but to comply. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars and rustling sounds erupted from the dense fog ahead. Stand guard. The team members immediately alerted. Out of the mist surged 7 or 8 Qinggui, clawing and snapping as they lunged towards them. It's the Qinggui. Prepare for battle. Although the team was taken aback by the aggressive advance of the Qinggui, they remained composed, forming a defensive formation. Mo-ing frowned slightly, not yet engaging. These rabble were not worthy of his sword. The Dark-Tooth team, with their formidable strength and seamless coordination, swiftly dispatched the 2 leading Qinggui. However, the Qinggui exhibited an unusually slippery nature, avoiding direct confrontation, biting and scratching only to retreat into the mist, re-emerging from another angle to harass them, emitting their irritating hisses. What is wrong with these beasts today? One team member cursed impatiently. Although their harassment tactics posed no real threat, they significantly impeded the team's progress. Mo-ing observed the Qinggui's erratic yet persistent harassment with a flicker of doubt in his cold eyes. Their behavior seemed somewhat peculiar. Were they being directed by someone? At that moment, the needle of the compass in his hand began to sway erratically. Mo-ying's expression shifted. Was the compass being interfered with? Was it due to the fog, or something else? He abruptly extended his mental power forward, only to find it ensnared in a quagmire, his perception range severely compressed, and his sense of direction becoming increasingly muddled. Something is amiss. Be wary of the array. Mo-ing commanded coldly. He had not anticipated that, within this testing ground, someone could deploy an array capable of disrupting mental perception. Was it a trial set by the Zhenshi army? The team members, upon hearing this, heightened their vigilance, their pace involuntarily slowing. Just as they were distracted by the Qinggui's harassment and the inexplicable array, a sudden turn of events occurred. From the dense fog on their flank, without warning, dozens of fine, needle-like projectiles, shimmering with a metallic sheen, shot out like a torrential rainstorm. The breath secret arts metal-tied rain pear blossom needles. The attack came too swiftly and unexpectedly. Moreover, it cunningly exploited the moment their formation had slightly scattered in response to the harassment, targeting all 4 members except Mo-ing. Beware of the hidden weapons. One team member shouted, raising his sword to block. Clang, clang. Most of the projectiles were deflected, yet a few penetrated their defenses. One team member screamed as a needle pierced his calf, stumbling in agony. Another team member felt his arm struck, immediately sensing a numbing pain, his vitality sluggish. The needles were even laced with mental impact and a faint toxin, extracted from the Qinggui's saliva essence using the digestion secret art, with remarkable efficacy. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure, like a wraith, darted in from another direction, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage. The initial glimpse of the Yin shadow escape. Suyu wielded the dark short dagger seized from Mo Gang, aiming straight for the injured team member whose mobility was compromised. Seize the leader first? No. Suyu's principle is, target the vulnerable. The short dagger was silent, yet bore lethal sharpness, aimed directly at the back of the injured team member. Seeking death. Moing finally moved. His eyes flashed with cold light as he unsheathed his sword in an instant. Clang. A clear sound of the sword rang out. A fierce and unmatched sword aura surged forth, slicing towards Suyu's path. The sword energy was so finely condensed it seemed capable of cleaving through the very air. Suyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Should this blade strike true, the consequences would be dire. Yet he appeared to have anticipated this moment. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, he executed an awkward maneuver of the shadow escape technique, defying the laws of physics. Gliding past the edge of the sword energy. Simultaneously, he unleashed a roar that was not an attack, but a terrifying sound infused with immense mental strength. A lion's roar reimagined as a BGM of spiritual contamination. Thunderous. This celestial cultivation seemed to shake the heavens and earth with a purple gold hammer. A wave of mind-bending. Intensely disruptive sonic energy, mingled with overwhelming mental force, erupted like a nuclear explosion among the quartet. Moing. An Anya team member. What on earth? This sudden and utterly incongruous magical sound enveloped the ears of all who heard it, leaving their minds in a dizzying haze. Their movements froze instantaneously. Their blood nearly reversed course. Even Mo Ying's frigid expression cracked slightly. In this fleeting moment of paralysis, Suyu seized the opportunity without hesitation, precisely thrusting his dagger into the groin of the injured team member. Meanwhile, his other hand was not idle, as he hurled a cloud of powder over the remaining three. This was an ultra-potent itching powder he had synthesized temporarily from the digestive secret store, the ingredients derived from a certain otherworldly pollen and secretions from the Qinggui tribe. The injured team member emitted a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Hiss. So itchy. What is this? My face. My hands. The other three instantly felt overwhelming itchiness, losing their combat effectiveness and frantically scratching, causing chaos in their formation. Only Moing, leveraging his 3 realms of cultivation and mental strength, recovered the fastest from the magical sound and mental shock. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he was infuriated. Veins bulging on his forehead. Such humiliation. This was an extraordinary disgrace. His elite team had been rendered ineffective in a single encounter, without even a proper clash. Through such despicable and unfathomable means. You. Moing almost spat these 2 words through clenched teeth, cold murderous intent radiating from him like a palpable force. He locked onto the figure that had retreated after landing a hit, merging his body and sword into a breathtaking arc, shooting forth. I will have your life. The terrifying sword energy tore through the dense fog, moving at an astonishing speed. Suyu glanced back and clicked his tongue. TSK, getting anxious, are we? Not able to play fair? He immediately propelled the shadow escape technique and breathing secret store to their utmost limits, darting deeper into the dense forest without a backward glance. While he fled, he couldn't help but transmit with his mental force to the pursuing Moing. Brother, can you catch up? Are you angry? I love seeing you like this, wanting to kill me yet unable to catch me. Does your Mo clan produce such comical fellows? If you want to fight, then fight. Why put on a frosty face? Oh, by the way, thank you for your formation book and movement techniques. They are quite useful. The magical sound pierced their ears, each word striking at their hearts. Moing felt his blood surge, nearly spewing out a mouthful. The speed of his pursuit involuntarily increased, sword energy cascading down, shattering trees and rocks along the way. The 2 raced away, one chasing and the other fleeing, leaving behind 4 Anya team members, 1 bleeding profusely from the thigh in agony, and 3 rolling on the ground in a frenzy of scratching, utterly disheveled. A few Qinggui tribe members peeked from the distance, emitting hissing sounds that seemed to mock the scene, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and tragic. In the distance, certain examiners observing through the monitoring formation found the scene quite entertaining. Some struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Others displayed astonishment, clearly having never witnessed such a combat style. Some furrowed their brows, feeling that Suyu's methods were, well, rather unconventional. Cough, cough. This Suyu candidate has a remarkably creative approach to combat, one examiner managed to articulate. Creative? It's simply absurd. What does he think this martial examination is? A stage for a comedic play? Yet, the results seem rather effective. The Mo clan's Anya team, astonishingly incapacitated in a single encounter. Humph. Such unorthodox methods. Unworthy of the high stage. A judge inclined towards the Tian Wu Mo faction coldly huffed, his expression not pleasant. After all, it was their people who had been brought low. Meanwhile, other candidates watching the scoreboards and sporadic visuals grew increasingly curious. Suyu's score had just surged dramatically, adding a significant amount. Such points were only granted for defeating formidable foes. Simultaneously, several previously high-ranking names on the leaderboard came to a sudden halt, their names turning gray, indicating they had lost combat ability. What the heck? Who did Suyu take down this time? It seems to be in the direction of the Mo clan's Anya team? No way. The team leader, Mo Ing, is a 3-realm cultivator. Look, Huangfu Yunfei's score has been surpassed. Suyu has entered the top 10, 9th place, 8th place, and still rising. It's like he is on a rocket. As the external world buzzed with discussions ignited by Suyu's latest upheaval, our protagonist was experiencing a rush of speed and adrenaline. Being relentlessly pursued by an enraged mid-tier 3-realm swordsman was no small pressure. Mo Ying's sword energy was exceedingly sharp, moving at great speed, nearly striking Suyu multiple times. Had it not been for his exceptional mental perception, allowing him to anticipate danger, combined with the recently acquired shadow escape technique, he would have been sliced into pieces by now. Damn it, this is a mess. Is this guy like a sticky plaster? Suyu felt his vitality depleting rapidly. Running like this was unsustainable. His gaze swept across the terrain ahead, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Before him lay an even denser primeval jungle. With intertwining vines and towering ancient trees, an immensely complex landscape. This is it. He dashed into the thicket, unleashing his mental energy to maintain a rudimentary phantom wall illusion, maximizing interference with Mo Ing's perception. Then, he executed a move that Mo Ing could never have anticipated. He began to remove his clothing? No, it was changing clothes. He quickly stripped off the conspicuous training outfit, revealing a set of camouflaged clothing prepared beforehand. Crafted from the pelts of certain exotic beasts and treated with plant sap to closely match the surrounding environment. Next, he sprinkled an assortment of powders over himself and his face, instantly concealing his presence, even the fluctuation of his vital energy becoming exceedingly faint. Finally, he sprang up a large tree like a raccoon, perfectly hidden amidst the dense foliage, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible, his heartbeat slowing, and even his mental energy retreating entirely. He seemed to merge completely with the environment, becoming part of the forest. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, revealing him to be an experienced master of stealth. Mo Ing, who had pursued him instantly lost his target. His visual, auditory, and mental perception abilities all seemed to fail him at that moment. Before him stood only endless trees, vines, and thick fog. That detestable figure had seemingly evaporated from existence. How is this possible? Mo Ing stood there with his sword, his expression darkening to the point of dripping water. He frantically released his mental energy to scan the surroundings, but found nothing. That Suyu was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. He could only flail about like a headless fly, furiously slashing in the thicket, his sword energy cleaving through large swathes of trees, yet he couldn't lay a finger on a single strand of Suyu's hair. Hidden high above, Suyu reveled in the sight of the impotent and furious Mo Ing below, amusement bubbling up within him. Little one, you think you can track me? When I was playing Battle Royale, you were still practicing your sword skills. As he enjoyed the spectacle of a wealthy player being outclassed by a free-to-play veteran, he silently operated the breathing secret store and digestive secret store, rapidly replenishing his depleted vitality and mental energy. Simultaneously, he pondered. The first step of the cycle secret store, the vehicle change plan, might just be ready to commence. At present, with abundant vitality and a robust mental fortitude, it is an opportune moment for me to attempt a small-scale transformation of blood cells. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately turned his focus inward, immersing his consciousness into the circulatory system of his body. He meticulously separated a slender thread of mental energy, enveloping a few particularly active supercancer cells that had recently been marked by Shao Jing, gently guiding them closer to the flowing blood within the veins. Thus began a silent yet profoundly significant molecular-level transformation, initiated under the intense backdrop of pursuit and counter-pursuit. Beneath the tree, the furious roars of Mo Ing served as the perfect accompaniment to this clandestine endeavor. Suyu felt that, in this moment, time stood still. Chapter 52. How amusing. A pursuit in the third realm? Mo Ing felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He, a paragon of the younger generation of the Mo family and a mid-stage swordsman of the third realm, now found himself like a fool, raging impotently against the air in a desolate forest. That individual named Suyu was as slippery as an oiled mudfish, vanishing without a trace after launching his surprise attack. Not a single hair was left behind. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. His mental energy swept over every inch of ground, every leaf, as if combing through the very earth. Yet he could not find Su Yu's whereabouts. The aura of that man seemed entirely erased, or rather, perfectly melded into the repugnant primal forest. Was it an exceptionally advanced technique of concealment? Or was that individual not even human? A sense of absurdity and frustration surged within Mo Ing. He felt as though he was not chasing a mere candidate, but was engaged in a battle of wits against the forest itself. The surrounding trees seemed to mock him in silence. This could not continue. Mo Ing forcibly suppressed his boiling rage, allowing cold rationality to regain control. The target was elusive, the methods insidious, and it appeared capable of influencing or even controlling the Qinggui tribe to some extent. Continuing the blind pursuit would likely lead him again into the opponent's trap. He took a deep breath and retrieved a small jade talisman from his pocket. With a flick of his fingertip, he inscribed a few words. The target possesses extraordinary stealth techniques and is suspected of controlling part of the Qinggui tribe. Requesting activation of the area clearance plan. The jade talisman transformed into a glimmering light, silently merging into the mist. This was a higher-grade communication talisman from the Mo family, capable of penetrating most interference and directly contacting the ultimate contingency for this operation. Having completed this, Mo Ing ceased his blind slashing and instead stood with his sword sheathed, closing his eyes to elevate his senses to their zenith. Like a frigid statue, he remained steadfast against any change. He was determined to see how long that elusive individual could evade detection. Above, Su Yu observed the sudden calmness of Mo Ing below and could not help but click his tongue. Ah, so he is no longer falling for the tricks? This generation of villains is quite impressive, even capable of self-regulating their emotions. It seems the dosage of mental pollution BGM was still too light. However, he did not expect that merely hiding would drive the opponent to madness. A mid-stage expert of the third realm could not possibly possess such fragility of spirit. Just as well, while you remain inactive, I shall take action. The majority of Su Yu's consciousness had long since descended into the more wondrous microcosm within his body. The first step of the cycle's secret hide, the vehicle exchange plan, had officially commenced. From his perspective, the blood vessels resembled a ceaselessly flowing red river. Countless red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets scurried about like busy transport vessels. What Su Yu aimed to do was to use his specialized vessel to replace a portion of the ordinary cells with the super-cancer cells that had been marked and initially transformed by Xiao Jing. While this may sound simple, the execution was exceedingly intricate and fraught with danger. First, precise capture was required. His mental energy transformed into countless threads, finer than a hair, carefully entangling a few target red blood cells, ensuring to isolate their functions without directly destroying them or provoking an overreaction from the immune system, though he suspected his immune system might not be functioning normally. Next, the vessels were set to sail. He skillfully guided the eager specialized cancer cells into the bloodstream with precision. This process demanded immense mental focus. The manipulation of mental energy had to be flawless. Too much force could damage the vessel walls, while too little could cause the cancer cells to veer off course or be attacked by other blood cells as foreign entities. Fortunately, he had Xiao Jing, a superb assistant. Xiao Jing's mental energy operated like the most sophisticated CNC system, aiding him in this incredible microscopic operation. The first specialized red blood cell successfully entered the bloodstream. Its size and shape were indistinguishable from that of a normal red blood cell, yet its internal structure was radically different. So you could distinctly sense a spiritual resonance transcending that of ordinary cells. With a slight mental nudge, the surface of the specialized red blood cell emitted a faint energy fluctuation, instantly enhancing its oxygen and energy transportation efficiency by a remarkable 30%. Moreover, it became more agile, even capable of slightly altering its shape to adapt to more complex vascular environments. Success. Excitement surged within Su Yu. Although he had only replaced a trivial number of cells, this proved that his concept was viable. This was a monumental breakthrough from nothing to something. He pressed on, starting to capture and release in batches, as one specialized red blood cell after another successfully integrated into the bloodstream. Su Yu gradually sensed some wondrous changes occurring in his body. The most immediate was that his skin radiated a healthy, rosy glow, and the vitality that had slightly waned due to rapid running and combat was visibly recovering at an accelerated pace. His mind felt clearer, and his thought processes seemed to operate with greater alacrity. This was the benefit brought about by the significant enhancement in oxygen and energy delivery efficiency. It was akin to performing an overclocking optimization for the entire bodily system. He could even faintly feel that the rhythm of his heartbeat had become stronger and steadier, with each pulse delivering more high-quality enriched blood throughout his body, nourishing every cell. This sensation of enhancement from within was far more intoxicating than a mere surge in vitality. It was a subtle evolution at the level of life itself. Just as Suyu became entranced by this internal transformation, a thread of his external alertness suddenly detected an anomaly. From the depths of the mist, multiple powerful auras rapidly approached. The direction seemed to be towards the very area where he had concealed himself. Moreover, one of these auras felt exceedingly obscure, yet exuded a more menacing sensation than that of Mo Ing. Damn, are they bringing reinforcements? Suyu swiftly withdrew from the microcosmic world, his gaze sharpening. He had suspected that the Mo faction was more formidable than it appeared. If a mid-stage Third Realm expert could not handle the situation, indeed there were further contingencies. Below, Mo Ing, who had been silently attuning his senses, abruptly opened his eyes. A chilling smile curving his lips. They have arrived. Moments later, 3 figures emerged through the dense fog, appearing beside Mo Ing like phantoms. Leading them was a gaunt elder clad in a gray robe, his eyes clouded as if he had just awakened from slumber. His vital energy meticulously restrained to the point of near invisibility. Yet, Suyu's mental energy was issuing frantic warnings of imminent danger. Extremely perilous. This old fellow was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Chapter 53, A True Talent. Behind the elder were 2 others. One was a towering figure with a physique like a colossus, his skin gleaming with a bronze metallic sheen, exuding an immense vitality, clearly another Third Realm warrior, embodying a path of brute strength. The other was a diminutive man with a sinister gaze, his fingers unnaturally long, several pouches hanging at his waist, emanating a melange of herbal and toxic scents, indicating he was a master of poisons. Young Master Mo Ing, the gaunt elder nodded slightly towards him, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. Is the target still nearby? Mo Ing nodded, directing his sword towards the general direction where Suyu was concealed. He is somewhere in this vicinity, but his concealment technique is exceptionally skilled. I cannot pinpoint his exact location. The withered old man, his murky eyes slightly raised, swept across the dense canopy where Suyu was hidden, seemingly finding nothing. He merely stated, no matter. Mo Kue, create some commotion to flush him out. Understood, Grey Old. The towering figure of Mo Kue grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his demeanor appearing both fierce and exhilarated. He stepped forward, taking a deep breath, and his already imposing physique seemed to swell even more, with the bronze skin beneath surging with vital energy akin to a mighty river. Then, he abruptly lifted his right foot, resembling a bronze statue, and stamped it forcefully upon the ground. War stomp. Boom. It was as though a heavy bomb had detonated. A terrifying shockwave erupted circularly from the point where Mo Kue's foot struck the earth. The ground heaved violently like waves, cracking open. Nearby trees swayed wildly. Countless branches and leaves trembled and fell, and some thinner trees were uprooted or snapped in half. Suyu, hidden among the trees, felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing the tree he was hiding in to shake violently, nearly dislodging him. The disguise powder covering him cascaded down, and his breath became erratic. Damn it! Is this a demolition squad? Suyu cursed inwardly, realizing that he could no longer remain hidden. This was pure brute force, a method where strength overpowered skill. No matter how adept his concealment technique, he would be exposed under such indiscriminate bombardment. Almost instantly, for cold gazes locked onto him. Found you. A murderous glint flashed in Mo Ying's eyes, his sword humming as a more ferocious sword energy began to gather. The withered old man, Grey Old, also lifted his eyelids, a flicker of barely perceptible sharpness glimmering in his murky eyes. Meanwhile, the diminutive man, Mo Shi, who was skilled in poison, chuckled ominously, his fingers subtly flicking as wisps of nearly invisible gray-green toxic smoke began to silently spread towards Suyu's location. Great. The luxury package has upgraded to the Supreme Family Bucket, hasn't it? Suyu felt his scalp tingle, the pressure mounting rapidly. A calm mid-stage Third Realm sword cultivator, an immensely strong Third Realm body cultivator, a cunning poison expert, and an unfathomable old schemer. This lineup was more than sufficient to encircle and eliminate a Fourth Realm master. Run? Where could he run? If Mo Kue stomped a few more times, this forest would be plowed through. Fight back? He couldn't match them. For Third Realms, one of which was possibly at the peak of the Third Realm, or even higher. Suyu's mind raced, almost overheating. What to do? What to do? Was his freshly learned cyclical secret technique about to become futile before he could even fully grasp it? His gaze rapidly swept over the four below him, various cunning strategies flashing through his mind like a barrage of bullets. Eureka! Just as Mo Ing was about to unleash his sword energy, Suyu suddenly executed an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He leaped down from the tree, But it was neither an attack nor an escape. Instead, he raised his hands high and shouted, "Wait. I'm one of you. Don't attack." His voice boomed, sincere yet tinged with a hint of urgency and grievance. Mo Ying's poised sword energy abruptly stalled. Mo Kuei froze mid-step. Mo Shi, poised to unleash poison, was momentarily stunned. Even the typically unflappable gray old's eyes twitched slightly. One of us. What nonsense is this kid spouting? As Suyu landed, he brushed off the dust and leaves from his clothes, forcing an expression of joy at encountering an old acquaintance, and quickly approached Gray Old. As he drew near, he lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, "Gray Old. It's me. The organization sent me to infiltrate. Codename Pangolin. Vice Principal Wang Bei, asked me to convey a message to you." Vice Principal Wang. Infiltrator? Codename Pangolin. What in the world? Mo Ing and the others were utterly bewildered, instinctively glancing at Gray Old. A flicker of barely perceptible fluctuation crossed Gray Old's murky eyes. But his face remained expressionless as he hoarsely replied, "Kid, what foolishness are you rambling? I do not understand." "Ah, Gray Old, now is not the time to test me. This is urgent." Suyu appeared increasingly anxious, closing the distance to 5 or 6 meters from Gray Old, lowering his voice even further as if to reveal a monumental secret. Vice Principal Wang said the plan has changed. The fishing operation has been moved up. I must personally deliver this to you. As he spoke, Suyu reached into his bosom, seemingly to retrieve some token. All attention, including Gray Old's, was momentarily captured by his words and the action of retrieving something. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes. What he produced was not a token, but a diamond-shaped dart laced with poison that he had stealthily taken from Mo Shi. With all his might, he hurled it towards Mo Kuei, who was preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply. His target was not anyone else, but the almost completely dispersed gray-green toxic smoke that Mo Shi had just released. Breath of Secrets absorbs the essence of the world. Whoosh. The poison dart struck Mo Kuei's bronze skin with precision, embedding itself just beneath the surface. Mo Kuei was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. "You brat, seeking death." But what shocked him and everyone else even more was that Suyu had actually ingested the carefully concocted toxic smoke from Mo Shi. He smacked his lips and commented, "The flavor is a bit strong. Next time, reduce the arsenic to enhance the taste." Mo Shi. "My san xiao yao san." He just ate it and critiqued the flavor. In that brief moment when everyone's minds momentarily froze, Suyu sprang into action. His target was Gray Old. Yet he was not attacking. Rather, he lunged towards Gray Old in a manner reminiscent of street fighting, flailing his arms as if to embrace him, shouting, "Gray Old, save me. They don't believe me." Gray Old's brows furrowed tightly, instinctively raising his hand to swat this inexplicable young man away. However, just as Suyu was about to collide with him, his movements took on an unexpectedly peculiar twist, his body contorting at an impossible angle, slipping past Gray Old like an eel. The perfected shadow escape technique, eel turn. Simultaneously, his seemingly random flailing hand discreetly released a minuscule, colorless, and odorless essence that gently brushed against a nondescript black bag hanging from Gray Old's waist. Inside that bag resided the meticulously cultivated tracking and attacking insects, the Xuanfeng fly. The essence Suyu released was a supercharged version of the vengeful pheromones he had previously collected. Infused with the resentment and vital energy of Mo Gang, Mo Lin, Mo Sun, and others just before their demise, refined through the digesting secrets technique. Gigi. The Xuanfeng flies within the black bag were instantly stimulated by the immensely potent vengeful pheromones, bursting forth from the bag in a frenzied cloud of insects, emitting shrill cries. Due to Suyu's earlier lunge to Gray Old and the others, it appeared as though Suyu was desperately seeking help, only for a horde of crazed insects to erupt from Gray Old's person. Gray Old's expression finally shifted, hurriedly attempting to control the swarm. But it was too late. The frenzied Xuanfeng flies, driven mad by the potent pheromones, could not distinguish friend from foe, and charged towards the nearest target, Mo Kuei, who had just been struck by the poison dart and was now enraged. "What the hell? Get away." Mo Kuei was both startled and furious, swinging his bronze-like arms to swat at the cloud of insects. Yet, due to his size, he became an easy target, instantly swarmed by countless Xuanfeng flies, biting him mercilessly. Although he could withstand their initial assault, he was left in a state of utter disarray, roaring in rage. The scene descended into utter chaos in an instant. Mo Ing drew his sword, glancing around in confusion, uncertain whether to strike Suyu or assist Mo Kuei. Mo Shi fumbled in a panic, attempting to scatter insect repellent. Fearful of harming Mo Kuei, the old gray-haired man's face turned ashen, desperately trying to regain control over the out-of-control swarm. Meanwhile, the instigator Suyu had already seized the opportunity presented by the earlier distraction, slipping away several meters into the dense forest without a backward glance, leaving only a fading, infuriatingly whimsical song in his wake. I can't take it anymore. Truly I can't. I'm carrying Tang Senzong and following my 3 disciples. Where is your conscience? Oh, where is it? The bizarre melody mingled with Mo Kuei's furious roars, the shrill cries of the insects, and the frantic shouts of Mo Ing and the others, resonating through the fog-laden forest, creating an absurd symphony of escape. The gray-haired man gazed in the direction Suyu had vanished, his withered face revealing an intricate blend of emotions for the first time: rage, astonishment, and perhaps a hint of incredulous admiration. This boy was truly a prodigy. Chapter 54. Help! Have I transformed my pursuers into a fan club? The haunting song lingered in the air, seemingly thrashing against the eardrums of Mo Ing and the others. The forest lay in disarray. Mo Kuei spun wildly like a giant top, swatting at the insects with cries of distress. Emoshi clumsily scattered the repellent powder, accidentally using too much and choking himself and Mo Kuei in the process. The gray-haired man's expression darkened, striving to rein in the remaining insects, his heart bleeding at the loss of these precious creatures that took immense effort to cultivate. Mo Ing's hand trembled as he clutched his sword, not from fear, but from indignation. He had led a life of ease, never before experiencing such humiliation. The target had escaped unscathed, while they had already lost 14 members. And now they were being toyed with. Even the gray-haired man had been outwitted. That Suyu was no true warrior. He was a rogue, a scoundrel, a madman. That's enough. The gray-haired man finally managed to corral the last few frenzied insects back into a specially designed cage, his voice chillingly cold. Mo Kuei, be silent. Are you not embarrassed enough? Mo Kuei begrudgingly ceased his actions, his bronze skin dotted with tiny red marks, though he had not broken through his defenses. The itch was unbearable. Gray-haired man, that boy Mo Ing began, still seething. The gray-haired man waved his hand to interrupt, his murky eyes fixed on the direction of Suyu's disappearance, showing no immediate intention to pursue. His withered face betrayed no emotion. Yet the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated his inner turmoil. This boy is devious, he murmured slowly. Having lived for decades and weathered countless storms, he had encountered many prodigious talents, yet none like Suyu. His cunning methods, unpredictable thoughts, and audacious demeanor were simply unheard of. Though merely at the 2nd realm of cultivation, he had managed to toy with their 4th, 3rd realm members. This was no mere disparity in strength. It was more akin to a unique talent, a combat prowess that seamlessly fused chaos, audacity, precision, and power. The gray-haired man even entertained a ludicrous thought. Had Mo Tianjian bitten off more than he could chew this time? Was it truly worth deploying such resources against an elusive figure driven by personal vendetta? Yet orders were orders. He wouldn't get far. The gray-haired man collected his thoughts, his voice returning to its hoarse, icy tone. Mo Shi, track him with Qian Li Xiang. Mo Kuei, lead the way and be wary of traps. Mo Ing, provide backup. I want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. On another note, Suyu sprinted away, feeling as if every pore in his body was rejoicing. That recent maneuver, seemingly fraught with danger, had been well within his control, at least 60% under his command. The pressure from the gray-haired man's unfathomable presence had compelled him to unleash his extraordinary skills in a moment of necessity. The results were remarkable. Not only had he successfully escaped, but he had also incited a bit of chaos among his pursuers. More importantly, Suyu let out a small burp, exhaling a faint green smoke. The trio of San Xiao Xiao Yao San he had consumed was now being fervently digested within his secret stomach, purified and transformed. Toxic? No. 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 In the eyes of his digestive secret, this was merely a high-energy, specialized nutrient. Streams of pure yet peculiarly toxic energy were extracted, but did not disperse throughout his body. Instead, they were carefully guided into an ever-growing army of specialized red blood cells. Each red blood cell, infused with this toxic energy, shimmered with an imperceptible green hue. Success! Suyu rejoiced inwardly. The first step of his cycle secret, the vehicle exchange plan, had yielded an unexpected addition of toxin-infused attacks. In the future, his blood would not only efficiently transport oxygen and energy, but it would also possess its own toxicity. Anyone who dared to come into contact with his blood or suffered internal injuries from his strikes would be in for a luxurious experience with the San Xiao Xiao Yao San. This was absolutely thrilling. Suyu grinned like a cunning fox that had pilfered a hen. He even began to contemplate whether he could consume substances with other attributes in the future: fire, ice, lightning, allowing his blood cells to blossom in a myriad of ways. Just imagine, in battle, a single punch not only inflicted internal damage but also poisoned, froze, and electrified the opponent. The imagery was too beautiful to behold. Indeed, my artistic vision has always been at odds with this serious martial world. Suyu silently commended himself. After covering a considerable distance, Suyu once again employed his previous tactic, climbing a tree, donning camouflage attire, and concealing his presence while continuing to work on his microscopic cellular factory. He discreetly observed as the Mo-ing quartet relentlessly pursued him. This time, they had learned their lesson. Mo-Koei led the way, each step causing the ground to tremble. Purely relying on brute force to trigger any potential traps, Emoshi held a small incense burner emitting nearly invisible blue smoke, guiding their direction. Mo-ing and the gray-haired man flanked either side, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. TSK, they brought a dog-esque nose, Suyu scoffed. The Qian Lixiang presented a bit of a challenge. It seemed mere concealment would not suffice. However, was Suyu merely a cowardly hider? His gaze fell upon the cautiously advancing quartet below, and a familiar, mischievous grin spread across his face, striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Confrontation was futile. Harassment was the key, my dear friends. He quietly retrieved several well-rounded stones he had collected along the way from his storage bag. Then, channeling his mental energy, he meticulously controlled his breath, beginning to enchant the stones. Not with air blades or needles, but with highly compressed, internally unstable high-pressure air clusters. The principle was akin to the moment before a pressure cooker explodes. Before long, several seemingly ordinary stones, yet brimming with volatile energy, were freshly crafted into Suyu's high-pressure explosive projectiles. He timed his actions perfectly, taking advantage of the moment Mo-Koei's foot struck the ground. Timing his release for the instant the old energy waned and new energy had yet to surge. With a flick of his fingers, he shot out the stones silently. The targets were not the bodies of the pursuers, but the trees and rocks nearby. The stones embedded themselves into their targets, the sound faint, nearly drowned out by Mo-Koei's heavy footfalls. Mo-ing and the others cast wary glances but noticed nothing amiss and continued on their path. However, just as they passed by, boom, 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 a series of muffled explosions erupted behind them. The enchanted stones detonated with a sudden force, though the physical damage was minimal. The explosive gusts of air were incredibly powerful, whipping up dirt, decaying leaves, and unknown animal droppings, showering the startled Mo-ing and the gray-haired man. While the damage was negligible, the insult was profound. Mo-ing, gray-haired man. The two individuals immediately stiffened, acutely aware of the sticky, enigmatic sensation upon their heads and faces. Their minds buzzed, nearly causing a mental explosion, particularly for the old man, having lived for so long. He had never endured such indignity. Mo-ing squeezed those words through gritted teeth, his voice trembling, unable to maintain his icy demeanor, veins bulging angrily on his forehead. Even the figures ahead, Mo-Koei and Mo-shi, were taken aback, glancing back at the dismal state of the two prominent figures. Wanting to laugh, but stifling it, their faces flushing red. The old man silently retrieved a clean handkerchief from his storage ring, methodically wiping his face, his movements gentle. Yet the surrounding atmosphere was oppressively low. He raised his head, directing his gaze towards Suyu's south hiding place, his murky eyes revealing an unmistakable, chilling intent to kill for the first time. You've successfully provoked my ire, young man. In the distance, some examiners observing this scene through a special surveillance array were utterly speechless. I have never witnessed such a uniquely captivating martial examination. The Mo family has truly been humiliated this time. Have you noticed? It seems Suyu's points have increased again. Was that previous explosion counted as a valid attack? The other examinees erupted into excited chatter. What on earth has Suyu done? Mo-ing and that old man appear to be on the verge of madness. Although I am unaware of the specifics, their expressions alone make me want to laugh. Suyu is truly a remarkable character. I adore him. He has reached the top of the leaderboard. He has surpassed Xian Yuan Shui. Incredible. Perched on a tree, Suyu observed the four-person group below, whose oppressive aura felt as frigid as ice, and he instinctively shrank his neck. Oh dear, have I perhaps overstepped? That old fellow genuinely seems angry. But if he is angry, so be it. If you have the ability, come up and confront me. He sensed the old man's terrifying mental energy spreading like a tide, scanning every inch of space more meticulously and violently than before. Clearly, the old man was genuinely enraged, willing to expend effort to flush him out. The pressure was immense. Yet, Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Yes, this is what presents a challenge. Constantly battling mere automatons is rather dull. He continued to quietly enchant stones, preparing for the next round of his unique attack, while further immersing his consciousness within himself. The construction of the cycle's secret vault must not cease. The number of special red blood cells had reached a commendable level, significantly enhancing blood circulation efficiency, which translated into tangible boosts in recovery and endurance. He even felt that the ongoing consumption from the automatic cultivation of the breathing secret vault could be partially offset by this highly efficient blood circulation. What does this imply? It signifies a small step forward in his dream of creating a perpetual motion machine, just as he was engrossed in his endeavors. The old man below seemed to finally detect a faint energy fluctuation emanating from him, a leak while crafting explosive talismans. A glint of icy light flickered in the old man's eyes. Without any warning, his withered fingers shot forward. A streamlined, nearly invisible gray wind of energy shot forth without a sound, moving faster than the limits of visual perception. The direction of this attack was precisely where Su Yu was concealed among the treetops. This finger strike, infused with chilling power, was not violent. Yet it carried an overwhelming coldness and silence, freezing the moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals as it passed. Su Yu's scalp erupted in alarm. An intense sense of deathly crisis washed over him like a cold shower. There was no evading this. It was too swift, too sudden. Instinctively, he prepared to unleash his shadow escape technique to withstand the blow. But in this critical moment, the specially infused poison attribute red blood cells within him seemed to sense the external icy energy, spontaneously surging into action, rapidly converging beneath his skin. Simultaneously, his little companion transmitted an anxious mental signal, subconsciously mimicking the energy frequency contained within the old man's attack. A hum resonated. A thin, nearly imperceptible layer of ghostly green energy membrane instantly enveloped Su Yu's skin, exuding a subtle toxicity and a hint of the same chilling aura as the old man's strike. The gray wind accurately struck a nearby branch. Crack! The branch instantly withered and decayed, as though all vitality had been abruptly siphoned away, silently disintegrating into powder. The residual coldness from the strike swept over Su Yu's self-generated energy membrane. A sizzling sound erupted, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil. Su Yu felt a slight chill on his surface. The energy membrane fluctuated violently, consuming more than half its power, yet astonishingly managed to neutralize that terrifying residual force. Although it was merely a trivial remnant, it was an astounding feat. That was an enraged strike from someone likely at the peak of the third realm, or even beyond. The old man let out a soft exclamation, disbelief flashing across his murky eyes. He had been confident in this attack, even if it was just residual energy. It should have been enough to severely injure a second-realm martial artist. How could that young man have emerged unscathed? Not only unscathed, but the old man also sensed a flicker of power emanating from the young man that seemed to echo his own. Although it was so faint it was nearly negligible. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, atop the tree, after the initial shock, Su Yu was overwhelmed with joy. What a marvelous adaptive defense. Poison attribute resistance? It can even simulate and partially neutralize the opponent's energy frequency? This youthful version of the cycle's secret vault is simply extraordinary. It is an unexpected delight. Indeed, pressure is the greatest impetus for production. Being poked by a senior's finger is far more beneficial than laboriously cultivating for half a day. He felt as though he had unlocked a new realm in his application of the cycle's secret vault and his own cancer cells. Below, the old man's expression fluctuated ominously, ultimately settling into a deeper, more profound coldness. This child must not be allowed to remain. No longer hesitating, he bellowed, form the 4 symbols locking array. Seal off this area. Gradually grind him out. Upon hearing this, Mo-ing, Mo-kue, and Mo-shi's expressions tightened, immediately shifting positions to occupy the 4 corners, drawing out formation flags to set up the array. However, just as the flags were about to be planted, a cacophony of roars and screeches from countless exotic beasts erupted from all directions. The sounds advanced from afar, surging forth like a tidal wave. The ground began to tremble slightly. Following this, thick mist was forcibly parted, revealing countless crimson eyes. Qing Mulang, Tai Jiaxi, Ing Bao, and even a dozen previously unseen Qing Gui tribesmen. Various exotic beasts seemed to be summoned by some force, charging out from the corners of the forest in a frenzy, all targeting the 4 array makers. A beast tide, a small-scale beast tide. The expressions of the 4 old men shifted drastically. What on earth is happening? Chapter 55. Surely, my blood has become sentient. Su Yu hid in a naturally formed tree hollow, crunching delightfully on a premium chi blood pill he had acquired from Mo-ing. This treat tasted like peanut brittle but held the energy equivalent to a comprehensive restorative soup. Once consumed, A warm current rushed to his limbs, rapidly replenishing the chi blood he had expended during the chase and counterchase. Oh, battling monsters and leveling up for gold coins is truly the correct way to proceed. He mused contentedly while counting his spoils. The long sword belonging to Mo Ing gleamed coldly, its blade reminiscent of flowing autumn waters, clearly not an ordinary item, likely above C grade in quality. Suyu attempted to wield it, the sword energy chilling, nearly slicing the top of the tree hollow, causing him to hurriedly store it away with caution. It was a bit conspicuous to use now. He would wait until the commotion subsided before showcasing it. A collection of third-realm beast cores, pulsating with energy, served as excellent materials for cultivation and array formation. Several vials of exquisite elixirs, including the rejuvenating Dan, detoxifying Dan, and even a small vial of explosive blood Dan capable of briefly unleashing latent potential, are invaluable for preserving one's life. The tracking compass, though currently of no use, may prove advantageous once its secrets are unraveled. Most importantly, Suyu lifted his arm, observing the wound previously inflicted by sword chi, which was on the verge of healing. With a flicker of thought, he concentrated. A droplet of vivid crimson blood slowly oozed from the wound. Yet, instead of falling, it was suspended in the air, delicately trembling, its surface glimmering with a barely perceptible crimson sheen. Suyu held his breath, fully engrossed in his attempt to manipulate it. The droplet, guided by his will, clumsily moved an inch forward, half an inch to the left, tracing a wobbly circle. Alas, it could not maintain its form and splattered onto the roots of a tree. Seeping in. Blast. This is far more challenging than controlling cancer cells. Suyu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. Failure is the mother of success. This at least proves that he is on the right path. His blood is truly evolving towards a more active and controllable state. Although he could only manipulate a single droplet, resembling an infant just learning to walk, this signifies boundless possibilities. If he were to master this to a profound degree, could he not transform into a myriad of blood deities? Or unleash a blood explosion at a critical moment? Could he not gather his blood for recycling after sustaining injuries? Eco-friendly and energy-efficient. Suyu's thoughts began to race in an increasingly unorthodox direction. He immediately turned inward, scrutinizing the conditions within his blood vessels. Those blood cells marked and preliminarily transformed by the small essence have become more active, appearing capable of transmitting clearer energy signals among themselves, even faintly influencing surrounding unmarked ordinary cells. It seems that the plan to switch vehicles is progressing faster than anticipated. High-quality energy intake is the key catalyst. Suyu mused that the next step is to continue expanding the proportion of transformed cells while enhancing manipulation precision. Perhaps he could combine basic array diagram to attempt constructing more complex microenergy structures using his blood temporarily. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Utilizing his own active blood to set up arrays would undoubtedly be more discreet and expedient than employing external materials, allowing for seamless control. Truly, I am a genius. Suyu was once again astounded by his own intellect. Meanwhile, as Suyu immersed himself in the development of his internal microcosm, news of his remarkable feat of using a brick to strike down a mid-stage, Sanjing opponent spread like wildfire. In a certain location of Qingshan Yuan, a temporary team of 5 or 6 examinees was nervously resting. Have you heard? That Mo Ing from Tianwu is mid-stage Sanjing. He was knocked unconscious by a brick to the back of his head. A slender boy whispered, his face etched with disbelief. Not only that, his 4 teammates suffered even worse. They reportedly fell victim to a peculiar poison, scratching themselves into a dreadful state. They have already been carried away by the examiners for treatment. Is that true? Who could be so formidable? Huangfu Yunfei? Or Xinyuan Shui? Neither. It is said to be that dark horse, Suyu from Qingshan Yizhong. Suyu, ISNT he only at the 2nd stage? How is that possible? The group buzzed with astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of fear. The name Suyu had become synonymous with the extraordinary, the powerful, and the formidable in their minds. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the examination grounds. Suyu's score had firmly catapulted him into the top 5, with his momentum unabated, each leap sending ripples through countless examinees' nerves. By a certain ravine, a girl dressed in white, exuding an aura as pure as snow, withdrew her delicate fingers from the forehead of a peak-stage water-type beast, which then collapsed, transforming into her points. Xinyuan Shui glanced at the list of the top 5 on her wristwatch. The sudden rise of Suyu stirred a slight ripple in her otherwise tranquil gaze. A brick, she murmured softly, a flicker of the faintest peculiarity crossing her serene face. Yet she quickly regained her composure and continued on her way, as if nothing had occurred, though her pace seemed to quicken ever so slightly. In another location, Sword Chi Sword. Huang Fu Yunfei cleaved a gigantic spider that obstructed his path in two, green ichor splattering everywhere, yet he paid no heed. His gaze intensely fixed on the score leaderboard. Suyu. A smile filled with combat fervor curled at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. Regardless of the method you employed, you are worthy of being my opponent. I hope to encounter you in the finals. Do not disappoint me. His battle intent surged, and the sharpness of his sword chi intensified, dramatically increasing his efficiency in hunting beasts. In the command center, the examiner's expressions had morphed from initial surprise and speechlessness to a state of numbness tinged with anticipation. Yet another MO family team had lost contact in the area where Suyu had been active. According to the descriptions provided by surviving examinees, the attackers' methods were exceedingly unique, involving, but not limited to, the scattering of itching powder, playing sinister sounds, and setting various bizarre traps. His score sources are increasingly complex, with points acquired from defeating other examinees rising significantly. Deputy Principal Wang, what do you think? An examiner glanced at the pallid-faced Wang Bei. Wang Bei fixed his gaze on Suyu's name on the screen, his fingers turning white from clenching. He had not anticipated that the team led by Mo Ing would not only fail to eliminate Suyu, but instead become stepping stones for him, allowing his reputation to soar in the martial examination. This is a blatant slap in the face to both me and the entire Mo faction. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. This Suyu must be hiding something. He has undoubtedly cultivated some forbidden technique. Wang Bei hissed to his confidant, his voice low and fierce. Moreover, instruct our people to withdraw and refrain from provoking him for now. Once the martial examination is concluded, he thought, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. The martial examination has rules and limitations, making many tactics inconvenient to employ. Once out of the examination grounds, I have countless ways to crush this bothersome insect. Deep within the forest, Suyu sneezed. Who is thinking of my handsomeness? He rubbed his nose, not overly concerned. Having many enemies is merely a matter of getting used to it. He had just successfully suspended a droplet of blood for 10 seconds and could now draw a simple straight line. Significant progress. At that moment, the leader of the Xia King Kwai hurriedly approached, transmitting a sense of palpable fear and alarm. A terrifying human is coming, far stronger than the previous one. Suyu's expression stiffened. Stronger than Mo Ing? Late-stage Sanjing? Perhaps even peak-stage Sanjing? The Mo faction possesses such experts? It seems they are truly desperate. He immediately retracted all his aura. Lying still like a rock, his mental energy scanning the surroundings with precision akin to the most sophisticated radar. Indeed, after a brief moment, he sensed a profoundly subtle, yet deeply unsettling presence approaching from afar. The newcomer donned an ordinary gray combat uniform, appearing unremarkable, with an ordinary face. The kind that could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet with each step he took, it felt as if he resonated with the very heartbeat of the earth. His aura harmoniously restrained, yet harboring a terrifying power akin to a volcano. Peak stage Sanjing. Absolutely a peak stage Sanjing. Furthermore, this individual's gaze was weathered and filled with experience. A far cry from the youthful talents like Mo Ing. This was a seasoned veteran. The gray-clad man stopped at the spot where Suyu had previously lingered, crouching down to meticulously examine the traces left on the ground, even dipping his finger into the remnants of the blood droplet that Suyu had inadvertently spilled during his failed experiment, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. His brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. The peculiar aura of blood and chi, mingled with traces of mental energy. What kind of nefarious technique has this lad been practicing? He stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the surroundings, and astonishingly deduced several directions in which Suyu had likely fled. Youngster, I know you are hiding nearby. The figure clad in gray spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of oppression. Come out and return with me to the Ma family to apologize. Perhaps you may still retain your life. Should I have to drag you out, however? Silence ensued. The gray figure was unperturbed and let out a cold laugh. It appears you have chosen to disregard my courtesy. He slowly drew a pair of judge's pins from behind him. The tips gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an aura capable of sealing meridians and severing life itself. I am Ma Shang, an officer of the Ma family's execution hall, skilled in tracking, capturing, and extracting confessions. You shall soon regret offending the Ma family. Before the last word left his lips, he flickered and appeared behind a nearby thicket, swiftly stabbing forward with the judge's pins. With a rip, the bushes were torn apart, revealing nothing behind them. Quick on your feet, Ma Shang remarked, his gaze unwavering as he darted towards another suspicious location. In a hollow tree, Suyu held his breath, his heart nearly ceasing. The pressure was immense. This Ma Shang was far more formidable than Ma Ing, experienced and perceptive, and that pair of judge's pins seemed specifically designed to counter various flamboyant weapons. His breathing techniques and mental shock would likely be ineffective against such a composed adversary. A direct confrontation would yield no chances of victory. The prospect of escape seemed daunting, as the opponent appeared exceptionally skilled at tracking. What to do? Suyu's mind raced. A perilous plan materialized in an instant. He cautiously retrieved from his storage bag various substances he had earlier collected from the Chingue tribe, some highly pungent plant juices, and a small vial of his own active blood. He intended to concoct an elaborate surprise. Simultaneously, he divided his focus, pouring all his energy into communicating with the small spirit and the modified active blood. Brothers, the time for your trial has come. Move. He commanded a small portion of his active blood to converge slowly at his fingertips. This time, he abandoned the idea of external control and attempted to orchestrate a complex internal arrangement, constructing a diminutive, unstable energy structure, a super-mini, rudimentary version of the explosive array documented in the foundational diagrams. This process was tremendously taxing, requiring exquisite control of his mental faculties. Without the assistance of the small spirit, it would have been utterly impossible. Outside the hollow tree, Ma Xiang had eliminated several suspicious spots and was steadily advancing towards the massive tree where Suyu was hiding. His icy gaze seemed to have locked onto this direction. Found you, little mouse, Ma Xiang chuckled hoarsely, raising the judge's pen, its tip gathering a chilling dark light. Poised to strike at the hollow tree. In that critical moment, Suyu abruptly opened his eyes. At his fingertips, a nearly invisible micro-explosive array constructed from active blood was instantly completed. Though highly unstable, it contained an extraordinarily volatile energy. Concurrently, he hurled the previously concocted mixed liquid at the entrance of the hollow tree. Enjoy your barbecue feast. Boom. The moment the microblood array made contact with the mixed liquid, a violent and unexpected chemical, or rather, metaphysical, reaction ensued. A ghastly explosion, reeking of foulness, spiciness, corrosiveness, and mental shock, erupted from the hollow tree, engulfing the taken-aback Ma Xiang in its wake. Coughing. What in the world? Ma Xiang was choked, tears streaming down his face, his protective aura sizzling from corrosion, while a strange mental shock sought to invade his mind. Though his profound cultivation prevented injury, this sudden and utterly despicable attack left him nauseated, momentarily halting his movements. Now was the time. Suyu sprang from the opposite side of the hollow tree, a backup exit he had secretly dug, like a cheetah. He pushed the shadow escape technique to its limits, fleeing without a backward glance. As he ran, he couldn't resist using his mental energy to taunt his pursuer. How's the flavor, old comrade? Exclusive secret recipe, unforgettable for a lifetime. At your age, you ought to return home and look after your grandchildren. Engaging in such violent pursuits is bound to raise your blood pressure. No need to escort me. Farewell. Oh wait, I mean never see you again. His voice faded in the distance, revealing Ma Xiang's face, which was now darkened by the smoke and twisted by rage. How could he, a dignified officer of the Ma family's execution hall, a peak expert of the Third Realm, be toyed with by a mere Second Realm junior using such despicable tactics? What a disgrace. Such an utter disgrace. Suyu. Ma Xiang's roar sent tremors through the entire forest. I will tear you limb from limb. His fury was unleashed. Casting aside all pretense of concealment, the terrifying power of a peak Third Realm cultivator erupted. As he pursued Suyu with the ferocity of a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Wherever he passed, trees were uprooted, and the ground cracked. A more intense and uneven chase ensued. Meanwhile, Suyu, who was desperately fleeing, simultaneously reveled in the recent breakthrough. Success. Although it was merely the simplest energy structure, constructing a temporary array using active blood within his body was indeed feasible. He could even sense that his control over the active blood had improved slightly due to this extreme operation. Pressure breeds motivation. Thank you, old man, for the impetus. After running for a while longer, perhaps I could use my blood to draw a circle and curse you. Suyu mused, quickening his pace. The outcome of this chase remained uncertain. Chapter 56. Top scorer in the college entrance exam? No, the director of the demolition office. Suyu felt as though he had nearly exhausted the steps of his next life. The old man, Ma Xiang, pursued him relentlessly like a bulldozer fueled by a perpetual motion machine, roaring as he closed in. The full force of his peak Third Realm cultivation unleashed. The speed and momentum he generated left devastation in his wake, as though a tornado had swept through, toppling trees and cracking the ground. Suyu exerted every ounce of strength, pushing the shadow escape technique to its limits, breathing techniques wildly converting spiritual energy into kinetic force. His legs nearly spinning like fiery wheels, just barely avoiding immediate capture. Old comrade. Impressive stamina. Is it my charm you find appealing? I'm not into that. As he fled, he didn't forget to use his mental energy to provoke. You might want to consult a urologist. Excessive passion can be detrimental to your health. Ma Xiang was so incensed that he nearly choked on his rage. With a powerful sweep of the judge's pen, a dark aura surged forth, crashing into a boulder ahead and shattering it to pieces. You little wretch, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Ma Xiang's roar was filled with unbridled fury. So you shrank back, agilely dodging the debris. The pressure was overwhelming. The old man's offensive power was terrifying. Merely grazing the edges would likely result in severe injury. This could not continue. A war of attrition was not in his favor. He must devise a new strategy. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. They were nearing the depths of Qingshan Yuan, where the fog thickened and the light dimmed. The nearby trees and rocks exhibited an abnormal dark green hue, and the air was saturated with an unsettling mental pollution far more potent than outside. He even glimpsed larger, more ferocious Qinggui lurking in the mist. Yet they seemed wary of the two pursuing figures, hesitant to approach. Inspiration struck. Su Yu's eyes brightened as a cunning, albeit somewhat morally questionable, plan formed. He abruptly altered his course, no longer fleeing in a straight line, but circling towards the nests of those seemingly formidable Qinggui. Simultaneously, he activated his breathing technique to its fullest, but instead of absorbing, he expelled. He unleashed the chaotic and unrefined essence of blood energy he had previously consumed. A mixture of the energies belonging to Ma Xiang and Ma Ying, infused with a trace of his own spiritual imprint. Like a smoke bomb, it erupted from every pore of his body, leaving a thick and acrid trail in his wake. This scent served as a beacon to the frenzied Qinggui tribe, akin to a lighthouse in the dark or the bell signaling the opening of a cafeteria. A cacophony of savage howls erupted from the depths of the fog, as a multitude of bloodthirsty crimson eyes illuminated the surroundings. The more powerful and ferocious members of the Qinggui tribe were irresistibly drawn to this sudden provocation, surging forth in a frenzied frenzy. However, their initial sight was not the architect of their plight, Su Yu, who had cleverly concealed himself using the shadow stealth technique in a specially designed outfit, but rather the imposing figure of Ma Xiang, whose aura surged like a roaring furnace. In the simplistic and chaotic perception of the Qinggui, it was this old fellow who was challenging them, rampaging on their territory with enticing vitality. They yearned to devour him. Thus, the ill-fated Ma Xiang became the focal point of all the enraged Qinggui. Countless attacks, laced with spiritual pollution, rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Additionally, dozens of Qinggui, nearing the pinnacle of the second realm and even brushing against the threshold of the third, recklessly charged at him. Get away, you wretched beasts. Ma Xiang, startled and furious, wielded his pen with a flurry of strokes, swiftly eliminating several of the foremost attackers. Yet, the sheer number of Qinggui was overwhelming, and their disregard for death was evident. They continued to swarm over him, launching frenzied assaults that significantly hindered his speed. Moreover, the pervasive spiritual pollution, while not immediately debilitating, incessantly assaulted his mind, making it increasingly difficult for him to concentrate on locating Su Yu. Su Yu, you little beast. You shall not escape unscathed. Ma Xiang's roar was drowned out by the howls of the Qinggui. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Yu, had already seized the opportunity to make a swift exit, retreating to a safe distance and even climbing a tall tree to leisurely observe Ma Xiang being engulfed by the chaotic onslaught of the Qinggui. Oh, the old man is quite temperamental. Look at how he has riled them all up. Harmony and camaraderie are essential. Su Yu shook his head in amusement, casually munching on some jerky he had scavenged from a corpse, replenishing his stamina. As he enjoyed the spectacle, he turned inward, reflecting on the energy flow within his body after the extreme exertion and manipulation of his blood energy. Particularly, he noted that under high-speed circulation, the modified active blood seemed to respond more obediently, integrating more seamlessly with his intentions. He could even vaguely perceive the flow of Ma Xiang's formidable vitality from a distance, as conspicuous as a torch in the night. This sensation intrigues me, Su Yu pondered. If I can clearly sense the flow of their vitality, could it not mean I could more easily identify their weaknesses during battle? Perhaps even disrupt their energy flow? He recalled Ma Xiang's specialized pen that targeted vital points to disrupt energy circulation. The essence of targeting vital points lies in attacking specific nodes to interfere with the flow of vitality and energy, does it not? What if I were to directly guide my active blood with spiritual force or project my vitality energy to assault their vital points? A novel and more insidious, no, rather efficient combat strategy began to take root in his mind. Perhaps I shall call this technique internal sabotage or blood betrayal. Su Yu was pleased with his naming prowess. While he indulged in these thoughts, the battle below shifted. Ma Xiang, being a seasoned powerhouse at the pinnacle of the third realm, finally erupted after enduring the assault for some time. Pen of Destiny, he roared, crossing his pens as a terrifying wave of dark energy exploded from him, akin to a black shockwave that instantly obliterated dozens of Qinggui, scattering them into a mist of blood. He cleared the area. However, the execution of this technique evidently drained a significant amount of energy, leaving Ma Xiang slightly pale and his aura diminished. Gasping for breath, he scanned the surroundings with a venomous glare, but Suyu was nowhere to be found. He let out a frustrated roar, realizing that capturing the slippery little beast today was unlikely. In the end, with a face darkened by anger and a sense of utter defeat, he turned to leave. This debt would not be forgotten. Suyu, perched atop the tree, watched Ma Xiang disappear into the distance and shrugged. Is he leaving already? How boring. I haven't seen enough yet. He descended from the tree, relishing the newfound tranquility of the world around him. After such a commotion, it was likely that no one would dare trouble him for a while. It was the perfect opportunity to focus on preparing for the final phase of his examination. The following 2 days saw a notable calm in Qingshan Yuan. Suyu's name remained in the top 3 of the leaderboard, standing alongside Huang Fuyunfei and Xuan Yuanxue in a triumvirate, with no one else able to challenge their dominance. Meanwhile, the legends surrounding him grew increasingly absurd. Titles such as Brick Sage, Itch Powder Demon Lord, and Commander of the Qinggui tribe circulated wildly, causing other candidates to flee at the mere mention of him, too intimidated to confront him directly. Some even claimed that upon hearing his haunting laughter or spotting an object resembling a brick, one should immediately retreat to avoid calamity. Suyu relished the peace, continuing his studies of active blood and the microarray within his body, while effortlessly hunting down careless beasts that crossed his path, steadily increasing his points. During this time, he encountered both Huang Fuyunfei and Xuan Yuanxue. Huang Fuyunfei, brimming with combat spirit, proposed a sparring match. They exchanged a few moves. The clash of sword energy and air blades was awe-inspiring, resulting in a draw, yet both left with a heightened sense of caution. Xuan Yuanxue merely cast a distant glance his way, her cold demeanor unchanged, though she inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of him as a worthy opponent. Suyu found these 2 top-tier talents quite interesting, far more agreeable than the members of the Ma family. Finally, the last day of the martial examination arrived. In the early morning, all candidates received a simultaneous message on their wrist devices. The final phase of the martial examination has commenced. The core area of the Qinggui royal court is now open. It contains a Qinggui king egg. Those who seize and protect it until the end of the examination will receive an additional 10,000 points and be awarded the title of Martial Examination Champion along with special rewards. Upon receiving this news, every remaining candidate in Qingshan Yuan erupted with excitement. 10,000 points. Enough to dramatically alter rankings, not to mention the champion title and special rewards. Almost everyone surged toward the designated core area on the map as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Suyu, of course, received the information as well. The Qinggui king egg? The very name seemed to promise a boon. He stroked his chin, eyes sparkling with interest. He held no particular obsession with the title of champion, but was quite intrigued by the special rewards and the egg itself. Moreover, the spirit of mischief within him ignited. He immediately set off toward the core area. As he approached, the fog thickened, the spiritual pollution intensified, and the Qinggui encountered became increasingly formidable. With even a few genuine third-realm Qinggui appearing, the battles raged fiercely. Along the way, he witnessed numerous candidates clashing with the Qinggui or fighting amongst themselves for advantageous routes, creating chaos. Suyu paid them no mind, utilizing his exceptional spiritual perception and shadow stealth to glide through the periphery of the tumultuous battlefield like a ghost, rapidly advancing. At last, he traversed a massive, rib-like stone forest, and before him lay a vast underground cavern entrance. The entrance was littered with signs of battle and the corpses of Qinggui, indicating that others had ventured in before him. Without hesitation, Suyu slipped inside. The cavern's interior was expansive, dimly lit, with walls embedded with a type of, or that emitted a faint azure glow. An ancient, primal, yet strangely sacred and sinister atmosphere pervaded the cave. The most striking feature is an altar at the center of the cave, vastly more magnificent than the previous smaller altar. It is entirely constructed from massive black stones, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns, depicting the scene of countless Qinggui clan members worshipping a vague figure holding a luminous egg. At this moment, hovering above the altar is a giant egg, roughly the size of a human head, entirely pearlescent, with azure radiance swirling within. It emanates an overwhelming surge of life, energy, and mental fluctuations. That is the Qinggui Wangdan. Around the altar, a chaotic battle has erupted. Huangfu Yunfei's sword energy surges like a dragon. Xian Yuan Shui encases the surroundings in ice, while several other formidable and deeply concealed talents are fiercely fighting, all aiming for the Wangdan. Their opponents are the elite members of the Qinggui clan, densely packed, almost filling half of the cave. Among them are 3 Qinggui leaders whose presence rivals that of third-tier martial artists, frantically defending the altar and preventing anyone from approaching the Wangdan. The battle is exceptionally fierce, with blood surging, energy exploding, and roars shaking the heavens. Su Yu hides behind a massive rock at the entrance, watching with keen interest. Let them fight. Once they tire, I will seize the opportunity. He has no intention of assisting. Instead, he begins to ponder the stone carvings on the altar. These carvings are significantly clearer and more complete than those on the previous smaller altar. He observes more details. The vague figure being worshipped does not seem to be human. It possesses structures resembling luminous wings. The energy emitted by the egg nourishes the Qinggui clan below, granting them strength and perhaps even evolution. Another carving depicts the sky splitting open, terrifying attacks raining down, and that figure appearing to be shattered, causing the egg to dim, leading the Qinggui clan into chaos and regression. Ancient mythology, alien invasion, the history of racial degeneration. Su Yu finds the secrets of Qingshan Yuan increasingly fascinating. Just then, the situation in the arena shifts dramatically. Huangfu Yunfei seems to have unleashed a forbidden sword technique, his face paling, yet the sword energy instantly surges, forcefully pushing back a Qinggui leader and creating an opening. Xian Yuan Shui similarly employs a powerful secret method, freezing the path and dashing towards the altar. Other talents, inspired by their actions, employ various techniques, desperately charging forward. Just as one of them is about to grasp the Wangdan, suddenly, the hovering Wangdan trembles violently. A far more immense, purer wave of mental energy, tinged with urgency and longing, spreads like a tide. The core of this mental fluctuation is directed towards Su Yu, who is hiding behind the stone. More accurately, it is directed towards the special source aura within him, generated after consuming a significant amount of energy related to the Qinggui clan and being refined by the little Jing. It is as if a lost child has finally caught sight of a family member, or a starving refugee has spotted a sumptuous feast. In an instant, everyone's gaze is fixed on the bewildered Su Yu. Huangfu Yunfei, Xian Yuan Shui, the other talents, and even the 3 Qinggui leaders all simultaneously turn their attention towards him. Su Yu? What is happening? I haven't done anything. I'm merely an observer. The Wangdan trembles once more, the longing emotion becoming more pronounced, even carrying a hint of a pleading tone. In the next moment, a shocking occurrence unfolds. The 3 Qinggui leaders, who had been frantically attacking everyone, suddenly halt their assault and awkwardly crawl towards Su Yu, as if paying homage to a king. The entire cave plunges into silence. Huangfu Yunfei nearly drops his sword. Xian Yuan Shui's icy aura falters. Other talents stare with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Su Yu gazes at the 3 Qinggui leaders prostrate before him, their murky eyes fixated upon him, then glances at the Wangdan, which continuously sends signals of longing for affection, and finally surveys the petrified competitors around him. He scratches his head and offers an awkward yet polite smile. If I say I'm merely a bystander, would you believe me? Chapter 57, The Revelation. The air within the cave seems to have solidified. Everyone's minds are in a state of chaos. Huangfu Yunfei's usually battle-hungry face now displays only bewilderment. He looks at the 3 prostrate Qinggui leaders, then at the innocent-looking Su Yu, nearly losing grip on his sword. This is not how the script was supposed to unfold. It was meant to be a bloody battle, triumphing over all, claiming the Wangdan. How did it turn into a scene of familial recognition? Xian Yuan Shui's icy aura fluctuates, her cold eyes widening in disbelief, long eyelashes trembling, as if confirming she had not fallen under some high-level illusion. She instinctively perceives the surrounding mental fluctuations and realizes the Wangdan is indeed transmitting emotions of reliance and joy, directed unmistakably towards the figure hiding behind the rock. Other top talents, who had fought tooth and nail to reach the vicinity of the altar, nearly have their eyes bulging out. They are battered and exhausted, only to find the target item has sought its father. Who can they complain to about this? A sense of absurdity washes over them as they ponder why they have been exerting themselves. Su Yu himself is bewildered. I'm just an onlooker. Although I might have gotten a bit too engrossed and absorbed some local energy, it shouldn't lead the ultimate boss to submit directly, right? What is going on with this Wangdan? Is it starving and recognizing anyone who resembles a parent? Within him, the little Jing transmits a wave of excitement, desire, and a hint of superiority, as if saying, see, I am formidable. They all acknowledge my kingly aura. Amidst this strange silence, the Qingue Wangdan restlessly trembles again, this time transmitting a more urgent emotion, tinged with a hint of a weeping tone, as if imploring, "Come closer. Embrace me." The three Qingue leaders seem to receive the Wangdan's command. Though still instinctively wary of the superior aura emanating from Suyu, they lift their heads, gazing at him with eager, murky eyes, emitting low, almost pleading whines. The atmosphere becomes exceedingly awkward. Suyu observes the unfolding drama, glancing at the vigilant Huangfu Yunfei and others with complex expressions, his mind racing. This Wangdan appears to be a double-edged sword. Both a hot potato and a super energizing pill, along with a task item. Should he take it? Of course. Why would he turn down such a fortuitous opportunity presented before him? As for how to seize it, Suyu clears his throat, the hint of awkwardness vanishing instantly, replaced by an inscrutable, composed smile, as if everything is under his control. He adjusts his collar, which is devoid of wrinkles, having discarded his formal attire long ago, and strides forth from behind the massive rock, his pace unhurried, as if he is not here for a test, but rather inspecting his own garden. "Oh, it seems it has finally recognized me." Suyu speaks in a calm tone, as if addressing a trivial matter, thanking everyone for helping to awaken it. The crowd? Helping you awaken. So we've been fighting for you. Huangfu Yunfei's mouth twitches, feeling his sword intent on the verge of collapse. Xian Yuanshui silently retracts her icy aura, her gaze growing increasingly peculiar. She suddenly thinks that, compared to this guy, Huangfu Yunfei's straightforward battle mania is almost endearing. Suyu ignores the murderous glares directed at him and walks straight towards the altar. The three Qingue leaders immediately bow their heads, clearing the path, obedient as domesticated dogs. He extends his hand and gently touches the pearlescent Wangdan. Buzz. The moment Suyu's fingertip makes contact with the Wangdan, it bursts forth in radiant brilliance. A pure, warm, yet overwhelmingly powerful energy surged into Suyu's body like a raging river breaching its dam. Simultaneously, a torrent of fragmented and chaotic memories and information flooded in, remnants of the ancient king's imprint and the energy accumulated within the Wangdan itself. Suyu felt as though his body might explode. The digestive secret repository and the breathing secret repository operated at an unprecedented speed, desperately absorbing and transforming this energy. His vitality began to soar like a rocket. 4,500 points. 4,600 points. 4,700 points. He shattered the barrier of the late stage of the second realm and surged towards its pinnacle. Concurrently, his mental strength grew wildly. As his small spirit joyfully absorbed the pure essence of mental energy, its form becoming more solid, the surface gleaming with an increasingly profound jade luster. More importantly, although the memory fragments were incomplete, they contained a wealth of information about the Qingue clan, the ancient Great War, the king, and vague insights regarding that radiant light. Suyu seemed to witness a majestic figure with luminous wings, wielding a light egg, protecting the clan below, only to see the sky torn asunder, horrific assaults raining down. The figure shattering, the light egg dimming, and the clan regressing. He also glimpsed sporadic images of other mountain abysses and ocean abysses, seemingly concealing greater secrets. The volume of information was immense and difficult to fully digest at once, yet Suyu knew he had stumbled upon a treasure. The value of this Wangdan far exceeded 10,000 points. Outside, the examiners who had observed the cavern through special means were utterly speechless. What was this? The ultimate goal of the martial examination had run into the hands of the candidate, and it came complete with an energy infusion and memory inheritance. Was Suyu the favored child of heaven? Wang Bei's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, nearly smashing the monitoring screen. Mo Tianjian was so enraged he left in a huff, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, the recruitment teachers from other universities shone with excitement, their eyes bright as searchlights. This Suyu must be theirs. Regardless of the means employed, luck is part of strength. Moreover, this was clearly not just luck. Inside the cavern, as the energy infusion concluded, the Wangdan's radiance gradually dimmed, shrinking to the size of a fist, quietly resting in Suyu's palm as if it had fallen into slumber. A notification from his wristwatch shattered the silence. The martial examination as champion had been decided. Yet the atmosphere grew even tenser. Huangfu Yunfei took a deep breath, suppressing the complexity of emotions within, once again pointing his sword towards Suyu. His fighting spirit reignited. Suyu, I concede that your methods are extraordinary. However, I, Huangfu Yunfei, wish to contest for the title of champion. Fight me. Although Xian Yuanshui remained silent, a chilling aura enveloped her once more, signaling her stance. Other top talents also gathered silently, their eyes flickering. It was simply too unsatisfactory to give up just like that. Suyu gazed at the scene before him and sighed. Why must it come to fighting? He carefully stored the slumbering Wang Dan, then cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. However, since they wished to stretch their muscles, he would indulge them. He was eager to test out his newly enhanced strength and some fresh ideas. In the next moment, Suyu moved. Yet he did not charge at anyone. Instead, he stomped his foot forcefully. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. At the same time, he inhaled deeply. The breathing's secret repository absorbed the surroundings in a localized, enhanced version. A terrifying suction field formed around him instantly, not to drain the air, but to precisely pull at the vitality within Huangfu Yunfei, Xian Yuan Shui, and others, causing their vital energy to momentarily stagnate and flow sluggishly. What? The expressions of the several individuals shifted, hastily stabilizing their vitality. In that fleeting moment of disruption, Suyu extended both hands, fingers flicking. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless faint red bloodlines, so fine they were nearly invisible, erupted from his fingertips. These bloodlines were not an attack. Instead, they swiftly intertwined in the air, guided by mental strength and rooted in vitality, instantly constructing several extremely small, yet intricately designed simplistic confinement formations. Basic formation diagram: a miniature version of the active blood multi-layered ghostly wall. The points where the bloodlines landed were exceptionally cunning, effectively isolating Huangfu Yunfei, Xian Yuan Shui, and others, rendering them unable to coordinate with one another. Instantly, they felt their surroundings subtly distort. Clearly, their companions were not far away. Yet it was as if separated by a layer of frosted glass, making it difficult to accurately gauge location and distance. Their movements were encumbered by an invisible sense of delay. A formation? When did he set this up? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Suyu grinned, slipping into the formation like a fish in water. His first target was not the strongest, Huangfu and Xian Yuan, but rather the two slightly weaker talents. The shadow escape technique activated. Within the miniature confinement formation he had set, he was as agile as a fish. Whoosh, whoosh. Like a specter, he appeared behind the two, fingers imbued with refined vitality and mental strength, precisely tapping on specific acupoints on the napes of their necks. The internal saboteur's pressure point technique. The two had no time to react, feeling a tingling sensation in their necks as their vitality surged backward, their vision darkening as they collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Two eliminated with ease. Suyu did not pause, leaping towards the next target. The remaining talent saw their companion dispatched in an instant and was struck with panic, desperately swinging their weapon in a futile attempt to defend. Yet against the interference of the confinement formation and Suyu's absolute speed, all was in vain. Another finger jab. Instant kill. In the blink of an eye, only Huangfu Yunfei and Xian Yuan Shui remained. They stood back to back, expressions grave. They finally realized that Suyu's strength was far more terrifying and enigmatic than they had imagined. That elusive speed, precise acupoint techniques, and this unheard-of ability to instantaneously form formations using blood was utterly unpreventable. Join forces, Huangfu Yunfei shouted, his sword energy surging as he ceased to hold back. The Ice Phoenix emergence. Xian Yuan Shui unleashed her most powerful secret technique, her aura coalescing into a crystalline ice phoenix, which let out a clear cry and swooped towards Suyu. Faced with their combined might, Suyu remained unfazed, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, his heart pounding like a war drum. The modified active blood within him surged at an unprecedented speed. The circulation's secret repository initially activated, boiling his vitality. Boom. A terrifying surge of vitality, far surpassing the peak of the second realm, erupted from his body. It even bore the faint pressure characteristic of the third realm. He shaped his fingers like a sword, tip gathering highly compressed vitality and mental strength, presenting a bizarre reddish-golden hue. Then he jabbed. A direct confrontation. His fingertip collided with the sword energy and the Ice Phoenix. Boom. A colossal explosion reverberated. An energy shockwave swept through the entire cavern. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure staggered back several steps. It was Suyu. He shook his slightly numbed fingers, the skin at the tips having ruptured, blood oozing forth, yet the droplets rapidly flowed back into the wound, healing at an observable pace. Opposite him, Huangfu Yunfei and Xian Yuan Shui appeared even more disheveled, retreating 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing themselves, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their faces filled with astonishment. They had directly clashed with a combined attack from both of them, yet he had only slightly fallen behind. Was he truly a second-realm martial artist? Would they continue? Suyu grinned at them, flexing his wrists. I could still play with you for another 300 rounds. But it seems the martial examination is drawing to a close. As if to validate his words, the entrance of the cavern erupted with a cacophony of footsteps and exclamations, a throng of examiners and staff pouring in, evidently there to conclude the assessment and clear the area. Upon witnessing the disarray within the cavern, along with the fallen talents and the three confronting each other, all the examiners were left in stunned silence. Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui exchanged a glance, both perceiving the helplessness and a hint of defeat reflected in each other's eyes. Fight. What was there left to fight for? Having laid all their cards on the table, neither could best the other. Continuing would only lead to self-humiliation. The two silently sheathed their weapons, tacitly accepting the outcome. Thus, the martial arts examination for this year came to a definitive conclusion. The top scholar, Su Yu, accompanied by a dormant Wang Egg, the second place, Huangfu Yunfei, the third place, Xianyuan Shui. When the final rankings were announced on the gigantic screen, it sparked a wave of astonished gasps and fervent discussions. Qingcheng Yizhong, a previously unremarkable school, suddenly gained nationwide fame. The name Su Yu truly entered the sights of various top-tier powers and influential figures. During the award ceremony, Wang Bei suppressed the urge to strangle Su Yu, managing a smile that barely concealed his disdain. As he handed over the medal signifying the top scholar along with a supposedly mind-calming Qingxin Pudu and a manual for the Xingqian body refinement technique. Su Yu accepted it cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the unpleasant expression on Wang's face. Thank you, Vice Principal Wang. Tianwu is indeed generous. I shall certainly visit often, Su Yu said sincerely. Wang Bei nearly choked on his own blood. After the ceremony, enrollment officers from various prestigious universities swarmed like sharks sensing blood, presenting increasingly generous offers. As Su Yu handled their advances, his gaze swept over to the distance where Mo Ying, Mo Shang, and others from the Mo family were being escorted away. Their eyes filled with resentment directed at him. He also noticed, even further away, the director of the enrollment office from Modu Wuda winking at him, making gestures that implied a warm welcome. It seems Tianwu is a den of dragons and tigers, while Modu Wudao appears equally appealing, or perhaps I should explore other options. Su Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Chapter 58. The great universities compete for talent. Just as the award ceremony concluded, Su Yu had yet to warm the Qingxin Pudu, said to aid in calming the mind, before he was engulfed by a throng of people. The scene was more frenetic than a supermarket's egg sale. Su Yu, I am the director of the enrollment office at Kyoto Wuda. Our institution boasts a long and illustrious history, with the largest library collection in the nation. Should you choose us, you can select any major, receive double scholarships, and enjoy an independent cultivation chamber, along with guidance from master-level instructors. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite refined, was the first to elbow his way forward, speaking rapidly, as if reciting a menu. Su Yu's expression flickered. The library sounded appealing, as he needed to bolster his knowledge in biology and medicine. However, Kyoto's proximity to Tianwu made him wary of being constantly blocked by the Mo clan elders. Before he could respond, a striking female instructor clad in tight combat gear shoved the Kyoto representative aside. Enough with the flimsy offers. Su Yu, look this way. We are from the South China Military Academy. We may not have much else, but we possess hardcore resources. The latest combat armor, the most potent gene serums, and the most practical training environment. Graduates are immediately drafted into the military, starting as officers. A man ought to be in a place of real combat. Combat armor and gene serums? It sounds a bit sci-fi, but my style leans more towards magical internal medicine. Doesn't he quite fit, does it? Humph, barbaric lance. An elder, exuding an otherworldly aura, waved his feather duster and said calmly, Young friend Su, though Kunlun Dao Academy remains reclusive, we inherit ancient Qi refining methods. Directly addressing the essence of the Dao. Given your extraordinary spiritual power, you are well suited to practice my Kunlun divine sword. Allowing you to fly on the sword and roam the heavens. What joy that would be. Flying on a sword? That sounds cool. But it seems to come with many rules, and it appears rather impoverished. Elder, your robe even has patches. Enough of that. Don't listen to that old charlatan. A robust man in a white lab coat, muscles bulging, shouted, Su Yu, come to our Xingqian Research Institute. We specialize in human potential and ability development. With your unique constitution, you will be our focal point for research. No, a priority for cultivation. We possess the most advanced instruments to analyze and optimize your abilities. Who knows, perhaps we can develop your blood manipulation into an S-rank ability. A research institute? Sounds like they want to dissect me. Did you just slip up, uncle? Representatives from various prestigious schools showcased their talents, throwing out tempting conditions, resulting in a cacophony that almost erupted into a brawl. Surrounding candidates and parents watched in stunned silence. tears of envy streaming from their eyes. Is this the treatment of a top scholar? It's simply outrageous. Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui were also surrounded by admirers. Yet the scale and fervor could not compare to Su Yu's. Huangfu scoffed, clutching his sword and stepping aside, seemingly disinterested. Xianyuan Shui remained aloof, responding briefly. Yet her gaze occasionally flickered toward the densely packed Su Yu, tinged with curiosity. Meanwhile, those from Tianwu looked on from a distance, their faces darkened. As Wang Bei had long since departed, preferring not to witness the scene. Amidst the chaos, a languid yet authoritative voice rang out. What is all this noise? Do you think Moto Wuda does not exist? The crowd parted as the director of the enrollment office from Moto Wuda, the same middle-aged man who had previously handed Su Yu a business card, approached with hands tucked into his pockets. He was followed by several formidable students from Moto Wuda, asserting their dominance. Oldly, how long has it been since your Kyoto library was updated? Do you even have the audacity to mention it? Red Scorpion, is there anything beyond fighting and killing that you South China folks can offer? How about cultivating some elegance? Nabizi, go play with your eggs and don't hinder this child's future. The director's sharp tongue drew alternating shades of paleness and redness from the representatives of various schools. Then he swiftly shifted to a warm and friendly demeanor, leaning towards Su Yu and whispering, Kid, don't listen to their nonsense. Principal Ji has stated that our conditions are unchanged. Moto Wuda's doors will always be open for you. Pausing for effect, he lowered his voice further, laced with temptation. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion at Modu contains rare records concerning the sacred body. Moreover, our neighboring Donghai Abyss has recently stirred with intriguing happenings. There may be matters of your interest. Su Yu's heart stirred. Records on the sacred body. He had been pondering his Shuma body, and having access to the experiences of those who came before him was undeniably enticing. The movements in Donghai Abyss, combined with the fragmented memories of the Qinggui Wang egg, could there be similar secrets hidden in other mountain sea fissures? Moto Wudao certainly knows how to entice. Noticing Su Yu's intrigued expression, the director seized the moment and dropped the bombshell. The principal has granted special approval. Should you come to Moto Wuda, in addition to the previously promised Lingxi Yusue, you will also receive an additional opportunity for the blood pool baptism at Modu, along with a custom-tailored high-level secret technique. A gasp rippled through the surrounding enrollment officers from other schools. Lingxi Yusue, blood pool baptism, custom high-level secret technique. This was an outrageous offer. Had Moto Wuda truly gone to such lengths? Even Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui turned to glance, evidently stunned by the magnitude of the offer. Su Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lingxi Yusue could accelerate the cultivation of spiritual power. The blood pool baptism would fortify his physical foundation, and a custom secret technique would perfectly align with his needs. What was there left to hesitate about? All right, Su Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh and grinning wide. I love the straightforwardness of Moto Wuda. Director, please take care of me from now on. The director beamed, casting a triumphant glance at the now pale-faced competitors, as if to say, can you compete with me? My resources are vast. Thus, amid countless envious and jealous gazes, Su Yu officially decided to join Moto Wuda. In the following days, Su Yu experienced a blend of joy and pain. The joy stemmed from the arrival of various rewards and resources. The Qingxin Putuan indeed proves to be exceptionally useful. Sitting upon it while practicing the Huangquan Shizue Jing remarkably enhances efficiency by more than 30%. The secrets of the Xingqian Duani Shu are profoundly intricate, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings in physical refinement. The first batch of Lingxi Yusue from the Demon Martial Alliance has also arrived, a total of 10 pieces. Warm to the touch like jade, they significantly boost his mental acuity, and the little spirit within him joyfully rolls around in his mind. Additionally, the reward for topping the martial arts examination and the bonuses from the Qingqing government amount to a considerable sum, sufficient for him to indulge for quite some time. However, the multitude of social engagements is rather burdensome. Various media interviews, the celebratory banquet with his hometown elders, and the sudden visits from distant relatives he barely knew have become overwhelming. Finally managing to carve out some time, he returned to the back mountain base of Qingqingno, one high school, to converse with teacher Zhang Qingyan. Observing his once fledgling student now soaring to great heights, Zhang Qingyan felt a surge of emotions, yet he earnestly cautioned. A tree that stands out in a forest will surely be destroyed by the wind. You have severely offended both the Tianwu and Mo factions. Though the Demon City is the domain of the Demon Martial Alliance, you must tread cautiously. The influence of the Mo family is deeply entrenched, far beyond your imagination. Su Yu nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the warning. He has never underestimated any adversary. He even took the time to visit Mo Qingfeng and Mo Shuiwe, the brothers he had previously dealt with. Having fully recovered, They were preparing to return to Tianwu in a cowardly manner. Upon seeing Su Yu, their faces turned pale, nearly collapsing in fear. Su Yu merely smiled, patting their shoulders, and remarked, "Remember to take a detour if you see me in Tianwu in the future, otherwise. Every encounter will lead to a beating," which left the two trembling in fright. After dealing with these trifles, Su Yu could finally settle down to examine his most significant acquisition, the dormant Qinggui Wang egg. He placed the egg upon the Qingxin Putuan and sat beside it, attempting to nurture and communicate with it using the little spirit's mental energy. The egg seemed exceedingly reliant on his aura, although still in slumber. It instinctively absorbed the unique spiritual energy emitted by the little spirit, causing its surface shine to regain a hint of luster. Fragments of broken memories re-emerged, revealing more glimpses of the king with luminous wings, seemingly an ancient life form referred to as the Xinguang tribe. They appeared to have once been guardians of the blue star, battling some terrifying existence from beyond the Lian. He also glimpsed disjointed images, a massive bronze door, shattered stone tablets, and within a dark abyss, what seemed to be an enormous ship, starkly different in style from the contemporary world. These fragmented pieces of information stirred Su Yu's emotions profoundly. This world is far more intricate and captivating than he had initially perceived. He sensed a vague thread of connection regarding the Xinguang tribe and the ship, gradually becoming clearer. Perhaps the Donghai Abyss near the Demon City is indeed worth a visit. Concurrently, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The operations of the secret and breathing techniques continued day and night, solidifying his peak cultivation in the second realm while launching an assault towards the third realm. His control over active blood has grown increasingly adept. He can now simultaneously manipulate more than a dozen drops of blood for simple arrangements, even constructing a miniature blood array with slight hallucinogenic effects that lasts a few seconds. The circulation plan for the secret technique is steadily advancing, with more blood cells being marked and transformed. He feels his blood recovery speed and energy utilization efficiency have risen to a new level. Finally, the day arrived for his departure to the Demon City. At the Qingxin train station, throngs of people gathered to bid farewell to the historic top scorer. Su Yu said his goodbyes to Zhang Qingyan and a few familiar faces before preparing to board the train. Suddenly, a chilling murderous intent locked onto him like a venomous snake. Though it vanished in an instant, Su Yu's mental acuity was sharp enough to capture it immediately. He swiftly turned his head towards a distant building's rooftop, which was eerily empty. Unable to resist, are we? Su Yu squinted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the Mo family truly had no intention of allowing him to depart Qingxin peacefully. He feigned ignorance and boarded the express train to the Demon City, where high technology is employed primarily for civilian needs and combating the Lian. As the train departed Qingcheng, Su Yu settled into a window seat, closing his eyes to rest, while his mental energy remained highly focused, scanning the surroundings like a radar. Indeed, after half an hour of travel through desolate mountainous terrain, powerful auras suddenly erupted from the surrounding forests, unabashedly charging towards the train. Leading the charge was none other than the Xingtong steward, Mo Shang, whom Su Yu had previously outsmarted with the Anren Xiaoxin Yan, accompanied by 4 other darkly menacing martial artists from the Mo family. "Su Yu, you little bastard. Come out and face your death." Mo Shang's roar resonated like thunder, causing the train windows to vibrate ominously. Passengers on the train erupted into panic. Su Yu sighed and opened his eyes. What an endless ordeal. He rose and, amidst the terrified gazes of the passengers, calmly walked toward the train's connecting section. "Everyone, please remain calm. I'm merely stepping out to deal with some refuse. I shall return shortly." With that, he opened the train door and leaped off the speeding train. His figure descended like a wisp of green smoke, landing steadily as he turned to face Mo Shang and his companions. "Old comrade, you seem reluctant to part with me. Did you gather a team specifically to see me off?" Su Yu regarded the 5 men, his face breaking into a familiar smile that sent Mo Shang's blood pressure soaring. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. Yet, Su Yu felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to engage. Perfect. It was time to test my newly practiced blood array and acupoint techniques. Prior to arriving in the Demon City, let us collect some interest. In the desolate mountainous terrain, a murderous aura enveloped the area. Mo Shang, flanked by 4 elite Mo martial artists, formed a semi-encirclement around Su Yu, each face twisted in a menacing grimace, their gazes cold as serpents. The pulsating waves of their qi and blood converged, creating a heavy pressure that would render ordinary second-realm martial artists immobile. "Little brat, this time, there's nowhere for you to escape." Mo Shang ground his teeth, the ink-black light swirling around the judge's pen, eager to pierce Su Yu into a sieve. The humiliation from the last incident with the Anren Shaoshan Yin had turned him into a laughingstock upon returning, and he had suppressed his rage for far too long. Su Yu nonchalantly dug at his ear, displaying an expression of disdain. Escape? Old comrade, have you lost your senses while chasing me? Am I not here voluntarily to provide you with warmth? His gaze swept across the other four. 2 were at the initial stage of the third realm, and 2 at the peak of the second realm. A splendid lineup. It seems the Mo family is quite anxious and has invested significantly. Still stubborn, even in the face of death. One of the initial stage third realm Mo experts sneered, taking the lead to attack. He wielded a pair of curved blades. Their glint as lethal as a snake's strike, aimed at Su Yu's legs, clearly intending to incapacitate his mobility first. The other 3 also moved in unison. Blades and swords clashed, their combined chi sealing off all of Su Yu's escape routes. Their coordination indicated they were well-trained in joint assault techniques. Mo Shang, coiled like a spring, prepared to deliver a fatal blow at any moment, locking his judge's pen on his Su Yu's vital points. In the face of this thunderous onslaught, Su Yu appeared momentarily stunned, standing still. Just as the attacks were about to land on him, Su Yu moved. Rather than retreating or blocking, he took a bold step forward. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth and emitted a deep, yet piercing sound. Stop. It was not a lioness roar but a powerful command infused with a mental shock and a unique pressure derived from the little spirit. It resonated like thunder in the minds of the 4 attackers. The 4 felt a buzzing in their heads as their chi and blood instantly fell into disarray. Their movements halting in unison. Though the pause lasted less than half a second, it was more than sufficient for an expert confrontation. Now was the moment. Su Yu's fingers danced rapidly, as if playing the piano. A multitude of delicate, almost imperceptible crimson threads erupted from his fingertips. Not aimed at the human body, but rather precisely directed towards the air nodes surrounding the acupuncture points of the 4 individuals. This was a microarray of active blood, a multifaceted confinement. The blood threads instantaneously intertwined in midair, forming several intricately structured temporary formations that emitted strange fluctuations, disrupting both their vital energy and mental force. Just as the 4 regained their composure from the mental shock, they were horrified to discover that their vital energy was flowing sluggishly, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Their movements slowed down by several beats. More alarmingly, their coordination was utterly disrupted. What on earth is this? My vital energy. The 4 were struck with dread, their formation thrown into chaos. Su Yu, like a wraith, slipped between them, targeting the 2 peak masters of the Irjing realm. The shadow escape technique activated, propelling his speed to its zenith. Condensing highly compressed vital energy and mental force at his fingertips, it manifested in a brilliant golden red hue. The internal traitor struck at the acupuncture points, specifically targeting the vital points. With a faint sound, the 2 peak masters of the Mo family were caught off guard. Unable to even see Su Yu's movements, feeling several critical points on their bodies suddenly go numb, as if struck by high voltage, their vital energy rebounding violently. Their vision darkened, and before they could utter a sound, they collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Instant kill. Clean and efficient. The remaining master of the initial Sanjing realm wielding a curved blade was paralyzed with fear, retreating frantically to create distance. But how could Su Yu allow him such an opportunity? With a swift misstep, he shadowed him once more. Another finger thrust. The curved blade master desperately swung his weapon to block, but his actions were laughably slow in the face of the confinement array's interference and Su Yu's absolute speed. His fingertip easily bypassed the blade's trajectory, striking at the wrist acupuncture point. A cry of despair escaped the curved blade master as his weapon slipped from his grasp, followed by strikes to his chest and abdomen. His vital energy gushed forth, following in the footsteps of his fallen companions. In the blink of an eye, only one of the elite remained standing. The initial Sanjing swordsman, who, having stood slightly further away, had fortuitously evaded the first wave of attacks. However, his complexion was now ashen, his hands trembling around the hilt of his sword. Everything transpired far too swiftly. From Su Yu's initiation to the demise of 3 of them, it was barely a matter of moments. Mo Shang, standing by, had not even found the opportune moment to intervene, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. His eyes widened in disbelief, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. How could this be possible? Just a few days? How could this little beast's strength have surged so dramatically? What sorcery was this blood-based formation? What nefarious technique was that acupuncture method? Fear, for the first time, eclipsed his anger, spreading within him. Su Yu flicked his fingers and turned to the sole remaining Sanjing swordsman, offering a benign smile. Do not fear. It will be swift and painless. The swordsman, terrified, screamed and attempted to flee. Halt. Suyu called out once more, mingling his voice with a mental shock. The swordsman's body stiffened. In the next moment, Suyu appeared behind him, delivering a light chop to the nape of his neck. The swordsman rolled his eyes back, collapsing to the ground. Now, only Imo Shang remained. Suyu turned, grinning at the ashen-faced, sweating Imo Shang. My old comrade. Look, your companions are all resting now. Shouldn't you express something as well? Imo Shang trembled with rage, a tumult of fear and anger entwining within him. He realized that today, he would likely meet his end. Yet, this little beast's methods were too inscrutable. He could not fathom them. Escape? The thought barely formed before he extinguished it. A failed mission and fleeing the scene would seal his fate. He would fight back. A frenzied glint sparked in Imo Shang's eyes as he bit down on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the judge's pen. The secret technique, Blood Fiend Pursuit Pen. The dark hue of the judge's pen instantly transformed into a terrifying crimson, its aura surging. With a sense of desperation, resentment, and a willingness for mutual destruction, it transformed into a blood-red meteor, aimed directly at Suyu's heart. The speed and power surpassed anything before. This was a life-or-death strike fueled by the sacrifice of his vital essence. Faced with this terrifying blow, Suyu's gaze sharpened slightly. He inhaled deeply, his internal cycle of secret arts operating at full capacity, his heart roaring like an engine. All the active blood within him surged to a boil. He did not evade. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. From his palm, countless fine blood threads surged forth, coalescing instantaneously, weaving into a more complex and dense crimson microarray. This time, it was no longer a confinement array but a super-miniaturized, super-condensed version of the most potent explosion array from the basic array diagram. Based on active blood, with mental force as the catalyst, and vital energy as fuel. Go! Suyu thrust forth. The crimson microarray shot forth like a seal, meeting the Blood Fiend Pursuit Pen. A thunderous explosion erupted. The clash of crimson and golden energy raged fiercely, colliding and annihilating each other, forming a terrifying shockwave that sent rubble and vegetation flying. Imo Shang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite, with its strings severed, the judge's pen shattering into fragments. His desperate strike, fueled by his vital essence, was utterly shattered. In contrast, Suyu merely swayed slightly, stepping back half a pace, his palms slightly charred, but his vital energy coursed, restoring him in an instant. The disparity was stark. Imo Shang crashed heavily to the ground, his meridians threatening to rupture, his cultivation plummeting. His eyes filled with despair and disbelief. Suyu slowly approached him, crouching down to expertly search his corpse. TSK, my old comrade. You have quite the wealth. Suyu retrieved several jade vials from Imo Shang, filled with high-quality elixirs, along with a Imo family identity token and various miscellaneous materials. Finally, his gaze landed on an ancient storage ring adorning Imo Shang's finger. Oh, what a delightful treasure. Suyu unceremoniously stripped it off. Imo Shang's eyes bulged in fury. That was the culmination of decades of his efforts. He yearned to resist, but found himself utterly immobile. Suyu forcefully breached the ring's restrictions with his mental force. Delving inside, a windfall. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The space within was considerable, overflowing with treasures. Hundreds of transparent mid-grade energy crystals, superior to beast cores as a cultivation resource. Several handwritten manuals of the Imo family's techniques. Though he may not practice them, they serve as references, various rare medicinal herbs, even several spare weapons, and an ancient compass. Most importantly, in a corner, he discovered a jade box. Upon opening it, he found a peculiar herb, entirely blood-red and shaped like a heart, exuding a powerful essence of blood energy. This is blood marrow grass. At least 500 years old. A marvelous treasure. An extraordinary tonic. Suyu nearly drooled at the sight. This herb was a divine remedy for his cultivation cycle. Thank you for the novice gift pack, my old comrade. You are truly a good person. Suyu sincerely expressed his gratitude to the barely conscious Imo Shang. Upon hearing this, Imo Shang spewed another mouthful of old blood, fainting outright. Suyu chuckled, repeating the process, activating his secret art to extract Imo Shang's vital energy and cultivation. The energy of a peak Sanjing master was immensely potent. Although Imo Shang had suffered severe injuries and fallen in rank, the residual energy still considerably solidified Suyu's own vital essence, nudging him a small step closer to the threshold of the Sanjing realm. After completing all of this, Suyu surveyed the scattered Imo family members on the ground, stroking his chin in contemplation. To kill them? That would be wasteful and could provoke the old madman of the Imo family. To let them go? That seemed too lenient. With a quick turn of his mind, he devised a new plan. He took out the bizarre materials he had previously collected, the secretion of the Qinggui tribe, potent itching powder, and a certain herb powder that temporarily silenced the voice and began to apply makeup on the unconscious Mo family members. Half an hour later, Suyu surveyed his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. Ma Xiang was adorned as a gaudy figure, clad in tattered women's attire, a mysterious garment unearthed from a storage ring, featuring a large tortoise painted across the chest. The other 4 individuals were arranged in various shameful poses, their faces covered in graffiti and their bodies inscribed with phrases such as Ma Jia was here and I am a fool. Suyu even utilized their blood to write a bold message on the ground. Thanks to Ma Pai for the generous sponsorship. Bring more resources next time. Yours truly, Suyu. Having completed this act, he clapped his hands, concealed his achievements, and swiftly departed towards the bustling city of Maidu. A few days later, when the Ma Jia rescue team arrived at the scene, they were met with a spectacle that threatened to transform the entire Ma Jia into a source of ridicule. It is said that the elder leading the team was so incensed he spat blood on the spot. While the tale of the 5 exquisite beauties of Ma Jia spread through the upper echelons of the Great Xia at a wildfire's pace, Ma Jia had truly lost face. Meanwhile, the instigator, Suyu, had already arrived at the exceptionally vibrant Maidu, standing before the grand entrance of Maidu Martial Arts University. Chapter 60. The first day of enrollment, the entrance of Maidu Martial Arts University resembled not a mere door, but a colossal alloy arch bridge spanning several meters. Intricately engraved with countless esoteric runes, faintly pulsating with energy and emanating an awe-inspiring sense of oppression. Beneath the bridge, swirling clouds and mists replaced any flowing river, as if leading to another realm. Wow, this facade is far more impressive than the poker-faced crew at Tianwu. Suyu marveled, feeling the air brimming with spiritual energy, far denser than that of Qingcheng, uplifting his spirits. As he approached the bridge's entrance, a senior clad in the standard casual attire of Ma Wu, lazily chewing on a stem of grass, sauntered over, scrutinizing him with keen eyes before exclaiming, "Oh, a fresh face. What a unique aura. You must be the rookie King Suyu, who gave Tianwu a black eye." "Greetings, senior. You possess keen discernment," Suyu replied, acknowledging the distinctive atmosphere of Ma Wu. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaolong, 2 years your senior, tasked with welcoming talented individuals like yourself," he said with a cheerful grin. "Congratulations, junior, as you are about to embark on a vibrant journey of trials at Ma Wu." Suyu shook his hand, sensing that this senior possessed a certain charm. Xiaolong then produced a tablet from seemingly thin air and handed it to Suyu. "Here, your freshman guide. It's best to read it in a corner to prevent fainting from laughter." Curiously, Suyu opened the so-called freshman guide. The screen flashed. "Welcome to Maidu Martial Arts University, a breeding ground for geniuses, lunatics, and various unworthy individuals. First rule of survival: trust your teammates. But trust even more that they may stab you in the back at any moment. Competition fosters progress. Second rule: the cafeteria food may not kill you, but the beasts in the trial grounds and your fellow students definitely can. Third rule: should you see someone flying in the sky, do not be alarmed. It may be an instructor capturing a truant student. If they are flying while bleeding, it's likely a student's retaliation. Below are introductions to various departments. Swordsmanship Department, a gathering of pretentious individuals who believe that being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Entrance exam, utilize sword energy to carve designs into an apple. Blade Department, adherence to the belief that brute strength yields miracles. Entrance exam, knock out a 3-realm ironclad bull using the back of a blade. Firearms and Runes Department, a fascinating blend of tech enthusiasts and mystics. Entrance exam, hit an instructor in the posterior with a modified gun without being detected. Pharmacy and Medical Department, it's either you poison me or I save you and then poison you again. Entrance exam, prepare a new flavor of laxative capable of incapacitating a 3-realm martial artist. Tactical Command Department, one must possess either a heart or a facade of titanium alloy. Entrance exam, successfully persuade an instructor to treat you to a meal. Lastly, an important reminder: beware of the 7 scoundrels of Ma Wu, especially a senior named Xiaolong, who deceives for money, emotion, and assignments. If encountered, please call campus security, though he may very well be the son of the security chief. Suyu remarked, "Is this a freshman guide or a warning manual?" The 7 scoundrels of Ma Wu? He glanced at Xiaolong, who was whistling and gazing at the sky. Xiaolong cleared his throat. Ahem, such accusations are unfounded. I am an upright individual, always eager to lend a hand, known as the timely reign of Ma Wu, the little Ming Chong. He added with a playful tone, "Come, let me assist you in completing your enrollment procedures and share the true ways of survival." Following Xiaolong across the rune-engraved arch bridge, Suyu immediately felt a powerful scanning field sweep across his body. seemingly assessing his identity and strength. His internal energy fluctuated slightly, and he passed through effortlessly. On the other side of the bridge, a vista unfolded before him. Rather than a mere campus, it resembled a futuristic city built upon a massive spiritual vein. Towering cultivation towers, expansive trial grounds, and architecturally diverse teaching buildings sprawled across the area, not to mention ecological parks simulating various environments. Powerful martial artists soared through the skies or glided on peculiar flying artifacts. The spiritual energy was so dense it felt almost tangible, invigorating his very essence with each breath. What do you think? Is it not superior to that antiquated place of Tianwu? Xiao Long declared proudly. Mala may have its quirks, but we are wealthy. Our equipment is state-of-the-art. Principal G has stated that as long as one can grow stronger, any method is permissible. Suyu nodded emphatically. This place was precisely to his liking. The enrollment process was swift. The teacher responsible for registration merely smiled knowingly upon seeing Suyu's name, handing him a black campus card and a key. Welcome to Malwu, Suyu. Your dormitory is in the Yaonie district, room 999. Here is your campus card with an initial balance of 1,000 points, which you can use to redeem any resources on campus. Oh, by the way, Principal G has requested that you visit his office once you are settled. The Yaonie district? Suyu inquired, glancing at Xiaolong. Xiaolong's expression turned envious and jealous. Damn it, how can one person be so lucky? The Yaonie district is an exclusive villa area, reserved for the most extraordinary new students each year. The concentration of spiritual energy there is 3 times that of the outside. Plus, it has private training rooms. Room 999 is among the finest of them all. Meanwhile, I'm toiling away in a 4-person dorm. Suyu's admiration for the yet unmet Principal G surged. Such a leader truly knew how to treat his students well. Exiting the administrative building, Xiaolong draped an arm around Suyu's shoulders, grinning conspiratorially. Junior, points are invaluable. The cultivation tower, gravity chamber, illusion arena, and even hiring an instructor for private lessons all require points. Would you like me to guide you in completing some tasks to amass wealth quickly? I know a few that yield points rapidly. Suyu quietly retrieved the tablet. Locating the section regarding caution against Xiaolong, he pointed at it with a finger. Xiaolong exclaimed, "Come on, do you have no trust in your fellow students?" Despite his playful complaints, Xiaolong diligently provided Suyu with an overview of the dynamics within Mowu. The internal competition was intensely fierce, with all resources requiring points for exchange. Points could primarily be earned through completing various tasks issued by the school, ranging from cleaning duties to eradicating beasts from the rift, ranking in the trial tower, winning arena battles, and engaging in various private duels. The school not only permitted dueling but actively encouraged it, with several officially sanctioned betting pools, euphemistically termed pressure-driven growth. There were no fixed classes. Instead, a mentorship system was employed. Students could select their desired mentors and, upon passing their assessments, become their disciples, thus receiving enhanced guidance. The instructors were equally competitive, as securing promising students directly impacted their resources and status. The most notable characteristic of Malwu is its freedom or chaos. As long as you possess strength or cunning, you can thrive, Xiaolong summarized, adding that the caveat was to avoid provoking those truly formidable elites and student organizations. Soon, Xiaolong led Suyu to a tranquil area shrouded in bamboo groves and formations, where villas of varying styles were artfully arranged. And the concentration of spiritual energy was astonishingly high. Here lies the realm of the extraordinary, known as Yao Nietsiu. Villa 999 is nestled deep within. Senior, I shall take my leave here. Venturing further would overwhelm my fragile heart with the stark disparity of wealth, Xiao Lang remarked with a tinge of envy. Handing Suyu a contact number. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out, of course, for a fee. With that, he scurried away. Following the number on the key, Suyu arrived at Villa 999. The 3-story Chinese-style villa boasted a serene garden, surrounded by tranquil scenery. Upon using his campus card to unlock the door, he was astounded by the lavish interior. The facility featured a fundamental gravity modulation training room, a tranquil meditation rune array, and even a miniature ecological chamber capable of simulating various extreme environments, an arrangement rivaling the secret chambers of some small families. This was indeed a splendid deal. Suyu was thoroughly pleased and resolved to align himself with Principal G henceforth. After settling in, he promptly made his way to the principal's office. Contrary to expectations, the office was not located in the administrative building but atop a solitary peak, accessible only by a crane-shaped flying device. Ji Wentian's office was a sight to behold. The legendary principal of the Mage Warrior Academy lounged with his feet propped on the desk, a game controller in hand, engrossed in a fierce battle against the colossal screen. Alas, another defeat. This boss is poorly designed. He grumbled, tossing the controller aside as Suyu entered. Ah, you've arrived? Please, take a seat. Suyu found it challenging to reconcile the image of the casually dressed principal, adorned in a floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, with that of a martial arts master. Well done, young man. Ji Wentian's first words caught Suyu off guard, especially regarding the artistic transformation of the 5 old treasures from the Mo family. I grant you full marks. Principal, your information network is truly impressive, Suyu replied. Indeed, while the Mage Warrior Academy may lack in certain areas, our intelligence system is quite competent, Ji Wentian said with a raised eyebrow, before shifting to a more serious tone. The reason I summoned you is twofold. First, here, take this. He tossed a jade vial to Suyu. Opening it, Suyu discovered 3 droplets of liquid, radiant as rubies, exuding an astonishing energy and vitality. Is this Lingshu assuaging? Suyu gasped, realizing its immense value, far surpassing that of the blood marrow grass. It was the ultimate elixir for refining one's vitality and strengthening foundations, priceless and rare. Using this before the blood pool baptism will yield even better results, Ji Wentian added. Second, I must caution you, the Mo family's aging patriarch has suffered a significant embarrassment and will not let this matter rest. Though they may not dare to act openly in Modu, you should remain vigilant. Suyu nodded in understanding. Lastly, Ji Wentian's gaze grew intense. There have been unusual spatial fluctuations near the Donghai Haiyuan. It seems something is about to emerge. The Jinshi army has already sealed off the perimeter. But we at Mage Warrior have a few observation slots available. Would you be interested in joining? A spark ignited within Suyu. Indeed, he was interested. Excellent. You shall have one slot. We depart in 3 days with the school's expedition team. Consider it your first extracurricular experience. Ji Wentian concluded. Now, off with you. Do not impede my gaming. Suyu respectfully tucked away the jade vial and took his leave. The principal's connections were indeed remarkable. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu eagerly consumed 1 droplet of Lingshu assuaging. The liquid surged down his throat, transforming into a torrent of warmth that coursed through his limbs. The energy was vast and pure, far exceeding any previous experience. He wasted no time, activating the Xingqian Duani technique and the digestive secret technique to absorb it to the fullest. His vitality surged like a boiling cauldron. The strength of his body escalated rapidly, with bones cracking like brittle twigs, becoming more translucent and resilient. His meridians expanded, accommodating greater vitality. Most importantly, his circulatory system received profound nourishment, invigorating the active blood cells, rendering them more agile and potent. After 3 full hours of absorption, he had barely digested the energy of the first droplet. His vitality stabilized at the pinnacle of the 2nd realm, just a step away from breaking into the 3rd realm. His physical strength was comparable to that of a 3rd realm warrior specializing in physical cultivation. Furthermore, his control over the active blood cells extended to a radius of 1 meter. What a treasure! Suyu gazed longingly at the remaining 2 droplets, knowing that one should not be greedy and resolved to wait until the blood pool baptism to utilize them. In the following 2 days, Suyu remained industrious. He visited the school's Wanfitch, exchanging points for several books on human anatomy, meridian points, and the progression of basic formations, studying with insatiable hunger. With the aid of Xiao Jing, his learning speed was astonishing. He also ventured to the practical trial tower, eager to test his own capabilities. The leaderboard at the entrance of the tower displayed a flurry of names. The top contender was a fellow named Qin Hen, having cleared 49 levels. Noted as a senior year student, Suyu activated his campus card and chose to enter. Inside the tower, the space expanded, creating an independent virtual environment for each participant, with opponents simulated from energy, beasts, or warriors. On the 1st level, he faced 10 First Realm Qingwu wolves. With a single breath, he dispatched them all in an instant. Completion time, 1 second, breaking the record for that level. On the 2nd level, 5 Second Realm iron-armored rhinos awaited. A swift energy blade cleaved them in half. Completion time, 3 seconds, once again shattering the record. Continuing through the 3rd and 4th levels, Suyu relentlessly pushed forward, obliterating records without pause. Outside, the leaderboard lit up with his name, soaring as though propelled by a rocket, eliciting waves of astonished gasps. Who is this Suyu? A newcomer? His clearance speed is absurd. He's already reached level 30, averaging less than 10 seconds per level. Level 40, and still going. Which big shot is using a smurf account to dominate? Ultimately, Suyu halted at level 45. The guardian of this level was a simulated early-stage 3rd Realm warrior, skilled in swordplay. After some effort, he employed his newly devised blood thread ensnaring formation to disrupt the opponent, then swiftly executed a precise strike to eliminate him. It was not that he could not conquer level 46, but he sensed the continued effort would be too taxing and overly conspicuous, though he was already quite noticeable. Even so, upon exiting the trial tower, he was met by a throng of onlookers, gazing at him as though he were a monster. A freshman had ventured into the trial tower and reached level 45, catapulting into the top 100 overall. This achievement was nothing short of extraordinary. With an impassive expression, internally reveling, Suyu navigated through the crowd, concealing his accomplishments. Following this episode, he had firmly established his reputation as a prodigy at the Mage Warrior Academy and garnered a substantial amount of points, rewards for breaking records. On the third day, the day of departure for the Donghai Haiyuan arrived. Suyu arrived at the gathering point to find a considerable number of attendees already present. Leading the group were two profoundly formidable middle-aged instructors, one male and one female. Including Suyu, there were a total of 5 students. To his astonishment, he recognized 2 of the other 4, Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui. They had come as well. Huangfu Yunfei spotted Suyu and snorted, brimming with combat spirit. Xianyuan Shui offered a slight nod. The remaining 2 were a petite girl with thick glasses, incessantly tapping away at a tablet, exuding a tech-savvy aura, and a tall, stylish young man with a charming smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of shrewdness. As Suyu approached, the handsome young man stepped forward, extending his hand with a radiant grin. "You must be Suyu, the junior I've heard so much about. I am Bai Chun, a third-year student from the Tactical Command Department and the temporary leader of this expedition team. I look forward to your guidance." Suyu shook his hand, noting an uncanny resemblance between his smile and that of Senior Xiaolang. Suyu revealed a seemingly innocent smile, showcasing his proficiency in feigning ignorance. Beside him, the bespectacled girl adjusted her thick lenses, her gaze never straying from the tablet as she muttered incantations. The spatial fluctuation frequency is abnormally heightened, energy radiation type unknown, which does not correspond to the known data of the 7th and 13th Abyssal Rift. Fascinating, yet another academically inclined tech enthusiast. Huangfu Yunfei, sword in hand, exuded an air of aloofness, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the abyss, betraying his concealed battle intent. Xianyuan Shui stood quietly to the side, resembling an ice mountain snow lotus, distinctly out of place amidst the salty sea breeze. The 2 leading mentors were named Lei Meng and Lu Ruyan. The former, a towering figure with a tempestuous aura, was said to specialize in lightning techniques, with a temperament as explosive as his skills. The latter, Lu Ruyan, possessed an enchanting grace, her gaze sharp as a blade, recognized as a master of mental prowess. "Everyone is present." Lei Meng's voice boomed like thunder. "Without further ado, the Eastern Sea Abyss has been exceptionally unstable of late, with frequent openings of spatial rifts releasing a plethora of chaotic creatures. The Zhenshi army has secured the periphery. Our quota for observation is limited, so listen closely, you younglings. The objectives of this mission are threefold. First, to observe and document the anomalous phenomena. Second, to eliminate low-tier aberrant beasts within your capabilities as practice. And third, most importantly, under no circumstances are you to delve into the core area. That would be tantamount to seeking death." "Understood. Understood." The group responded. "Good. Let us set off." They boarded the specially designed rune speedboat from Mo Wu, cutting through the waves as they sped towards the distant, fog-enshrouded, stormy sea. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as they neared the restricted zone. The spiritual energy in the air became chaotic and violent, intertwined with an unsettling chill of deathly silence. The surface of the sea floated with grotesque corpses of marine beasts, evidently remnants of recent battles. Before long, the speedboat reached the patrol line of the Zhenshi army. After verifying their identities, they were granted passage into the true perilous zone. The sight before them took their breath away. A colossal, distorted spatial rift, resembling a black scar, spanned the horizon, with eerie glimmers spilling forth intermittently. The ocean here formed a vast whirlpool, unfathomably deep, as if leading to the netherworld. Thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled. On the edge of the whirlpool, traces of ancient, crumbling stone structures could be vaguely seen, half submerged in the water, adding to the uncanny ambience. According to energy readings, the largest secondary rift was located approximately 3,000 meters below, near an underwater ruin. The bespectacled girl, Luo Xiaoming, fixated on her tablet, remarked without looking up. "The energy response there is the most intense, yet also the most perilous." Bai Chun turned to the 2 mentors, Teacher Lei, Teacher Lu. "Should we first conduct observational acclimatization from the periphery?" Lei Meng waved his hand dismissively. "Observational nonsense. A martial artist must engage with true weapons. Dive directly. I will provide cover. Ruyan, utilize your mental scanning for support." Lu Ruyan smiled wryly, nodded. and an invisible wave of mental energy spread out to sense the surroundings. The group donned specially crafted pressure-resistant diving suits, activated the water avoidance technique, and plunged into the frigid sea. The descent was arduous. The deeper they went, the greater the water pressure, the darker the light, and the more turbulent the chaotic energy flow that battered their protective barriers and spirits. Occasionally, marine beasts tainted by otherworldly energies launched attacks. But these were easily dealt with by Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui. As Suyu descended, he silently absorbed the surrounding environment. He noticed that while the aberrant energies were violent, they seemed to harbor a faint trace of essence that resonated with the Qin Gui Wang eggs. Could the Eastern Sea Abyss be related to a king? The same one or another? Just as he pondered, Lei Ming suddenly gestured for them to halt. Ahead, a vast, collapsed palace ruin emerged from the dim ocean floor, and at its center, a nearly 100-meter-long, writhing spatial rift loomed like a gaping maw, exuding a disquieting aura. Floating around the rift were dozens of bizarre, abyssal aberrant beasts. Some resembled grotesquely enlarged sea stars, while others appeared as decaying whale skeletons. Their commonality being eyes that glowed crimson, brimming with savagery and a desire for destruction. Beneath the rift, astonishingly, there was a peculiar plant emanating a soft blue light, resembling coral, growing in the plaza of the ruins. The plant bore 3 ice-blue fruits atop, radiating pure energy waves. Ice Heart Sea Soul Fruit. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can greatly nourish the soul and refine the protective energy. This is a rare find. I can't believe this spatial rift has produced such a spiritual plant. Everyone's gaze turned fervent. However, the issue was that the spiritual plant was directly beneath the rift, surrounded by a multitude of aberrant beasts. Teacher Lei, Teacher Lu, I request to attempt to collect it. Huangfu Yunfei was the first to volunteer, his eyes ablaze. Such a heavenly resource would greatly benefit his swordsmanship. Though Xianyuan Shui remained silent, her heightened aura of frost indicated her intent. Bai Chun stroked his chin, analyzing. There are too many aberrant beasts. A direct assault is too risky. Perhaps we could try to divert some of them? Luo Xiaoming quickly calculated. Based on the energy readings, the third giant crab-shaped aberrant beast on the left side has the least stability and could serve as a diversion. Lei Ming grinned widely. Diversion? Charge straight in. I'll lead the way. Ruyan, protect these youngsters. With that, he erupted in a blaze of lightning, resembling a humanoid torpedo, and charged into the beast horde. With a single punch, the violent power of thunder exploded, instantly incinerating several aberrant beasts. Kill. Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui followed closely, unleashing their icy sword energies as they clashed with the aberrant beasts. Bai Chun sighed, seemingly exasperated by such a reckless approach, yet his hands moved swiftly, retrieving several disc-shaped artifacts from his storage ring and launching them into the air. The artifacts combined mid-flight, emitting interference beams that precisely restricted the movements of a few powerful aberrant beasts. In tactical command, one plays with skill and intellect. Luo Xiaoming, meanwhile, stayed behind, deploying several probes from her tablet to continuously scan and record data on the aberrant beasts and the fluctuations of the spatial rift. Observing the fervent scene, Suyu scratched his head. Were they all this eager? His gaze swept over the Ice Heart Sea Soul Fruit and then back to the menacing spatial rift. Feeling a twinge of unease, the rift's writhing frequency seemed excessively frenetic. Moreover, Xiao Jing conveyed a faint sense of apprehension. Yet, seeing that Huangfu Yunfei and the others were closing in on the spiritual plant, Suyu pushed aside his concerns, moving to join the fray. He did not rush to the forefront, but instead maneuvered along the flanks, seizing opportunities. Whenever he observed an aberrant beast nearly vanquished by Lei Ming's strikes, he would deliver an invisible energy blade. If he noticed one ensnared by Bai Chen's artifacts, he would swiftly execute a precise disabling technique. Whenever Huangfu and Xianyuan overlooked smaller creatures, he would effortlessly clear them away. His efficiency was astonishing, and it consumed little energy, causing Bai Chen's eyelid to twitch. This junior had some skills. His knack for opportunism was commendable. Before long, with Lei Ming acting as a powerful tank and the others providing support, the aberrant beasts were largely eradicated. Huangfu Yunfei forged ahead, slicing through the last obstructive bone shark with his sword, reaching for the Ice Heart Sea Soul Fruit. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the fruit, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground beneath him suddenly illuminated with an array of intricate ancient runes, activating a massive formation that enveloped the entire plaza. Buzz! A terrifying, irresistible force of spatial suction erupted from the formation. Simultaneously, the enormous spatial rift above seemed to react, violently distorting and expanding, spewing forth even more ferocious energy and dozens of even more powerful aberrant beasts. Not good. It's a trap. The ancient spatial teleportation array has been activated. Luo Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. Retreat quickly. The expression on Liao Rian's face changed dramatically as her formidable mental energy coalesced into a barrier, attempting to resist the spatial pull. However, it was already too late. The first to be affected, Huangfu Yunfei, cried out in alarm as his body was uncontrollably drawn towards the center of the formation. Although Xian Yuanshui was positioned farther away, she too staggered backward under the force, her frost energy erupting wildly, yet failing to stabilize her stance. Mentor Lei Ming roared in fury, lightning flashing as he attempted to rush in to save them, only to be encircled by newly emerged, even more powerful beasts. Bai Qin's magical artifact was instantly torn to shreds by the spatial forces, and he himself was left pale as he resisted the pull. Chaos. Utter chaos. The moment the formation illuminated, Su Yu sensed something was amiss and activated the shadow escape technique with all his might, retreating rapidly. Yet, the spatial force was overwhelming, akin to countless hands tugging at him. He was on the verge of being engulfed by the formation. In this critical moment, Su Yu's mind raced. He realized that direct resistance was futile against such an ancient, colossal teleportation array. Instead, he decided to leverage the force against itself. A spark of madness flickered in his eyes. Instead of continuing to retreat, he boldly charged a short distance towards the epicenter of the strongest pull. This audacious move left everyone astounded. What was he attempting? Was he courting death? Just as his body was about to be wholly absorbed into the formation, Su Yu thrust both hands forward. He was not attacking the beasts, nor the formation, but rather manipulating the surrounding seawater and the blood spilled from the recently slain beasts. Manipulating the active blood to create a whirlpool of blood, using their own method against them. Countless seawater and blood were forcibly gathered, and upon the foundation of the formation's pull, a more violent and chaotic scarlet vortex was instantly formed. However, he deftly adjusted the direction of this vortex slightly. It then crashed directly into one of the energy nodes of the formation. Boom! The radiance of the ancient teleportation array abruptly faltered, exhibiting minute stutters and deviations. Now was the moment. Using this rebound force and the instant disorder within the formation, Su Yu's body twisted sharply to the side like a darting fish. The shadow escape technique reached its limit. Whoosh! His figure narrowly brushed against the edge of the formation's light, shooting out in a backward arc. He had successfully escaped the most perilous core of the pull. Just as he extricated himself, the teleportation array erupted in a blinding flash. Buzz! A dazzling white light consumed everything. When the brilliance faded, Huangfu Yunfei, Xian Yuanshui, and the majority of the newly emerged beasts had vanished from the square, as if erased from existence. Only at the edge of the formation remained a severed tentacle of a beast, cleaved by spatial forces, bearing witness to the recent events. Silence enveloped the scene. Mentor Lei Ming shattered the last beast before him with a punch, staring at the empty square with eyes wide in shock. Yunfei, Xianyuan girl. Liao Rian's face turned pale, her mental energy scanning frantically, yet she could no longer sense any trace of the two. Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming were equally stunned, their faces a canvas of fear and astonishment. That moment had been too sudden, too terrifying. Had it not been for Su Yu's bizarre maneuver at the last moment, they all might have been lost. All eyes converged on Su Yu, who had just regained his stability, his complexion slightly ashen. What had he done? How had he managed to react under such circumstances and almost alter the teleportation of the array? Though he could not save them, his quick wit and uncanny method were remarkable. Lei Ming dashed over, seizing Su Yu's shoulder, urgently inquiring, "Kid, what was that technique you just used? Where were they teleported to? Can they be retrieved?" Su Yu took a breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. The exertion and mental strain from that last act had been considerable. He shook his head, his expression grave. "I only interfered with the formation for an instant. It's impossible to alter the destination of the teleportation. I have no idea where they were sent. However, this formation is a one-way random teleport. It's highly likely they remain in some subsidiary space of the Donghai Deep or another rift." He paused, glancing at the ancient formation, which was gradually regaining its calm, yet remained perilous, along with the menacing rift above. However, it seems I inadvertently noted the coordinates of that spatial node. As he spoke, a thread of extremely faint, spatially fluctuating mental energy began to materialize at his fingertip. The entire area fell silent once more. Lei Ming and Liao Rian exchanged incredulous glances, both recognizing the disbelief in each other's eyes. In such a situation, not only had he escaped with his life, but he had also conveniently recorded the spatial coordinates. What kind of monstrous perception and mental manipulation was this? Bai Chun regarded Su Yu with a complex gaze, for the first time discarding his usual nonchalant demeanor. Luo Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over with her tablet. Spatial coordinate data. Hurry, send it to me for analysis. Senior, you're incredible. Suyu looked at the astonished expressions surrounding him, letting out a helpless sigh. So now we are to organize a rescue team to venture into an unknown spatial realm to retrieve them? Is the difficulty of this extracurricular practice a tad too elevated? Chapter 62. Could it be? The rescue team hasn't even set out yet, and it's already chaos? The underwater ruins were enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the faint hissing of flowing water and residual energy. Minter Lei Ming's eyes were as wide as saucers, fixated on the faint yet undeniably real thread of spatial fluctuation emanating from Suyu's fingertip, as if witnessing extraterrestrials performing a dance. You brat, did you really note down the coordinates? Is this something a mere human can accomplish? In such a cataclysmic spatial storm, merely surviving would be a stroke of luck, let alone casually harvesting spatial data? To what extent must one's perception and mental manipulation be to achieve this? Liao Rian took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, though her voice trembled slightly. Suyu, are you certain the coordinates are stable? How long can they be maintained? Spatial coordinates are highly enigmatic, particularly those newly erupted from chaotic conditions. They are exceedingly unstable and may become ineffective in the next moment. Suyu carefully assessed the state of that mental thread, nodding. For now, it seems stable, but it likely won't last long. At most 1 or 2 hours before dissipating. This is primarily due to the powerful support of Shao Jing and the peculiarities of my mental energy. 1 or 2 hours. Liao Rian turned her sharp gaze towards Lei Ming. That is sufficient. Old Lei, immediately contact the school and the Jinshi army with the highest priority. Request emergency support and technical positioning. Xiaoming, analyze the coordinate data with full force, calculate the stability of the spatial structure, and identify the optimal teleportation point. Yes. Luo Xiaoming responded as if receiving a royal decree, her glasses reflecting a frenzy of data streams as her fingers moved rapidly across the tablet. Lei Ming wasted no time, pulling out a specially crafted communication talisman and shouting, Hey, headquarters. This is Lei Ming. There's a major crisis. Did you hear me? The heirs of the Huangfu and Xian Yuan families have been swallowed by an ancient teleportation array. Yes, that cursed place in Donghai. Hurry and send the strongest spatial mages and a rescue team over. Coordinates? We have a little monster, a genius student, who noted them down. Hurry. If you delay, you might as well prepare to collect their corpses. On the other end of the communication talisman, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted. Bai Chen approached Suyu, forcing a wry smile as he whispered, Junior, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. The heirs of the Huangfu and Xian Yuan families encountering trouble simultaneously is bound to send shockwaves through the highest echelons of Daxia. Suyu shrugged helplessly. I didn't expect that extracurricular practice would involve rescuing people as well. Will the school reimburse us? Does it qualify as a high-risk task for extra credits? Bai Chen, dude, is that really your focus right now? Soon, the Mo Wu and Jinshi army responded. An elite rescue team composed of top spatial mentors, medical practitioners, and combat personnel was rapidly en route. Simultaneously, the Jinshi army would thoroughly seal off the area and deploy large-scale spatial stabilizers. As the rescue team awaited their arrival, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Lei Ming paced back and forth in agitation like a caged beast. Lu Rian closed her eyes in deep concentration, extending her mental energy to the fullest, vigilant against any potential threats. Bai Chen meticulously examined the surrounding ruins, seeking further clues regarding the teleportation array. Luo Xiaoming's tablet was connected to additional external devices, with a deluge of data cascading forth. The coordinate resolution was at 65, indicating a fragile spatial structure fraught with multiple folds, making the establishment of a stable passage exceedingly difficult, hence recommending a miniaturized, precise projection. Her mouth incessantly spouted technical jargon. Suyu remained occupied, maintaining the spatial coordinates while silently reflecting on the perilous experience they had just endured. The tearing, annihilation, and reorganization of spatial forces, though dangerous, provided him with a more intuitive understanding of space. His mental energy, particularly that of Shao Jing, seemed especially sensitive to such high-level energies. He even ventured to allocate a minuscule portion of his mental force, cautiously probing and perceiving the composition of the spatial coordinates. In his mind, it felt as though something had been stirred. Vague concepts regarding spatial distortion and node positioning surfaced instinctively. Yes, Shao Jing had devoured the energy from the Qing Gui Wang's egg, and the Holy Light clan to which that king belonged appeared to possess a remarkable affinity for spatial phenomena. Could this be considered an unexpected unlocking of a new talent? Just as he was enraptured in his insights, The rescue team arrived. Their speed exceeded expectations. At the forefront was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman clad in a silver robe and wielding a crystal staff, exuding a cool, lunar-like demeanor. She appeared youthful, yet her gaze was profound, radiating powerful waves of spatial law. Professor Inu, what brings you here in person? Both Lei Ming and Lu Ruyan were taken aback upon seeing her, promptly stepping forward to pay their respects with utmost reverence. Inu, the youngest vice dean of the Mo Wu Space Department and one of the foremost spatial masters in Xia, was rumored to be on the verge of attaining the realm of a grandmaster. She nodded slightly, her gaze fixating on the strand of spatial coordinates at Su Yu's fingertips, her cold eyes igniting with astonishment. How intriguing that such a peculiar mental imprint could capture and stabilize chaotic spatial coordinates with such clarity. In an instant, she appeared before Su Yu as if teleporting, scrutinizing with increasing amazement. Student Su Yu, I have heard of you, she stated, her voice ethereal. Is this the coordinate you captured? By sheer luck, Su Yu replied. Luck? Inyu's lips curved slightly. There is no such thing as luck before the laws of space. You possess remarkable talent. Would you be interested in further studies within the Space Department afterward? Everyone. Professor, is this really the time to recruit students? We haven't even rescued anyone yet. Lei Ming quickly cleared his throat. Professor Inyu, we must prioritize the matter at hand. Only then did Inyu return her focus, her demeanor cooling once more. Give me the coordinates. All present stepped back, preparing to construct a stable passage. She took the coordinate information from Su Yu, her crystal staff tracing an arcane trajectory in the air. Instantly, the surrounding space rippled like water, and potent spatial energy began to converge. Maximum output for the spatial stabilizer. Energy diversion runes in position. Coordinates locked. Commence construction of the passage. With Inyu's cold voice issuing a series of commands, a swirling vortex emanating milky white light began to materialize slowly in the ruins plaza. At the other end of the passage lay a dim, distorted realm filled with the unknown. The passage is unstable. It can only last for 10 minutes. A maximum of 5 individuals may pass through. Inyu spoke rapidly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly straining to maintain the passage. I'll go, Lei Ming declared without hesitation. I'll join. Lu Rian stepped forward. Include me, Bai Chun stated solemnly, recognizing that his tactical command skills might prove useful in this dire moment. I also wish to go. I need to collect data from the alternate space. Luo Xiaoming clutched her tablet, fear evident on her face, yet her academic fervor blazed within her. We're still one short. All eyes turned towards Su Yu. As the provider of the coordinates, he was most attuned to the spatial fluctuations there, and his capabilities were undoubtedly enigmatic, making him the optimal choice. Su Yu sighed. All right. Since I'm a concerned citizen, I suppose I'll go all the way. Rescue team confirmed. 5 members. Remember, you have only 10 minutes. Regardless of whether you find anyone, you must return once time is up. Otherwise, the passage will close, and you will be forever lost in the chaotic currents of space. Inyu warned sternly. Understood. The 5 did not hesitate further, inhaling deeply before plunging into the swirling spatial passage. The familiar sensation of spatial tearing enveloped them, though it felt considerably gentler than before. After a brief period of dizziness and weightlessness, they landed heavily, swiftly adopting a defensive formation, warily surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in an exceedingly bizarre space. The sky was a distorted shade of dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, illuminated only by the faint glow of strange moss. The ground was cracked, littered with jagged stones and the enormous, nameless remains of creatures. The air was thick with the stench of decay and sulfur, the spiritual energy thin and violently turbulent, interspersed with a maddening whisper that frayed the mind. High concentrations of negative mental energy detected. Everyone, maintain your composure. Luo Xiaoming's complexion paled as she observed the readings on her tablet. What manner of place is this? Bai Chun frowned, his tactical goggles scanning the environment incessantly. Lei Ming assessed the air, his expression grave. Spiritual energy is nearly impossible to absorb. The consumption will be significant. We must locate the others swiftly. Su Yu, however, closed his eyes, intently sensing the atmosphere. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this place, not the realm of the Qinggui Wang, but something deeper, more desolate, yet veiled in madness. Xiao Jing conveyed feelings of wariness and aversion. This way, Su Yu suddenly pointed in a direction. I sense faint sword energy fluctuations and icy breaths over there. They should belong to Huangfu Yunfei and Xinyuan Shui, but it's chaotic, as if they are moving rapidly. Let us pursue. The 5 immediately dashed towards the direction indicated by Su Yu. The sights along the way grew increasingly horrifying. Distorted bodies of monsters, seemingly forcefully stitched together, began to appear on the ground, and signs of battle intensified. Soon, they heard the sounds of combat and furious roars ahead as they navigated through a rocky forest. The scene before them caused the five to gasp in shock. They beheld Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui back to back, struggling valiantly. Their bodies were bloodied, their clothes tattered, clearly having endured a brutal confrontation. Xianyuan Shui's face was pale, her left arm hanging unnaturally, indicating severe injury. Huangfu Yunfei's hand, though trembling, still wielded his sword with lethal precision. Before them stood dozens of indescribable monsters. These creatures appeared to be a chaotic amalgamation of various biological components. Some bore crocodilian heads with scorpion tails, while others were entwined with numerous tentacles wrapped around human limbs. They were devoid of reason, driven solely by a mad thirst for slaughter, and possessed formidable strength, with several exuding the aura of the third realm. What was even more chilling was a gaunt figure draped in tattered black robes, hovering in midair behind the battlefield, clutching a bone staff and chanting incantations, emanating a thick aura of necromancy and spatial fluctuations. It was he who was controlling the stitched monsters. Moreover, he appeared to be attempting to construct a new spatial passage, targeting Huangfu Yunfei and Xianyuan Shui with the intention of transporting them to an even more perilous location. A necromancer. An otherworldly necromancer. Bai Chen gasped in horror. What on earth is this doing here? Whatever it is, anyone who dares to harm our Mo Wu people shall meet their demise. Lei Meng roared, his body crackling with lightning, resembling an enraged lion as he charged into the fray, delivering a crushing blow that shattered a third-realm stitched monster into a bloody pulp. Lu Rian's spiritual force transformed into invisible spikes, fiercely piercing towards the necromancer. Su Yu and Bai Chun simultaneously launched their attacks. Su Yu chose not to employ the chi blade again. Instead, he endeavored to manipulate the surrounding environment's thin, yet turbulent spiritual energy, blending it with the vigor of his active blood to swiftly sketch several minuscule, twisted interference runes in the air, directing them towards the stitched monsters. The active blood, infused with otherworldly energy, guided the chaotic symbols. The effect was unexpectedly remarkable. The already disordered stitched creatures were struck by the runes, causing their internal energy to erupt violently. Some self-destructed, while others crazily attacked their companions. Instantly, their formation was thrown into disarray. Bai Chen's eyes twitched in disbelief. How many peculiar techniques does this junior possess? His ability to adapt and apply knowledge on the fly is utterly outrageous. With the addition of fresh reinforcements, the tide of battle was swiftly turned. The necromancer seemed taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many foes, especially by Lei Meng's ferocious lightning power, which appeared particularly effective against his necromantic spells. He emitted a sharp shriek, waving his skeletal staff to repel Lu Rian's mental assault, hastily retreating, attempting to slip into a spatial rift. Trying to escape? Su Yu's gaze sharpened. He bit his fingertip, forcing forth a drop of his potent blood infused with powerful mental energy and spatial awareness. Using blood as a conduit and spirit as a quill, he swiftly inscribed an intricate and profound miniature spatial confinement rune in the air. This was a hasty creation based on his understanding of coordinates and the instincts of Shao Jing, drawing inspiration from the principles of previous sealing formations. Seal. The crimson rune flashed and instantly imprinted itself onto the void surrounding the necromancer. The space abruptly stagnated, as if ensnared in a quagmire. The necromancer's escape technique was immediately disrupted. What? The necromancer emitted a monstrous cry of surprise and fury. It was this momentary halt. Thunderstorm Prison. Seizing the opportunity, Master Lei Meng clasped his fists together, unleashing a terrifying lightning force that morphed into a colossal cage, crashing down and enveloping the necromancer entirely. Lu Rian's mental spikes and Bai Chen's high explosive runes also arrived simultaneously. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, the necromancer's wretched screams intermingled. As the blinding light dissipated, the necromancer lay barely alive in the dungeon, his tattered black robe revealing withered, bluish skin and an inhuman visage. The battle concluded. Yunfei, Xianyuan girl, are you all right? Lei Meng hurriedly rushed over. Huangfu Yunfei, upon seeing the newcomer, finally relaxed his taut nerves, swaying slightly. He steadied himself with his sword to avoid collapsing, shaking his head with a hoarse voice. I'm not dead yet. Thank you, master. Xianyuan Shui, on the other hand, simply softened and fell sideways. Su Yu, nearest to her, instinctively reached out to support her. Her touch was icy and soft, tinged with a faint scent of blood and an ethereal fragrance. Xianyuan Shui's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, upon opening her eyes and seeing Su Yu. A flicker of faint emotion crossed her pale face as she whispered, "Thank you," before completely losing consciousness. Suyu awkwardly touched his nose. Could this be considered a workplace injury? Will the school reimburse me? Hurry, heal them. We don't have much time. Lu Rian urged, producing advanced healing elixirs for the two to consume. Luo Xiaoming excitedly rushed to the captured necromancer, pulling out various instruments to begin scanning. Otherworldly life form. Low vitality. The energy core is located in the chest, with a mental control imprint. Fantastic. A precious specimen. Suyu also approached the edge of the cage, curiously observing this visitor from another realm. A necromancer? This scenario is increasingly surreal. He attempted to sense the necromancer's mental imprint with his spiritual energy, but was blocked by a powerful barrier. Xiao Jing conveyed a sense of longing. It seemed that barrier was a treasure to it. Just then, Professor Yin Yu's urgent voice echoed through the spatial passage. Time's up. Return immediately. The passage is about to close. Go. Lei Ming hoisted the weakened Huangfu Yunfei. Lu Rian cradled the unconscious Xian Yuan Shui. And Bai Chun pulled along the still frantically collecting data Luo Xiaoming. Suyu cast one last glance at the necromancer, and then at the closing passage. Suddenly making a bold decision, he swiftly extended his hand, penetrating the lightning prison, and seized the necromancer by the neck. Digestive secret repository, devour. This was not to absorb his blood essence, but to forcibly extract the remaining trace of necromantic energy and mental imprint, which contained spatial coordinates. The necromancer let out one final, agonized scream as his body rapidly withered, while the peculiar energy was forcibly drawn into Su Yu's body. Kid, what are you doing? Lei Ming exclaimed, collecting some local specialties. Su Yu retorted, turning to dash towards the closing spatial passage. In the final moment before the passage vanished, he narrowly made his escape. Plop. The 5+1 captive tumbled heavily onto the seabed ruined square, all gasping for breath, their hearts still racing. The passage had completely disappeared behind them. The rescue mission was barely successful. Yet, the mood among everyone remained exceedingly grave. Otherworldly realms, necromancers, stitched monsters, spatial traps. This unexpected incident seemed to conceal a far larger conspiracy. As Suyu felt the trace of forcibly suppressed necromantic energy and mental imprint within him, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Had he stumbled upon something truly extraordinary? Chapter 63. My goodness. The blood pool baptism transforms into a human explosive pod? The chaos at the seabed ruins was swiftly brought under control. The Zhenshe army's heavy rune vessels sealed off the waters, and more powerful individuals and researchers arrived to conduct thorough analysis and reinforcement of the ancient teleportation array and spatial rift. The remains of the necromancer, from whom Suyu had drained energy, along with several samples secretly stored by Luo Xiaoming, were promptly dispatched to the highest research institute of Mo Wu. Huangfu Yunfei and Xian Yuan Shui were urgently sent to the affiliated hospital of Mo Wu for intensive treatment. Both sustained significant injuries, particularly Xian Yuan Shui, who had a fractured left arm, internal injuries, and exhaustion of her mental energy and cold aura, requiring a period of rest. Huangfu Yunfei fared better, primarily dealing with superficial injuries and energy depletion, and with the backing of his prominent family, his recovery would be swift. As the principal contributor, Suyu received a meaningful glance from Professor Yin, who advised him to take a good rest, stating that the doors of the spatial realm would always be open for him, before hastily departing to oversee subsequent research. Professors Lei Ming and Lu Rian were tasked with drafting numerous reports and addressing inquiries from the school. Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming also had their respective duties, one to report tactical analysis and the other to organize the invaluable data from the other realm. Thus, Suyu, having just experienced a thrilling rescue in another dimension, found himself momentarily without tasks. So, does this mean I've achieved merit, right? What about rewards? Points? Suyu scratched his head, glancing at the 5,000 points, the base reward for the otherworldly rescue mission, that had been credited to his communication card and a notification of outstanding performance, granting him an additional opportunity for a blood pool baptism, reservation required, feeling quite satisfied. The base reward of 5,000, combined with his previous record-breaking achievement in the trial tower, made him somewhat of a minor affluent individual now. As for the blood pool baptism, it was something he had eagerly anticipated. He promptly reserved the blood pool baptism for the following morning. Upon returning to Villa 999 in the Demon Zone, Suyu first indulged in a deep slumber, allowing his tense spirit to relax. Then he began to assess his greatest hidden gain from this venture, the trace of necromantic energy and mental imprint that had been devoured. This substance was chillingly eerie, imbued with silence and resentment. Any ordinary warrior who came into contact with it would likely suffer from mental contamination and energy depletion. But was Suyu an ordinary person? He was not. Within him resided Xiao Jing, a super cancer cell that exclusively fed on spiritual energy, along with the digestive secret repository, an all-purpose converter. Immersing his consciousness within, he found the grayish-black necromantic energy being firmly suppressed in a corner by the power of the digestive secret repository, thrashing about like a trapped beast, yet unable to break free. Yet that spiritual brand was even more troublesome, akin to a writhing serpent, exuding malicious intent. Xiao Jing, dinner is served. Suyu commanded. Xiao Jing, already famished, immediately pounced upon it, greedily consuming the venomous thoughts and chaotic memories contained within the spiritual brand like a glutton. The sizzling sound echoed, reminiscent of ice water meeting a hot iron, as the spiritual brand was visibly refined and absorbed by Xiao Jing. The information regarding necromancy, knowledge from other realms, and fragments of spatial coordinates was extracted and transmitted into Suyu's consciousness. The remaining pure necromantic energy, though devoid of vitality, was essentially a highly concentrated amalgamation of negative spiritual power and some form of chilling energy from another realm. Could this substance be utilized to temper my active blood? A sudden thought struck Suyu. His active blood was vigorous and brimming with life, while this necromantic energy was cold and lifeless. Yin and Yang clashed. Yet could they also coexist? Without hesitation, he carefully drew forth a thread of necromantic energy that had undergone preliminary purification during digestion, slowly injecting it into a pulsating blood vessel. The moment it made contact, it was like hot oil splashing into ice water. The active blood within the vessel erupted violently, clashing and obliterating against the necromantic energy. Excruciating pain surged through him, causing Suyu to grunt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining a sharp focus, meticulously controlling the intensity and range of the collision. Gradually, he discovered that after an intense clash, a small portion of the active blood and necromantic energy achieved a peculiar balance, merging into a small drop of dark red blood that radiated a faint glow. This new blood retained the vitality and controllability of the active blood, while also incorporating a hint of the necromantic energy's coldness and corrosive properties. Moreover, it seemed even more refined and potent. A breakthrough, Suyu rejoiced, although this process was excruciating and perilous. With a dismal efficiency, obliterating 99 of the energy to fuse just one, it undoubtedly opened a new path for enhancement. He could call it life and death blood, or perhaps Yin-Yang sacred blood. Such an impressive name. While gritting his teeth through the agony, he savored the thought. After toiling through the night, he had barely fused a trivial amount, yet he could sense that this minuscule portion of transformed blood contained power far exceeding his previous capabilities. At dawn the next day, Suyu arrived at the Mo Wu blood pool, located in the forbidden area of Mo Wu's rear mountain, appearing refreshed on the surface. This was a valley shrouded by a powerful formation, guarded by formidable sentinels at the entrance. After verifying his identity, Suyu was granted entry. Inside the valley, mist swirled, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost liquid. In the center, 3 pools of varying sizes emitted different hues of light and astonishing energy fluctuations. The smallest pool was amber-colored, emanating a relatively gentle aura. The middle pool was crimson, pulsating with vitality. The largest, the main pool, was a deep, dark golden hue, resembling molten gold, exuding a disquieting pressure. An elderly man clad in a pharmacist's robe, with disheveled hair, was jotting down notes by the main pool, mumbling, The golden dragon blood is restless today. Must add 3 drams of ice heart lotus powder and a bit of obsidian powder to balance it out. Hello, teacher. I am Suyu, here for the blood pool baptism. Suyu approached and bowed. The old man raised his head, adjusted his glasses that were slipping down his nose, and scrutinized Suyu. Ah, you are the troublemaker? Young Master Ji specifically instructed me to allow you into the main pool. Here, take these 3 drops of spiritual blood essence. Otherwise, I fear you might dissolve in there. Suyu accepted the jade vial and unhesitatingly consumed the remaining 2 drops of spiritual blood essence, having used one the previous day. A surge of immense energy erupted, and he quickly activated his cultivation method to absorb it. The old man observed him, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. Oh, your foundation is quite solid. You've absorbed it so quickly? All right, strip and get in. Remember, endure as long as you can. If you can't handle it, shout out, don't force yourself. The golden dragon blood in this main pool is extraordinarily domineering. Every year, a few reckless youngsters are carried out. Suyu gazed at the dark golden pool, sensing the terrifying energy and a trace of violent dragon might within. He shed his outer garments, revealing a well-toned physique, shaped through multiple tempering sessions, and stepped cautiously into the main pool. The moment he entered the water, an indescribable burning sensation and piercing pain surged through him, as if he had leaped into molten lava. The dark, golden water behaved like a living entity, relentlessly invading his pores. The overwhelming, ferocious, and searing energy surged into his body, violently washing through his meridians, bones, and internal organs. Pain. Excruciating pain. Far more intense than the agony experienced while tempering with necromantic energy. It was tenfold, or even 100-fold worse. The power of the golden dragon blood was so tyrannical that it seemed intent on tearing him apart, melting him down, and reconstituting him. Suyu grunted, his complexion paling instantly, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. He dared not slacken his focus, channeling all his energy into the Xing Chun body forging technique. Both the digestive secret and the breathing secret were maximized, frantically absorbing and transforming the terrifying energy. His vitality surged at an unprecedented rate, condensing. The strength of his physique escalated sharply. His bones crackled densely, transitioning towards a jade-like quality. His meridians were forcibly widened, their resilience greatly enhanced. Yet the energy was immense. Too wild. The rate of absorption fell far behind the influx. It seemed he was on the brink of exploding. Just then, the minuscule portion of life and death blood he had painstakingly fused last night suddenly stirred. It surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, proactively confronting the rampaging golden dragon blood energy. An astonishing scene unfolded. The previously domineering golden dragon blood energy, upon encountering the life and death blood, seemed to meet its nemesis, becoming somewhat subdued. Though still violent, it was guided by the life and death blood, integrating more orderly into Suyu's body, reducing its destructive nature and enhancing the absorption efficiency. Simultaneously, the life and death blood itself greedily absorbed the golden dragon blood energy, slowly growing in strength and proliferating. Indeed, it was useful. Suyu's heart soared with joy. The life and death blood he had inadvertently concocted possessed such remarkable utility. He immediately concentrated his spirit, directing more of the life and death blood to guide and absorb. The pain persisted, but it had shifted from unbearable to a level he could grit his teeth and endure. His body underwent a remarkable transformation. His vitality broke through its limits, officially entering the third realm. Moreover, it continued to rise rapidly. The strength of his physique surged dramatically. His bones gleamed as white as jade. His meridians broadened and became resilient. On the pool's edge, the disheveled old man, who had initially appeared to be watching with amusement, ready to fish someone out at any moment, gradually transitioned from astonishment to numbness. By the 5th hour, Suyu felt that his body's absorption had reached a saturation point. Remaining any longer would be detrimental. He slowly opened his eyes, let out a long howl, and leapt from the blood pool. Boom! A powerful aura erupted uncontrollably, shaking the mist within the valley. Early stages of the third realm. His vitality condensed like mercury. The strength of his physique rivaled that of the peak of the third realm. More importantly, nearly 1/10 of his blood had transformed into the more potent life and death blood. At this moment, he felt an explosive power coursing through him, capable of shattering his former self with a single punch. Exhilarating. Suyu reveled in the transformative experience, unable to resist the urge to swing his fist, creating a sonic boom. The elderly man by the pool regarded him with a gaze reminiscent of a monster, tossing him a towel and a plaque that read, "Young man, you have shattered the main pool's soaking record. Here is your reward, 1,000 points. Was there an unexpected bonus?" Suyu grinned as he accepted the plaque, which bore the words Blood Pool Brewed in bold characters. Suyu inquired, "Can this title be returned?" After finishing his bath and changing clothes, Suyu felt refreshed and prepared to visit the Wanfage to exchange for a few techniques from the third realm. As he approached the entrance of the Wanfage, he overheard a heated argument within. "Why can't I enter the third floor? I am already in the third realm." A somewhat familiar, haughty female voice echoed. "Apologies, Miss Chu, but access to the third floor of Wanfage requires not only third realm cultivation, but also 1,000 points of permission or a special contribution exchange token," replied a staff member, sounding resigned. 1,000 points? Why don't you just rob someone? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to earn 1,000 points? The Chu family. Stepping into the grand hall of Wanfage, Suyu spotted the furious young lady and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was Chu Jiaojiao, the wealthy heiress who had attempted to use money to force him out of his spot before the Qingqing martial exam, only to be knocked out by his lion's roar technique. She had actually made it into the MOU. It seemed her family had not skimped on resources. Chu Jiaojiao noticed Suyu, initially stunned. Then her face flashed with a complex mix of jealousy, anger, and a hint of fear. Clearly, she had heard of Suyu's illustrious deeds in MOU. "Well, if it isn't Miss Chu, what's wrong? Not enough points?" Suyu approached with a smile. deliberately waving his student card that displayed a dazzling balance of over 6,000 points, 1,000 from the blood pool reward, plus the over 5,000 remaining. Upon seeing that balance, Chu Jiao's eyes turned red, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Suyu, don't get too smug. It was just luck that you snagged the top spot. Yes, luck indeed, Suyu nodded, walking to the counter. Excuse me, I would like to visit the third floor. The staff member checked his permissions and nodded. Suyu, your points in cultivation meet the requirements. You may enter the third floor. You can stay for a maximum of 2 hours each visit, and exchanging techniques will incur additional points. Thank you, teacher. Suyu offered a polite smile, not even glancing at Chu Jiao as he headed toward the staircase leading to the third floor. Chu Jiao glared at his retreating figure, her face twisted with anger, yet feeling powerless. She stomped her foot and muttered, "Just wait." The surrounding students observed this scene and snickered. Chu Jiao, relying on her family background, had been quite domineering among the freshmen, and many found satisfaction in her misfortune. Suyu dismissed the minor incident from his mind, his thoughts already soaring toward the techniques on the third floor of Wanfich. The techniques available on the third floor were evidently far more profound than those on the lower levels, showcasing a greater variety. In addition to the conventional martial skills, breathing techniques, and body refinement methods, there were numerous tomes on mental strength, formations, alchemy, and even some obscure subjects. Suyu navigated through the selections with ease. He first chose a movement technique, Shadow Phantom Steps, a mid-tier Earth-grade skill, which perfectly complemented the shortcomings of his Shadow Escape technique in confined evasive maneuvers. Next, he selected a Fist technique, 8 Desolation Explosive Fist, a low-tier Earth-grade skill, powerful and ruthless, suitable for his current vitality. Lastly, his gaze fell upon a thin, dusty ancient tome tucked away in a corner, Basic Runes Detailed Explanation, Fragment. Although it appeared tattered and was merely a fragment, Suyu discovered that the foundational rune structures it contained bore remarkable similarities to the active blood array and spatial confinement runes he had devised. They were even more exquisite and systematic. This was the one. Without hesitation, Suyu exchanged for it. Though it was only a fragment, it was sufficient for his current needs. Acquiring 3 tomes cost him nearly 4,000 points, swiftly transitioning him from affluent to middle class. Yet he felt it was worth it. Cradling his newly acquired tomes, Suyu left the Wanfich, content and eager to return to the villa for thorough study. However, he had not gone far when 3 individuals blocked his path. At the forefront was a haughty young man clad in the standard attire of Tian Wu, though Mo Wu did not enforce uniforms. Some preferred to show off. Emanating a formidable aura, also at the initial stage of the third realm. 2 subordinates followed behind him, both at the peak of the second realm. The young man scrutinized Suyu with disdain. "So, you are the one who got lucky, Suyu? I heard you were quite arrogant. Even daring to scheme against our Moing? Suyu raised an eyebrow, realizing that after dealing with the minions, the main one had come forth. The retaliation from the Mo family, though delayed, had arrived. It seemed there were plenty of Mo family sycophants in Mo Wu. Good dogs do not block the path. Suyu had no desire for idle chatter. You seek death. The young man's expression darkened. Teach him a lesson. His 2 subordinates immediately charged at Suyu, energy surging as they aimed punches and kicks at his vital points. The surrounding students quickly stepped back, their expressions eager for the spectacle. Suyu sighed, pondering why some individuals felt compelled to deliver themselves to him. He didn't even utilize his newly learned techniques. With a mere lift of his hand, executed at blinding speed, he struck. The crisp sound of slaps echoed twice. The 2 assailants were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, their faces swollen and dazed. The leading young man's expression shifted dramatically. "You dare!" Before he could finish, Suyu's figure appeared before him like a specter. Again, it was a simple slap. However, this blow carried an illusory afterimage, as if imbued with an arcane force. The young man attempted to block, but found himself unable to keep up with the speed. A louder slap rang out. The young man was spun around 3 times before collapsing to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his ears ringing. Suyu flicked his hand as if brushing off dust, not sparing a glance at the 3 on the ground, and walked away directly, leaving behind a crowd of stupefied students. What the instant knockout? That seems to be Lu Meng, an exchange student from Tian Wu, right? A third realm practitioner. And just like that, he was knocked out with a single slap? What kind of strength does Suyu possess? Quick, check the campus forum. Someone posted a video of what just happened. The title reads, "Shocking. Freshman King Suyu allegedly breaks through to the third realm. Knocks out Tian Wu exchange student with a single slap." Thus, before Suyu even returned to the villa, news of his breakthrough to the third realm and his knockout of the Tian Wu exchange student had already spread throughout the Mo Wu campus network. A new storm was brewing. Meanwhile, Suyu merely yawned, contemplating whether to study movement techniques or draw runes tonight. Truly a delightful dilemma. Chapter 64. The arena becomes my personal showcase? The news of Suyu knocking out the Tianwu exchange student Lu Meng with a single slap spread like wildfire across the Mo Wu campus network. The video titles grew ever more sensational, shocking. A third realm master knocked out by a freshman-s slap. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? In-depth analysis of Suyu's slap, a treatise on the art of elegant face slapping. The Tianwu exchange student-s humiliation, the rise of Mo Wu's freshman king. The forum erupted into chaos. Wow, Senior Suyu is amazing. With a cracking voice, that speed, that power. He.S. definitely at the third realm. He.S. only been in school for a few days? Are the Tianwu people really this weak? How dare they come to Mo Wu running rampant? Stop talking nonsense upstairs. Lu Meng is also considered strong in Tianwu's freshman year. The main issue is Suyu is just too abnormal. The betting begins. How many can Suyu knock out with his next slap? Supporters of Suyu, spectators, envious onlookers, and disgruntled Tianwu exchange students flooded the forum with various posts. Suyu himself remained blissfully unaware, comfortably nestled in his villa, happily studying the newly acquired tomes. The Shadow Phantom Steps was indeed exquisite. Differing from the linear burst speed of the Shadow Escape technique, it emphasized elusive dodges and phantom doppelgangers within confined spaces, complementing his abilities splendidly. The Bahuang Bao Lai Quan is undeniably fierce and robust, perfectly suiting his current surging vitality. With each punch unleashed, its explosive force is capable of inflicting multiple layers of damage. What piqued his interest the most, however, was the Jichu Fu Wen Xiang Jia Can Wan, which systematically elucidated the meanings, structures, and energy flow of various fundamental runes, as well as their simplest combinations. This knowledge adeptly compensates for his lack of formal training, allowing him to better understand and refine the techniques he previously executed solely based on instinct and intuition. He even attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy in the air, using pure mental force instead of blood, sketching the simplest yet most resilient and sharp runes. After a few failures, he astonishingly succeeded with one. A faintly glowing solid rune momentarily hovered in the air, and though it dissipated in the next instant, it filled Suyu with exhilaration. This indicated that he could now deploy formations or add special effects without being limited to his own blood, allowing for a more diverse array of methods. Xiao Jing also seemed intrigued by the study of runes and actively assisted in simulation and deduction, significantly increasing their efficiency. Just as Suyu became engrossed in his studies, his campus communication card incessantly chimed. It was a message from Baichun. Junior, you've become famous. The forum is in an uproar. That brat Lu Meng has vowed to seek revenge on you, and his brother Lu Ben, a top 10 expert in Tianwu's second year, is also on the exchange student list, so he is likely coming for you. Glancing at the message, Suyu replied with a simple "oh" before returning to his rune studies. Baichun just "oh"? Lu Ben is not some mediocre character like Lu Meng. He is rumored to practice the earth-level technique Mang Nyo Jin, which boasts immense strength and formidable defense. Suyu, understood. He was attempting to attach the sharp rune to the air blade. Baichun, alright, you're impressive. By the way, the school is organizing a competition tomorrow to welcome and suppress the Tianwu exchange students, and you've been specifically called to participate. The rewards are substantial. Now slightly intrigued, Suyu inquired, how many points? 500 for winning a match, an additional 1,000 for successfully defending the platform. And if you manage to knock down that most arrogant opponent, who is in the late third realm, you'll receive 5,000 points along with an opportunity to select from the weapon vault. Suyu's eyes lit up. What time? Where? The next day? The MOU No. 1 combat arena was packed to the brim. News of the competition had already spread, and both sides of students were brimming with anticipation. The MOU students were eager to see if Suyu could continue to teach the Tianwu students a lesson, while the Tianwu students hoped Lu Ben could restore their honor. In the best seats of the stands were several instructors, including Lei Meng and Lu Ruyan from MOU, and a somber-faced middle-aged man from Tianwu, rumored to be an instructor from the Mo Tianjin faction. Surnamed Wang. Instructor Wang cast a cold gaze at the spirited Suyu below, his eyes steely. The Mo teacher had already instructed him to seize any opportunity to thoroughly suppress this youth's arrogance. The competition rules were straightforward, a free challenge on the arena until someone is knocked off or concedes. A tall and muscular youth with bulging muscles, seemingly exhaling white steam from his nostrils, was the first to leap onto the stage. Lu Ben. With a resounding stomp, the arena shook, and he boomed. Tianwu, Lu Ben. Mid-third realm. Suyu, come up here and face death. His imposing presence was fixed intently upon Suyu. All eyes in the arena converged on him. Su Yu yawned, leisurely rising to his feet, stretching his wrists as he ambled towards the stage, resembling a market-goer rather than a combatant. Kid, kneel and apologize to my brother. Slap yourself 10 times, and I might consider going easy on you. Lu Ben sneered, his vitality surging. The phantom of a wild bull faintly appearing behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Su Yu casually dug at his ear. You talk too much. Hurry up. I'm hungry for dinner. You seek death. Lu Ben roared, unleashing the Mang Nyo Jin with full force, his skin glowing a bronzed hue. Charging at Su Yu like a rampaging bull, his fist crashing forward, the air erupting with sound. This punch possessed strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-third realm practitioner. Many in the audience held their breath, sweating for Su Yu. However, Su Yu merely sidestepped lightly, activating the Yu Ing Huan Shinbu. Whoosh! Lu Ben's determined punch missed entirely, not even grazing the hem of Su Yu's clothing. Lu Ben, quick to react, unleashed a sweeping blow with his burly arm, akin to a steel whip. Su Yu again retreated gently, perfectly evading the strike. Lu Ben howled in anger, throwing punches and kicks in a relentless assault, the wild bull phantom roaring and shaking the arena. Yet Su Yu moved like a leaf upon tumultuous waves, appearing precariously close to danger, but effortlessly dodging all of Lu Ben's attacks. His movements were bizarrely agile, executing twists and turns that defied logic, eliciting gasps from the audience. Bastard, is dodging all you can do? Lu Ben shouted in frustration, feeling like a fool being toyed with after failing to land a single hit. Oh, if that's what you want, I won't dodge anymore. Su Yu suddenly halted, as if he had heard Lu Ben's plea. Lu Ben was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, unleashing a full-force punch aimed straight at Su Yu's face. He intended to smash that irritating visage to pieces, just as his fist was about to make contact. Su Yu moved, striking first, with a punch that was devoid of any flamboyance. It was precisely the initiating move of the Ba Huang Bao Lai Quan. Yet upon his fist, there flickered an almost imperceptible sharp rune. Simultaneously, a tenth of his life force surged within him, imbuing this punch with an uncanny yin-yang potency. Boom. The fists collided. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. Lu Ben let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, thicker than a normal man's thigh, twisted at an unnatural angle. He was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, tumbling off the stage, unconscious. Silence. A deathly stillness. With just one punch. Merely one punch. Lu Ben, who practiced the earth-level technique Mang Nyo Jin, renowned for its strength and defense, had his arm shattered and was blown off the stage. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Just how terrifying was Su Yu's strength? Wasn't he just entering the third realm? In the stands, Tian Wu's instructor Wang abruptly stood, his face ashen. Lei Ming and Lu Ruyin exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and discussions. Holy cow, just one punch. Is this really the early third realm? What a joke. Su Yu is invincible. Is there anyone left from Tian Wu? On the Tian Wu exchange student side, every face turned ashen, especially the one who exuded the most profound aura, the cold and stern Zhao Kuan, the leader of the exchange students and a late third realm expert. Zhao Kuan's icy gaze swept over the unconscious Lu Ben, then turned to the calm and composed Su Yu on the stage, slowly rising to his feet. Tian Wu, Zhao Kuan, late third realm. Su Yu, I shall meet you. He ascended the stage step by step, his aura intensifying with each stride, as if a sharp sword energy swirled around him, slicing through the air. It was Zhao Kuan, one of the top 5 experts in Tian Wu's second year. It was said that he had received guidance from a master of the sword path, and his sword energy was exceedingly fearsome. Now, Su Yu was in peril. The gap between the late and early third realms was immense. The audience's tension rose once more. Su Yu regarded Zhao Kuan, sensing the razor-sharp aura emanating from him, significantly superior to that of Lu Ben. Yet, he felt no pressure, rather a spark of eagerness. It was the perfect opportunity to test the combined effects of his new movement technique and runes. Zhao Kuan wasted no words. With a finger poised like a sword, an exquisitely condensed pale golden sword energy surged forth, leaving his body silently, yet lightning fast. Aimed directly at Su Yu's throat. A lethal strike from the outset. Su Yu executed the ethereal movement technique, briefly flickering before leaving behind a remarkably lifelike illusion in his place. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as the sword energy pierced the illusion. Yet, Su Yu's true form had already emerged at Zhao Kuan's flank. With a deft motion, he pointed a finger, his vital energy coalescing at the tip, where an imperceptible rune flickered momentarily before vanishing, aimed directly at Zhao Kuan's vital point beneath his ribs. Zhao Kuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, turning to block with a flurry of sword energy. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce melee. The arena resonated with the howling of sword energy and the manifestation of illusions. Zhao Kuan's sword energy was extraordinarily fierce, encompassing a vast area, while Su Yu's movements were elusive and unpredictable, always evading lethal strikes at the last possible moment, occasionally countering with various basic runes infused into his fingers, palms, and fists. The scene was thrilling and perilous, leaving the spectators below dazzled and gasping in astonishment. How could Su Yu possibly contend with Zhao Kuan so evenly? His movements were truly otherworldly, evading strikes with ease. What martial skill was he employing? Finger techniques? Palm techniques? It seemed to incorporate something else entirely. As Zhao Kuan continued to fight, his trepidation grew. Despite the overwhelming power of his sword energy, Su Yu consistently evaded it by the narrowest of margins. Conversely, while Su Yu's attacks lacked the same force, they consistently struck at the precise nodes of Zhao Kuan's vital energy circulation, accompanied by an uncanny balance of yin and yang, causing his blood to surge uncomfortably. To add to his frustration, it appeared as though Su Yu was using him as practice. Zhao Kuan realized that Su Yu's movements and those peculiar attacks were becoming increasingly adept and cunning at a visible pace. Enraged, Zhao Kuan bellowed, abandoning all restraint as his vital energy ignited within him. With the secret sword technique, Duanshan, he gripped what seemed to be an invisible giant sword, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful sword energy that tore through the sky, imbued with an intent to sever all, as it charged ruthlessly toward Su Yu. This was his ultimate strike, capable of threatening even the pinnacle of the third realm. Faced with this lethal blow, Su Yu's expression turned serious. He ceased his evasion, inhaled deeply, and summoned 1/10 of his life force to operate at full capacity. With hands clasped before him, his mental energy surged forth, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual essence. He rapidly sketched and combined the simplest foundational runes into a temporary composite rune shield, rudimentary yet brimming with various protective effects, placed defensively before him. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch, the Bahuang explosive fist. The tip of his fist shimmered with explosive runes, infused with the life force's yin-yang energy. A thunderous explosion erupted. The rune shield shattered instantly, but succeeded in dissipating and deflecting a portion of the sword energy. Su Yu's fist struck fiercely against the remnants of the sword energy. Blinding light erupted, and an energy whirlwind engulfed the entire arena. Su Yu was forced to retreat 3 steps, each imprinting a deep mark on the specially crafted arena surface. His sleeves tore, and fine cracks appeared on his skin, oozing droplets of blood, which immediately reversed back into his body. In contrast, Zhao Kuan was sent hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, crashing heavily against the arena's edge. The invisible sword energy in his hand completely dissipated, his complexion pale as a sheet. He had lost. His most powerful strike had still not triumphed over his opponent. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were left in shock, rendered speechless by the outcome. Zhao Kuan, at the late stage of the third realm, had actually been defeated? What manner of monster was this Su Yu? In the stands, the Tian Wu Wang mentor's expression darkened to that of a blackened pot bottom, slamming his armrest in frustration. Lei Meng and Lu Ruyan wore expressions of sheer astonishment and disbelief. Su Yu shook out his numbed arm and approached the edge of the arena, gazing at the struggling Zhao Kuan, smiling as he remarked, "Your sword is commendable, but the wielder still requires more practice." With a heartless jab, Zhao Kuan, enraged by the words, spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Standing at the center of the arena, Su Yu's gaze swept across the stunned Tian Wu exchange students below. Who else? No one dared to respond. Who else? His voice rose another octave. The Tian Wu students averted their eyes, lowering their heads to avoid his gaze. Ah, invincibility truly brings solitude. Su Yu sighed and leaped down from the arena, departing gracefully amidst a sea of awe, reverence, and fear. He concealed his accomplishments and fame, leaving behind a legendary silhouette and sparking a new wave of excitement on the MOU forum. One Punch Man. Su Yu sweeps the Tian Wu exchange students, defeating late stage of the third realm with initial stage powers, unveiling Su Yu's terrifying strength. Tian Wu exchange students annihilated. The glory of MOU is protected by me. Su Yu. Following this battle, Su Yu's prestige among the new students of MOU reached its zenith, even garnering the admiration of many senior students. He successfully earned 5,000 points and a chance to select from the weapon repository. Perhaps it was time to seek a suitable weapon. Fighting barehanded was wearing on his attire. Su Yu contemplated as he made his way toward the MOU weapon repository. New opportunities beckoned him. Chapter 65. Did I just discover an ancestor in the weapon repository? The Mo Wu weapon repository was less a storeroom and more akin to a grand hall of steel. The cold metallic sheen, towering weapon racks, and the air thick with oil, energy, and a faint scent of blood created an imposing atmosphere. Suyu presented his reward certificate, and after the mechanical arm of the Guardian scanned it for verification, the heavy alloy doors creaked open. Student Suyu, reward, B-Class Weapon Repository Area, duration, 1 hour. Selection of 1 weapon. The cold electronic voice resonated. The B-Class area was already quite commendable, as many mentors utilized weapons of this caliber. A-Class and above were treasures reserved for grandmasters or even higher echelons. Upon entering, Suyu felt as though he had stepped into an exhibition of cold weapons. Long spears, short swords, massive axes, and bows of every kind gleamed with a chilling light, radiating varying energy fluctuations that dazzled the eyes. Numerous upperclassmen were also present, selecting or maintaining their weapons, casting curious and respectful glances at Suyu as he entered. Clearly, the tale of his knockout of Zhao Kuan in the arena had spread. Suyu had a clear objective, to find a weapon capable of withstanding his life force and peculiar powers, ideally one that could also augment with rune effects. He first set his sights on an enormous sword resembling a door plank, classified as a low-grade earth weapon. He swung it a couple of times, feeling a rush of wind, but found it too cumbersome, hindering his agile movements. Pass. Next, he considered a set of delicate flying daggers, a high-grade mysterious weapon, capable of linking with mental energy, ideal for stealthy strikes. However, he felt it lacked sufficient power and did not match the main character's aura. Pass. A long spear that could transform and retract? Intriguing, but he had not practiced spear techniques. Pass. After a thorough inspection, he had yet to find anything that truly resonated with him. Either they were not sturdy enough, risking damage under his use, or their attributes did not align. Or they were extravagant, yet impractical. Time ticked by. Would he have to return empty-handed? Suyu felt somewhat disheartened. Just then, a subtle restlessness stirred within his life force, transmitting a faint yearning that directed him toward a secluded corner. Following the sensation, Suyu approached. It led him to a junkyard piled high with discarded weapons and parts, clearly a collection of damaged or obsolete gear awaiting disposal. The yearning from his life force pointed toward the depths of the refuse pile. Suyu began to sift through the rusted remnants of broken swords and armor, unveiling a dusty black rectangular box. The box was unlatched but crafted from a special, exceptionally heavy material. Upon opening it, he discovered a weapon of bizarre design. It was a deep, dark black, resembling neither a sword nor a knife. About 4 feet in length, it lacked a discernible hilt, with a broad, ancient, and somewhat crude form, as if merely a rough-hewn block. The edge was not sharp, even possessing a somewhat blunt feel. Overall, it appeared rather unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive. Yet, Suyu's life force reacted intensely to this object. He grasped the hilt. A wave of heavy, cold energy, imbued with an inexplicable sense of affinity, radiated from the blade. The weight of the blade far exceeded his expectations. Even with his robust physique at the 3rd stage, he felt a heaviness in his wrist. Simultaneously, the life and death blood within him seemed to respond to a call, automatically releasing a thread that slowly flowed into the blade. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The darkened blade, upon contact with the life and death blood, absorbed it as if it were a sponge soaking up water. Subsequently, the seemingly coarse patterns on the blade flickered with an almost imperceptible dark red vein, vanishing in an instant. Did the blade seem to come to life? Interesting. Suyu's eyes sparkled. This blade could absorb his life and death blood and even react? It was as if it had been custom-made for him. He attempted to swing it a few times. Although heavy, he could feel the air currents shifting around him, producing a deep, resonant sound as it cut through the air. Moreover, the sensation of wielding it was far superior to any weapon he had previously tried. This was the one. Without hesitation, Suyu embraced the black box. A senior student nearby, busy maintaining his crossbow, could not help but advise, "Junior, are you sure about this choice? This thing was excavated from an ancient ruin years ago. Deemed scrap. It has been tested. The material is unknown. Energy conductivity is extremely poor. Hardness is decent, but the edge cannot be sharpened. Everyone calls it a fire stick. It has been here for ages." A fire stick? Quite understated. Suyu chuckled, unperturbed. "You don't understand. This item is a perfect match with my life and death blood." After completing the collection procedures, Suyu joyfully returned to his villa, cradling his fire stick. Despite the administrator's skeptical gaze regarding the intellect of this year's top student. Once home, he eagerly began his study. He infused another thread of life and death blood, carefully sensing the blade. Indeed, the blade could absorb blood. After absorption, the dark red veins would briefly illuminate, and the weight of the blade seemed to lighten slightly, making it smoother to wield. However, beyond that, there was nothing extraordinary. Merely absorbing blood without providing feedback? Was it a thankless endeavor? So you pondered. Could it require ritual refinement? Or perhaps the cliched blood oath to claim ownership? He attempted to probe with his mental energy, but was met with a chaotic, heavy force. Xiao Jing, give it a try? Xiao Jing extended a tendril of mental energy, cautiously touching the blade's surface. This time, the blade exhibited a more pronounced reaction. The dark red veins glowed once more, even absorbing Xiao Jing's thread of mental energy. Then, the blade trembled slightly and conveyed an extremely vague, fragmented thought, hungry for more blood and spirit. Suyu exclaimed, what? This blade has truly come to life. Or is it a reincarnated glutton? Intrigued, he continued to infuse life and death blood and Xiao Jing's mental energy. The dark red veins on the blade became increasingly luminous, and the absorption rate accelerated. Eventually, it even possessed a proactive pulling force. Suyu felt his vitality and mental energy rapidly depleting. Whoa, slow down. I'm not wealthy enough to sustain a gluttonous beast. Suyu panicked, attempting to halt the process, only to find the blade unwilling to release him. Just as he felt he would be drained completely, the pulling force finally ceased. At this moment, the fire stick had undergone a complete transformation. It displayed a dark red hue, with veins pulsating like blood vessels, emanating a chilling, ominous, and ancient aura. The weight appeared to have become much more manageable. At the hilt, two extremely ancient, twisted characters slowly emerged, Dai Shui. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into Su Yu's mind. The Dai Shui Jiushi, a set of incomplete, yet overwhelmingly powerful blade techniques. Along with certain information about this Dai Shui blade. The material of this blade was unknown, not crafted by modern techniques, but rather an ancient, fearsome weapon, born of blood, nourished by spirit and battle intent. It could not be activated by ordinary means. Only with special vitality and mental energy could it be awakened. Its power depended on the quality of the user's vitality, the strength of their spirit, and how well it was fed. The better it was nourished, the stronger it became, even unlocking special abilities. However, correspondingly, its appetite was immense, posing a risk of backlash against its master. This was no mere weapon. It was akin to an ancestral spirit. Suyu gazed at the seemingly animated blade in his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. Yet, sensing the connection and overwhelming power exuding from the blade, he felt that this ancestral spirit was indeed worth having. It was as if it were the ultimate enhancement tailored just for him. His life and death blood and Xiao Jing's mental energy were precisely the sustenance this blade craved. He could hardly wait to practice in the private training ground behind the villa, beginning to execute the Dai Shui Jiushi. The techniques were incomplete, consisting only of 3 forms, Pafeng, Luhan, and Jiemya. Each form was incredibly domineering, emphasizing the use of brute force to shatter finesse and overwhelming presence to intimidate opponents, even affecting their mental state. When combined with the Dai Shui blade, its power was magnified. The dark red blade light flickered unpredictably, exuding a ferocious aura that threatened to tear and consume everything. The more Suyu practiced, the more exhilarated he became. This blade technique suited him perfectly. Simple, brutal, and effective. Just as he was immersed in his practice, his communication card rang. It was Bai Chun, Jr. There's an opportunity to earn substantial points. Are you in? What is it? The school has discovered a newly emerged small-scale Yuan Fisher, which is unstable and can only accommodate those below the 3rd stage. Inside, there's a unique product called Jing, an excellent material for crafting shadow-based talismans and equipment. With a high exchange value, the school has issued a cleanup task, with points awarded based on the quantity of Jing collected. Most of the teams going are elite 3rd and 4th year students. Shall we form a team and try our luck? Yuan, Jing, a new instance? Suyu had been seeking a place to test his new blade and techniques, so he immediately agreed. All right. What time and where? Tomorrow morning at 8. We'll gather at the school gate. I'll also invite Luo Xiaoming. She needs Jing for research. By the way, there might be a troublesome presence. Bai Chun's tone held a hint of resignation. Who? Miss Chu Jiao heard some news and insisted on joining, claiming her points are insufficient and she needs to fend for herself. Bai Chun lowered his voice. You know her family donated a building to the school. Suyu replied. Fine, I can't afford to offend a wealthy player. The next day, at the school gate, Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming had already arrived. Luo Xiaoming was still clutching her precious tablet, mumbling about the energy constants of the Yuan and speculating on the structure of Jing. Chu Jiao also appeared, clad in an expensive limited edition combat suit, accompanied by a plethora of vials, likely potions and cosmetics, and 2 formidable bodyguards. The school allows bodyguards into such low-level fissures? Oh, with a building donation, it's no issue. Upon seeing Suyu, Chu Jiao huffed, raising her chin, though her eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity and trepidation, evidently. Suyu's reputation had preceded him. With everyone gathered, they set off. Bai Chun, as the team leader, waved his hand decisively. The group boarded the school's Rune bus, arriving at a temporary camp located in the outskirts of Modu. The area had been preliminarily secured by the Zhenshe army, with a black fissure approximately 2 meters in diameter, continuously twisting and pulsating, suspended in the air, emanating a chilling, lifeless aura. This was the Ying Yuan fissure. Numerous teams were already queuing to enter. Once inside, be cautious, the Ying Yuan environment is peculiar. With extremely dim lighting, and mental energy perception will be suppressed. The shadow beasts inside excel in stealth and ambush, moving at great speed. If injured, one may also be infected by shadow toxins, causing their movements to slow. Bai Chun reiterated the precautions. Our objective is to collect Jing while avoiding combat. Upon passing through the fissure, after the familiar sensation of weightlessness, the group found themselves in a bizarre world. The sky was eternally dim, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The ground was a grim shade of black and gray, littered with jagged stones and gnarled, dead trees. Visibility was extremely poor, barely allowing sight within a few meters. While mental energy perception was compressed to less than 50 meters, the atmosphere was eerily silent, broken only by the sound of the wind, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Stay close to me, maintain vigilance. Bai Chen's expression was grave as he produced a compass-like artifact to begin detecting the fluctuations of shadow crystal energy. Luo Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, eagerly commenced gathering environmental data. Chu Jiao, her nerves taut, clutched a finely crafted crossbow, glancing anxiously from side to side. Flanked protectively by her 2 bodyguards, Suyu, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings. He noted that although the shadow energy here was unsettling, the life and death blood within him seemed to embrace it, even emanating a faint sense of yearning from the Xie blade. After traversing a distance, Bai Chen's compass reacted, signaling an energy response to the left ahead. Be cautious, he warned. The group approached with utmost care and soon discovered, nestled within a distorted stone forest, several black shadow crystals embedded in the rock, emitting a dim, eerie glow. However, beside the shadow crystals, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly ignited within the shadows. With a whoosh, several dark figures leapt forth like phantoms, their speed astonishing. They were shadow beasts, resembling gaunt black panthers, their sharp claws blending seamlessly into the darkness, nearly impossible to capture. Defense, Bai Chen shouted, casting forth a barrage of luminous runes. The blinding white light temporarily repelled the onslaught of the shadow beasts. Luo Xiaoming swiftly concealed herself behind a massive rock, while Chu Jiao screamed in fright, seeking refuge behind her bodyguards. Suyu sprang into action. Instead of retreating, he boldly confronted a shadow beast lunging at him. With the shadow phantom step, his agility was magnified in this dim environment. Swiftly avoiding the beast's attack, he unsheathed the Xie blade silently, not employing any complicated techniques, merely executing a straightforward slash. Yet, the Xie blade, infused with life and death blood, possessed an edge far beyond imagination. With a soft PFF, the dark red blade light flashed, and the speedster shadow beast was cleaved in two, from head to tail. Not a drop of blood spilled from the wound. Instead, it shriveled instantly, as if its very essence had been devoured by the blade. The veins along the Xie blade glimmered faintly, transmitting a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, it was an exceptional weapon. Suyu rejoiced. The remaining shadow beasts momentarily hesitated, taken aback by the sudden demise of their companion. Bai Chun seized the opportunity, hurling various control and interference artifacts as if they were free. Luo Xiaoming also produced several sound wave disruptors to hinder the shadow beast's movements. One of Chu Jiao's bodyguards took the chance to charge forward, his blade flashing as he dispatched a distracted shadow beast. The other bodyguard remained steadfastly protective of Chu Jiao. Like a tiger among sheep, Suyu wielded the Xie blade with each swing resulting in the demise of a shadow beast, draining their essence. His agility in the shadows rendered him elusive, with the beasts unable to graze even the hem of his clothing. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 shadow beasts were eradicated. As the battle concluded, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Junior, your blade, Bai Chun remarked, eyeing the dark red long blade in Suyu's hand, which radiated a fierce aura. His eyelids twitching. This blade is rather sinister. It can absorb its prey? Picked it up from a street vendor. Not too shabby, right? Suyu replied with a grin as he sheathed the blade. The group commenced harvesting the shadow crystals. the process going smoothly as they collected a dozen or so high-quality specimens. With this successful experience, their confidence soared, and they pressed deeper. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of shadow beast attacks, all of which were resolved without incident. Suyu took the lead in offense. Bai Chun provided control and support. Luo Xiaoming gathered data, while Chu Jiao and her bodyguards were responsible for cheering and collecting items, primarily shadow crystals. Their bounty was substantial, and their points were on the verge of soaring. However, as they entered a deeper, shadow energy-drenched gorge, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, revealing a bottomless black abyss. A powerful suction emanated from the chasm. "Be careful," Bai Chun exclaimed in alarm. The group hurriedly retreated, but Chu Jiao slipped, screaming as she plummeted downward. One of her bodyguards, quick-witted, grasped her arm, only to be dragged down with her. Another bodyguard attempted to rescue them, but was forced back by the surging shadow energy erupting from the chasm. As the two teetered on the brink of the abyss, a figure darted forward like lightning. Suyu unleashed the full force of the shadow phantom step, narrowly reaching the edge of the pit. Grasping the bodyguard's arm with one hand, he plunged the xie shui blade into the rock wall with the other. The blade scraped against the rock, producing a shower of sparks, finally halting their descent. Yet, the suction from the abyss intensified, and the dense shadow energy coiled around them like tendrils, attempting to drag them down. "Pull us up," Chu Jiao cried, her face drained of color. Suyu felt his arm straining under immense pressure as the xie shui blade emitted a resonant hum of distress. The shadow energy below sent a tremor of anxiety through him. Bai Chun and the other bodyguard rushed over, tossing down ropes. Just then, another anomaly occurred. From the depths of the shadow energy, a colossal claw, entirely composed of shadows, surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura as it reached for the three suspended in midair. This presence far surpassed the third realm, at least a fourth realm shadow beast, if not stronger. Not good. The faces of everyone paled in terror. In the critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He drew upon all the life and death blood within him, frantically infusing it into the xie shui blade. "Get lost," he shouted, executing the first form of the xie shui 9 techniques. The dark red blade light surged, transforming into a crescent moon of blood that tore through the darkness, embodying an indomitable will to sever all in its path, charging toward the shadow claw. Boom! The clash of terrifying energies erupted. Shadows and bloodlight eroded and annihilated each other in a frenzy. The immense force propelled Su Yu and the two others upward, crashing them to the ground. The shadow claw, unexpectedly, faltered slightly, retreating into the darkness with an enraged roar. The shadow energy swirling around the chasm was temporarily dispersed. "Quick, seal the entrance." Bai Chun reacted swiftly, producing several high-grade sealing talismans to shoot at the chasm. Luo Xiaoming also hurled a few energy disruptors. The other bodyguard desperately pulled the three away from the edge. After a considerable struggle, the energy at the chasm's entrance gradually stabilized, though the terrifying roar still echoed from the depths below, leaving them shaken. Having survived the ordeal, Chu Jiao and her bodyguard collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen and trembling. In that fleeting moment, they truly believed their demise was imminent. Chu Jiao looked at Su Yu, who had sheathed the xie shui blade. His breath a bit ragged, but his gaze still bright, her lips moving slightly, devoid of her usual arrogance as she softly uttered, "Thank you." Su Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing, yet inwardly he felt a pang of regret. That last strike had nearly drained a third of his life and death blood. This ancestral blade was indeed powerful, but it truly had an insatiable appetite. Bai Chun gazed solemnly at the temporarily sealed chasm, his expression grave. "This is a significant problem. This is no ordinary low-level shadow rift. It may connect to a vast shadow realm, or even something more terrifying. We must report to the school immediately." This seemingly simple gathering task had evidently spiraled into a grave predicament. Meanwhile, Su Yu eyed the abyss below, licking his lips. How many fourth realm or higher shadow beasts would it take to sate the xie shui blade's hunger? Chapter 66. Could it be? My blade treats rifts as snacks. The atmosphere at the temporary camp beside the shadow rift was tense enough to wring water from it. Professor Yin, Lei Meng, Lu Ruyan, and other senior members of the magical martial arts community, along with the commander of the Zhenshi army, surrounded the temporarily sealed chasm, their expressions increasingly grim. The data from the detection instruments surged wildly, all indicating a connection to an exceedingly dangerous entity below. The energy levels had surpassed the fourth realm's limits and continued to escalate. The concentration of shadows exceeded 300%. Signs of high-dimensional energy permeation were evident. Immediate permanent spatial sealing was imperative. Otherwise, should whatever lay beneath emerge, the consequences would be dire. Professor Inu furrowed her brows deeply, her crystalline staff continuously inscribing profound runes to reinforce the temporary seal. Yet, under the increasingly powerful onslaught from below, cracks began to appear in the seal. The banishment required time to prepare. However, the entity beneath would not grant us such luxury. The commander of the Jinshur army, a stalwart middle-aged man, was now sweating profusely. Cursing under his breath, how could a mere small shadow abyss connect to such a monstrous entity? Chu Jiao Jiao and her panic-stricken bodyguard had been escorted away, likely destined for a spell of nightmares. Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming stood nearby, aiding in data analysis and energy monitoring. Su Yu gazed at the trembling seal, observing the pure yet deathly energy of shadows seeping through the fissures, instinctively licking his lips. What others feared like a tiger, for him, or rather, for the bloodthirsty blade in his grasp, seemed akin to a sumptuous feast. The bloodthirsty blade quivered slightly in his hand, conveying an intense longing. As if a famished wolf had spotted a juicy morsel, had Su Yu not held it tightly, it might have leaped forward to take a bite. Suddenly, the professor spoke, suggesting that since this energy was destined to dissipate, perhaps he could attempt to process it? All present were taken aback, casting puzzled glances in his direction. How do you intend to process it? Professor Inu inquired while maintaining the seal. Su Yu shook the bloodthirsty blade. This blade, well, it has quite the appetite and is not picky. The group was baffled. Lei Ming's lips twitched. Kid, what kind of joke is this at such a moment? I am not joking, Su Yu replied earnestly. Let it absorb a bit. It might alleviate some of the pressure from below and buy us time for the seal. Professor Inu scrutinized Su Yu and his blade with a profound gaze. She had previously sensed the blade's unusual nature, its fierce, ancient aura was far from that of an ordinary B-grade weapon. Be cautious, only interact with the dissipating energy, and absolutely avoid approaching the cracks, she admonished. In desperation, Su Yu received permission and promptly approached the edge of the fissure. Taking a deep breath, he slowly brought the bloodthirsty blade near the dissipating, silky black shadow energy. As the blade made contact with the energy, it was voraciously drawn in, as if a river were rushing into the sea. The dark red veins on the blade erupted with unprecedented brilliance, humming joyously and radiating intense satisfaction. The speed of absorption was so swift that a miniature energy vortex formed at the fissure's mouth. The impact from below noticeably diminished. The cracks in the seal ceased to spread. Is this effective? Lei Ming exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of blade was this that could consume such a level of aberrant energy, as if it were a mere snack? Professor Inu's expression also shifted in astonishment, commanding, activate all energy collection devices to maximum power. Assist him in absorbing the dissipating energy. Alleviate the pressure on the seal. Various runic devices illuminated, forcibly extracting the dissipating energy. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty blade seemed displeased with others encroaching on its meal, intensifying its consumption. It even generated a proactive suction force, pulling energy outward from the fissure. Su Yu felt the vast, pure shadow energy coursing through the blade into his body, filtered and transformed by the bloodthirsty blade, which then replenished him with a portion of exceedingly pure, dark attributed vital energy and mental power. His cultivation began to gradually increase once more. His perception of the shadow environment also sharpened. What a delightful surprise. Su Yu was elated. This was not merely a troublesome endeavor, but indeed a veritable banquet. While maintaining the suction, he attempted to execute Yuing Huan Shunbu and the newly acquired Bloodthirsty 9 styles, discovering that after absorbing a copious amount of shadow energy, his agility became even more elusive and eerie in this dim environment, while his blade techniques acquired a hint of shadow's corrosive properties, amplifying their might. Just as he reveled in his newfound abilities, a sudden shift occurred. The terrifying entity below seemed incensed by this act of energy siphoning. A thunderous roar erupted from the abyss's depths. The earth trembled violently. A claw, more solid and massive than before, broke through the temporary seal, exuding an aura of annihilation, targeting the energy thief Su Yu and the bloodthirsty blade. This strike surpassed all previous assaults, embodying the pinnacle of the fourth realm, even brushing against the threshold of the fifth. Be careful. Retreat. Panic gripped everyone's faces. Professor Inu swiftly conjured multiple spatial barriers to shield Su Yu. Lei Ming, with a thunderous roar, unleashed a powerful punch, channeling the might of thunder. Yet, the claw was unstoppable. The spatial barriers crumbled like paper. Lei Ming's thunder was consumed by the shadows. As the claw descended, poised to reduce Su Yu to mere pulp, his pupils contracted. In the face of life and death peril, he remained remarkably calm. There was no escape. No defense. Only an offensive counterattack remained. He ignited all his life and death blood. His mental power surged to peak concentration. His little spirit emitted a sharp shriek, channeling all its strength into the bloodthirsty blade. The second stance of Bloodthirsty 9 Styles, Soul Reaper. Specifically targeting the core of spirit and energy. Break for me. Suyu gripped the blade tightly, pouring every ounce of his strength into a thrust aimed at the descending shadow claw. No longer a mere slash, but a concentrated point of cold radiance. At the blade's tip, dark red blood light intertwined with dense shadow energy, even briefly revealing a minuscule, composite rune designed to penetrate and devour energy. Formed instantaneously by basic runes. With a soft sound, not the earth-shattering explosion one might expect, it was as if something had been pierced. The tip of the bloodthirsty blade accurately struck the energy node at the center of the shadow claw, voraciously consuming its energy. The massive shadow claw froze abruptly, rapidly fading into illusion and dimness, akin to a punctured balloon, with energy violently leaking. The bloodthirsty blade, like a parched fish encountering water, ravenously absorbed this high-quality energy. Its body humming incessantly, the dark red glow intensifying, even transmitting a sensation of satisfaction from indulgence. Ultimately, just as the claw was about to crush Suyu, it entirely depleted its energy, dissipating into nothingness. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All present stared, dumbfounded, at Suyu, who remained poised in his thrust, and the still humming, seemingly insatiable blade. A strike at the pinnacle of the fourth realm was nullified by a mere initial stage third realm with a single thrust. While the blade was undoubtedly extraordinary, this was utterly preposterous. Professor Inyu's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Fixating intently on the bloodthirsty blade, that blade can consume high-level energy and retaliate at its core. What principle governs this? Lei Ming's mouth hung open, unable to close it for a long while. Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming had been utterly petrified. Meanwhile, the terrifying entity below appeared momentarily dazed, possibly due to significant energy loss, sinking into a temporary silence. The onslaught ceased entirely. Quick, now is the time. Initiate the permanent sealing. Professor Inyu was the first to regain her composure, barking orders. The array masters and spatial mentors, who had long been prepared, rushed forward, unleashing various precious materials as they swiftly constructed a formidable spatial sealing array, completely sealing the fissure's entrance. The crisis was finally averted. Everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, experiencing a profound sense of exhaustion akin to having survived a calamity. Subsequently, all gazes once again fixated on the blade in Suyu's hand. This blade was far too uncanny, and exceedingly powerful. Suyu felt the life and death blood and mental power within him swell slightly. Along with the bloodthirsty blade's conveyed sense of fulfillment and desire for slumber, and he sheathed the blade with satisfaction, hiding merit and fame. Upon returning to school, rewards were naturally in order. As the principal contributor, primarily due to his blade, Suyu was granted a remarkable 10,000 points. Additionally, an opportunity to enter the Wudao Pavilion for 3 days of cultivation. The Wudao Pavilion is renowned as one of the most prestigious sanctuaries for cultivation in the realm of Mo Wu, reputed for enhancing one's comprehension and assisting in overcoming bottlenecks, making it invaluable. Bai Chun and Luo Xiaoming also accrued a significant number of points as rewards. Even Chu Jiao received a token consolation prize for her active participation and the crucial information she provided, presumably referring to the scenes she glimpsed before fainting. Following this incident, Suyu's reputation within Mo Wu soared once more, attracting the attention of many seasoned elites and high-ranking officials who took note of this new student wielding a fearsome blade with enigmatic methods. The infamous Dai Shui, knife's name spread like wildfire, hailed as a weapon capable of devouring energy, inciting endless curiosity and covetousness. However, given Suyu's formidable strength and the regulations of Mo Wu, no one dared to make a blatant attempt to seize it. Suyu returned to his villa, content to assimilate his gains and prepare for a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the third realm. After 3 days, he adjusted his state to its peak and seized the opportunity at the Wudao Pavilion. Contrary to a grand palace, the Wudao Pavilion comprises simple stone chambers furnished with tatama mats, yet it concentrates the essence of the spiritual veins beneath Mo Wu. Fortified by powerful formations for gathering spirit and focusing the mind, Suyu sat cross-legged and quickly entered a profound state of cultivation, losing all sense of self. Here, his cognitive speed and comprehension abilities surged several-fold. The perplexities and obstacles he had faced while practicing the Yuing Huan Shen Bu, Ba Huang Bao Lai Quan, Dai Shui Jiu Shi, and his knowledge of runes began to dissolve like ice under the sun. His agility became more exquisite, the intent behind his strikes more concentrated, and his insights in his swordplay deepened. He even began to experiment with the deeper applications of the next cycle of the Mo Hua Wu Dao, and how to better integrate the power of life and death blood into both offense and defense. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, being refined with remarkable efficiency. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon exiting the Wu Dao pavilion, Su Yu's aura had become more subdued and profound, with glimmers of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had seamlessly transitioned into the mid-stage of the third realm. Furthermore, his martial skills, knowledge of runes, and mastery over his own power had ascended to a new level. He felt confident that engaging Zhao Kun would no longer be such a strenuous endeavor. Su Yu savored the sensation of his newfound strength. Upon returning to the villa, he spotted Senior Xiao Lang lurking at his doorstep. "Junior, you've finally emerged. A chance for fortune has presented itself," Xiao Lang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "Speak." Su Yu felt an instinctive response to the mention of wealth. "Do you recall that little Qingkuai delivery from last time? The Qinggui clan from Qingshan Yuan?" Xiao Lang lowered his voice. "The school has recently organized an exploration team to reassess the value of Qingshan Yuan, particularly that ancient altar. They need a few capable, daring, and lucky students to join the expedition. The reward is this amount." He extended 3 fingers. 3,000 points? Su Yu arched an eyebrow. 30,000. Plus the right of first purchase for any discoveries made. Xiao Lang grinned. "What do you think? Tempting, isn't it? I've managed to secure an internal quota. Qingshan Yuan, the ancient altar, the Qinggui clan." Su Yu's interest was piqued. He was particularly intrigued by the secrets of the Holy Light clan and the Qinggui king, and it seemed that Xiao Jing was also drawn to the aura of that place. "All right, count me in," Su Yu nodded. "A straightforward agreement. We depart tomorrow. Same place for assembly." Xiao Lang clapped him on the shoulder and slipped away. Back at the villa, Su Yu gently caressed the scabbard of the Dai Shui knife. "Old friend, it seems we shall once again indulge in a feast of opportunities. I wonder if there will be any new flavors this time?" The blade vibrated slightly, as if in response. This time, he would return to familiar grounds with an even stronger presence. He pondered whether his old friends would miss him. Chapter 67. Can cancer cells become sentient and hold meetings? The Mo Wu exploration team returned triumphantly, with rewards exceeding expectations. The value of the core crystal from the Holy Light clan was immeasurable, and Professor Sun was so excited he nearly crushed his glasses. Hastily writing a report to request the highest level of research access. As the principal contributor, Su Yu reaped substantial point rewards. Yet his mind was more preoccupied with the contents of that crystal. After some amiable negotiations, primarily involving Su Yu asserting that this item seemed destined for him, even demonstrating its luminescence, Professor Sun ultimately agreed to allow Su Yu priority for adaptive contact once a specific safety protocol was developed. Upon returning to Villa 999, Su Yu set up a few simple wards and barriers to mask his presence, eagerly immersing his mind within. The damaged crystal was being meticulously nurtured near his dantian with life and death blood and mental energy. Sensing his consciousness approach, the crystal quivered slightly, conveying a sense of dependence and fragility. Xiao Jing had long been impatiently circling the crystal, transmitting an overwhelming desire yet hesitance to partake. Reminiscent of a child drooling over candy. "Patience, good things must be savored." Su Yu reassured Xiao Jing and began to gently apply a trace of the mild life and death blood energy to the crystal's surface. The damaged area of the crystal glimmered with a soft light, as if the desiccated golden blood had awakened a sliver of life, emanating warmth, purity, and an extraordinary aura of nobility. Concurrently, the faint remnants of a soul consciousness became clearer, imparting a vague sense of gratitude and affection. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jing swiftly extended a tendril of mental energy, akin to a straw, cautiously beginning to extract the pure mental essence and the holy light energy contained within the blood. It was as if a long-awaited rain had finally arrived. Xiao Jing visibly became more solid and lively, with a hint of golden patterns beginning to intermingle with its jade-green luster, radiating a more refined and powerful mental resonance, now imbued with a trace of divine majesty. The mental energy it relayed to Su Yu also became purer, acquiring a warm, healing quality. "This is remarkable." Su Yu could distinctly feel an enhancement in both the quantity and quality of his mental energy, with improved control over life and death blood and runes. Even more astonishing was that the holy light energy appeared to have a special nurturing and purifying effect on cancer cells. With a thought, he directed a trace of the purified, gentle holy light energy toward the areas within his body where ordinary cancer cells congregated. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Upon contact with the holy light energy, these ordinary cancer cells did not perish, as they were inherently resilient. Rather, they seemed to undergo a form of elevation. They became more active and orderly, with a small fraction even showing signs of transforming into super cancer cells. The emotions they conveyed shifted from chaotic greed to a sense of reverence and a yearning for evolution. Could it be that holy light not only nourishes the spirit, but also promotes the benign evolution of cancer cells? Suyu was astounded by this revelation. Did this not imply that he could potentially cultivate a legion of Xiao Jing's little brethren in the future? He could even selectively nurture super cancer cells with varying functions. A grand plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He envisioned assembling a special forces unit of cancer cells. The digestion team would continue energy conversion. The respiration team would handle energy absorption and breath control. The circulation team, life and death blood, would manage transport and combat enhancement. And now he could introduce the mental team, Xiao Jing and future little brethren, to handle mental attacks, illusions, scanning, and learning simulations. He could even establish a repair team for healing and a defense team for skin hardening, while a toxin team could handle poisoning. Just imagine, in the future, while others mobilize their vital energy, he could directly deploy a well-coordinated army of cancer cells with clearly defined roles and diverse functions. Wouldn't he that instill fear? I am truly a genius. Suyu was once again awed by his own brilliance. Without hesitation, he immersed himself in this endeavor, using Xiao Jing as the core, life and death blood as the energy conduit, and holy light energy as the catalyst to screen and cultivate promising ordinary cancer cells, guiding them toward various evolutionary paths. This process is extraordinarily taxing on both mind and spirit, yet, with the continuous nourishment from the holy light crystals and the assistance of the small spirits, progress is swift. While Suyu is engrossed in the construction of internal civilization, the annual grand competition of the Mo Wu Academy has commenced. This event is one of the most significant contests at Mo Wu, aimed at assessing the students' cultivation achievements over the past year. The rankings directly influence subsequent resource allocation and opportunities to enter certain special realms. All departments and grades are eagerly preparing, and the campus is infused with a tense yet fervent atmosphere. Huangfu Yunfei has emerged from his recovery, exuding an even more formidable aura. Declaring his ambition to break into the top 10, Xianyuan Shue's left arm has also healed, emanating an intensified chill, reportedly receiving further recognition from her family's heritage. Bai Chun has made remarkable strides in the tactical command competition, utilizing an array of peculiar artifacts and cunning strategies to outmaneuver his opponents, earning him the moniker the Heart of Mo Wu. Luo Xiaoming has unveiled an innovative design for a new type of runic weapon based on Yingyuan energy and Yingjing during the research competition, astonishing the audience and garnering high praise from her mentors. Even Miss Chu Jiao Jiao has managed to secure a commendable rank in her grade with her high-end equipment and bodyguards, reveling in her success. However, Suyu, regarded as a remarkable figure among the freshmen, has yet to make his appearance for registration. This has sparked confusion among many, with some unpleasant rumors beginning to circulate. Is Suyu afraid? Was his previous victory over Zhao Kun merely a stroke of luck? It is said that he has secluded himself to cultivate after reaping benefits, too afraid to engage in real combat. Indeed, the nouveau riche remains inconspicuous. The exchange students from Tianwu, especially Nanganyu, who learned the truth upon awakening, have seized the opportunity to mock Suyu, openly proclaiming his cowardice. Mentor Lei Meng visited Suyu once, but was thwarted by the protective runes at the door, leaving a message urging him to participate. Bai Chun and Xiao Lang also sent messages inquiring about his absence. Suyu, however, remained entirely immersed in his grand undertaking, indifferent to the external turmoil. It was not until the third day of the competition, when the top 10 from each grade began to contend, that he finally emerged. The special forces of his cancer cells have taken shape. Besides the dazzling leader, Xiao Jing, whose mental energy has surged, he has successfully nurtured 5 distinct super cancer cell leaders. Xiao Dun, focused on strengthening the cell wall, capable of forming a remarkably resilient defensive layer beneath the skin in an instant. Xiao Du, who secretes various peculiar biological toxins and neuroparalytics. Xiao Yu, endowed with robust division and proliferation abilities, dedicated to wound healing. Xiao Huan, who can emit fluctuations that disrupt biological electrical signals and mental perception, creating illusions. And Xiao Swan, who possesses exceptional computational and deductive abilities, assisting Xiao Jing in the practice and rune deduction. Although each leader can only control a limited area of similar cells, and their functions are far weaker than those of Xiao Jing in the life and death blood. This undoubtedly marks a revolutionary breakthrough. It signifies that his demonic martial arts are transitioning from individual combat to a legion-based approach. Feeling the unprecedented prosperity within and the diligent cells performing their respective duties, Su Yu emerged from his seclusion. As he opened the door, he found Xiao Lang anxiously squatting at the entrance. Junior, you finally came out. The competition is almost over. If you don't go now, they will truly think you are afraid. Su Yu glanced at the time and yawned. Is it still worth going now? Absolutely. Today is the ranking competition for the top 10 from each grade. If you challenge now and win, you can replace the ranking. Xiao Lang pulled him towards the main arena. At the Mo Wu Central Fighting Arena, the atmosphere was electrifying. On the stage, 2 senior students from the 4th year were locked in fierce combat, their vitality surging and qi radiating, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. The judges, consisting of mentors and leaders from various departments, were seated. As Su Yu leisurely entered the arena, he instantly drew numerous gazes. Oh, Su Yu is here. He actually dares to show up? What good does that do now? The top 10 positions are nearly settled. It was likely he had come merely to observe. On the Tianwu exchange students' side, Nangongyu, upon seeing Su Yu, shot him a venomous and sarcastic glance, loudly declaring to those nearby, "Oh, isn't this our luck king? What's the matter? After a few days of seclusion, are you contemplating how to lose gracefully?" Laughter erupted around them. Su Yu ignored him and walked straight to the judge's table, addressing the teacher in charge of registration. "Teacher, I wish to challenge the 10th-ranked student from the 1st year." The teacher was taken aback. Right now, the arena is in use, and the 10th-ranked Zhang Hao just finished his match and is resting. No need for him to rest. Su Yu replied with a smile, "It will be quick." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the bustling arena. Instantly, the venue fell silent, all eyes converging on him. How audacious! The 10th-ranked Zhang Hao, known for his temper, leaped up in response. "Su Yu, don't underestimate me. I'll fight you right now." The judge looked between the two and nodded. Since both parties agree, the challenge is established. To the secondary arena, they ascended the adjacent empty secondary arena. Zhang Hao, a peak initial stage practitioner of the 3rd realm, had trained in advanced Xian-level fist techniques, showcasing considerable strength. He assumed his stance, vitality boiling. "Su Yu, let me see if you are truly as formidable as they say." Before he could finish his words, Su Yu moved, not employing the shadow phantom step, but simply taking a swift step forward, his speed reaching its zenith. Simultaneously, he covertly activated Xiao Huan's powers. Zhang Hao felt a blur before his eyes, as Su Yu's figure seemed to split into 3 instantaneously. A faint mental disturbance left him dizzy. An illusion? Startled, he instinctively retreated. At that very moment, the real Su Yu had already ghosted up to him, lightly tapping his finger on Zhang Hao's chest. The potent paralyzing toxin secreted by Xiao Du surged into him in an instant. Zhang Hao felt a numbness in his chest, his entire vitality stagnating, limbs refusing to obey. And he toppled backward, crashing off the stage with a thud. The arena was silent. From start to finish, it took less than 2 seconds. No one even discerned what Su Yu had done. Zhang Hao lay bewildered beneath the stage, utterly clueless as to how he had ended up there. The judge remained stunned for several seconds before announcing, "Challenge successful. Su Yu ascends to the 10th rank of the 1st year." The audience erupted in astonishment. What just happened? How did Zhang Hao fall? What means did Su Yu employ? Nangong Yu's expression soured, coldly scoffing. "Humph, a sneak attack. Despicable." Su Yu paid no heed to the discussions and continued addressing the registration teacher. "Teacher, I challenge the 9th-ranked student." The 9th-ranked student ascended the stage, now more vigilant. 3 seconds later, he contorted himself into a bizarre posture, tumbling off the stage. The illusion from Xiao Huan, combined with Xiao Xuan's prediction of his movements, led him to step wrong. Challenge successful. Su Yu, now ranked 9th, 8th, 5th. The 5th was a defensive expert with formidable vitality. Su Yu unleashed a punch. The ability of Xiao Dun subtly activated, his skin hardening in an instant. Boom. The opponent's so-called solid defensive chi was shattered by a single punch. The person was sent flying. 7th, 6th. Su Yu operated like an unyielding ranking machine, averaging no more than 10 seconds per match. Opponents either fell off the stage inexplicably or were dispatched in a single blow. His methods were enigmatic and unpredictable, leaving no room to gauge his depth. The audience transitioned from initial astonishment to shock, then to numbness. Was this truly a challenge? This resembled a father overpowering a son. Soon, Su Yu reached the 2nd rank. The 2nd-ranked competitor was Xianyuan Shui. She ascended the stage with an icy demeanor, a chilling aura surrounding her. "Please enlighten me." Su Yu gazed at this familiar figure and smiled. Rest assured, it will be swift. He still did not draw his blade. Xianyuan Shui initiated the attack. The phantom of the ice phoenix reappearing, causing the temperature of the entire arena to plummet. Countless ice crystals shot forth like arrows towards Su Yu. Suyu stood firm, undeterred, as the small healing energy and the life-and-death blood within him circulated, braving the chilling aura. At the same time, Xiaohuan's mental interference launched once more. Xian Yuan Shui felt a slight daze in her mind, as Suyu's figure became indistinct. Just as she concentrated to resist the illusion, Suyu suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a lion's roar that transformed into a mental shockwave. This was not an attack, but a finely tuned sound wave that precisely disrupted the cold defense in front of her. In that moment, he stepped forward, his fingers seemingly traversing space. Lightly tapping her shoulder, a gentle yet irresistible force surged forth, causing Xian Yuan Shui to stagger backward, landing at the edge of the arena. She paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. I concede. She understood clearly that the opponent had shown mercy. Had that finger carried a lethal intent, she would have sustained grave injuries. I accept your mercy, Suyu replied with a smile. The crowd erupted once more. Even Xian Yuan Shui had lost, and so decisively. Now, only the first place. Huang Fu Yunfei remained. Huang Fu Yunfei, brimming with combat fervor, leaped onto the stage, his sword energy soaring. Suyu, I have awaited this moment for long. Fight me. Suyu regarded this warrior and slowly grasped the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade. As you wish. Chapter 68. The final match transforms into a cellular exhibition. The atmosphere on the final stage was tense. Huang Fu Yunfei wielded his long sword, exuding a formidable sword energy, his vitality boiling like a furnace, his fighting spirit almost palpable. He fixed his gaze on Suyu, especially on the dark red blade that gradually emerged from its sheath, his expression grave. Suyu, unleash your full strength. Let me see how vast the gap between us truly is. Huang Fu Yunfei roared, no longer hesitating, and initiated his attack. The 9 sword techniques of the surging clouds. The sword light flashed like a startled swan, tearing through the air with an unstoppable sharpness, aiming straight for Suyu's face. The speed and power of this strike surpassed any opponent he had faced before. Clearly, after healing, his strength had further improved. The audience below held their breath, fearing to miss a single detail. Faced with this formidable attack, Suyu finally moved. He did not meet the strike head-on, but instead executed the phantom step, his figure flickering like a specter, narrowly evading the sword's edge. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty blade was raised, its dark red veins shimmering ominously, emanating a ferocious aura that slashed towards Huang Fu Yunfei's wrist. Huang Fu Yunfei quickly adapted, his wrist flicking, the sword light splitting and intertwining like flowing clouds to block. Clang! The first clash of sword and blade produced a piercing sound of metal against metal. Sparks flew. An eerie force emanated from the blade, causing Huang Fu Yunfei's wrist to tingle, his vitality momentarily faltering, as if something had bitten him. Alarmed, he swiftly retreated a step, channeling his energy to dispel the strange pulling sensation. What a peculiar blade. He dared not let the sword and blade clash easily again. Seizing the advantage, Suyu pressed forward, executing the first form of the bloodthirsty 9 styles. The dark red blade light descended like a blood moon, embodying a tyrannical will to cut through all, enveloping Huang Fu Yunfei. Flowing clouds guard. Huang Fu Yunfei roared, his sword energy swirling, forming layers of clouds to protect himself. Swoosh! The blade light struck the cloud barrier, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The cloud barrier was continuously sliced and devoured, yet it endlessly regenerated. The two soon became entangled in a fierce battle. Sword lights and blade shadows intertwined, their forms flashing like lightning. Sword energy surged, blade light cleaved the air. The intensity of their conflict far surpassed all previous matches. The audience below was dazzled, gasping in amazement. It's too fast. I can't see anything. Senior Huang Fu's swordsmanship is even more terrifying than before. Suyu's blade is incredibly fierce. He can actually clash head-on with Senior Huang Fu. Truly, this was the finals. Nan Gongyu watched from below with a darkened expression, compelled to acknowledge that the strength displayed by these two far exceeded his own level. Xian Yuan Shui's beautiful eyes remained fixated, her cool face showing a hint of concentration. Bai Chun stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "It seems my junior hasn't used his full strength yet. Is he testing the waters?" On the arena, Huang Fu Yunfei grew increasingly alarmed. He had unleashed the 9 sword techniques of the surging clouds to its utmost limit, his sword intent at its peak. Yet he could not breach Suyu's uncanny movements or the energy-devouring ferocity of that blade. Instead, his vitality and mental energy were steadily depleting. This cannot continue. A flicker of determination flashed in Huang Fu Yunfei's eyes as he suddenly retreated a step, pointing his long sword towards the sky, his vitality boiling as if ignited. An even more terrifying and fierce sword intent soared into the heavens. Suyu, Receive my strongest strike. The ultimate form of the 9 sword techniques of the surging clouds, the celestial ascension. He transformed into a peerless sword, the person and sword merging, creating a dazzling and spectacular sword rainbow that seemed otherworldly, carrying the terrifying power to pierce through all, aimed at Su Yu. This strike had touched upon the realm of intent. Its might was comparable to the full-force strike of an early-stage 4th realm warrior. The crowd gasped in awe, all captivated by the spectacle of this strike. Here it comes. Su Yu's gaze sharpened, finally taking the matter seriously. He understood that relying solely on his movements and the bloodthirsty blade to confront this strike would be arduous, even potentially injurious. It was time to reveal his true skill. Cellular Legion. Commence operations. With a mental command, all major departments within him activated efficiently. The breathing squad worked tirelessly, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The digestion squad effectively converted energy. The circulation squad, life and death blood, surged, delivering immense vitality to his arms. The spirit squad leader, Xiao Jing, shone with brilliance, concentrating his mental power to precisely calculate the trajectory and weaknesses of the sword rainbow. The little shield's ability enveloped his arm wielding the blade, causing a metallic sheen to glimmer beneath his skin. Xiao Huan released interference waves, attempting to disrupt Huang Fu Yunfei's mental lock. Little Swan feverishly calculated the optimal angle and force for the strike. Simultaneously, Su Yu gripped the blade with both hands, channeling the power of the life and death blood along with a trace of the holy light energy he had just absorbed from the crystal into the bloodthirsty blade. The dark red blade unexpectedly glowed with hints of golden patterns, blending ferocity with a touch of the sacred. The second form of the bloodthirsty 9 styles, soul reaping, specifically designed to break through energy cores and mental will. Break. Su Yu exhaled and thrust the blade forward. Instead of aiming for the sharpest tip of the sword rainbow, he accurately targeted a critical node in the flow of energy. That was where Huang Fu Yunfei's vitality merged with his sword. Thud. The blade tip collided precisely with the sword rainbow. Instead of the anticipated explosion, they fell into a brief stalemate. The dark red and golden tricolor light intertwined chaotically, eroding and annihilating. Huang Fu Yunfei felt his indomitable sword intent crash against an incredibly resilient wall, a wall that continued to devour his sword energy. Additionally, an eerie mental shock surged along the sword intent, attempting to tear apart his will. Roaring, he summoned every ounce of potential, pushing the sword rainbow even further. Su Yu similarly felt immense pressure, his arm muscles tensing, the little shield's defensive layer groaning under the strain. Yet his gaze remained calm. Little do, add some spice. With a flicker of thought, a colorless, odorless biological toxin capable of interfering with the flow of vitality silently seeped into Huang Fu Yunfei along the energy waves of the clash. In the midst of his intense struggle, Huang Fu Yunfei suddenly sensed a slight stagnation in his vitality flow, causing his sword momentum to inevitably exhibit a subtle delay. Now's my chance. The light in Su Yu's eyes sparkled. The optimal moment calculated by Little Swan had arrived. He engaged his core, leveraging his legs to empower his waist. Waist to arm, and arm to blade. The bloodthirsty blade surged forward. Boom! The stalemate was shattered. The dark red and golden blade light tore through the dazzling sword rainbow like a hot knife through butter. Huang Fu Yunfei was struck as if by a heavy blow, his long sword slipping from his grasp and soaring into the air. His body was sent hurtling backwards, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth as he crashed onto the edge of the arena. Struggling a few times, he ultimately failed to rise. He had been defeated. The mightiest blow had been shattered by his opponent in such an unfathomable manner. The arena fell into a profound silence, all present stunned by the unexpected turn of events. It was not until the referee inhaled deeply and announced with a resounding voice, "The victor is Su Yu, champion of the first-year group in this grand competition," that a tremendous wave of excitement erupted, nearly overturning the entire fighting arena. Su Yu had triumphed. My goodness, how had he accomplished such a feat? That strike was terrifying. It had even withstood Huang Fu Yunfei's strongest sword attack. Was he even human? The students of Mo Wu erupted in frenetic cheers, basking in the glory of victory, while the Tian Wu exchange students looked ashen, unable to utter a single taunt. Nangong Yu's face turned pale, her temper completely dissolved. Xian Yuan Shui gazed at Su Yu, who stood holding his sword, her expression intricate. Bai Chen clenched his fist in determination, exclaiming, "I knew it." Lei Meng and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances filled with relief and astonishment. Su Yu slowly sheathed his sword and approached Huang Fu Yunfei, extending his hand. Huang Fu Yunfei looked at his hand, offering a bitter smile as he grasped it to rise. "You have grown stronger." in a way that is incomprehensible. It's merely luck. Suyu responded with practiced modesty. Huangfu Yunfei chose to remain silent. During the award ceremony, Suyu received the champion's prize from a vice principal, a leaf from the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, whose effects rivaled those of the Enlightenment Pavilion for 3 days, along with 50,000 points. Additionally, he was granted the opportunity to select a treasure from the Mo Wu secret vault. A bounteous harvest indeed. As the competition concluded, Suyu's reputation reached new heights, the first-year championship brimming with prestige. Yet, he did not succumb to the allure of fame. Immediately immersing himself in the digestion of his newfound acquisitions and the further development of his cellular legion, he brewed the ancient tea leaves, enhancing his comprehension and gaining a vague understanding of the third form of Dai Shui Jiu Shi, Jiemya, while also contemplating new combinations of runes. The 50,000 points were eagerly spent on an array of high-tier elixirs that nourished both mental fortitude and vitality, as well as various peculiar materials, some intended for his cancer cell squad to sample. He also visited the Mo Wu secret vault, a place of even greater significance than an armory, housing a plethora of celestial treasures, rare items, and ancient relics. Guided by Xiao Jing and Xiao Swan, he ultimately selected an unassuming object resembling a dull pebble, the Wan Yin Shi Ru Xian. This item was energy concentrated, yet contained an extraordinarily rich and pure vitality from the earth, proving remarkably effective for refining the body and nurturing cells. Upon returning to his villa, he promptly began absorbing the energy from the Wan Yin Shi Ru Xian. A torrent of vitality surged into his body, distributed among various cellular departments. The efficiency of the respiratory and digestive teams improved. The circulatory team, Sheng Si Shui, became more refined and robust. The mental team leader, Xiao Jing, expanded his range of psychic influence. Xiao Dun's defensive strength increased. Xiao Du's toxin secretion diversified. Xiao Yu's healing speed accelerated. Xiao Huan's illusions became more convincing. Xiao Swan's deductive ability sharpened. He even sensed that he was not far from reaching the late stage of the third realm, while his power steadily increased. The higher-ups of Mo Wu convened an urgent meeting due to the discovery at Qingshan Yuan and the Saint Light clan's crystal. The meeting resolved to form an inspection team for the Saint Light ruins, comprised of top experts and elite students, to conduct an in-depth excavation of the altar deep within Qingshan Yuan and any other potential remnants of the Saint Light clan. Professor Sun personally led the team, which included Su Yu, the Saint Light crystal responder, Lin Wei, an expert in ancient script, along with several other outstanding upperclassmen in the fields of energy studies, archaeology, and formation studies. Naturally, the well-connected Xiao Lang and the eager-to-join young lady Chu Jiao, who had also made a donation, were not to be excluded. The inspection team set off for Qingshan Yuan once more, this time with enhanced preparation and strength. However, upon traversing the outer areas and reaching the valley again, they discovered that the altar was now shrouded in a faint, sacred yet repulsive golden barrier. Is this the Saint Light barrier? Professor Sun exclaimed in astonishment. Has the ruin's self-protection mechanism been activated? Lin Wei attempted to communicate using previously inscribed runes, but to no avail. Several upperclassmen tried energy neutralization, only to be repelled and injured by the barrier. Let me give it a try. Suyu stepped forward. He summoned the trace of refined Saint Light energy within him and gently reached out to touch the barrier. The barrier quivered slightly, its repulsion diminishing, yet entry remained impossible. Xiao Jing, it's your turn. Suyu communicated with the golden sprite in his mind. Xiao Jing flew out, adhering to the barrier, her golden patterns glowing as she emanated the pure essence of the Saint Light clan. Instantly, the barrier softened as if recognizing kin, and a narrow entrance that allowed passage for one person opened. Success! The crowd erupted in joy. Yet, at the very moment Suyu stepped through the entrance, an unforeseen change occurred. The Dai Shui blade in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting an excited and greedy hum, its blade pointing directly towards the depths beneath the altar. Simultaneously, the Sheng Si Shui within him boiled inexplicably. From that direction emanated a profoundly obscure, yet kindred yet more dark and violent aura, calling to them. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Was that aura another Dai Shui blade? Or perhaps another part of the Dai Shui blade? Were there not just one, but multiple of these fearsome blades within the Saint Light barrier? The atmosphere was not the serene sanctuary one might expect. Rather, it was permeated by a more ancient, heavy, and even slightly mournful aura. The damaged altar still stood resolute, yet the scattered boulders and charred remnants of battle silently testified to the fierce struggles that had transpired here. However, at that moment, all of Suyu's attention was captivated by the nearly frenzied humming and the pointed direction of the Dai Shui blade in his hand. The blade's tip directed towards a deeper region behind the altar, one engulfed by a massive chasm. There. The air was no longer sacred but instead suffused with an essence that was kindred to Dai Shui, yet more frenzied, dark, and imbued with a sense of destruction. Another blade, or another part. Suyu's heart raced slightly. He could sense that the entity within that depth possessed a lethal allure for the Dai Shui blade. As if a missing component yearned to return to its whole, yet the process of rejoining was far from gentle. It felt more like a mutual devouring. Suyu, what's wrong? Professor Sun noticed his unusual demeanor and queried with caution, having sensed the unsettling dark aura himself. Professor, there is something over there. Suyu gestured towards the chasm. It's dangerous, but it may also be related to the Saint Light clan. Professor Sun's expression grew solemn as he signaled the team to be on guard. Lin Wei quickly examined the symbols on the surrounding stone walls, her complexion shifting. Professor, the inscriptions here indicate that the altar was not only a place of worship, but also one of suppression. It seems to seal a terrifying creature birth from the dark side of the Saint Light clan. Light and shadow exist together, Professor Sun pondered. Could it be that the Saint Light clan has not entirely eradicated their own negativity? Chu Jiao, frightened, shrank behind her bodyguard. So do we still need to go down? Xiao Lang, however, was eager to proceed. Since we're here, we might as well take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold, Junior. Feeling the increasing desire of the Dai Shui blade, as well as the agitation of the Sheng Si Shui within him, Suyu nodded. We must go down and investigate. Otherwise, this blade may rebel. Thus, under the guidance of Suyu and Xiao Jing, the team cautiously descended along the ancient stone steps lining the edge of the chasm. As one descends further, the illumination wanes, and the oppressive aura of darkness intensifies, gradually eroding the sense of security bestowed by the Holy Light barrier. Distorted murals depicting the Holy Light clan battling against a shadowy beast emerge upon the stone walls, showcasing scenes of harrowing combat. Suddenly, a series of shadowy arrows, silent yet swift as lightning, are unleashed from the abyss, targeting Suyu at the forefront of the team. Be careful, Professor Sun exclaims, his staff glowing with protective light. However, Suyu reacts even more swiftly. Without drawing his weapon, he concentrates his thoughts, activating the small shield ability instantaneously. His arm radiates a metallic sheen, while a faint layer of life and death blood energy infused with holy light envelopes it. The shadow arrows strike his arm with a metallic clang, yet he withstands the onslaught. Nonetheless, the frigid, corrosive force attempts to infiltrate his body. Xiaoyu. Suyu commands, and Xiaodu promptly secretes a targeted toxin to neutralize the chilling intrusion, while Xiaoyu swiftly mends the minute injuries caused by the impact. This entire process unfolds in the blink of an eye, and Suyu does not falter in his stride. The onlookers behind him are left agape, especially the elite seniors who realize they could never have so nonchalantly thwarted that ambush. Is your body made of alloy, Junior? One senior murmurs. Suyu casually replies. It's a basic operation. As they delve deeper, the frequency and intensity of the attacks escalate. Various shadow-formed creatures, shadow wolves, shadow leopards, and even shadow giants, spring forth from the darkness, their power far surpassing that of the external shadow beasts. These attacks bear an eerie corrosive effect targeting both spirit and vitality, placing the team under mounting pressure. When a senior female member is inadvertently clawed by a shadow's talon, her wound instantly turns black and festers, sap her spirit. Purification. A classmate specializing in light-based healing promptly casts a spell, but the effect is minimal. Let me assist, Suyu steps forward, his fingers imbued with Xiaoyu's essence and a touch of holy light energy, pressing against the senior's wound. The dark energy is rapidly expelled with a sizzling sound, and her wound begins to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. The senior looks at Suyu, her cheeks flushing. Thank you, Junior. You're welcome, but it comes at a cost. Don't forget to transfer points later, Suyu responds with a straight face. After a fierce struggle, the team finally reaches the bottom of the rift. It reveals a vast subterranean chamber, at its center a severely damaged black stone altar, ensnared by countless chains inscribed with runes. Many chains have already broken, and in the altar's center stands a half-broken blade. Its design bears a striking resemblance to Suyu's bloodthirsty sword, yet it is entirely obsidian, emanating a chilling aura of darkness, ferocity, and an insatiable hunger. The blade seems almost alive, quivering as it voraciously absorbs the surrounding energy, even swallowing the light itself. The broken chains appear to have been severed by its own force. The half-destroyed dark blade reacts to the presence of Suyu's bloodthirsty sword, trembling more violently and emitting an excited yet hostile hum. The collision of two opposing yet fundamentally connected energies fills the chamber with a stifling atmosphere. Indeed, it is the other half, Suyu muses, his expression grave. He senses the terrifying power contained within the dark blade, which is chaotic and imbued with a will for destruction. The bloodthirsty sword conveys a strong desire to consume its counterpart, reciprocated by the dark blade's own hunger. Is this a sinister creation birthed from the shadow aspect of the Holy Light clan? Professor Sun exclaims in shock, realizing it has been forged into a weapon and sealed here. Lin Wei, examining the ancient inscriptions surrounding the altar, her voice quivering, states, "The records say this is Angshi, a weapon representing the dual forces of light and darkness, originally wielded by a powerful warrior of the Holy Light clan." However, during the final battle, Angshi was tainted and fell into darkness, ultimately rebelling against its master before being sealed here at a great cost. At that moment, the half-destroyed Angshi erupts with a blinding black radiance. Countless shadow creatures surge forth from its vicinity, rushing towards the group like a tidal wave. It seeks to devour the bloodthirsty sword, aiming for its ultimate transformation. Defend. Professor Sun bellows, his staff firmly planted as a potent barrier of holy light materializes. Yet the sheer number of shadow creatures overwhelms them, their strength surpassing their defenses. The barrier quakes violently. Senior members form a defensive formation. Xiaolang assist. Professor, maintain the barrier. Senior Lin, search for clues about the seal. Chu Jiao, take cover. Suyu swiftly issues commands, and despite not being the leader, his strength and composure compel obedience. He takes a deep breath, gripping the bloodthirsty sword, stepping closer to the altar. He knows this battle can only be resolved by him and his blade. Old friend, to feast upon grand delicacies, one must take action. Suyu conveys his will to the bloodthirsty sword. The sword responds with an exhilarating hum, radiating dark red, golden, and three-colored light. Within Suyu, the cellular legion mobilizes entirely. All power converges upon him. Facing the surging tide of shadows, he swings his sword with ferocity. Bloodthirsty 9 styles breakthrough. Soul Reaper. Catastrophe. Initial comprehension. The blade's light manifests as a crimson tempest, tearing apart shadow creatures in its wake, devouring all. The power of the bloodthirsty sword surges throughout the battle. Yet with each step he takes, the pressure mounts. The dark blade emanates a formidable field of darkness, incessantly corroding his vitality and spirit. Xiao Jing, radiating brilliant golden light, fiercely resists the mental encroachment. Xiao Huan conjures illusions to disrupt the shadow creatures. Xiao Xuan frantically calculates the weaknesses of the encroaching shadows. Xiao Du attempts to secrete toxins specifically targeting the dark energy. Xiao Yu continuously mends his own injuries. Xiao Dun withstands physical assaults. Suyu employs all his learned skills and cellular abilities to their fullest potential. His swordplay, agility, runes, and mental fortitude coalesce in perfect harmony. He resembles a solitary vessel amidst a dark tide, yet also an unsinkable rock, resolutely advancing toward the altar. The onlookers behind him are captivated, having never witnessed such an enigmatic and powerful combat style. Suyu appears as an unyielding combat machine, effortlessly wielding various abilities to counter every crisis. Finally, Suyu reaches the edge of the altar. The bloodthirsty sword and the dark blade face each other across the void, resonating with a thunderous hum. In the next moment, the two formidable blades escape their wielder's control, colliding violently like sworn adversaries. Boom! The clash of darkness and blood-red golden light erupts, intertwining and consuming. The entire subterranean chamber quakes violently. The altar fractures. The chains snap. A terrifying energy storm engulfs the space. Professor Sun's expression shifts dramatically as he strains to sustain the barrier. Everyone. Full defensive effort. The energy storm rages for a full minute before gradually subsiding. The group finds themselves in disarray, the barrier precariously wavering. As the dust settles, the altar has completely vanished, leaving only a deep pit in its place. At the bottom of the pit, Suyu kneels, panting. In his grasp lies a brand new long sword. The blade is longer, its design more ancient and imposing. It exhibits a bizarre color scheme of dark red and pitch black, as though light and darkness have achieved a delicate balance and fusion. The intricate patterns on the blade are more complex, one side radiating a dark red glow while the other absorbs light, exuding an aura of terrifying potency. Bloodthirsty and Angshi have fused. The new blade conveys an even greater, more intricate intent, both ferocious and frigid, along with a sense of satisfaction akin to having feasted to fullness. Suyu senses that this new sword possesses immense power beyond its predecessor, and seems to have unlocked new abilities to manipulate shadows. With a thought, the shadowy portion of the blade glimmers, causing the shadows beneath his feet to writhe as if they were living entities. Impressive. Suyu cannot help but exclaim. Just then, Lin Wei suddenly calls out, "Professor, over here." There is something beneath the seal platform. A crowd gathered around, revealing the shattered base of a stone altar, from which emerged a hidden compartment containing a resplendent crystal. Encased within this crystal was a fleeting female silhouette, imbued with boundless sorrow and resolute determination. The figure cast her gaze upon the new blade in Su Yu's hand, conveying a fragmented message. The guardian of light and darkness must beware of Su Yuan's watchful eyes. They have been relentlessly seeking. The transmission faded, leaving an air of uncertainty. Su Yuan? Professor Sun's expression grew unusually grave. Could it be more terrifying than the rift of mountain and sea? Before he could finish, the entire underground space began to violently collapse. This is bad. The core has been removed. This place is going to cave in. Hurry. Without a moment's hesitation, the group fled upward in a frenzy. Behind them, massive boulders fell, entombing ancient secrets. As everyone stumbled out of the rift and returned to the valley of the altar, a resounding crash echoed behind them as the chasm completely collapsed, sealed by colossal stones. Surviving this ordeal left the group shaken. While this exploration yielded monumental discoveries, it also unveiled deeper terrors. Su Yu caressed the brand new Dai Shui. Perhaps it should be called Guang and Dai Shui, sensing the immense power it contained. Yet his heart was devoid of elation. The gaze of Su Yuan suggested ominous implications. Clearly, the path to strength was far from its conclusion. His cellular legion must accelerate its expansion. Gather the team. Return to the school at once. This place is no longer safe. Professor Sun commanded decisively. The expedition team, laden with significant findings and greater enigmas, swiftly retreated from Qingshan Yuan. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, at the moment he merged the dual blades and triggered an energy storm. Deep within an unfathomable, indescribable dimension of darkness, several pairs of indifferent, ancient eyes, seemingly composed of pure void, slowly opened, traversing endless space toward the direction of the blue star. The essence of light and darkness coordinates cleared. In the depths of the underground cavern, a deathly silence prevailed. Only the gradually shrinking fissure in the heart of the lake emitted a faint hissing sound, accompanied by Su Yu's stifled coughs. Bai Chun and Huangfu Yunfei gazed at Su Yu, who was enveloped in black smoke as if he had just emerged from a coal mine and had been struck by lightning, at a loss for how to react. The pressure emanating from that shadowy eye had undoubtedly reached the level of a high-tier aberrant beast lord, perhaps even more formidable. That beam of obliteration would have left any of them as mere remnants. Yet, Su Yu had endured. Though he appeared battered, his aura was steadily recovering. In fact, that blade seemed to grow even more ferocious. Junior Yu. Bai Chen opened his mouth, realizing his usual eloquence had deserted him. This surpassed his comprehension of genius. This was monstrous. Huangfu Yunfei's expression was complex as he tightened and then loosened his grip on the sword hilt. He had always viewed Su Yu as a rival to surpass. But the latter's uncanny resilience and accelerated growth left him feeling both powerless and ignited with a fervent desire to compete. Cough. It's nothing, just a minor incident. Su Yu spat out a mouthful of darkened blood, feeling a surge of relief in his chest. He internally assessed his condition. His body was a mess, with numerous damaged meridians and bruised organs. However, the recovery cells led by Xiao Yu were working tirelessly, with holy light energy and life force collaborating to visibly hasten his healing. More importantly, a strand of pure dark energy that had been absorbed, while overwhelmingly powerful and nearly overwhelming him, had undergone initial refinement through the breathing secret and Xiao Du's relentless neutralization, ultimately yielding a unique energy that combined both destructive and life-giving properties, settling within his dantian and gradually fortifying his vitality foundation. Furthermore, the Guang and Dai Shui blade appeared to be sated, conveying a sense of fulfillment akin to needing rest for digestion. While its darkened portions gleamed with an increasingly profound luster, clearly having gained immensely. Risks and rewards coexist. This escapade nearly went awry, yet it was a blood profit. Is this still a minor incident? The engineering senior trembled as he rose, gazing at Su Yu with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. What on earth was that thing? Perhaps just a small greeting from Su Yuan? Su Yu attempted to stretch his limbs, joints cracking, and smiled, revealing teeth that appeared especially white against the blackened blood. It seems it doesn't quite fancy me. The crowd reacted in disbelief. A greeting? That gaze nearly sent us all to our demise. Bai Chan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. We must not linger here. Senior Wang, seal the fissure immediately. Others, be on guard. Su Yu, can you still move? Absolutely, I can escape faster than you. Su Yu stood, his complexion still somewhat pale, but his aura had stabilized considerably. Engineering Senior Wang wasted no time, quickly collaborating with the assisting senior sister to array layers of runic seals around the gradually shrinking fissure, ultimately solidifying and sealing it. With the source gone, the shadow energy within the cavern began to dissipate slowly. Mission accomplished, retreat. Bai Chun ordered decisively. The group hastily retraced their steps, moving faster than they had on the way in. Upon reaching the surface, sunlight bathed them, evoking a surreal sense of returning to the realm of the living. Bai Chun immediately reported the situation through a secure channel, emphasizing the peculiar shadow eye and its terrifying power. After a prolonged silence, a grave voice responded, "Understood. You must return immediately. This matter exceeds your handling capacity. Specialists will take over. Adhere to confidentiality protocols." Inside the armored vehicle on the return journey, the atmosphere was tinged with silence. Everyone retained a sense of trepidation, simultaneously harboring deep curiosity and a tinge of reverence for Su Yu, the anomaly who could withstand Su Yuan's greeting. Huang Fu Yunfei suddenly spoke up. "How did you withstand it?" His gaze was piercing, fixated on Su Yu. It was illogical. Even if Su Yu's physique was formidable, the disparity in realms was evident. Su Yu stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. "Perhaps it's because I'm handsome, that I couldn't bear to destroy such a work of art." Huang Fu Yunfei's forehead twitched with a vein, turning away to avoid further conversation. He knew he wouldn't get a coherent answer. Bai Chun, however, regarded Su Yu thoughtfully, his tactical mind racing with analysis. Was it a special constitution? That peculiar blade? Or some unknown secret technique? Regardless, Su Yu's value and danger level had risen several tiers in his estimation. Upon returning to Mo Wu, they turned in their tasks and claimed their rewards, deep sea essence secured, before dispersing to digest the experiences of this mission. Su Yu returned to Villa 999 and immediately entered a period of seclusion. First, he consumed the deep sea essence. The azure crystal dissolved upon entering, transforming into a stream of icy soul essence that surged into his mind, revitalizing his spirit, which had waned from withstanding the shadow eye. His mental power surged, growing increasingly refined and pure. The little spirit joyously absorbed this newfound strength, visibly expanding in size, with the waves of mental energy flowing around it becoming clearer and more profound, enhancing Su Yu's perception, thought speed, and precision in controlling his own power to a superior level. His mental cultivation broke through the bottleneck, firmly stepping into the fourth tier. His perception range expanded more than double, even allowing him to faintly sense the subtle fluctuations of others' emotions. Next, he devoted himself to refining the precious strand of Su Yuan energy within his body. This energy was incredibly domineering, and the refining process was fraught with peril, resembling a miniature war within him. The breathing secret operated at full capacity, functioning like a furnace. Xiaodu continuously secreted unique toxins to neutralize its destructive properties. Xiao Yu frantically repaired the burned meridians. Xiao Swan monitored the energy flow dynamics in real time, providing the optimal refining path. The newly formed Xiao Peng worked at full throttle, accelerating the circulation of vitality and transporting nutrients and energy. Through the concerted efforts of the Cellular Legion, this strand of high-grade energy was gradually dismantled and absorbed. The results were astounding. His vital essence became increasingly refined, imbued with a faint dark hue, far surpassing that of others at the same level. Possessing a unique quality of erosion and consumption, his meridians and bones subtly shimmered with a sheen reminiscent of black jade, their strength significantly enhanced. The Xingqian Duanti Shu seized this opportunity to directly advance to the fourth layer, resulting in a comprehensive elevation of physical strength, defense, and recovery. Only a thin veil separated him from the threshold of the fourth realm of martial arts, ready to be pierced at any moment. This Shiyuan energy was indeed a remarkable boon, and as Su Yu felt the surging power within him, he couldn't help but exclaim, albeit with a hint of concern for his cells, which were nearly exhausted. He produced a substantial quantity of energy crystal stones and vital essence elixirs to reward his cellular legion, aiding their recovery and growth. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the slumbering Guang and Dai Shui. At this moment, the battle blade had taken on a more ancient and ferocious appearance. The intertwining light and darkness along its blade seemed almost alive, flowing slowly. Through the mental connection, he sensed a larger, more enigmatic force gestating within the blade, seemingly enriched with deeper techniques for shadow manipulation, awaiting Su Yu's discovery. Satisfied, he stowed the blade away. Upon exiting his seclusion, Su Yu distinctly sensed that the atmosphere at Mo Wu had grown tenser. The frequency of patrols within the campus had increased, and several key training facility entrances had heightened their identity verification requirements, infusing the air with a palpable sense of impending storm. News concerning Shiyuan appeared to be rigorously suppressed. With ordinary students unaware of the specifics, assuming it was merely a routine upgrade in security. Suyu visited the Wanfa Pavilion, seeking more information on Shiyuan and the Holy Light clan, but was impeded by insufficient clearance, unable to access the ancient texts in the core areas. Clearly, Shiyuan held significant implications. He stroked his chin, undeterred. If the school would not provide information, he would seek alternative avenues. He recalled Bai Chun, a resourceful individual with a keen ear for news. Upon contacting Bai Chun, it seemed he had anticipated Suyu's inquiry. Junior, wish to know more? How about joining my Xingho team? The benefits are substantial, with shared information and various internal channels. Speak plainly, Suyu replied. Oh, it's simply a small group of like-minded friends we've formed, sharing resources, assisting one another, and occasionally taking on private jobs. Currently, the members include myself, Huangfu Yunfei, Luo Xiaoming, that tech-savvy senior, and Ruan, the healing specialist. Bai Chen revealed, we believe the future situation may become chaotic, so it's better to band together for warmth. Suyu pondered for a moment, recognizing the abilities of these individuals as commendable and somewhat reliable. All right, but let me clarify in advance. I'm not selling my skills, just focusing on fighting and dividing spoils. Deal. Bai Chun grinned, welcoming him to Xingho. As a gesture of introduction, he presented a secure USB drive. This contains some fragmented information regarding Shiyuan and ancient ruins, obtained through special channels. It's not classified, but it's deeper than what you can find on the market. Accepting the USB, Suyu felt this was a worthwhile exchange. Returning to his villa, he examined the contents. The information was indeed fragmented, yet when pieced together, it provided him with a clearer understanding of Shiyuan. Shiyuan was not a specific world or civilization, but rather a conceptual dark dimension permeating the interstices of multidimensional space, embodying destruction, entropy, and nothingness. It instinctively sought to devour life worlds, manifesting in various forms, such as energy erosion, rule distortion, or the cultivation of avatars. The civilization of the Holy Light clan was likely one that had been targeted and ultimately obliterated by Shiyuan. The ruins of Qingshan Yuan and Donghai Haiyuan were merely fragments of its civilization. Thus, Blue Star had also caught its attention. A sense of pressure washed over Suyu. Yet excitement surged within him. In chaotic times, heroes emerge, and danger accompanies opportunity. The energy of Shiyuan was undoubtedly a treasure. Days later, Mo Wu convened a high-level meeting attended by even the reclusive mentors and veteran professors. Following the meeting, the school announced a series of new policies. 1. Resource allocation, increased task point rewards, more access to advanced cultivation resources, encouraging students to rapidly enhance their strength. 2. Practical drills, heightened frequency and difficulty of combat assessments across all grades, simulating battles under various extreme conditions. 3. Information disclosure, officially and cautiously acknowledging the existence of interdimensional threats without directly mentioning Shiyuan, emphasizing the importance of unity and strength enhancement. 4. Special talent cultivation plan, launching the Qianlong plan, selecting a group of the most promising students for focused cultivation and resource allocation. Suyu, Huangfu Yunfei, Xinyuan Shui, and other top talents were undoubtedly included in the Qianlong plan, receiving higher privileges and resource quotas. The entire Mo Wu, and even universities nationwide, entered a state of heightened preparedness. Students exhibited unprecedented enthusiasm for cultivation, with various competitions and arena matches flourishing. While enjoying the resource benefits brought by the Qianlong plan and rapidly enhancing his strength, Suyu discreetly gathered information on Shiyuan and ancient ruins through the Xingho team and Bai Chen's channels. He harbored a bold idea. If the Shiyuan energy could be absorbed and refined, could he not seek out more similar locations to actively harvest energy? If this notion were to reach the ears of the school as higher-ups, it would likely induce a severe fright. One day, Bai Chen approached him with an air of mystery. Junior, there's a private job available. Are you interested? Do tell. There's a black market merchant holding a fragment of an ancient map of the Black Mist Canyon, reputed to be a battlefield relic from ancient times. Recently, unusual energy fluctuations have been reported. He seeks a team for exploration, offering the map copy and 30% of the relic's profits as reward. Black Mist Canyon? Sounds dubious. Suyu raised an eyebrow. It is indeed perilous. It is said that a corrosive black mist permeates the area, capable of eroding one's vital essence, alongside various mutated insects and lingering battlefield specters. However, some have reportedly discovered ancient legacies and energy crystals there. Bai Chen lowered his voice. I suspect that place may also be connected to that kind of power. Suyu's interest was piqued. Black mist? Erosion? It sounds both highly beneficial and dangerous. What about the team? It will consist of myself, you, Huangfu, and an upperclassman proficient in both poison and purification. What do you say? Done. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Thus, a few days later, in the southwestern direction of Mo, the notorious perilous area of Black Mist Canyon came into view. A four-person team emerged at the edge of the swirling black mist. Suyu gazed ahead at the dense black fog that seemed capable of swallowing light. Feeling the exhilaration and excitement of the small poison within him, along with the faint humming of the guang and dai shui blade, licking his lips in anticipation. Jiyuan, here I come for another feast. Chapter 71. Has Black Mist Canyon become my backyard? Black Mist Canyon lived up to its reputation. The dense black mist not only obscured vision but also eroded the protective energy shields and vital essence of martial artists. Prolonged exposure could even damage their foundations. The air was thick with a scent of decay and toxicity, making it impossible for ordinary creatures to survive. Stay alert. Do not let your protective energy wane. This is corrupting black mist. Prolonged exposure can even weaken your bones. Warned Mu Qing, the newly joined upperclassman with dual mastery in poison and purification. A faint green purification aura surrounded her, gently pushing aside the encroaching black mist. Huangfu Yunfei enveloped himself in a sword aura. Dazzling sword light driving the surrounding black mist back several meters, though it was evident that it took a toll. Bai Chun wore a specially crafted runic respirator, clearly well prepared. Meanwhile, Suyu's approach was markedly different. He had not activated his protective energy, but simply stood amidst the black mist, even inhaling deeply. The flavor is exquisite, and the potency is substantial. He smacked his lips, a look of ecstasy on his face. The small poison within him was almost ecstatic, voraciously absorbing the toxic components of the black mist, converting them into pure energy to nourish itself, even critically transmitting thoughts. A bit too many impurities. But the main ingredient is excellent, absolutely crunchy. The dagger of guang and dai shui quivered slightly, its darkened blade seemingly breathing, absorbing the surrounding dark mist energy, imparting a remarkable sense of satisfaction. Senior Mu Qing stared, astonished. Are you all right? Of course, I feel quite comfortable, akin to enjoying a sauna. Suyu replied as he stretched his limbs, sensing his vitality invigorated by the stimulation of the dark mist. Senior, you should conserve your purification ability for critical moments. This fog is ineffective against me. Mu Qing's eyes widened. What is this junior made of? Bai Chen's eyelids twitched. Although he was already aware of Suyu's peculiarities, this adaptability was simply absurd. He silently recalibrated his assessment of Suyu's danger level to that of a humanoid autonomous environmental adaptation machine. Huangfu Yunfei let out a cold snort and turned his head, yet his grip on the sword tightened, clearly agitated once more. The group delved deeper into the gorge, where the terrain was intricate, with jagged rocks and the skeletal remains of unknown colossal creatures scattered about, along with broken weaponry remnants, bearing witness to the fierce battles fought here in the past. Occasionally, mutated venomous insects and skeletal beasts, eroded by the black mist, would launch sudden attacks from the shadows, moving with alarming speed and ferocity. Senior Mu Qing's role quickly became apparent. Her purifying aura effectively diminished toxins, and her healing spells swiftly eradicated the corruption. Huangfu Yunfei's swordsmanship was sharp and decisive, often obliterating the oncoming monsters with a single strike. Bai Chun was responsible for commanding and addressing any shortcomings, his rune pistol adeptly targeting the monster's weak points or providing urgent aid. Suyu, however, seemed to be coasting along, primarily tasked with cleansing the battlefield by absorbing the dark energy that emanated from the slain monsters, all under the pretense of preventing environmental contamination. When a stray foe lunged at him, he effortlessly dispatched it with a swift strike or a punch, his fists imbued with the strength of Xiao Ying and Xiao Dan, akin to divine weaponry, smashing the mutated skeletal beasts to pieces while simultaneously absorbing their energy. His efficiency was outrageously impressive. Bai Chun gazed at Suyu's relaxed demeanor, then at the strenuous efforts of himself and the others, tears welling in his eyes once more. What a cheat! As they pressed on, the black mist thickened, and the monsters grew stronger, giving rise to vengeful spirits formed from pure resentment and dark energy. These creatures were poorly affected by physical attacks. Sword chi and bullets passed through them, only dimming their form slightly. Only attacks imbued with mental energy, purification, or special attributes proved effective. Huangfu Yunfei's sword intent, suffused with righteous energy, yielded decent results, albeit at a high cost. Mu Qing's purifying light was the most effective, though its range was limited. Just as a formidable fourth-tier vengeful spirit broke through their sword light and purification, screeching as it lunged towards the team, Suyu took action. He did not draw his blade but instead raised his hand, palm facing the spirit. Xiao Jing, with a mental command. The radiant light of Xiao Jing surged forth in his mind, unleashing a mental shockwave, honed by the Guang and Dai Shui dagger and the Su Yuan energy, imbued with a hint of dark authority, striking the spirit's core like an invisible hammer. The spirit let out a horrifying wail, as if encountering its nemesis, its body freezing instantly, before violently fluctuating like wisps of smoke, showing signs of disintegration. Now, Bai Chun commanded immediately. Huang Fu Yunfei's sword light surged, utterly shredding the vengeful spirit. Mu Qing gazed at Su Yu in astonishment. Your mental energy carries a dark pressure? How is that possible? It is common for light attribute mental energy to restrain vengeful spirits, but this dark attribute capable of intimidating and even harming them is unheard of. Su Yu smiled mysteriously. Perhaps I am just a bit fierce? The group, having navigated this brief interlude, found their progress significantly smoother. Su Yu's mental shock became a formidable weapon against the vengeful spirits, achieving remarkable efficiency. Eventually, guided by the remnants of a map, they arrived at a colossal cave deep within the gorge. The cave's entrance was obstructed by twisted black vines, exuding a disquieting energy. This is it, a command post or storage from the ancient battlefield, Bai Chen exclaimed excitedly. However, how to enter posed a dilemma. The black vines were exceedingly resilient. Huang Fu Yunfei attempted to slice through with his sword, leaving only a faint mark, and the vines seemed to retaliate, as if alive. Let me try. Mu Qing stepped forward, placing her hands on the vines, releasing a faint green, purifying energy. As smoke billowed from the surface of the vines, the purified portions rapidly withered. Yet deeper layers surged forth to replace them, seemingly endless. Mu Qing's complexion gradually paled, clearly straining herself. This won't do, Bai Chen frowned. Su Yu stroked his chin, observing the vines, suddenly declaring, these things seem to subsist on dark energy as well. He approached, gesturing for Mu Qing to step back. He extended a finger, lightly tapping one of the vines. Breath secret reversal. Devour. Simultaneously, the absorbing power of the Guang and Dai Shui dagger radiated from his fingertip. Instantly, the vine turned a ghastly white, withering at a visible rate as the dark energy within surged into Su Yu's body like a floodgate opened. The surrounding vines, sensing the threat, rushed toward him frantically, attempting to ensnare and consume him. But Su Yu welcomed them all. The small pump operated at an accelerated pace. The small calculator precisely controlled the absorption rate. The small healer mended his skin, torn by the vine's thorns. He resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously devouring the dark energy of the vines that sealed the cave. This scene left his teammates dumbfounded once more. Huang Fu Yunfei nearly forgot to wield his sword, while Bai Chen stood with his mouth agape. Mu Qing questioned her very existence. For her Mu family had studied the purification of poisons for centuries and had never witnessed such a feat of draining toxins. Minutes later, the black vines at the cave's entrance crumbled entirely, dissipating into ash. Su Yu let out a satisfied belch, exhaling a plume of black mist, feeling unfulfilled. Not bad, though a bit of a nuisance to my teeth. Please, try to act like a human, the others exclaimed. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them. Yet there were no traps or mechanisms. It seemed the former inhabitants had left in haste. Scattered within were decayed weapon racks and supply crates, most of which had turned to dust over the long years. However, in a half-collapsed stone chamber, they discovered their objective, a human skeleton, seated in a meditative position, remarkably intact. The bones gleamed like jade, exuding a faint pressure, evidently belonging to a powerful being in life. Before the skeleton lay a metallic box, its surface adorned with intricate runic seals, still faintly pulsating with energy. Beside the skeleton was a shattered token inscribed with the character for Zhun. This is the token of the Zhan Shi army, the predecessor of the Xia Zhun Mo army. Bai Chun recognized, his expression solemn. This ancestor was likely a commander stationed here long ago. Mu Qing respectfully bowed, and Huang Fu Yunfei also saluted with his sword. Su Yu followed suit, primarily to express gratitude for the legacy left behind. Bai Chun cautiously deciphered the runic seals on the box. It appeared he was an expert in this area, and opened it. Inside were not riches, but 3 items. An ancient map made from some beast hide, far more complete than the fragment possessed by the black market merchants, marking several similar ruin sites. A tome of cultivation insights, detailing this commander's understanding of martial arts and resistance against the black mist. And lastly, a soul crystal the size of a pigeon egg, entirely black, yet emanating pure soul energy. We've struck gold. Bai Chen's eyes sparkled. This map is worth a fortune. The insights are invaluable to Senior Mu and those in similar circumstances. And this soul crystal is a rare treasure. According to their agreement, the map copy belonged to them, while the original soul crystal and insights were also theirs. provided they returned the token to the descendants of the Jean Mo army. Just as Bai Chun prepared to collect the items, an unexpected disturbance arose. Outside the cave, hurried footsteps and boisterous shouts echoed. Hurry! The energy fluctuations just came from here. Someone must have found something valuable. The oppressive atmosphere in this wretched place is unbearable, and my protective talisman is on the verge of breaking. Enough with the chatter. Let us seize the valuables and depart swiftly. A group of 7 or 8 students, donned in uniforms from various martial arts schools, yet exuding fierce and menacing vibes, charged in, surrounding Su Yu and his companions, their avaricious eyes fixated on the box in Bai Chun's hands. Leading them was a young man with a scarred face. His aura ferocious, clearly at the initial stage of the 4th realm. Well, what fortuitous luck we have. We have indeed caught you. The scarred man licked his lips. Addressing the magical martial arts students, be sensible and hand over your belongings, then scram. Otherwise, this Haima Gorge shall become your burial ground. The others behind him sneered. Their energies surging, most being at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, evidently a formidable elite team accustomed to such nefarious dealings. Bai Chen's expression darkened. Are you from Beiwa Wuxiao? Do you intend to violate the school's agreements and strike here? Agreements? What a joke. The scarred man scoffed, in this desolate place. Who would know if we killed you? Besides, do we need a reason to rob your magical martial arts trash? Huangfu Yunfei stepped forward, his sword aimed directly at the adversary, his battle intent soaring. If it's a fight you seek, then let it be. Mu Qing, too, tightened her grip on her staff, ready to enhance the purification barrier. But Su Yu merely yawned, patting Bai Chun's shoulder. Senior, why waste words with them? He turned to the scarred man, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying a mere collection of experience points. You came at a perfect time. The scarred man was taken aback. Perfect time for what? Su Yu grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I happen to be quite hungry. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished in an instant. Shadow escape technique. In the next moment, he appeared like a wraith behind the scarred man, and with a swift motion, he struck with the scabbard, infused with terrifying strength, directly onto the back of the opponent's head. The speed was astonishing. The scarred man barely had time to react. Watch out! One of his companions shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. The scarred man felt an excruciating pain at the back of his head. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his protective energy shattered like paper, collapsing face-first into the ground, swallowed by the black mud. Instant annihilation. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The expressions of the remaining Beiwa Wuxiao students froze, their menacing grins vanishing as if they had been choked. Huangfu Yunfei's poised sword attack faltered. Bai Chun and Mu Qing were equally stunned. I know you're powerful, but this is utterly outrageous. The opponent was at the 4th realm, though not the top tier. It was still a legitimate 4th realm warrior. One encounter, and he was gone. Su Yu flicked the scabbard, glancing at the remaining petrified Beiwa students, beckoning with a gesture. Next, who else wishes to provide me with a feast? Inside the cave, a deathly silence reigned. The remaining Beiwa students stared at their 4th realm captain, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. Wisps of black smoke rising from his head, where he had been struck. Tremors coursed through their legs. What in the world is this monster? Scarred Lu was among the most formidable in Beiwa. How could he have fallen in an instant, without even drawing his sword? Su Yu, dismissively shaking the scabbard as if he had merely swatted a fly, scanned the trembling Beiwa students, challenging them. Who else wishes to try? Thud, thud. The remaining students promptly knelt, crying out in desperation, Big brother, spare us. We were wrong. We did not recognize the mountain's majesty. We no longer want the items. They are all yours. We are worthless trash. Please let us go. With no options left, they succumbed to the overwhelming situation. Their strongest captain had been dispatched in a heartbeat, and for them, the pinnacle of the 3rd realm was merely akin to delivering themselves to slaughter. When did the magical martial arts world spawn such a devil? They had never heard of him. Bai Chun, having regained his composure, looked at Su Yu with a complex expression before stepping forward, sternly addressing the Beiwa students. Hand over your scorecards and any valuables. Then leave. If a word of today's events escapes your lips, we want to say a word. Absolutely not. The students, as if granted a reprieve from death, hurriedly stripped themselves of all valuable items, not even daring to leave behind the storage ring from Scarred Lu, before hastily dragging their unconscious captain away. Their retreating speed tenfold compared to their arrival. TSK, a bunch of paupers. Bai Chun assessed the spoils, grimacing. Aside from some ordinary medicinal pills and materials, nothing particularly valuable remained. However, the scorecards held a considerable number of points, a pleasant surprise. Huangfu Yunfei sheathed his sword, his gaze fixed on Su Yu. The battle intent in his eyes nearly palpable, yet it ultimately coalesced into a low grunt, freak. He realized that, at this moment, he likely lacked even the qualification to provoke Su Yu into drawing his sword. This disparity left him breathless, yet ignited a fervent desire to catch up. Mu Qing observed Su Yu with caution, a mixture of awe and curiosity in her eyes. This junior is extraordinarily formidable, to an almost unreasonable degree. Su Yu paid no heed to their inner thoughts, his focus returning to the metallic box. Senior, let us examine our genuine harvest. Bai Chun suppressed his turbulent emotions and retrieved the 3 items from the box. The scroll of beast skin was exceptionally ancient, crafted from a unique material that could slightly resist the encroachment of the black mist. The map marked several clear relic points, including the Haimu Gorge and 2 additional unknown regions, annotated with symbols of danger and ancient notes. This is a great find. The value of this map far exceeds expectations. Bai Chun's breath quickened. These relic points likely contained opportunities or perils akin to this very place. The cultivation insights contained within were priceless, detailing the methods employed by a general of the Demon Suppression Army to counteract the Black Mist's encroachment and refine mental will, alongside insights into battlefield slaughter and military formations. Of immense benefit to someone like Huangfu Yunfei, a swordsman focused on direct combat. Finally, the Black Soul Crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, radiated pure and gentle soul energy, invigorating anyone who approached it. This soul crystal is of exceptional quality. It could significantly enhance the mental strength of even a peak 4th realm practitioner. Mu Qing exclaimed. Being a mental practitioner herself, she was particularly sensitive to such treasures. According to our agreement, Bai Chun would create a copy of the map, with the original and the soul crystal and insights belonging to the team. Let us give the soul crystal to Su Yu, Bai Chun suggested suddenly, recognizing that he was the one who had contributed the most to acquiring these items. Moreover, Su Yu's mental energy seemed rather unique, making the soul crystal likely most effective for him. He distinctly remembered how terrifying Su Yu's mental shock had been. Huangfu Yunfei nodded in agreement, and so did Mu Qing. Su Yu accepted the soul crystal without hesitation. He genuinely required it. As the recent consumption of energy from the void abyss and the exertion of mental shock had drained him significantly, making this an opportune replenishment. He absorbed the soul crystal on the spot. Pure soul energy surged into his mind, and Xiao Jing, resembling a dog that had not eaten for 3 days, voraciously consumed it, visibly expanding and solidifying as the waves of mental energy around him nearly took on a tangible golden liquid form. The feedback in both quantity and quality of mental energy surged dramatically. His perception range extended to nearly 1,000 meters. His thought speed accelerated. He could even engage in more complex mental simulations and constructs. His mental cultivation firmly established itself at mid-4th realm, even nearing the later stage. What a delight! Su Yu felt a clarity of mind unprecedented, as if he were viewing the world through a high-powered microscope. Once the distribution of spoils concluded, Bai Chun picked up the damaged command token, his expression solemn. We must return this senior's remains and token to the military. It is the rule, and a sign of respect for the fallen hero. The others nodded in agreement. Bai Chun carefully gathered the remains. As he grasped the lingpa, it unexpectedly began to emit a gentle warmth, and a faint glow shot forth, forming a blurred inscription in the air.